Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg made.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
A 1-2 offering from Schmidt. Ready swings and belts the ball right field, hooking toward the corner. Hello, short porch, and hello, Freddie Freeman. For a third straight game in this World Series, 5 straight World Series games overall, Freddie Freeman goes deep.
Dodgers radio with the call. That is the way we start off the Tolo Tuesday edition of Sean, RJ, and Bobby here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Metroplex. Thank you for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. We have Mavs. We have Monday Night Football. We have another Tolo giveaway during the 7 o'clock Expressway. And Jerry Jones live at 8:30. But start fitting the rings for the LA Dodgers. 3-0 in the World Series.
Yeah. It might get to Game 5 because the Dodgers have a bullpen game tonight.
Yep.
And then it might get to 6 because they got Garrett Cole, but it won't go beyond that because first of all, the Dodgers aren't going to lose 4 games in a row.
Go home, Dodgers.
They're not going to lose 3 games in a row. I'd be stunned if they lost 4 games in a row a year, and they might not lose 1. The way this thing is going, because the Yankees are built on home runs and pitching. And their starting pitching has not been tremendous. Cole was good, but other than that, they've been bad. And they're not hitting home runs. The Stanton has hit home runs, and Soto. But Judge has been a nothing. Judge and Ohtani have been invisible in this series for the most part. And that's the crazy thing about the Dodgers is that they're in this position, and they have not gotten anything out of Shohei. They've got everything and more out of Freddie Freeman.
Judge is the new target of Yankee fans, like, A-Rod back in the day postseason, Barry Bonds back in the day postseason. I had someone texting this morning, I'd rather have Lou Gehrig up right now. But the average is 140 for Judge. Smoltz is talking about his timing up there. I thought he got the one to left field, but it was off the end of the bat. You've been talking about shifting the lineup, what else to do with him, but this is probably going to take him into the offseason with the criticism, even though he's going to win the MVP. It's absolutely going to take him into the offseason with the criticism. You don't get a pat on the back for making the World Series. You get the MVP.
Or the MVP. Yeah, it's
in New York you don't.
No, you don't. And that's just the reality for him. And they're not going to shift him in the lineup, I don't think, because Boone was, he's been around that organization for years, and he knows what happened with the A-Rod thing when they moved him down to the lineup, and when Torrey did it, whatever year it was. Just that he's going to have to answer questions about that. They're not going to make him do that, but they don't walk. I guarantee you, in Game 2, they don't walk Soto to pitch to Stanton. If they move Judge down and move Stanton up, right? Stanton's been hot. But they did do it to pitch to Judge. And that's just not something that they would do.
Bob, big hoopla. We get the dream World Series setup. How big of a disappointment does it feel like? Or the magic of Game 1, what Freddie Freeman is doing? can still save it a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Freddie Freeman thing is a big boost for them because I mean, what was this? This was how long had he gone without hitting a home run? It was like
30 days or something. It was.
It's like the longest stretch he's had in forever, and now all of a sudden he can't be stopped. He's hitting home runs, every single game this series. But the Freddie Freeman thing is going to be a big part of it. The fact that they've got just no offense, though, New York, is these have still been intense games, and there's been a lot of drama. Last night was the least dramatic of the three in terms of just it felt like they didn't really have a shot against Walker Buehler for a lot of the time that he was out there. And then they got the one opportunity where they sent Stanton, which I get it because you need a run, but like that's the whole thing going back to Costas being pissed early on in the playoffs is that Stanton can't run. Yeah. Like that's the last guy I would think you would want to send there in that instance. But
Hernandez got the ball before Stanton got to third.
Yeah, and then he's just like slowly chugging his way around. And so last night it was just these margins where in these big playoff games, they always talk about it in, Major League Baseball playoffs, where the margins are so thin and things like that. The Dodgers have seemingly won every single battle of the little things throughout this whole series, and that's kind of the difference at this point. But I'd say it's the most competitive 3-0 series I can remember seeing in a while.
Did I hear you tell Bassick yesterday in the commercial break before Cross, you're like, the Yankees are still winning this? You believe?
Tonight. I thought they were going to win last
night.
Yeah, I think they were going to get to L.A. I don't think they're not going to win. I don't believe they're going to beat Yamamoto. Like the pitching matchups would have set up okay, but they had to win game one. The whole thing changed in game one. If you go back and look at the history of the World Series, there's like 2 or 3 times in the last like 50 years where a team has blown a save and then come back to win the series in the World Series. Diamondbacks did it, and somebody did it like in the 40s. You don't lose because now you got to beat them 5 out of 7. Arizona won like 6 of those games, and they still went to 7. Right? They had the 2 blown saves by Kim. But you don't win series when you blow a save.
Are you disappointed? Are you sad? Growing up in Jersey?
Yeah. I mean, I'm disappointed. I mean, I wanted to see a long series. I'm not sad because I bet the Dodgers to win.
Oh,
but so from that standpoint, I always bet against the team I want to win.
Yeah, it's a win-win.
It's a win-win. I always bet against them.
I love doing that.
But yeah, it's. I wanted it to be a long series. Yeah, could I see it getting to 6? Sure, because the pitching matchups work out. But it will not get beyond that, and that's a problem for the sport. They did get good run numbers in the first 2 games. I wonder what last night's is going to be, because it was like Bobby said, it was the least competitive of the 3.
I would just like to point out they haven't won a game since you jumped in the pool and pissed off your neighbor. So
That's a fair point.
You may have jinxed it.
That's a fair point. I did jump in the pool the other day to reset the curse, which is also why I drove the truck in today.
I noticed you drove the truck in
because I'm a very superstitious guy. The series is over now. It's just a matter of how many games.
Any update on the neighbor?
You know what?
Threatening to call the police for noise outside.
We had some discussions about what the rule is, because that neighbor did say that he was going to call animal control on a barking dog. Animal control, dogs are allowed to bark. Now, they can't just bark at the moon, but they can bark if there's a neighbor outside because they're provoked. So now it's like, what are you barking for? Well, there's a neighbor outside. Well, there you go. That's why your dog's barking. So we haven't done anything. We know who it is. We do know who it is.
Married? Kids?
Married with kids.
Okay.
Married with kids.
No one knows the wife. Try to get to her.
No one knows the wife. I have my opinions on this guy. There's a good and a bad. I don't want to get into what it is.
Okay.
But
just played out on Facebook, the Facebook Roanoke group.
Yeah, I know. I'm getting some youth pastor vibes though to this guy.
Oh, we're gonna need some Thursday content. So yeah, you could run for HOA president like you've planned to do in the past or whatever, and your slogan just dogs can bark, people can swim.
877-881-1053 in order to hit us up on the Franklin Franco injury attorney text line. So the World Series looks to be over to Monday Night Football.
Giants bringing pressure. Wilson lofting. Wilson has a man out there. Wilson has the touchdown. It's a second touchdown for Calvin Austin.
Calvin Austin, have a night. That's the call on Steelers radio as Pittsburgh, good grief, they just move on up in the standings again. They get the W over the New York Giants. This was a really, really close game at halftime, but here are the Steelers pulling away to move to 6-2, Bobby. 6-2 for Russell Wilson and Tomlin, 26-18. Giants fall to 2-6.
It feels like Pittsburgh never has any business being as good as they are, or as I don't want to say as
good as their
they
record
are.
shows.
Yeah. They always have a better record than I feel like they should. And again, it's the whole Mike Tomlin effect, the Mike Tomlin magic. But I will say, so far, it looks like Russell Wilson does make them a little better and a little more confident.
Mr. Unlimited.
And I hate
His throws are the epitome of what you just described about the Steelers organization and team. They're so misleading. They're so misleading. It's driving me insane. He just heaving it. He made one really nice throw to Pickens along the near sideline last night, but he just heaving. He's short on every throw. The adjustments are being made by the receivers. That might be a pass interference, but that Russ arm strength, I believe, is gone with the deep throws. He just heaving it up, and Steelers wideouts right now are making plays. It's so misleading.
It's funny that you said they move. They just moved to 6-2. That's what it feels like. They're just moving. They're not playing. They're just kind of moving down the field, just very slowly. And they are. When you're gonna go and you're gonna criticize, and I do this too, and I'm with you. The Bill Parcells, you are what your record says you are.
Yeah.
The Pittsburgh Steelers are the definition that is not always the case.
Right.
That is
the
a
antithesis.
Flawed statement because they are not a 6-2 team. They are not a team that is playing 750 ball.
Yeah. This is their 22nd straight home game. Monday night, they won their 22nd straight home game on a Monday night. That's pretty crazy. That's incredible. Yeah.
Impossibly good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's got to go back to the 70s.
That's like that Ravens winning 28 straight preseason games things where it's like, how's that even possible?
Russ 20 of 28 for 278, and they won their third straight game, and they're heading into the bye, one game up on the Ravens.
Just because we're all in an I told you so sort of mood the last few days with the Cowboys and the last few weeks with the Cowboys, I would like to point out that Tyrone Tracy, who has led the NFL in rushing in 2 of the last 4 weeks and looked really good for the Giants last night. It's another running back that the Cowboys were interested in, could have scooped up, but because they traded away a pick for Trey Lance, they were in a dead zone where they didn't have a pick for a running back, and he went right in that window.
Russ is, like you said, 20 of 28. He had a 45 QBR. That's bad. That's a bad QBR number.
That's Dak-like.
For having that good of a stat line. It's a really awful QBR number.
All right, you had even more sports taking place as the Dallas Mavericks were hosting the Utah Jazz at the AAC.
Nearly a steal by Dinwiddie, but it's Collins turned away by Gafford. And nicely done by Washington to grab the ball and advance it up ahead to Luka, who spots Klay Thompson. That's what you want to see.
Thank goodness that there were 2 other games on last night that I was more interested in. I did at around like 9:15 be like, okay, the baseball game is over. The Steelers are going to win this game. I would like to see the outright ending of the Mavs game, which was not a blowout over the Jazz. Mavs win 110-102 to move to 2-1 on the season. I still could not do it because of Channel 29. Bobby just shattering my heart.
Oh, yeah.
Crushing me earlier in the night when he sent me the message from Brad Townsend that for some stupid, ignorant reason, DirecTV with the dish on your house is going to have Channel 29, but for some reason, DirecTV Stream is not going to get Channel 29. I was trying to search Mavs TV. I was looking up all the other things to do. So I'm just having to hit refresh on the highlights to see Kyrie Irving with the quick start. Klay ends up with 18 points. Luka, an awful shooting night. So he is clearly rusty from lack of preseason. 5 of 22 shooting, but they were playing Utah, and the Mavs are deep. Dinwiddie ended up in double digits. Lively had 14 points, but I could not watch this live as I was intending as the Channel 29 catastrophe continues.
Yeah, and I knew that, and that's why this was where most of my attention was focused, was on Mavericks last night.
What a balance. We're balanced like the Mavs up here.
Balanced AF, that's what you always say. Yeah, no, this was as bad an offensive game as I've seen from Luka in forever. In fact, I think I heard the note that when in any game where he's taken at least 22 shots, this is the first time he's made 5 or fewer. So you can make an argument that's the worst shooting night he's had that we've got an example of from a volume perspective.
He almost went 2 like of his last 5 games without making a 3. He went 0 for 8 against the Celtics in the finals. He almost did it last night.
Yeah, he finally hit a 3. It was the clincher. It was like the one that when it was a 6-point game, he knocks down a 3. And the Jazz are bad. This is a bad Utah team. And so the fact that, they struggled a little bit, that was a little concerning, but Kyrie played really efficiently last night, and Klay Thompson is showing as a third scorer, as a third option when things aren't working with a Luka or a Kyrie. They're not going to be just without offense completely because somebody will be hitting shots.
What are you showing me here? Like you discovered something?
Well, no. This is just our new best friend.
It looks like the YouTube replay game.
Well, no. It's what they do is they cut the whole game into 10 minutes. And they put it on YouTube like right after the game is over.
Oh, right after the game. Well, that's great for a 9 o'clock start for me.
Well, you can do it
10 o'clock.
It takes 10 minutes, so you get here at 5:45, and then you're caught up.
Not Sean. Sean gets here at 5:59.
Bassick lives by this when he can't watch the games.
Oh, he does?
Oh, yeah, because he's the one that turned me onto this one because it basically shows every possession marked down into 10 minutes. You don't necessarily get the timeouts.
Yeah.
Right. Why'd they call a timeout in that spot? But it's the best that you could do.
What are y'all doing about this Mavs problem? And look, I appreciate, I know I've turned into the person complaining about the relationship, but they're never going to get out of the relationship. And I'm complaining about the stream setup or the satellite dish setup, and I know that you're sending me all the alternatives. I even went to one of them, one of the illegals last night, and it was gather the foreign dishes.
Were they eating the pets?
Yeah, and that did not work out for me. So I know you're sending it to me. I appreciate it. I don't have the full trust. I don't have the full trust to go there with some virus eating up my computer, ordering a different stick, this package, canceling this one. I'm not there yet, so I'm still scrambling.
It's your most boomer take. The concern of like the streams and the other thing. It feels like your most old man take you have.
Really? Like when you go to a website and you click on something and 6 ads pop up, you don't feel like this could be bad for me. I don't know.
No, I just think it's getting in the way of my schedule.
I think you got
it's no worse than the viruses I probably get from other websites.
877. Wasn't that what you were referring to?
Yeah, it was.
All right, there's a Bobby Top already.
I didn't hear what he said.
So then, even worse, you weren't paying attention, and then you topped the joke. Trevon, Mike McCarthy addressed it. Stephen Jones kind of addressed it. Jerry may address it today, but leave it to Micah Parsons to pull up the old podcast for the Trevon Diggs follow-up with the Mike Leslie Channel 8 saga. We'll go inside the star next.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
Nah, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
You want the epitome of the Dallas Cowboys? Jerry Jones will join us at 8:30 this morning here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Which one's more Cowboy-esque? Sam Williams gets suspended while gone for the year, so he's gone for 3 games. He wasn't going to play.
No.
And then Micah Parsons fires up the old podcast while not even playing because there's a big get out there. There's a big guest,
big fish,
big whale, trying to be the show of whales for Bleacher Report. And Micah sends out the old tease, the old radio tease. Trevon Diggs will be joining me, and Cowboy Nation just lost it again. Now, look, this is the way of the new world. Okay, guys are going to make money. You're not going to silence them. Everyone is their own media brand and entity. It's just not the greatest look for Micah when you're gonna fire this thing up. You're not even playing, and y'all just lost, and you're like, but let me go ahead and keep establishing the media career. But it is the way it is. So Sam Williams suspended 3 games, but we'll start off with Micah, Mike, and Diggs. Bob.
Yeah, the more Cowboy thing is definitely the Micah thing. That's 100% that, because this one is more just, I felt like the Sam Williams issue was the pity that was given to the Cowboys, where it almost felt a little like, all right, fine, because this stems from the arrest he had last year, right before the season, the one he had for possession of a firearm and controlled substance. It just took a year for them to come up with a suspension, I guess.
But is he not, did I read that correct, that you said he's not going to miss any games, like when he's eligible to come back? They suspend you.
This is what it's these 3 weeks while he's already hurt are going to count for his suspension. So it's like,
so you don't have to be active.
No. It almost feels like it feels like pity towards the Cowboys. Like, and if it was anybody who was significant, they'd probably wait to punish him. But it's almost like they're just like, yeah, Sam Williams, whatever. That's probably the greatest testament to he's been a disappointment as a second-round pick, is the NFL said, you can serve your 3-game suspension while you can't even play.
Makes no sense. You have to serve your suspension when you're an active player.
Yes.
Otherwise, there's no punishment.
Doesn't it feel, well, yeah.
Well, he's not going to get paid. He has been paid on IR, so he is.
Okay.
He's not going to get the game checks.
Right.
But it's no punishment for the team.
Right, yeah.
You're not missing him.
Exactly. And part of, I mean, and I know this is very, very naive to say, but part of the punishment for you is the fact that you have to look everybody else that you work with that count on you, that you are impacting them. That's part of the whole punishment too. And because there are some people that do care about that letting the other teammates down.
Yeah,
like, there are people that do care about. Not all of them, but there are some that do. And then this does nothing to do that.
So Micah was able to book the big guest Trevon Diggs yesterday with Jane Slater with the very good observation, palm trees in the background. Now Jane said, tremendous open windows wherever Diggs was. And she's like, where are there palm trees in Dallas? And I was like, maybe he's just in a neighborhood and he planted his own palm trees. Or I don't know what my HOA rule
I have
is.
2 palms in the backyard, Sean.
You do. How tall are they? How tall are they supposed to get?
They're about 2 feet tall.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
I have no idea. 30 years from now, they might be 6 feet tall. I don't know. I got them at Costco.
Do you like them or do they feel out of place?
I love them. Yeah, I love them.
That's a good look.
It's a great look. We had bigger ones and we killed them. Okay, so now we got the smaller ones.
Okay.
We're trying to keep these things, nice and alive.
Here's Micah with Diggs.
Why did you react, the way you did? And, what's your thoughts about that? Media trying to portray an image that isn't there. Because, and then before you go, I do think, he was wrong because obviously you're in man coverage and times you got to see it, kid was going upfield. So the narratives that he's trying to drive from the video was wrong, but kind of give your thoughts what led to that reaction and that outcome.
Yeah, I just felt like, it was unnecessary. I just felt like, he was trying to use my name, for clicks. And, after the game, I just happened to see it, and I clicked on it, I seen who it was. I was like, oh, he right here. I just saw you. So I went up to him, and I just spoke how I felt. I felt like there was a lot of emotions, just losing, coming out the game. We fresh off the loss. I'm a competitor, so, I wanted to win. So, just a lot of emotions, and, I just kind of let my, emotions get the best of me. But, at the end of the day, it still doesn't make it right for anybody just to be saying anything or just trying to throw dirt on your name or make you, seem like you're doing bad or a bad job, because, I felt like I played my hardest game yesterday. I felt like, I did everything I could. I felt like, I was tackling, setting the edges, just doing everything to help my team win. And for him to just try to throw that on my name, it just didn't sit right with me because you were like completely wrong.
So someone said he just issued the Jerry type apology. I got out of control, but at the same time, he was smearing my name. And then there are a lot of people, maybe Bobby will have some of this in post-Hut Clarity where he rewatches all the Cowboy games for the clarity at 7:20. There were a lot of film watchers on social media who said this was Diggs' best game in terms of effort. So it sounds like Trevon was right there. He's out there. He's trying to give effort. He's trying to be physical. He's trying to tackle. He's trying to participate, as Jason Kidd would say about Luka's defense. And then he sees that as soon as he opens up the phone and snaps.
Yeah, I don't think that's even a Jerry apology. I think that's Trevon Diggs telling you he was completely justified in doing what he did. Yeah. And it's just he was explaining why he was so intense, but that, that almost sounds to me like I would do it again if I saw it. You don't get to just say anything. And that's his way of being. That's the way he handles things. And it's sort of the edge he has that gives him his intensity and the way that he plays and things like that. But ultimately, look, I think this is a match made in heaven in terms of if you're talking about a potential blow up to happen between the reporter that kicked it off and the individual who saw it. That's the exact reaction you're going to get from those two people.
That was Micah and Diggs after Mike McCarthy addressed it yesterday.
Yeah, I think that's clearly an example of frustration. But I think we have to be better in those moments. I always talk about staying on the high road. It's part of our responsibility in this business. But I am not ignorant or naive to the fact that this generation, that's part of the world they live in. The social media world, and you have to manage that. That's part of being a professional athlete, and that's part of representing this organization properly.
So, forgive me, but last night and all the Monday night games, I'm watching all the first halves with Belichick, and everything that happens around here. And I'm not totally 100% advocating for Belichick right now. More on that in a future segment because kind of it's tied to Mike Zimmer a little bit. So I'm not going all in with Belichick. But I do think in my mind, would this happen with a Belichick type person? Would this happen with a hard ass? Would this, like Micah Parsons, I don't think is firing up the podcast later in the day after Bill stands up there, grumbles, mumbles, and says, yeah, we got to be better than that. And I don't think that Micah's like, all right, give me the gasoline and the fire and relight this whole thing later on in the day. And a lot of Cowboy fans take issue with that. You're more concerned with this. You're worried about your brand, all the stuff off the field. When you don't win, that gets magnified. But G-Bag of the Day nominee to one Kevin Hagelin. As I was sitting there, y'all cringe during the Jerry interviews, like waiting for the discomfort and the snapping of Jerry on us at 8:30 this morning. That's what I was doing yesterday while listening to Kevin Hagelin talk to Stephen Jones and try to get Trevon Diggs, Mike Leslie comment.
Are you familiar with the incident between Trevon Diggs and Mike Leslie yesterday? And if so, can you give us any feedback about that?
I'm not aware of that at all.
Okay,
all right, stop.
So
right there, I'm listening to this on the Odyssey app, and I'm like, all right, well, Kevin's going to move on, check it out, whatever. No, Kevin Hagelin takes the deep dive into reciting, not just recapping, reciting the entire thing, and this is when I was so uncomfortable.
I'm not aware of that at all.
Okay, so Trevon Diggs comes out and talks to Mike Leslie while he's still in his pads about a tweet that he sent out asking what Trevon Diggs was doing, and he said to Mike Leslie, "You don't know ball. You can't do what I can do." Mike Leslie responds, "I'd love to talk to you about it." And Trevon Diggs walks back into the locker room and says, "You can talk about D's nuts."
Well, I don't have anything to say because I don't know about it firsthand and not going to comment on that.
Okay, fair enough.
Well done, Kevin.
Props to Hagee for standing in there. Nuts. I can't believe I thought he would have just left the D's nuts part out of there.
That's the whole thing.
I thought he would have just said he had some expletives. He said some. I didn't know he was going to give the exact quote, which I appreciate.
I'm not aware of that at all.
If it goes well with Jerry today, we have to figure out a way to be like, have you ever heard of D's nuts? Has anyone ever dropped the D's nuts on you?
Should we?
Is there any way, Choppy, he's aware of what D's nuts are?
Yeah, I think Jerry's
only after the other day.
No, I think he may have been aware. I mean,
there's no way.
Look, when we were saying D's nuts in high school. That was 30 years ago, 25 years ago.
We were saying it.
But I mean, he was only
What's
60.
Your point?
He was only 60, right?
Yeah.
He might have known.
I bet he's heard it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I bet he's heard it and at some point has.
So do we just have Choppy go, Jerry, what'd you think about D's nuts?
No, I think we should play Hagee's drop. Like we should play. Are you aware of that? And then depending on how he answers, we'll hit the Hagee follow up.
Or maybe we just we play the whole Hagelin thing.
Yeah.
And then, or set it up, throw Steven under the bus and be like, Steven was asked about this, so we're going to ask you about it and see what happens. But, man, I thought Hagee was just going to recap it. Confrontation, disagreement over play, Diggs confronted someone. No. Kevin went back and forth and back and forth and back and forth and then dropped it. I thought Steven was going to cut him off in the middle. Like, guys, I'm not getting into this Jerry Springer stuff.
I did too, and I'll say this. I think there's zero chance Steven didn't know or hadn't heard about that. And I understand it's, again, frustrating, but I mean, if you guys are all about the brand and putting people out there and doing things like that, then I would expect you to have a comment when one of your players reacts that way after a game.
These nuts.
McCarthy did.
Yeah, McCarthy did. I think Jerry will today, I would guess. So I think Steven needs to.
Jerry Jones live at 8:30 this morning with a little Inside the Star recap on DFW Sports Station. You're down and out, feeling gloom, football depression with America's team? Well, we have one thing to make you feel better. The Dwayne Wade statue and all its glory. Next on Sean and O.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
And Kyrie, a little stop and go move up the baseline. Dinwiddie, an exclamation point on what he's done in the third quarter.
Follow up with the call on
whatever.
Where?
Channel 29?
Oh, those Channel 29?
Yeah.
Okay. How are you dealing with this? Do you have the dish or the stream?
I have the stream, Sean. I saw your tweet, I think, Friday night, because I wasn't watching the Suns game, and I was like, you got to be kidding me, man.
Saturday night, yeah.
Saturday night, yeah, because we had talked in Crosstalk, I think, Thursday or Friday, that, we were going to get it. If DirecTV had it, we were going to get on the stream. We don't have it, and I'm bummed out, because I feel like I'm going to have to go illegally, or I'm going to have to just pay up. Got to do something.
Mavs end up winning despite a horrific shooting night from Luka. They get the W at the AAC over the sorry Jazz, who are 0-3. And tonight, thankfully, if you are dealing with the Channel 29 problem like we are, you get it on TNT. So it'll be the Mavs against the Wolves while Game 4 of the World Series is taking place. But let's talk about another basketball story that brought great joy and delight to 8 million people here in the Metroplex. The unveiling of the Dwayne Wade statue. My God. I've always believed that we could quit this show and run our own PR firm. Why do I believe that? Not because of any great confidence in our abilities, because of the utter stupidity of others. That you could make decisions this stupid and dumb. Whether it's your social media team, whether it's your general manager, whether it's a player, whatever it is, how can you be that stupid? Well, I am now canceling and shutting down our PR firm, and we are opening the Sean and RJ sculpting facility.
I mean, let's do it. It sounds like a good idea. I mean, I like to pretend like I'm a handyman.
Give me the best comparison or joke that you saw about the Dwayne Wade statue that was unveiled. Caitlin, extra bonus points if you get the Dwayne Wade statue up on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. My first one, I think, was Antoine Walker.
That was the one.
That was good.
That was the reply that I saw on Twitter where I was like, oh my gosh, that is exactly who it looks like. It looks like Antoine Walker.
Chop?
Well, it was my favorite meme that I saw was Jerry Jones preparing to call in on the radio. Like, that's his face. Right?
Anger
That's
face.
the anger face.
They're trying to have him be like, this is my house with the fingers pointed down. All right. I was trying to think with Wade. I know the jokes. It should be him arguing with a referee in Game 6 and getting to the free throw line. I was thinking of like maybe like a drive. Like I envisioned Dwayne Wade like drive into the lane with, going up with the ball or something like that. What is your Dwayne Wade statue moment that you think it should have been? Okay, arms out.
Arms out after the lob to LeBron. That's the image I always think of with him.
Okay, that's a good one. You have one?
I don't. He doesn't. He's an all-time great player.
Yeah.
That doesn't have the Jordan one is easy, right? The
jump man.
The LeBron one is easy too. I mean, you can make it the tomahawk.
Yeah.
The Kobe one, the Shaq one hanging from the roof. There's a lot.
Kareem
with Wade. And that just speaks to how overrated he is as a player and shouldn't be in the Hall of Fame.
And you think everybody should be in there?
And I think everybody should be in the Hall. But no, honestly, and I'm not joking. It should be him at the free throw line. Like that should be it.
And that's the thing. It sounds like a joke, but when you really think about it,
that's a lame statue.
Because he's a lame player.
When you think about it, his big moments, the big clutch moments inside of 10 seconds of big games, they were at the free throw line. He drew a foul and got to the free throw line. He doesn't have like a big shot late in the game. His stuff drove the lane. Overtime, game 5 against the Mavericks, he drains 2 free throws. Late in the 4th of game 3, it's draining free throws. That's what he did.
Man, in all seriousness, the best comparison meme I saw was this one. It was the throwing the towel from the Rocky.
Throwing the damn towel.
Morpheus from the has it up. Look at this.
What's that?
It's on the fan cam.
All right, KK. There you go. There we go, Caitlin. Morpheus from the Matrix.
Morpheus.
That went really viral.
Brad Townsend said, "Here's what's mind blowing." What?
These images.
Just if you want to give yourself a laugh, you're Cowboy Depressed. Just put Dwayne Wade statue into Twitter. That's all you have to do, or look it up on the internet.
He looks like the bad guy.
They've replaced his head in a bunch of images with the bronze statue. It looks absurd.
On the bottom left of the glasses looks like the guy who was the boss of Pizza the Hut in Spaceballs.
Brad Townsend said that the same artist that sculpted Dirk, you talk about another all-time win for Dirk over Wade, the same artist that did Dirk's statue is one of the Wade artists. Amanda yesterday was telling me Wade looked at the statue beforehand, he wasn't totally blind when they unveiled it. He was there kind of looking at it. How does no one? Maybe these artists, it's just 2 or 3 of them, and they keep it so secret they don't show anyone else. They're so confident and they're so proud of their work that they don't. It would be beneath them to be like, "What do you think of this? Is this do you think this looks good?" No one in the process stopped down. And where is this on the Mount Rushmore of horrible statues? 877-881-1053.
Which is more disrespectful? The 2-foot tall Allen Iverson statue or this one?
I consider that as part of a monument park.
Yeah.
So it's not his big one out front, but dude, his answers to this make it even better. It is freaking hilarious with some of the comments. It makes it so much worse. I don't know a lot of people with a statue. Do you? Anyone in here? Y'all know anything about the process of it? No one out there does either. It's an unbelievable process and it's complicated.
So that's interesting. Would you rather not have a statue, or would you rather have a bad statue?
I'd rather have a statue.
Yeah, I'd rather have a bad statue too. But
Wade
it doesn't mean that it's that's your trump card. Really?
Wade's oh yeah, I've heard Lawrence Fishburne references. Comparisons and stuff like that. So this is amazing. This brought great joy to me. I hope to you listening.
I somebody was there was an exchange on Twitter, sort of thing you're talking about, where people were making fun of it, and then some Heat fan replied back and was like, "Nobody ever erected a statue for a critic," but basically going off of them. And then somebody replied with a Roger Ebert statue.
Ha! Here's a Robert Ebert statue.
Here's the best quote.
He may have a star.
The best quote is, "If I wanted it to look like me," Wade said, "I would just stand outside the arena and y'all would take photos. I don't need it to look like me. It's an artistic version of a moment that happened that we're trying to cement. It can't be any worse when your statue is unveiled when your first line is, look, if I wanted that to look like me," you know what I mean? But I feel like we've made fun of some others. Was the Dion one?
Wasn't
the Dion bust didn't look like it.
Ronaldo's really bad.
was bad, but there's.
I mean, the Dirk one was initially because everybody said what it looked like.
Right. The other problem with Ronaldo is the bulge. Because now if the statue has it's worn out. That area is worn out because people go there and put their hand on it.
Is this better than what about the Sean Taylor one?
The mannequin?
Yeah,
that's got the number one. That is cemented in all time.
Yeah, because that was just an Oshman's display or whatever. Did you watch Power Rangers growing up at all,
Yes.
Sean? Okay, so I have now found my favorite meme, which is it's Dwayne Wade as Zordon.
Yes. The guy in the tube. 877-881-1053 in order to hit us up on the Franklin and Franco injury attorney text line. Man, you just get an all-time W if you are Dirk. What?
Not just looking at Zordon Dwayne Wade. It's making me laugh.
Pepe, did you do anything fun on your day off yesterday?
Another fair day, believe it or not. No, I'm joking.
I was gonna say,
I can only use that excuse.
You
one
help him
time.
clean up?
Yeah, basically. No, I don't want to brag, but I did not wake up till about 9:45. So that's what I did there. And then I cleaned up a little bit, but I stayed inside.
Okay, so pretty lame.
Yeah, lame.
Choppy?
Yes, sir.
Emotional day for you.
Today is my youngest son's 12th birthday.
Happy birthday.
About let's see, 10 and 15 is about 25 minutes from now. He was popped out of the womb. 7:15 in the morning ish. But it's sad because this is his 12th birthday, which means this is the last birthday I get to celebrate as a dad where I don't have a kid that isn't a teenager. And that is hitting me.
Wait, he's turning 12?
12. So this is the last birthday where he's not a teenager. That's hitting me because now it's like, okay, now once you get into two teenagers, you don't have kids anymore. You have people that you are in charge of that you really don't like. Okay, that's what happens when you have teenage boys. You love them, but you also don't like them.
Yeah.
And I think the realization is that I'm just going to have another child.
I was about to say.
Because I'm part of this is my own mortality that I'm feeling. Like when you say you have two teenagers, even if you're not 60 years old or whatever, it makes you feel that way at least. And it's hitting me today. It really, really is hitting me.
So we are expecting another choppy air.
Well, I mean, it depends. Sarah really wants a girl, and I hate to break it to her. I don't do that. I don't know how she's going to come to grips with that one, but I don't make girls.
What's the status update on your evolution as #girl dad?
I mean, you are with me every day.
I know.
You thought that I'd turn into some soft, mushy teddy bear.
Oh, I think, here's the thing. I don't think it's bled over here yet.
Yeah.
Not at all. But I do think that it has bled over socially when you're there around the family.
Yeah, probably. Yeah. I think that she is like a perfect looking child and she has like a $1 billion watt smile. She's definitely my favorite over Ollie. So yeah, I've chosen a favorite.
You've already got a favorite.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
She's number one on the Deion Sanders power ranking.
Does Amanda have Ollie as her favorite? Like do you guys swap or do you guys both?
Probably depends what time of day it is. But yeah. I like dealing with her for like an hour when I go home. 877-881-1053. And speaking of kids, you got a Tolo bus shout out?
So my niece Charlie is on the bus every morning. She gets on the bus to go to school. And the bus driver has us on.
Oh.
The bus driver is listening to the show every single morning. And she goes, the entire bus listens to the show. So she's like, so be careful with what you say around this time. It's like between like 6:50 and 7:10 that they're on the bus. So
hello, children.
Hello, children.
Bobby, how's your back? Do it after Billy Bob's?
Oh, yeah, that was another day of standing. I don't think we're going to be able to do concerts anymore, other than we're doing Tracy Lawrence this Friday. And so I'll be standing out there once again, but I'm really trying to angle now to get a table because I can't stand. We stood out there for that concert, and it, again, shot down my leg, got out of there. I was
nerve?
Yeah, because we were standing around there for 6 hours.
What concert was this?
It was
such a wuss.
It was Tyler Hubbard was out there playing at Billy Bob's the other night, and it was just like radiating down my leg again. I was like, okay, I'm going home, and I'm gonna have to ice my back again and miss out again.
Was she ready?
Mm-hmm. Missed out again. I got to start like I'm just going to have to sit for the first 5 hours of the concert.
Stop standing up at concerts. Right, Pepe?
But
Don't
it's
you
in
hate
the
it?
pit. It's all standing stuff.
Don't get the pit seat.
Well, Billy Bob's, there's very limited stuff that's like you can actually sit down. It's all big dance
Elevated is like in those like separate seating up top.
You just call me.
With what?
For what?
For Billy Bob's tickets.
Do you have the Billy Bob's hookup?
I have Billy. I know Billy.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Billy.
I didn't know
don't sit
that.
anywhere but center.
I need a table because the table we've got the whole like main area that we stand in, and oh my gosh, she was ready to get in fights on Friday night. Too.
Bobby. I was in a music video that was shot at Billy Bob's. So, I was there.
How was that coming out?
I don't know. I saw the first rough draft.
Have we been talking about the wrong Texas college football team the entire time? RJ's college football kegger is next.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
station.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Lining up with some tempo here. Keeper! Touchdown! Marcel Reed! The magic continues and the Aggies stretch the lead.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Oh, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
Lou Holtz is watching the best team in the state host LSU and beat LSU. I don't know if they're the best team in the state or not. I just wanted to troll Bobby there on that one. But A&M with their statement win of the year, 38-23, a come-from-behind win. They were down 17-7 at the break. Marcel Reed comes in for Connor Wegman and really does a tremendous job in the second half, and they wind up winning that game 38-23, thanks in part to 3 picks from Flower Mound Marcus's own Garrett Nussmeier, or Nussmeier as a TV anchor called him.
It is Nussmeier. They're good. Like A&M's really good. They've got 1 loss, and it's a game they should have won. It was week 1. There was still a little bit of sloppiness. Like Elko's done a really good job there. Like I don't think they're 7-1 with Jimbo coaching this team.
I don't think they are either.
Who a few years ago would say that the Texas A&M Aggies or any college program would be better off with Mike Elko over Jimbo Fisher?
Yeah, I would not have guessed that. I would not have guessed that.
Do you feel this is legit? Is this
they're very good. They're tremendous. They're really, really talented. This is a lot of this is Jimbo's players, right? That are being finally coached.
And what did you think of Elko before?
I mean, he did well at Duke, and that's not an easy place to play, to perform well at. Cutcliffe did okay there, but, I mean, he never did anything else. He didn't do great when he was at Ole Miss. He did okay, but not, tremendous. Elko's doing a bang-up job at a place that you should be able to play well at and perform well at. I mean, they've got all the money and the resources that you could possibly ask for. They don't have to get on an airplane to recruit a single player. They can just drive to Houston, drive to DFW. Drive to Austin, whoever they want, right? And that's the beauty of being Texas A&M. But for all there is, they've pretty much punched their ticket to Atlanta for the SEC championship game.
Whoa!
They're undefeated in conference. They're the only undefeated team in conference. They're 5-0. They might lose to Texas. They have a home. It's a home. They're playing at home. But they go to South Carolina this week. It's a night game. It's not easy. It's a road game, but they should do it. They should win. And they go to Auburn. Again, not easy. Road games, the SEC, but they're going to be favored. And then they got Texas. Even if they lose to Texas, LSU still plays Alabama. They might lose again. Tennessee plays Georgia. They're probably going to lose. It'd be between Texas and Georgia in terms of how A&M winds up getting in or not getting in to the SEC championship game. But if you make it, I'm going to tell you this. And this is kind of the worrisome thing for college football. The conferences are kind of in charge of who makes the playoff. And this is one thing I don't like. They're going to go in here and look, and the conferences are going to say, we think that these 4 teams from our conference should make it. Now, that's going to carry some weight. And are the conferences going to look at their standings and say, this team's better than this team, even though this team's ahead of you in the standings? I don't think they're going to do that.
College football's done it with Bama recently. So
yeah, that's the point. But I don't know that they're going to do that now with the conferences because they're going to want to protect the integrity of their standings. But A&M is in the absolute driver's seat. The driver's seat.
How many people predicted them in the SEC championship game before the year?
Where were they ranked? 7 or 8 to start the year?
Were they that high?
They were high when Notre Dame beat them. They were high, but not the
either way. Bama, Georgia,
or Bama, Georgia, Texas were the clear favorites.
Yeah, and I mean they've shown themselves to be really good, and it's to a point now where it's depending on what version of Wegman they get on any given day, if they can get a more consistent output from Connor Wegman, A&M's probably pretty easy, right around top 5 or 6.
Yep. Biggest issue for Texas right now is that offensive line.
They were 20th, by the way.
Oh, they were 20th with Notre Dame? 8?
Notre Dame was 7.
Okay. Close. Biggest issue for Texas right now, Bobby's horns, Peyton's horns sometimes, is their offensive line, which is supposed to have been one of the best in the country. And talent-wise, it may very well have been. But in the last 2 games, Bobby, they have allowed 11 sacks, and they do get the win on the road.
Not just the tight ends, but lost some yardage in the receiver room, and here's DeAndre Moore. After a slip tackle, Moore takes it in from 25 yards out. Second touchdown of the game for DeAndre Moore. That is now 17 straight completions for Quinn Ewers.
That game, that call was on Fox. 27-24. Texas wins over Vandy.
Yeah, my Commodores got out to the early lead, tipped interception, early scare, but Texas really controlled this throughout. It got a little fun and interesting at the end. Bobby, would you like to brag? Would you like to pour some salt in the wound of your Longhorns over my squad?
No, see, this is a prime example of why you don't I'm not going to be in Alabama and spike the football about a 3-point victory over a team that we should have beat by 20.
Yeah.
I'm not going to take that. I'm going to say it was a disappointing performance, and I hope it wakes him up. And for the love of God, will Quinn Ewers throw the ball down the field? Quinn Ewers throws the ball short of the stick. It's Paxton Lynch-esque the way he's just, all right, 3 yards every single time. And it's getting really irritating.
And you said that this betting line was an easy one to take, 18 and a half. 18 and a half, and you bet Vandy and won.
I bet Vandy and won. It was I thought it was an easy one. And Bobby, you mentioned that about Quinn Ewers. Of the 79 quarterbacks in the Power 5, where does he rank in average depth of target? Peyton, I'll ask you this question. Of the 79 quarterbacks, where does Quinn rank in average depth of target?
I'm going to go 74.
Close, 79. Of the 79 quarterbacks, he is dead last. And now Sark says he's elite. And this is just
the world said he was elite.
Yeah, well,
people were telling me he was first rounder, top pick consideration and discussion. That's what I heard in the offseason. That's all I kept hearing. But this deep ball thing was a big criticism last year.
Yeah, and look, I mean, he definitely is somebody who I think he's trying to show that he can be a patient, take a profit, field general type. But they've got to take some shots, and he doesn't. Arch. For all the issues that exist with Arch in terms of pocket presence and some of the gunslinger mentality that has shown up in some of his games so far, he will at least push the ball down the field and try to take advantage of some things down the field. And they feel more explosive when he's out there. The problem is just he has no awareness of the pass rush coming, and he'll get blown up, or he'll slide around the pocket and bail from it when he doesn't need to. And if I could combine certain attributes of Quinn and Arch together, I'd get the best quarterback in the country. But right now, there's flaws in both of them, and I still wonder, I hope, he's got to be a little dinged up still, Quinn. He's still not totally back, and that's part of what we're seeing, but I don't know. This is a couple different times now where when he's gotten an injury and he's come back, he looks rattled.
Maybe tucking in the shirts worked for Alabama. They went and they rolled Missouri, and what's that?
Congratulations in Alabama. Finally, they snapped their streak of 6 games in a row where they trailed to an opponent.
Yeah, they did not trail. You can't trail when you pitch a shutout. They put it on Missouri, a Missouri team that had a lot of hope coming into the year, but really has been one of the bigger disappointments around college football. Notre Dame put it all over Navy, and this was a big miss from the degenerate. And Notre Dame, first of all, Texas A&M is helping Notre Dame out big time. With every single A&M win, Notre Dame looks better and better. 51-14, they beat Navy. Indiana is the team to watch out for. They are going to be a bid stealer. They win 31-17 with a backup quarterback, mind you. They win 31-17. They are 8-0, and they've got a very manageable schedule. They do have to go to Ohio State, but they play Michigan State and Michigan, who stink, and Purdue, who can't score against air. So it is, they're going to be a one-loss team. When it's all said and done, they're going to be a one-loss team. It's going to be very, very difficult to keep a one-loss team out of the college football playoff. Watch out for Colorado.
I was right, then wrong, then right again.
But they have been hit with a big ratings drop. The TV viewers have abandoned them. They only got 2 million people to watch the other day. For a comparison, Michigan, Illinois got 3.5 million, and the Colorado K-State game got 2 million.
When was that game on?
Got over 10 million.
When was that game on?
I think it was the K-State game.
Yeah,
it was on. I think it was on against Alabama, Tennessee.
Same time.
I think it was at the same time. I think it was an afternoon game. But down 34% from the same week of the last year. Their first 7 games this year down 49%. But not only are they bowl eligible, they got a sneaky chance to sneak into the playoff. They missed the 2 best teams in the Big 12. So they don't have to play Iowa State or BYU this year, okay? They get a road game at Texas Tech, home to a Utah team that lost their quarterback and is 1-4 in conference. They get Kansas and then home to Oklahoma State. So when the season is over, they will have played the 4 worst teams in the Big 12 and just one of the top 4. So that's kind of the problem with this mega conference scheduling. Colorado's going to get a benefit here, and they do have a sneaky chance of being able to slide into the Big 12 championship game and then win the outright bid.
Are you feeling wrong about them yet?
Yeah, sure. I mean, they're having a great year. Yeah, absolutely.
Travis Hunter becomes the first player to simultaneously, this is badass, he won Big 12 Player of the Week for offense and defense.
Yeah, he's the first one in the history of the conference to do it because it was he won it for offense this week. And I'm trying to remember what he won it for defense. It was week 5, I think it was. But he's been
Yeah, but he won both awards.
Yeah,
after the Cincinnati game, like not 1 week and then the other week. He won both the awards this past week, I believe.
I don't know if that's
simultaneously win. Doesn't the word simultaneous mean that he won both of them
on the same week?
In the same week,
that would make sense to me.
So get a dictionary, Bobby.
Yeah, Bobby. UTSA lost the weekend. UTSA lost the weekend. They were up 35-7 at the half. They lose 46-45 to Tulsa. A Tulsa that's really, really awful. This was one of my bets too. So that really kind of sucks for me. Ohio State, Penn State is this weekend. Huge game. If Ohio State loses, that puts a real wrinkle in because they also play Indiana, and they already have a loss to Oregon. That game is going to be right here on the Fan at 11 a.m. on Saturday.
My likability bowl of Ryan Day versus Penn State, even though James Franklin did apologize.
He did apologize. He did apologize about the press conference that he held.
What a bunch of jackasses.
Yeah. I mean, it's an apology, but it's also, there's a little bit of but kind of in here.
I'd like to say I want to apologize. I didn't do a great job of handling Wednesday. Difficult situation. And I got to own that I did not do a good job of that. So I understand you guys got a job to do. You got to ask those questions, and I respect that. The university put out a statement. And the reality is, I think there's not a whole lot more I can say other than that statement. It's an ongoing legal situation, and it's challenging. It's challenging
All right, stop.
on everybody.
That clip is only worth it for the person typing.
Yeah.
What is that position? What is that called?
The court reporter?
The stenographer.
Stenographer. Wow.
Yeah.
That was impressive.
I mean,
sound like a presidential address.
They're banging away at those keys.
Yes. Woo. James Franklin, Penn State versus Ohio State, Saturday, 11 o'clock here. That is RJ Choppy with his college football kegger on DFW Sports Station. We have a ticket giveaway for you, turning it on, leaving it on. Jerry Jones live at 8:30. But was Trevon Diggs right about his effort in the run game and what else jumped out in Cowboys post-Hut clarity? Bobby with the film review, then Ask Creddit, and tickets to hook you up with Commercial Free Expressway is next. But let me hook.
Uber Eats has lower fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
I had what alcoholics refer to as a moment of clarity.
You watch it and you're super into it. It's like really exciting. The storyline's good. And then you finish it, I'm looking at the film and I'm just like, I was watching it?
Stop calling them films,
I mean, that is gross. And those people are getting paid.
It is post-hut clarity here on 105.3 The Fan. When we go back and watch these games, typically, there's always something. The reason why this segment exists is because you go back and you watch it and there's stuff that you feel differently about. And this was obviously something that we watched the game on Sunday and thought, boy, they got their ass kicked. It wasn't as close as 30-24. I
will say, though, that 30-24, did take away, I think, a little bit of like my anger or disgust versus what happened against the Lions. Like if it was, 40-14, 30-7. Yesterday, I felt dead. I needed the Tolos to bring the anger over the phone lines, which they did.
You got Edgar Allan Poe. You got Ravened. That's what you did. And yeah, exactly. It's you got the Raven game syndrome, and it smoothed it over for you a little bit.
Make no mistake, it doesn't change my mind about them whatsoever, but it had me being like, all right, San Fran's not that dangerous. They're not that lethal. That's what I left that game with. Not any improvement for the Cowboys. I was a little bit surprised they didn't get just their ass whipped and bullied and pushed around in the first half. But I was like, all right, San Fran's not the same team as a couple years back.
This is the fewest differences or notes that I've had watching the game back.
The fewest?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
This looked exactly like it did on TV for the most part. So just a couple notes here that are a little bit different, but things that I think are still worth pointing out. First off, we talked yesterday, I said Cooper Beebe, Tyler Smith, Tyler Guyton. I thought that from center to the left side, that side of the line played pretty well. And Beebe and Guyton did. Beebe and Guyton, going back and watching it, they were really good in this game for the most part. Tyler Smith was not as good as I thought. Watching that back, he had some struggles, particularly in pass protection at times. And so he's somebody who's been your most consistent offensive lineman throughout the entire season and has played at a really high level. That wasn't the case yesterday. He was, or on Sunday, he was given some trouble on pass rush stuff. Some of the hand usage wasn't always in sync. This was a game that I thought Guyton and Beebe, both the rookies, probably for the first time, that both of them outplayed him. And so not as strong a performance from Tyler Smith as I initially thought, but the rookies played well, so that was good to get that confirmation that they were playing better. Trevon Diggs.
Before you leave the offensive line, he's your guy. You're always defending him, it feels like, or you want to defend him. Give a grade on Terrence Steele's season.
Like on a 1 to 10 scale?
Whatever. Homeschool scale, regular school, whatever you want.
Go to the Richter scale.
A 5.
Okay.
Like dead in the middle average.
Barely move your painting.
Because T. Jetman tweeted us, listening to Snacks, you guys mentioned Steele. Do you think he earned the extension he got on his own, or because of Martin next to him? It seems to me that his play has come back to the mean now that Martin is in clear decline. Interesting tweet.
Part of what has always made them good, he helped make Zach Martin better too. Like, they worked so well in combo together on run blocks. And so the problem is that when he got back from the knee injury, that was limiting him, I think, last year. And he's just, now the knee shouldn't be an issue anymore. And he just has not played up to par. It hasn't been good enough. There are times where the run game stuff looks like it's coming back a little bit, or he'll have a good rep here. But Bosa obviously gave him some issues. But it felt like at times easier than it should have been for Nick Bosa. Like it was still stuff where he didn't have to work super hard. He didn't have to do any freakish, like, supreme technician Nick Bosa stuff to be able to work over Terrence Steele in this game. There was just stuff where it's like, oh, he's off balance, or oh, he completely missed with his punch. That's not good. Like, there was still, this was not a good game for Terrence Steele, and there have been too many times this season where it's not been a good game for Terrence Steele. He's included in that whole group of, Dak, CD, Diggs, guys we're talking about of, have you gotten the return on the investment you made? And the answer is no so far. Trevon Diggs told Micah Parsons, hey, I gave my best effort, I thought. I was pretty good on the edge, setting the edge. I thought I had a decent game. So I went back, having watched this, because I wasn't sure exactly how Diggs played. They were getting beat in general in that third quarter. But going back and watching it, Trevon Diggs had a good game. And Trevon Diggs was giving effort that we didn't see in Detroit. The Olays and stuff like that he was doing against the Lions, those didn't exist in this game. He was trying to be physical. He did at times. Like he said, he mentioned, I felt I set the edge well pretty, a few different times. He did. He was actually really good at making sure that he was disciplined, playing with physicality, staying where he needed to. I didn't think he was terrible in coverage for the most part. And so I thought this was all around a pretty solid game for him, and definitely his best game in run support that I've seen him play this year. And so he's right. That was something where it feels like a little bit nitpicky to go after his play when
I thought it was nitpicky.
There are plenty of other weeks where you can point to Trevon Diggs looking like, did you give effort there? Did you want to play with, physicality? I felt like whatever message they were trying to send that week about we got to match San Francisco's physicality, it clicked with Diggs. He took it and went out there and tried to apply it. So he gets credit for that and played well. I don't think this is a week you can rip Trevon Diggs for being poor physically. Chauncey Golston was really good in this game. And he didn't flash much to me watching it live. And I don't know if there's a more anonymous player than Chauncey Golston. Like if I were to mention Chauncey Golston among the people who play regularly or who play starter snaps, essentially, isn't he the one who, when you think about it, you go, I don't know that I can think of identifying factors with that guy at all. Like to me, he's the most anonymous player I've ever seen. Good, bad, otherwise. It's just it's so vanilla almost with him in a lot of ways. But he's been decent this season. He's been disciplined. He does his job. He's got a little bit of the Tyrone Crawford syndrome where they can't decide whether they want to play him inside or play him outside. So they've been yo-yoing him his whole career, and it's probably caused some, stunting of his growth. But he was good in this game. When we talked about, we felt like the run defense was better earlier in this one and that they were making plays. That was in large part due to what Chauncey Golston was doing in terms of setting the edge, disengaging from blockers, making stops. He was actually he wasn't bad. He was really good. And if you can get that out of him consistently, the run defense will be better. And then the other one that really stood out to me in this one when watching it back, Oso Odigizua was really good in this game. And he's somebody who I feel like has been a little bit of a letdown this year in terms of he plays with the highest motor of probably anybody on the football team. Like he is always going and he's physical and he's an athletic freak and big, strong guy. There hasn't been the same sort of impact I felt like most of the time. Now, we had I think it was the Giants game where he didn't have a single pressure, but he was double teamed so much that it freed up most of their pressures that day. So he's still doing his job and contributing in that way, but we haven't seen the normal splash stuff with him where he's shot through the line of scrimmage and made a big play. Usually his issue is he tends to slow down in the back half of the season because he plays with his hair on fire so much. But he was good in this game. Had some penetration on a few different times, brought pressure in a game where they weren't getting much pressure at all. He had some pressure in this one and made some good plays in the run game. So I thought Oso Odigizua and Chauncey Golston were pretty solid for you on the defensive line. And Mazi Smith, this is not a clarity thing. This is post-confirmation. Mazi Smith was awful. Awful. Did not look like an NFL player. Should not have been on the field. You could have played somebody 220 pounds on the one technique and gotten more resistance.
Don't look. No, don't look.
Okay.
Don't look. Are you already there? Did you see it?
I have seen the team grade. I've not seen.
Oh, my God. Guess his PFF grade on the season.
37.
BFF?
21.
Wait, people are going to think that I'm calling you best friend forever.
Yeah, that's not the case.
32.6.
I didn't know what the grade was. I knew he's 119 out of 119.
32.6 is what?
It is a non-NFL player. That is not an NFL player.
32.
He's in the red.
Wow.
For the game,
it doesn't even look red. It looks like puke orange.
Yeah.
When I was out at the bar in San Jose.
Well,
and I was watching these large drunk women get into it. and I watched them tackling each other in the parking lot.
Stop. Explain that.
Nick Harris and I went to a bar in San Jose, a extreme dive bar where there was these two drunk women getting into it, just screaming at each other about, you slept with my man. No, I didn't. I would never do that to you.
You didn't record it?
Well, at first I thought it was going to be done pretty quickly. And then every time I pulled out I did try and record it like 3 different times. And I would tell Nick, like, shh, be quiet. Hold on. I just want to record this. And then they would inevitably just hit a lull. It's like they knew I was recording or something. But they went into,
like, hey, I'll give you that mozzarella stick.
Man, they were.
Take a break.
This was
fried pickle over there.
This was when I saw those two rumbling around in the parking lot, tackling each other at a combined 700
Were they
pounds.
in the parking lot?
Yes. 2 women, probably 5'2" each of them, and a combined 700 pounds. I sat there and thought, these two would give more resistance on the interior than Mazi Smith. Yeah. Like, somebody should call Jeff Skinnier right now and be like, you got to get down to this bar. I found your solution. Jeff Skinnier, the Cowboys defensive line coach. Get him down here. These girls play with leverage.
They play with leverage.
They would give you some resistance in the A gap. No, one of them tackled them, and you heard her head pop, hit the concrete, and just reverberate through the parking lot.
So wait, did you go out to the parking lot to watch the fight, or you just saw it through
We
the
were on
window?
the porch, so it was right in front of us. Like, it was happening right. At one point, they just started throwing punches at each other, and then it would calm down. They'd be like, "You're my friend," and we were like, "Oh, they're good again." They're friends.
What is with fighting in California? It's, my buddy's he was at the World. He's at all the World Series games. He got tickets for every single one of them. And he texted me after the Friday game, and he goes, "Yeah, shocker, there was a brawl in our section."
What
and
the
then
heck?
I think someone got stabbed after one of the other games. And then, he was there last night. And, of course, the Yankee fans had as much fight as the team did. So there's no fights there. But what is going on with
be peaceful, weed-smoking hippies?
You would think so. They're not, man. They're ruthless.
Yeah.
They're killers.
They're killers.
They are ruthless killers.
Yes.
By the way, Mozzie had a 49 grade for this game on PFF.
That's wrong.
Post-Hut clarity here on 105.3 The Fan.
So that was kind of the big takeaway. Mozzie Smith to me was, again, that was confirmation, not clarity, was that Mozzie Smith he's back
over?
to just an awful player.
Is this over?
Probably. I mean, it's hitting Taco Charlton, Tristan Hill levels of just like, you're not a good player, dude.
Dan Orlovsky had his own type. You'll like it? You'll like it?
I won't like it. It doesn't matter what it is. I won't like it.
You have to admit, just like I was wrong about Travis Hunter, I blame CBS Sports, though. A Jerry Trevon Diggs type apology.
That was very quick.
He did not win offensive and defensive player. Get some grammar, people, up in there. CBS Sports. He did not win offensive and defensive player of the week in the same exact week. He has just won it within the same season. Dan Orlovsky on the misery of watching the Cowboys offense.
There's two teams on tape I hate watching right now. It's the Dallas Cowboys offense and the Jets offense. Archaic. That's the best way for me to describe them. It's like looking at lined paper, thin paper. Everything is just this boring straight line. And I've talked about all season long, no offense sets their quarterback up to fail more than Dallas Cowboys.
The Cowboys and the Jets offense, the most painful to watch, a boring straight line out there on the field.
We were talking about it up in the press box, some of us, and this idea of for an offense with the Cowboys where it's just looked so effortless to score on teams over the last 3 years, the most basic things look really difficult for them. Everything looks like it's really difficult and challenging to get done, just basic stuff. And that's a problem. And it feels like it goes deeper than just you're missing a guy here. Do you have this weapon here? Like, it's stuff where it's like it shouldn't be this difficult to just execute a simple run play or get lined up the right way or run these everything just feels like it is a struggle. Every first down is a battle.
All right. This is, by the way, Kurt Warner agreed. Yesterday he tweeted, "Man, this Cowboys tape is a tough watch again. Play design, details, execution, because can't be sure which one it is. Dak not playing well. It would be so frustrating watching that as an offense."
I'm going to yell at somebody really quickly because they're taking issue with something that's happened. 817. Bobby, that's what you took from that? You rewashed. I didn't rewash. I rewatched 817. You rewashed and said Diggs had a good game because he gave effort on 2 to 3 plays this game. What about the 80% he watched his teammates and took plays off and the effort for all the previous games this season? Your standards must be Jerry's standards as far as effort. Or like I keep saying, you're scared, Y-O-U-R, so possessive, I guess. You're scared to call out Diggs. Well, 817, no. We've called out Diggs plenty. I think I said after the Detroit game that Diggs was the worst player on the field and gave no effort and quit.
And he should probably be the one dealt if you're going to pay Bland.
And so here's the thing, 817. If you watched the film yourself and if you knew what you were watching, I would listen to what you had to say about this. But I watched it back. He played well. I'm sorry that that's uncomfortable. I'm sorry that you have such a personal distaste for Trevon Diggs that you can't look past that. I have things that I don't agree with on Trevon Diggs. I don't like the way that he flips out and, feels like everything's a personal attack whenever he's asked to have some accountability. But that's not going to be enough for me to lie and say he didn't play well or that he didn't give effort, because that's just not true, and I'm not going to be that unprofessional and nitpicky to act like that. He played well, and there's no legitimate criticism to really give him for this game.
Well done, Bob. I thought that was going to be much, much worse. Stephen Jones. I thought this was going to be much worse and ugly with KMC. Great question by Kevin Hagelin. Has the thought ever just crossed your mind that your football team isn't good enough?
No, I mean, I just think, this team's made up of a lot of the same players that won, 12 games the 3 prior seasons. I think it's, right now we're just going through adversity. We've had more than our share of injuries. It feels like this year, especially on the defensive side of the ball, coupled, with a new staff and a new scheme. So on the defensive side, I do think we've got really good football players. It's a matter of getting them, executing together and getting after it. But no, I think we've got, really good football players. And at times, we've had spurts where we played well, and obviously at times we're not playing well.
Now, look, Stephen, God, did he sound defeated yesterday listening to that interview. Oh, Lord. But he has to answer it that way. But they're gonna hang on to this injury thing. I can already hear in the offseason. Micah, Bland, Tank.
Yeah.
They're going to go back to that over and over and over again, probably in propping up whatever defensive changes are made and the optimism for 2025.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's a fairness to that, like, right?
Of course,
they're not there.
Yeah.
It's absolutely you're missing 3 really, really good players, arguably your best 3.
Yeah. The problem is
they were not great before.
That's the problem.
But then again, Bland was not there, so it's a big loss, especially at that position.
It is, and when you are going to pay your highest paid and lose the depth, you can't have the injuries. And they have had the injuries. The Deron Bland thing is a very, very big deal. But we've all just reached a point as a fan base, we don't care. We're not willing to give any passes. We're not willing to give any excuses. We don't want to hear it. We don't want to hear it. It also did not help. If they would have lost like 13-10 against the Saints, or they would have legitimately lost a close game, not a fake makeup with Dak stats like the San Francisco game against Baltimore, maybe I think about it. The problem is those 2 other games were played with everyone there, except for Deron Bland, which is a big loss, but everyone has freaking injuries. Everyone loses people. We don't care. We don't want to hear it. We're not buying it. Let's hook you up so you don't have to buy this.
All right, Tolos, right now, caller number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Gabriel Iglesias on January 31st at WinStar. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Jerry Jones live at 8:30 this morning. Has he ever had D's nuts dropped on him? That'll be JJ.
I wouldn't ask it like that.
At 8:30. Well, you're the one that's going to be in charge. So there you go. It'll be fun for you all over TMZ. Bobby, this was a fascinating batch of questions from Brian Broaddus' favorite segment.
Do you have a question, Kelly?
Yeah, I have a lot of questions. Number 1, how dare you?
It is time for Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. We will kick around some of the most viral questions being asked over on Ask Reddit this week, and we'll get some of your answers on the Twitch and on the YouTube and over on the fan text. So weigh in on these. RJ Choppy, we're going to lead off with you. What's something you wish people would stop romanticizing?
Oh, great question.
The NFL of the 70s and 80s.
What's wrong with the NFL of the 70s and 80s?
Like, cool, you ran the ball a lot and you gave everyone dementia from the hits to the head. Like, awesome. Like, that's cool.
I'm surprised you picked on the NFL of that era versus the NBA of that era.
Well, the NBA of that era is, well, I didn't think of it. That's why. But yeah, the 90s NBA, 80s NBA. Anytime, before.
You throw 90s NBA under the bus as well.
I mean, yeah, like that.
But you don't like this NBA.
I think you just don't like basketball.
I love basketball.
Likes college basketball.
I love college. I don't like the NBA. I don't like isolation.
But you've
basketball.
gotten the opposite of isolation now. That's not good enough for you. ISO ball back in the day. You didn't like that. The Warriors changed. Everyone's dropping the points. High scoring offense everywhere, 3-pointers, and you don't like that.
Well, I still just a lot of standing around. I like ball movement, baby, okay? I grew up with Bobby Knight's motion offense, okay? Pete Carrill's motion offense. I want backdoor cuts. I love going backdoor. I want to see those things, okay? I want passing, okay? White guys love assists, okay? That's one of the things. They love assists, okay? I want to see that. But, yeah, it was a bad – anything – all these athletes were unskilled prior to, 2005. Just unskilled players. But, yeah, the NFL of the 70s with and I loved, what was his name? The
Joe
voice,
Montana.
The voice on NFL films.
Segunda or something like that.
Steve Sable?
No. The autumn wind.
Yeah.
That guy.
I don't know.
Harry Callis or whatever it is. Anyway,
John Facenda.
That whole era of run, pass, punt, R2P2, and then like just these clothesline. Oh, come on, just give me a break.
Sean,
Plus the helmets look like.
So mine here, the thing that I wish people would stop romanticizing is the dead. When somebody dies, that does not all of a sudden remove any sort of criticism or anything. Whenever anybody goes, I hate the whole little like.
I think we only do that though
for the first day
after.
I don't know. I think it tends to linger a little bit.
Give me some examples. Give me an example or two.
What was the one we were talking about?
No one's like, you know what? OJ was a great running back.
No, right. It doesn't apply to everybody, but there is a tendency to, if you make some sort of criticism of anybody who has passed on, especially if they died young or anything else, then it's.
I think we're in a 24-hour rule now.
I'll give you one. I'll give you one as an example in sports that historically, still to this day, you cannot talk about. Len Bias. You can't talk about what happened with Len Bias because it's tragic. Like it's tragic. What an innocent soul. It's like he died. Like the way that he passed away was not from some little like. People don't want to talk about how it happened. They just talk about it as this tragedy of this innocent person that was. It's like he was being pretty reckless in what caused him to pass away in the first place.
We also don't know much about him.
Right, but that's the whole point being just that they make it out to be this issue of
because he didn't live long enough.
It's not Ben Wilson, right? Like Ben Wilson in Chicago who gets shot. It's not the same sort of thing, but it's talked about in a similar manner of just he was this innocent that got caught up in this awful thing. Peyton, what's something you wish people would stop romanticizing?
It's easy. It's the Costco guys, AJ and Big Justice. Oh, I cannot. They were on Jimmy Fallon last night. This is ridiculous.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Dude,
You
these
don't know
guys
these
are
guys?
awful.
Oh my goodness.
No.
I don't know.
That they ate double chunk chocolate chip cookies at Costco and a hot dog, and now they're famous.
Have you ever seen? Have you seen the we're so and so? Of course we're gonna do today. Have you ever seen those memes? So these guys, it's this big dude and his kid or whatever. And they went to Costco and went, we're Costco guys. Of course we're going to eat double chunk chocolate cookies. We're Costco guys. Of course I'm going to get my chicken bake. And they're just this cringy family. And
Like
they
everybody,
went viral.
this looks like everybody in my family. These are just a couple of gweeds right here. Like just people in my family. I mean, look at this kid. Look at this kid.
Segment from
Look at this
Chucky.
kid.
It looks like the Michelin Man.
The Michelin Man.
And the Michelin one, not just the Michelin one.
817 says, Bobby Belt probably screwed John Benet Rams.
Jeez.
All right. From Heretic over on the Twitch, Cowboys past Super Bowl wins. Want to stop romanticizing those. A lot of people saying Michael Jackson, Chris Benoit. I don't think anybody has romanticized Chris Benoit.
Michael Jackson's a good one. I got a Michael Jackson argument like a week or two ago with people over those things.
Yeah, there's a lot to talk about there. All right, we're doing Ask Reddit here on 105 through the Fan, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. Peyton Russell, what profession do you think would cripple the world the fastest if they all quit at once?
Police, 100%. It would be the purge.
Jeez,
it would be the purge, man.
Well, that's a hot issue, Peyton. That's
a good answer though, right? Is it great?
I mean, it's maybe
you would
truthful.
agree. You would agree, right?
Maybe truthful.
I wouldn't disagree.
Okay.
I would not disagree with that.
We need law and order, okay? Law and order.
Yes.
All the law and all the order.
I'm supposed to go vote today as well.
Well,
supposed to go
Are
vote
you voting
today.
for me? Okay. Are you voting for me? Or are you going to vote for Kamala?
What are your other answers?
So some of the stuff that I thought, like, obviously you've got the ones like police or different things related probably to, banking and different things where access to money would go away.
Yeah, the banks.
The one that I thought of just like that's a little more
technical.
Like a smaller one that people wouldn't automatically think of, but it would get bad if like you got rid of like trash men and people who get rid of garbage and things like that.
Oh, God.
That would get awful really fast.
I would just burn in my backyard.
Yeah, and then you know what happened? You'd set fire. We'd have wildfires everywhere.
would.
Wild trash fires.
What about farmers?
Farmers.
Yep.
It's a great one. No food. Air traffic control. Can't fly anywhere. Imagine that.
like
Or there's no one to be like, yo, this plane's coming from the south.
Right.
How many
It'd just
times?
be like a bunch of Southwest planes just landing wherever they want.
How many times have we seen like there's a rock?
I could definitely get away. There's plenty of people who could get away with not flying. There's so many people I've met who have never been outside of, forget the country, they haven't been outside of the state. It'd be more than fine not flying anywhere.
Think about how often it's like we get a story where it says something like, "Oh, a tugboat broke down in the middle of this the water over here, and it's blocked all the ships from coming through. So y'all aren't gonna have toilet paper for 3 weeks, or you're not gonna have this for a month, and everything's gonna surge in pricing now because we can't actually get ships to deliver things over." It very much is. It feels like a very sensitive system that if you remove any one industry, it could.
That longshoreman strike, it only went on for a couple of days, but they said like every day is like 5 days to catch up.
What about teachers?
That would be crippling. It's a long play, because then you'd have a team of nitwits that take over the world in 20 years,
and your kids would be home with you.
That'd be true.
That would shut down the world for the worse.
972, and we're getting a lot of this one. Truckers in general, truck drivers.
Yeah.
469, prostitution. 903, IT guys. 469,
My computer career.
Water purification plants. Lot of
buy a Brita.
lot of different answers there on the Twitch. EJL Viking on the YouTube says truck drivers, or not YouTube, Twitch. I know they don't like being lumped in with each other. They view themselves as different communities over there.
Tolo Mike said mechanics.
Yeah, because I wouldn't. My car would never run. I would just have to buy a new car.
Yeah, Mike knocked like $500 off of my price for that.
Look at that, awesome.
He's not going to.
All right, we're doing Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan. Sean Sharif. What was the reason you last cried?
I did tear up when my daughter was born, but I don't know. I don't think it was because of my daughter. Like, my wife's procedure method in terms of delivering it was like so traumatic. It can never be any easy births. Like the Chia follows, just like in bathtubs, like pop, just passing rocks around, like no looks around. It's just so simple, it's so easy, and everyone's just like, "Oh my gosh, it was so simple, it was so easy," just like that. I feel like it's so difficult, so freaking traumatic. So I think once that process was over, Amanda was still breathing after they nicked her bladder. I think that was the last time I did tear up, but I will tear up over like a great. Emotional like TV story told. A Tom Rinaldi thing, an ESPN Classic thing, like Freddie Freeman. I didn't hear him say the stuff about his dad, but that type of thing that can get me to tear up, like a good sentimental story. I'll tear up and cry over that.
It's always said. I always heard it said that the older you get, especially as a man, the older you get, the more things of just like sentimentality or family that like that'll get you.
I called my dad the other day and he's just crying. I'm like, what's your problem? And he's like, I was thinking, thinking of Oliver. I'm like,
you're gonna get to that point, Sean. You're gonna get to that point.
I won't be 87, trust me.
You start thinking about your mortality. Sure, like for me, it was my dad. The other day. Yeah. That was the last time. I don't know how I'm getting through that. They want me to do a eulogy. Okay, and I said, Ma, I don't do eulogies. I do roasts. I'm going to roast the hell out of that man.
Oh.
Do you have any jokes ready?
Yeah, the first joke is, do you think he knows why he's here? It's the first one I'm going to start with.
Dang! Bobby, you got to write some material
Jeez.
for that.
We'll do a roast.
That's
roast
good.
to Ralph Choppy.
Peyton, what was the reason you last cried?
When the Rangers won the World Series, I did tear up, but
Did you?
I did. That was a great thing in my life to see the Rangers win the World Series finally, especially after 2011. But last time I just broke down was in 2020. Got the text from my mom saying we had to put my dog down. He had issues going on, and I was at work, and so I couldn't be there with my dog, react to it. And so I went to the restroom and just cried it out.
Stop romanticizing the dead, Peyton. All right, so my answer on this one is it was the last time I was driving in here late. And I got teared up because I was so mad on the phone with you.
What?
I was starting to get teared up because I was just so angry. It was like getting me all emotional in general.
Angry
and I started,
tears, okay.
Yeah, it was. It was like I was getting so angry and like just overwhelmed and anxious about it. That
I did not text you this morning to make sure that you were awake.
I noticed.
Because I feel like you're getting irritated by it.
No.
But I'm not going to stop. I just didn't do it today.
Drop the ball.
What are you doing differently?
The only thing I did differently is I was always setting the alarm at 5. I've set it at 4:50 now.
Okay.
That's a little different.
What I do.
But I don't know if it's...
You're not putting it away from your bed.
I have...
You're not setting 5 of them.
No, I've set... There's 4 set. There's 4:50, 4:54, 5, and 5:04.
But right by your nightstand.
Depends on the... Like, sometimes as I'm going to bed, I need my phone, and then if I've already set it down, I'm like, if I get up and set it down over there, I think I'm going to wake myself up more.
Ask Creddit every Tolo Tuesday during the commercial-free Expressway, where we hook you up with tickets as well here on Sean, RJ, and Roberto. Jerry Jones live at 8:30. But let's go around the rest of the NFL. You had Monday Night Football, and I think RJ and I are going to defend the quarterback that everyone is absolutely destroying. Really? Is it not the same thing as other sports and other positions around the rest of the NFL, including going into the dark with Aaron Rodgers next? But let me go.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Of Arlington and her studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Boots a low line drive. Austin retreating back to his 26 will take it. He's going to start to the left, trying to get to the outside there, and he's going to get there. And he's going to cross the 40. He's going to cross midfield. He's going to cross the 40 of the Giants. Here he goes, racing down the left sideline. Calvin Austin is in for the score.
That was the call last night. The Pittsburgh Steelers take care of the New York Football Giants. Steelers radio as Calvin Austin has a night, and Russell Wilson now 2-0. The Steelers are 6-2. Heading into the bye, the Giants fall to 2-6. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean, RJ, and Bobby Belt on the home of the Cowboys. Jerry Jones will join us live at 8:30. Are you worried about the weather outside, RJ?
You know, I'm worried for one reason. Rain usually means, at this time of year, a cold front's happen. The weather changed. I like where we are right now.
Shut up.
Okay, I like where
Shut up.
You know, I want to have.
I've never wanted to leave Texas more than the length of this summer. Yesterday, watching that Yankee game made me so bitter, so ticked off. I'm like, oh, there's people in the crowd with like beanie hats on. They're wearing It was 53 degrees at first pitch. 53 degrees. I want out. Jerry, make us famous again at 8:30. Get me up out of here.
Oh, he'll get you up out of here. Don't you worry.
All right, so the Steelers win on Monday Night Football. Let's go around the rest of the National Football League. RJ Choppy and myself, I think we're in lockstep on this.
We are.
We are going to defend the person that everyone in the sports world is absolutely killing. Colts quarterback Anthony Richardson checked out of the game. Wasn't hurt. Wasn't concussed. Anthony, what happened?
Man, tired. I ain't gonna lie. That was a lot of running right there that I did, and I don't think I was gonna be able to go that next play. So I just, just told Sam I just needed a break right there.
Unfortunately for Anthony, not only can no one ever recall that happening in the history of the National Football League, really, from a quarterback, but his body language looked lazy. His answer sounded lazy. Everything about his delivery in that was lazy. So that's not helping his case. Being like, I got to be honest, man. I'm tired. Now,
He was burned out, man.
Chop, I asked you for the sequence of events that led up to that.
Yeah, it was like, okay, so it was.
It's unacceptable is what it is.
You have it?
Yeah.
There was a timeout right before. Like
there was an injury
before.
timeout 2 plays before. There was a penalty the next one, which means the 2 previous plays, there was a stoppage. And then he got sacked, and then he pulled himself out.
He got sacked.
He didn't like go on a 40-yard run.
He was running around a lot, like to avoid the sack. So he's going left, right, back, forward, back.
Okay.
So he did run around a lot. And then my assumption is that he gets tackled and his adrenaline is just spiked at that moment, and and it was just overwhelming.
Yeah.
But. My thought on this, and I get it, all right, I get it, but when he took himself out of the game, and this is one of the things, a major part of these radio shows that I have a problem with in national. NBA players do this all the time. They're gassed, tap the head, right?
Not
Put your wrist
NBA.
up.
Football players do.
Football players tap their helmet all the time.
Run a go route, 3 straight carries.
Quarterbacks never do that. We are in a different era of quarterbacks, though. We are in an era of the running quarterback.
Yeah.
The two-way quarterback. This is not, a quarterback who just drops back and passes.
Yeah.
But they take a pitcher out when he's gassed, right? He's tired, take him out. Simple. They never take quarterbacks out of the game. They do this, like I said, in the NBA. In the NHL, they run shifts 45 seconds to a minute and a half. And then in the NFL, like you just said, I mean, not every player is playing all 70 snaps.
All right, before you destroy us, in this instance with what you described, it is unacceptable. But let me change it. Let's say Anthony Richardson ran for 20, ran for 25, and then ran for 30. Could he do this? Could he pull himself out for a
80
play
yards
or two?
on 3 plays right there. Heck yeah.
Or, 15, 25. He, has Mike McCarthy's GPS on, avoiding a sack. He clearly gassed and tired. Can he pull himself out?
No.
Why?
Because that is why
There's no difference between a receiver and running back doing it.
First off, Mr. 4-Day Work Week, I'm not surprised that he has this take. I'm not surprised you have this take either, because this is the first time I've seen the girl dad come into the workplace here. Right here. This is the softening. No, but this is the softening. This is the softening right here where you're like, look, let's extend some grace to old Anthony Richardson. He's tired. He's burned out. No, here's the thing. That is why that position gets paid $60 million. No. It absolutely is. That's why these running quarterbacks aren't real quarterbacks to begin with. If they need to tap out from running, the quarterback position,
stupid coach. You are a stupid coach if you're going to have your absolutely gassed football player then drop back for the next run or for the next throw, unless it's a handoff.
Would you not want? Let's just say it's one play. Would you not want?
Plus, Joe Flacco's a better quarterback anyway.
Right? Would you not want the more fresh option to be out there?
I want a quarterback who's going to be able to maintain being on the field.
I mean, I'm sure.
Why can't a receiver check out for being gassed off a go route?
Because they're running the entire game. It's not just I went 3 plays in a row. They're running the entire game. It's not even comparable. Even the most, like every quarterback that runs most, Lamar, whoever it is, you take the quarterback who runs the most in the NFL. If you had their GPS tracking numbers, it gets nowhere near what receivers run during a game.
Okay,
nowhere near.
I give you that. But if there were 3 straight plays that took a ton out of the quarterback from a cardiovascular standpoint, I don't think it's that. I just think because no one has done it, Richardson's just getting killed even more.
There's a reason no one's done it, though.
This series of plays, though, this is pretty bad. I have to go look at the scramble to see if it's some unbelievable 15, 18-second scramble.
Bobby, 3rd and goal at the 23. They weren't scoring from there anyway.
It's also fourth quarter in a divisional game that's within reason, and you settled for a field goal. Or late third quarter. It was almost fourth quarter. Late third quarter, you settle for a field goal in a divisional game that you need. Like, to me, that's if I have a quarterback that will need to tap out, then you're not the quarterback for me. If you're going to walk out of a divisional game.
If you have a cardiovascular argument, fine. I'm not going to fight that. Receivers run more. But if you're going to give me you're the quarterback, that's stupid. That's just being dense and using history to not say, you know what, for the more fresh player for this big play, let's go ahead and not have the guy totally complete that's gassed in and have me change the play call because of his lungs. That's not that big of a long. That's not that long of a scramble.
They handed the ball off on the next play. You needed to sub in a new quarterback to hand the ball off. Like there's ways you can do this without tapping your quarterback out. That's absurd. That any quarterback's coming out of the game.
Should I sacrifice a play? Should I change what I want to do with one play? Because I guess you are with the backup coming in anyway. But look, the NFL world is obviously believing what Bobby said, and so are other players. People are they're questioning the Shane Steichen. Can this be your dude? And Steichen was non-committal about the next star. We all know that Joe Flacco is better than Anthony Richardson. We all know that Joe Flacco could give them a legitimate shot at the playoffs. We all know that. Everyone knows that except for the Cleveland Browns, who freaking had the guy last year. They're only doing this to find out about Richardson, just like Jameis Deshaun. Everyone knew Jameis should have been playing over Watson for the spark and a different type of change, but this thing is having major, major ripple effects.
Well, and we had talked about, leading up to the draft, we talked about Anthony Richardson, and I remember that we had mentioned it on the air. The people that I talked to around the league had 2 different views on Anthony Richardson. They were like, they don't know if he's ever been taught how to work, right? Like the question was, what kind of work ethic is he going to have here at, in the NFL? So because he was such a freak, and a lot of people felt like the Florida coaching staff wasn't great, they're like, we don't know that he's ever been taught how to work the right way, and that might be due to some of the habits. The problem was there were other people who said, he is a bad worker. He is last one in, first one out every day. And this
another
right
college
here,
quarterback that Will Chambers nailed.
This right here is last one in, first one out energy that Anthony Richardson's giving. And I would absolutely, for somebody like going, I'm burned out, pull me out, like I would absolutely bench Anthony Richardson. And with teams more frequently moving on from bad evaluations at quarterback in recent years, where they're saying I'll bail on it after year 2, I would be, nope, he's sitting, and I'm not exposing him to the league anymore. I'm looking for a way to trade him this offseason.
What has happened to the New York Yankees? The Mavs are good enough to survive off Luka and Jerry Jones all around the corner. Tolo Tuesday with Sean and RJ continues on The Fan.
Let's get you over to Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep. It is
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on the 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
And the break ball, there it goes. Deep left center field, and Teoscar is there to make the catch. Oh, did I get fooled on that? What with that swing and the ball majestically going to left field, Susan, I actually thought it was going to be out, and it wasn't close.
Man, I'm getting a little tired of this. I know we're supposed to be laughing. I know we're supposed to be making fun of the Yankees. I blame the New York Yankees for this. Stop putting this man in this position. I thought he was gone.
Yeah.
Like Francesa. These New York old broadcasters can't freaking leave and step away.
No.
And so they're so desperate because they have to throw in Craig Carton and then BT, Brandon Tierney, to try to do play-by-play. You can't get anyone else. The Dodgers found Joe Davis to replace Vin Scully. You got no one else, so you got to get Sterling off of his couch to mess up these line drive trajectories.
Yeah.
Come on, man. Have K do the radio. Work something out.
They really should have. He's 86 years old.
K sucks.
John Sterling's 86 years old.
Doesn't suck.
And he can't see. And like
I messed up the trajectories. Yeah. I thought the Judge shot yesterday was going to be gone off the bat.
Right. I mean, it hit the end of the bat, obviously, and that's why it didn't go. But
can they get a baseball spotter who can, like for football, right? Brad Sham uses the yards, the distance, whatever. Can they get a baseball spotter just to judge it off the bat and give the quick up or down to judge the call as it goes?
It's so quick. It's so quick.
Yeah.
This is one of those things. Have you ever asked, what's your gift that you just can't get paid for that you were really good at? That's for me. It's it. It doesn't matter where.
Oh, you think you're good at guessing it?
I will challenge Sandler on a home run guessing. I will wipe the floor with him. I'll tip him upside down, and I'll use that little weird mop of hair that he's got working right now, and I will mop the floor with him.
We need
on a home run guessing contest.
We need to find video clips of
10,
fly ball outs, and half of them are fly ball outs, half of them are home runs, and you're gonna have to judge. And
now, are you talking? By the way,
in the stadium, not on on TV is impossible.
Okay, I was gonna ask.
It's got to be in the stadium.
Dodgers over the Yankees. LA doubles up New York 4-2. The Dodgers now up 3-0. Yeah, so you're saying it has to be in the stadium?
Oh, in the stadium. It's got to be in the stadium.
Certain views, angles, it doesn't matter.
You know what? I could be in the upper deck. I'll tell you what. I'll let him be behind home plate. I'll be in the last row in left field in the upper deck, and I'll be able to do this. I am that good. I am elite. I am an elite home run guesser.
So the only way. So you're telling us the setting has to be something we can't verify on command.
Well, I mean, on TV, it's impossible to do it on TV because you don't see the ball.
So when these guys are doing the game there, are they doing it off of a TV in their booth? Or
he might be.
Yeah,
he might be because he can't see. He I don't know. I would assume they're not, but he might be. But and he screwed the team up because he should have retired last year, and they didn't have anybody to fill in. Yeah. So they're just like, we're just going to roll these guys out, and they'll find somebody for next year. I think they're going to take the Mariners guy. Dave Sims.
Didn't Mike tell us, I feel like he mentioned that in Crosstalk one time, that typically, because of at least in Texas, you watch the swing on the screen and then immediately turn your eyes to the field.
And then some guys, it depends on the stadium, you have to be able to look at because they have I think it takes like a half a second, if that. They have the StatCast stuff up on the board already. Launch angle, speed, and you could tell just based on the launch angle and the speed whether it's going to go or not. But that was, but you're right. I mean, it's sad. It really is sad. They put him in a terrible position.
Yeah.
And the team stinks right now. Their two biggest things they had going for them, they had better starting pitching going in. The Dodgers have pitched better, and the Yankees they live off home runs, and they really haven't hit home runs. And Aaron Judge can't hit, and Fat Joe is terrible.
Gosh, I'm glad you brought that up. Was now, I didn't see the Ice Cube performance.
It was great. Ice Cube was fantastic.
When did they start letting people go out there and perform on the field?
This year. They decided to do it. They may have done it. I don't remember them doing it last year. But New York and L.A., the two hip-hop communities, they got together before this series. They were like, let's go do this, right? It's going to be cool. Well,
it's not cool, it's soft.
What's that?
The New York and LA communities come back. Tupac would never.
Yeah. I don't know if like the New York one, because New York, of all the hip hop artists you could have chose,
Stop
like you
romanticizing the dead, Bobby.
you chose Fat Joe. Like I get it,
Oh, man.
right? He's from the Bronx. I get it, right? But there's a million hip hop artists in New York City that you could have chose. Were they so scared? Were all the other ones too connected to Diddy to put them out there?
Did you listen to it, the performance, Bobby?
No, I did not.
What was going? It's like the earpiece or the feedback or something wasn't lining up correctly.
I was wondering if they kept turning the sound down because he was saying words you can't say.
Okay.
That was my only question.
That sounded rough.
It did. It sounded very rough. It's a new stadium. I'm sure they have, relatively new. I'm sure they have better speakers than that, but that was bad.
Bob, you have other World Series numbers?
Yeah. So one of the you mentioned earlier the joke that was made where somebody said there were some people saying Lou Gehrig could come out here right now and hit better for the Yankees. Well,
Aaron Judge.
Here's the number. Aaron Judge this postseason, his batting average is 140. Lou Gehrig's batting average in 1939 with ALS was 143.
What?
So it's three.
Give an ALS comparison. Right?
That's the numbers.
literally-
I can't. I get it. I can't compare eras. I understand.
You had
All right,
nine-
dead ball era. Yeah,
Dead ball era.
really dead ball era.
Sheesh, Bobby.
Let's go.
All right. Next one. The get-in price for Game 4 of the World Series has dropped by $1,000 since the start of the series. The cheapest ticket is currently $559. At the start of the series, it was $1,600 was the get-in-the-door price for Game 4 of the World Series. And this is an insane note from Choppy's guy, John Boy. The Yankees watched 24 four-seam fastballs go by for called strikes in this game. That's the most by them in a single game this season, and it's the second most by any team in Major League Baseball this season.
I don't know. First of all, I don't know why anybody would throw Aaron Judge a fastball. I mean, his hip is in the third base dugout, trying to flail at those. He's like Javi Baez out there trying to flail at those breaking balls. They're going to put him in Bonds' Pittsburgh category or Kershaw territory. And
fair?
Sure. I mean, how can it not be? He's not hitting. Like, he doesn't hit. And, it's like it is a small
It's fine
sample.
if it's a series.
It's fine if it's a series.
The postseason.
This has been every postseason since basically 2020 where he's hit.
Okay, so he has a larger reputation than just this. It's been bad.
This is worse, but it's been bad. I mean, it's been very, very bad. I mean, he's got a lot of home runs. I think he has like 15 playoff home runs, but his batting average is awful.
Yeah, 56 career postseason games. What do you think his batting average is?
It's 170?
196.
Joey Gallo's going,
Jeez. And he's got 56 games, 15 home runs, right? 15?
Yeah.
So that's 45 home runs for the year. It's pretty good, but it's below his career numbers, and the batting average is terrible. He's not getting on base either. I mean, last night his over/under on total bases was 1.5.
Ugh.
That's a guy who hit 60 home runs when he's healthy. He's 1.5.
Luka went 5 of 22 from the field, 1 of 9 from 3, only scored 15 points. The Dallas Mavericks still beat the Utah Jazz. Utah's bad, 0-3. The Mavs are 2-1. Luka on the season is shooting what? Would you guess?
He's off to 34%.
36.
Yeah, okay.
Pretty close. 36%. Nice buzz there, Pepe. Kyrie.
Is that from 3 or from overall?
Overall field. Kyrie started off nicely. Clay has been exciting. This is delivered so far. 4 of 11 from 3, 18 points, and you got Lively and Dinwiddie in double figures off the bench. The Mavs are 2-1. They're going to take on the Minnesota Timberwolves tonight on a TV channel that hopefully everyone can see in TNT.
I get that. I checked it out. The Mavs are on TNT or ESPN or national TV 30 times the rest of the way. So of the 70, it's 30-something games. Of the 79 games they have left, or 78, you get to see about a little bit less than half of them.
Jerry Jones joins us live next on Sean, RJ, and Bobby, 105.3 The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Freaker?
No,
Nutmeg Maiden?
I just said that. Is it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Every Tuesday at this time here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby, brought to you by your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. First opportunity for you to hear from the owner and general manager after the Cowboys game in San Francisco. Good morning, Jerry. How are you?
Good morning, guys.
What were your thoughts on the game?
Well, I thought that we knew we were going out there to play a really good team, and we basically, I wish we could have eliminated the third quarter.
Yeah.
And you can't do that. But still, there were parts of that game that I really liked what we were doing under the circumstances. And most of it in the first half, I really liked the way that we came back near the end of the ball game. We gave our chance as a good play to Turpin there that if we could have made that play, that makes a big difference. But that's what you try to do in the NFL, is get in a spot where with 3 minutes left to go and timeout situation the way we had it, you've got a chance to win the game against a good team on the road.
Jerry, what did you guys evaluate as the breakdowns in that third quarter? And I think on the season, it's 61-19. You guys have been outscored in the third. What broke down the other night, and what do you think could be an overall problem coming out of the half?
You're 61-19 in the third quarter. Is that what you broke down?
Yes, sir.
In the third quarter?
Yes.
I think it's pretty easy to go. The facts are that our communication in our offensive line, we can improve on. I like our players in the offensive line, but we can improve on our communication. That's critical. That's in there. And that really played havoc with us there. Defensively, and this really has to do with my kind of point that I want to make this morning, is that I really do see that we've got the players, and we should have the players coming. Hopefully we'll get one or two of them back here against Atlanta. But I have a lot of faith in these players, and I have a lot of faith in this coaching staff. And so the big thing is that's what we've got, and that's reality. And so these players have a chance to get better. Their arrows are up, not down. And I'm talking in general here. Arrows are up, and this coaching staff is, I know firsthand. I spend a lot of time around them. The coaching staff's got their eye on the things that we need to improve on. We need to improve on communication across the board, and we can. That comes better as the season goes along. We'll get better with communication. And frankly, like all teams at this time, we'll have some players coming back that play critical roles for us. We ought to get better, and we're 7 games into this thing, 17-game season. Let's get this thing turned around and have a storybook ending to a rough start.
Jerry Jones joined us here, 105 through the Fan. What did you think of the pick play on the touchdown?
Well, I just really was so happy that we had gotten picked, and was frankly dropped my teeth when the call went against us. And I just think that they had a clear view of it, and they gave it to the offense.
Jerry, what is it about San Fran that it seems like going into the game, that just you can never seem to get over the hump with San Francisco? What is it about them that's just so different?
Personally, and we don't need to go way back, but one of the second times, or one of the few times I've ever literally cried, was the championship game that we had there at Candlestick Park in San Francisco. And we lost that game, and I thought we had a great team, and we lost it when Switzer was our coach, and our Dion was a 49er, and we came back there, and I thought we had a chance to win it after a disastrous start. So I can go that far back with you on what San Francisco has meant to us. We've had some great days in San Francisco. I'll go back pretty far to have those great days, but they're a great franchise. They're formidable. We've got a great history with them. I don't think they've been to more playoff, more championship games than we have, but I think we're both needing to see a Super Bowl in the participation area.
Jerry, Dak seems to be a little hesitant to run with the ball this year, and the numbers show that he's had kind of a decline in terms of the number of rushing attempts he has each game. Is it a symptom of Dak's just not able to run like he used to, or is he choosing not to?
I think it's both. You really don't want to see him you don't want to see him really take off with that ball. These guys, these quarterbacks that run, they're going to get injured, and that happens. And happens to the youngest, happens to the best. It's happened to Dak. And so to the end that as we rely on him to stay healthy, that's an important part of it. I wouldn't say it's up there in red letters in the practice facility, don't run, but I would say that we want him to be smart about it, and he is being smart about it. However, he will, when he sees the opportunity, pull it down and run with it, as we know. And with the situation the other night, you could say, well, when does making yards count any more than that? It's easy to see. It's easy to compare. And as cricket, that's fair. When the opposing quarterback you've got is really complementing what they're doing with their offense, with his running. But I'm satisfied with Dak in terms of his ability to run is there. There's no question about that. As far as him physically, he can run, and if we look back on it, you'll see times this year. But we want Dak in the future to do the kind of job with his arm and get the ball out to the outside. You see us trying to do that a lot, and make up for anything we might want to do risky. I don't want to see him take those kinds of hits.
Jerry, you gave out a lot of big cash in long-term contracts to your core guys this offseason. Do you keep a constant sort of week-by-week evaluation on whether you're getting good return on your investment, or do you prefer to consider those sort of things at the end of the season when you get a complete picture?
Well, neither one of them. I basically was well aware of our commitment to Lamb and well aware of our commitment to Dak. They were really the principal reason you saw that all-in thing so much. I wanted to make that commitment with Dak. And so to answer your question, I don't look at it. Matter of fact, I'm not so sure I look at anything as succinctly as that game or that situation as giving you, the kind of return. I've always looked at the dollars we spend in football and on the roster. I've always looked at them as scholarships. And you give one player 5 scholarships. If it were college vernacular, you give another player 1 scholarship. The more guys you can have out there with the 1 scholarship, the better off you are because of attrition. Our game is built in that you're going to lose, and you got to have people behind them to play. And you can, when you give a lot of scholarships to any one player, then in terms of your cap, in terms of the dollars, then that's about much less you've got to give to another player. But we're seeing right now, in some degree, the system at its best as far as the impact it can have. And it's your depth. You've got to bring that depth forward. And when you've used a lot of your scholarship money on several players, then that depth's got to be young. Not necessarily not talented, but young. Young means more mistakes, always. Young means less ability to communicate out there until they get it down. So that's the way I look at it.
Do you ever get buyer's remorse?
No, not at all. Yesterday is as dead as Napoleon. Can't get yesterday back anymore. You can go get Napoleon. It's today, right now, and going forward. Always going forward. Can't do one thing about that San Francisco game today. Now, the things that impacted the San Francisco game, if you have a chance to get better there, which you can, then that's what you should be looking at. The other day when we had a dust-up here on our program, a part of my response had to do with I'm spending, if you recall, looking at today, I'm looking ahead at that day. That was looking ahead at, if you will, San Francisco even. And that's where your attention's got to be spent.
Jerry, as owner and GM, you've obviously made sure to put a team of people around you that you trust with various areas of expertise to make sure, hey, we're fielding the best team possible. Are there times when you say, hey, I've got this decision before me. I feel one way, but the guys in the bunker kind of feel another way. I'm going to trust them. I'm going to go that direction despite seeing it differently.
Yes, there are. That's why have them if you're not going to do that. And so I happen to know that their decisions don't have to be right. And when they've made a decision, but the reason I know that is how many I've made that aren't right. And so that's, we discussed this before right here, that you're 50-50 on decisions when you're clicking. It's what you do with the bad decisions after you make them, how you work out of those, and how you let your good ones run long and get rid of your bad ones or make them work when they shouldn't be working. And that's been my experience.
So, Jerry, you have said consistently as owner and GM, the buck has to stop with you because of those titles. But when you decide to trust that consensus over maybe how you felt about something and the consensus ends up being wrong, why shouldn't those negative outcomes potentially be the responsibility of the people who advised it?
Well, they should. They absolutely should. And the buck does stop. And Mike is here, and I'm glad he's here, frankly, Mike McCarthy. But Mike's here at my volition, and that's what you deal with when you make decisions. You guys do it every day when you get to your decision. And you can make decisions in the spot I'm in. You can make decisions by acquiesce to the decision. You can make them of your own volition, where you say, we're going this way. I know you guys see it that way. We're going this way. I've done it all my life.
Jerry Jones here on Sean and RJ every Tuesday, brought to you by your North Texas Ford dealers. By the way, how's the family after the accident, and what is a rising barrier? What the hell is that?
Well, as you enter these high-profile areas, and your stadiums are high profile. As you enter those nowadays, if a car goes in within a certain distance to the stadium, it's highly protected. And in this particular case, they've got lifts that can, frankly, if the trigger is flipped, can stop a car in its tracks. And this is the case, and comes up under the car. In this particular case, the car was totally busted, all the frame, everything. It's tremendous force, like if a small explosion had gone off under there. Tremendous. And those were the things that created the injuries. And I think my daughter's wasn't feeling as good as she hoped she'd feel yesterday and today. My son, who was concussed, is feeling better.
That's good to hear. Jerry, I was very impressed with Micah and Trevon Diggs yesterday. They were giving explanations and why there's probably an overreaction to 3 and 4, and they were just really upbeat and positive. When you guys are struggling, how often do you check in on the emotion of the locker room versus, just X's and O's and on the field assignments? And are you doing that right now? Are you like, hey, how are the guys when you're in your meetings? How much do you judge and check in on the emotional part versus on the field?
so much of that is spontaneous. So much of that is you can't fake that stuff. It's real. These guys have a lot on the line, even the ones that weren't in the game that are part of this team and maybe going to be on the field the next week. They're very involved in the aspect of their position as a part of a team. And everybody has their own way of dealing with it. Some people are vocal, some people aren't. You can show frustration, manifests itself in a lot of ways. For me, it doesn't, in a tight time, to see emotion. But more importantly, that coupled with doing something about it, that is a big deal. And people show that emotion differently. But boy, this is an emotional game, and it shows me when I see that kind of frustration. I don't look at it negatively. I look at it as they're into it. And believe you me, these players today uniquely are so involved in social media that they hear everything that's whispered because social media does that. And so they're very, very sensitive. You can shut a lot of this stuff out when you want to shut it out. Now, I don't believe there's anybody living that wants to be dealing with adversity. You'd rather it be smooth sailing all the time. That's not this game. That's not this game with the media. You guys, you do a great job. You're probing. You're into it. Those probes into it. You ask questions that these guys are fair game, and they should be. They're fair game. It's not like meeting up with somebody on the street. And your questions can run deep. That's what they do. They're out there to do what it is that they may be unhappy with themselves, and it's being pointed out by media, which you represent the fans. That's the way it goes.
Jerry, you brought up social media there, and Trevon Diggs got into it with a media member after the game. He went into the locker room, checked social media, saw a tweet that was posted, came out with a reaction. When you see one of your players do that, listening to the outside noise, is that an indication to you that their focus might be elsewhere?
Not at all. Not at all. They're focused on, they're disappointed that they didn't make a play, or they are more aware than anybody about what they might not have done, where they busted an assignment, could have made a play. So it doesn't surprise me at all. I have absolutely no compunction in dealing with emotion. Now, we all realize that we need to, if you will, bite your lip where you need to, and to that end, you want to not overdo it. I don't even need to remind you guys. I heard you build up to the show just a minute ago, and you were on with Tarika, and you were kind of giggling about the dust up that we had. And so, bottom line is, guys, this is an emotional game, and it doesn't alarm me in any way to see the manifestation of emotion.
Jerry, I'll try to end this with a laugh. I'll say this then duck, but Diggs at the end of the confrontation used a line that I was wondering if you had ever heard of before. Are you familiar at all with D's nuts?
Well, there's in that context, no, I'd have to hear it said in context.
Okay. I'll send you the audio. I'm not going to say it to you, and I'm not going to rephrase it to you,
I want to know what it looks like. I'm sitting here with a half smirk.
Right. Jerry, we appreciate it. Best of luck this weekend. Let's go get a W. We'll do it again next week.
Thanks, guys. Bye.
Thank you. Jerry Jones, I told you he wouldn't know what it was. Brought to you by your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. I got a quick turnaround in the conference room from Bassick. And by the way, whoever's in charge of the scheduling around here, Can you not put the Mike Tirico promo while Jerry's on hold right before the Jerry interview? As Bobby and I are sitting there cringing as he's listening to Tirica talk about the interview from a few weeks ago.
And, listen.
Come on, man.
There's something new. Sometimes Jerry sounds like he's lifting weights in the background. Sometimes it sounds like he's using the straw, the spoon with the teacup.
Yeah.
This time, he was woodworking. I don't know, like people said it sounds like he's got a baseball bat back there, the crack of the bat. Maybe he hit more things than Aaron Judge has this entire postseason during this interview.
Bob, any takeaways?
I'll tell you what. I think it's something where I think after a couple weeks ago, we might be getting a very measured Jerry.
Oh yeah,
for a little while.
I heard it on Friday with KMC. It was, I'm going to be complimentary of the job you guys have to do. You guys are asking tough questions, good questions. He's being very, very nice from a journalistic standpoint after what happened.
I thought it was interesting when we asked him, hey, so when you decide to turn things over to consensus and over maybe how you feel about a decision, why shouldn't those negative outcomes be the responsibility of the people that you turn that over to? And then he immediately jumped to referencing, I put Mike McCarthy here. I thought that was a little interesting. I don't want to. You never want to blow anything up or put words in somebody's mouth. But it's just when I talked about turning over consensus to somebody, and when those are there are failures there, how is it received? The first thing he went to is like, well, I put Mike McCarthy in place, and that made me okay. All right, well, that sounds like maybe sometimes you've turned things over to McCarthy's decisions. Then
talked about Dak running. That was a very interesting answer. And again, he ends it with, I don't want to see him run around too much. He kept talking about communication with the offense. I can't wrap my brain around why there is, now, unless it's offensive line communication with a lot of these young guys.
It's a big part of it.
But Dak, Lamb, that's where my brain goes. Dak receivers, there has been some continuity around here, both with system and players. Why do we keep talking about communication? And then, of course, they're going to bring up injuries as well.
It's year 2 of the Galveston offense, the Texas coast, baby. It's supposed to be clicking on all cylinders.
Let's go into the dark with Aaron Rodgers and RJ with some leftover beer in the college football kegger. Final hour on a Tolo Tuesday is next.
After we get you over to QC, cut it.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, of course you have. So Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, great.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Giants bringing pressure. Wilson lofting. Wilson has a man out there. Wilson has the touchdown. It's a second touchdown for Calvin Austin.
That was the call last night. Steelers Radio. Final hour fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Thanks for being part of a Tolo Tuesday. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, along with our Cowboys insider, Bobby Roberto Belt. We got Peyton and Caitlin in the back. We are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Let's go around the rest of the league. And then Micah and Trevon addressed the thought and idea of a Dallas Cowboy meltdown. This is the clip that I was talking about with Jerry, not D's nuts, but a Cowboy meltdown. We'll get into it at 9:20, then crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece at 9:40. Everyone is taking great pleasure in laughing at the demise of the New York Jets, who had an awful loss this weekend in dropping a game to the Patriots. Aaron Rodgers talking about what now needs to happen.
Yeah, I've been in the darkness. You got to go in there, make peace with it. Offensively, our goal has just got to be score 30. Doesn't matter what the other two sides are doing. You know, we have trust in our defense and teams. But if we're not scoring 30, we're underachieving. This offense can do that every single week.
Shannon Sharp yesterday on ESPN, and I feel like these are all like subtle, passive-aggressive shots at McAfee. It couldn't happen to a more smug, cavalier, condescending guy. That was Shannon Sharp saying that about Rodgers. He said the excuses are running out on who to blame and point the finger at. You've gotten the head coach gone. The OC has been demoted. You traded for Devontae. You got all the weapons, got all the names, and you still lost to the freaking soft Patriots.
They scored more than 20 points. They did not turn the ball over. And they held their opponents to under 250 yards.
Come back with a bowl.
In the history of the National Football League, teams that did that going into this game were 750-0.
No. This is the first time. And I think Drake May, he suffered a concussion in this game as well.
He did. The only winning streak in the history of the NFL that was longer than this one was the team that scores more points wins the game. That's the only winning streak in the history of the league.
Yes.
That is longer than this one.
Rex Ryan. Ooh, Rex coming off a little bit desperate now.
No way. Really?
Rex was on ESPN New York.
If you got that call, would you answer it? Would you consider being the head coach of this team?
Oh, I'd do it in a second. I'd do it in a second because I am a New York Jet, and I absolutely would. But I'm not here to politic and it seems like it because I tell the damn truth, and I speak as a fan of this football team and in this community. That's why it makes sense. So yeah, we'll see. I hope I get an opportunity to interview for it. That's absolutely a given. I hope I get that opportunity.
Is he getting no calls, or is he just not gotten the right calls for him?
No calls. Like, I think Dallas was his first call in forever. Like,
why?
Because he wasn't good the last 5 years he was a coach. He was bad.
Because how many of these?
But as a DC,
you got to assume he wanted to be a DC before. Like, he wasn't holding. I'm only going to coach.
There is a thought that Baltimore was viewed for a while as a job of where it was just like, it kind of didn't matter who you threw in there as coordinator. They were churning out defenses because they had studs. So a lot of people kind of, I think, put Baltimore out of their head a little bit. And so then when they look at the totality of the time he was with the Jets, it was like, yeah, you have two great defenses in 7-8 years. And so otherwise, I think some people look and go, Rob Ryan, who has very similar concepts and ideology, has shown in recent years his scheme gets roasted. And so I think there's a similarity of just is that going to be any better?
Bassick just came in here and was just in awe of the Kansas City Chiefs organization and roster. And yesterday, they were getting even more praise.
They were getting rave reviews for this deal, regarded as quote-unquote savvy. Of course, this is from Arrowhead Addict. So perhaps there's a bias there, Bobby. I don't know.
The chemist, the Arrowhead Addict?
But is it Josh? Is it Uche?
Uchi.
Sure. Regarded as savvy by Brett Veach. They get him from New England for a future 6th-round pick. Not in this year's draft, Sean. In the 2026 draft. And they get a pass rusher. They get a guy who can get to the quarterback. And now he had a career pop 1 year. And then the rest of the years he's been good, but not elite by any stretch of the imagination. But New England had him, and they signed him. They gave him a 1-year extension, and they decided to move on from him.
How many times would you guess in his 5-year career he's been placed on IR?
3.
4.
Whoa.
That seems interesting.
This is also, by the way, a 6'1" pass rusher who didn't want to do any of the athletic testing at the combine. So, yeah, I would prefer to call those guys savvy, too, because they're certainly not, otherworldly talented.
Jordan Love's MRI came back with some good news. It is a strained groin. I thought it was actually a cheap shot from Trevon Walker, who no one in the world ever talks about. Number 1 pick.
Number 1 pick.
I don't even know if I'm saying the name right. Trevon Walker.
It's Trevon.
With a shot to the back, and I was like, did he just give a kidney shot there that knocked out Jordan Love? But it's a strained groin. Apparently nothing major for the Green Bay Packers.
I'm glad you mentioned Trevon Walker, though, because that is a great case of somebody who is a perfectly fine player, is a good player, who just gets overshadowed by the dude that went number 2 is so much better. And that Aiden Hutchinson has been a freak. But you look at last year, Trevon Walker had 10 sacks.
Wow.
He's got 6.5 sacks this year.
Wow.
He did not play well his first year. And if you look at the first half of last year, I think he got a lot of his sacks last year in the second half of the season. But if you look at the way that he's played since, the middle point of last year, he's got 16 sacks in his last 20 games or something.
If you asked me what draft he was taken in, I would have guessed 2019.
Yes.
It's 2022.
Yeah.
It's 2 years ago.
2 years ago. Insane.
That's insanity.
We're geezers.
Y'all are.
Chicago, yeah, sciatic concert boy.
Can't even. You're the Aaron Judge of being able to hit after a concert.
I hit, baby.
We got Chicago Bear fallout. Before we get to it, I wanted to hear, of course, the Commanders' call was epic with the Hail Mary. I wanted to hear how devastating the Bears' call was.
To the left, McLaren, and that's where Jaden Daniels is eyeballing. Jaden Daniels sifting back, being pressured. Jaden Daniels hemmed into the pocket, looking for blockers, looking for something. He's got plenty of time. Launches, deep pass into the area of the end zone. And it's caught by Noah Brown. He was the tip man, and this place is now gone into bedlam mode. Washington with the miracle finish.
Sounds like a Bears broadcast.
The analyst sounded like that was almost a home call because he was so stunned.
Yeah.
He gave a loud emotional reaction. But.
So the player, Tyreek Stevenson, apologized. My lack of awareness and focus. The game ain't over till zeros hit the clock. Blah, blah, blah. Notes taken. Improvement will happen. But Eberflus caught more heat yesterday because he said the yards before the Hail Mary did not matter.
Yeah, because you're defending touchdown, right? You're defending touchdown there, and them throwing the ball for 13 yards or 10 yards, whatever that is, doesn't really matter. It's always going to come down to that last play. And it came down to a 2-second play to the last play, and we got to execute on that one.
The guy who knows he's fired when you hear that. Yeah, because when you start getting that energy with the media, you know you're done.
We're defending the Hail Mary. Well, is he within distance to get it there? Romo was talking on the broadcast. They may have to bring Mariota in because of the hip injury. Jaden may not be able to get it there. Well, you moved up.
He was like 3 yards shy when it landed, right?
And you know how many yards shy he would have been if they didn't pick up 13?
13.
16 yards shy.
Yeah.
He would have been 16 yards shy. But
we got Hagelin for the math.
Eberflus is like, no, that does not matter. So there's some fallout from around the NFL. RJ Choppy with a couple of beers left over in the college football kegger.
Lane Kiffin is not happy, okay? Lane Kiffin thinks there is bias in the SEC over game times.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's proven over time in NFL and college, playing at night in electric atmospheres is a home field advantage, and tough when you got to do that as a opposing team. So that's been proven for a long time. And so who went at night? LSU gets to play at night again, I guess. Shocker. So that's 2 for 2 for them. It is an advantage. I feel bad for our fans, to not have one night conference game is really unfortunate for them. And so whatever. It's just really disappointing, but it is what it is.
So LSU and Bama gets the night game this week, right? Which is a big-time rivalry game. It is. It's a big-time rivalry game. It's a good game. It's going to draw eyeballs. Ole Miss is a 3 o'clock game. It's in the afternoon. It's on ABC. It's about the TV. It's not about, the SEC isn't scheduling this necessarily. ABC and ESPN are figuring this one out. By the way, Lane, and I like you. I really do. If your stadium needs a night game to be an electric atmosphere, maybe that's your first problem. All right? Maybe that's your first problem. And Ole Miss doesn't need a night game. That is one of the best setups in the sport is the Grove out there. You don't need a night game.
It's been 15 years.
What?
It's been 15 years since I love the fact that Urban had to cheat and still couldn't get him at Tennessee.
Oh, New Keys Richardson?
When is this guy going to stop whining? It's been 15 years. He still talks the way he did 15 years ago when everybody was like, oh, Lane's just young and immature. No, Lane's a crybaby and has been his entire time, which is wild because Monty Kiffin was never like that. They're completely different personalities. This apple fell far from the tree and then rolled another mile. Like, he is such a crybaby. He can't help himself.
He's, you know what he is? He's got big visor energy. Those visor guys, man. Big visor energy. Speaking of visors, Lincoln Riley. Does he wear a visor?
Lincoln Riley. I don't know. I think he's going to be an advisor soon.
He's going to be an advisor soon. But here's the thing. His buyout is $90 million. Oh, my. And
it's that Dak Prescott price to get out of the contract.
They want him out at USC. The athletic director did not hire him, right? It's a new athletic, didn't hire him, didn't give him the contract or whatever. So they're kind of like, hey, we kind of want to part ways here, but they can't. They're stuck. They're stuck, and it is becoming kind of an albatross. The record was set by A&M at more than $76 million when they fired Jimbo. This, Jennifer Cohen is the AD, would have to be in the neighborhood of $90 million.
So why can't they get out of it? I mean, it's a $14 million difference. I get it. That is a lot of money. At what school would they not feel like they were stuck? Who would be like, all right, we're going to get enough people? SMU?
A&M.
A&M had to just pay out a ton of money.
Texas. I mean, USC is a big deal.
It is a big deal. I don't think they even come close to the money. First of all, you got to have boosters that care. And it has been proven in college, boosters just don't give them enough. They don't even have an indoor practice facility that's 100 yards at UCLA. This is UCLA. Okay? So that they had to go to the Big Ten. USC was kind of in the same boat.
USC's football program in 2022 generated $70 million in revenue. And so that was for the entire year before expenses and everything else. And so, I mean, I don't know. Maybe they don't want to devote the entire athletic department's, basically income to paying for that.
And a school like Texas in the same year, or Texas A&M, is generating $150 million. Like it's not really even close. They have the next one here is the A&M shirts. I want to tell you about this one. This was from last week.
This is ridiculous. This is embarrassing.
This is little brother behavior, and I think A&M's doing a great job right now. Obviously, Elko is phenomenal, but they have welcome to the SEC shirts that say 30-15 on it with the horns down, the broken horns. You didn't play in the game.
But they played them earlier this year and beat them.
No, they hadn't done that either.
Oh, they hadn't.
No, they hadn't done that either.
What
you can't.
What are you doing?
You can't do this. Like, you're selling the welcome to the SEC. You guys, you just got to the conference.
Yeah.
You're barely an SEC member yourself.
This is big A&M behavior, and it shows how obsessed they've been with Texas the whole time and how much they are still little brother. And that's why they tried to avoid Big Brother by going to the SEC and then going, we're not going to play the game anymore. We're not going to do it. Well, now we're here, and now you got to start grasping at straws.
Micah Parsons defends Trevon Diggs, and the two talk about the idea why the Cowboys are not in the middle of a meltdown. Do you believe him, and do you agree? Next on Sean.
Uber Eats has low fee product? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Crosstalk with a KMC Masterpiece is coming up at 9:40. Dang it, I forgot to ask Jerry Jones about his Halloween costume. My wife showed me him dressed up as the Monopoly Man. And I want to know who comes up with the costume, and like, is his wife Jean going, you should be the Monopoly Man? Is it the grandkids who goes and gets the costume? Where was the party? Why weren't we invited? I think I can answer the last part. But Monopoly Man, apparently, for Jerry Jones.
Have you seen the picture, or do you have the picture like in front of you?
She had showed it to me.
Do you know if did he have like was he wearing a monocle? Did he have that wrong?
I don't know. I just saw the mustache.
Because a lot of people have they'll put the monocle on for the costume. It's like Monopoly Man doesn't have a monocle.
Yeah,
that's
Mr. Peanut.
That's Mandela effect right there. I was gonna say if he wanted to wear a costume.
Effect.
Yeah, you've never heard of that?
I have, but I don't know what it is.
Oh, well, we'll get into that later this week because I think you'll actually like it. I was going to say, if he was going to go in costume, he should go like holding up a Super Bowl trophy.
Trevon Diggs.
Thank you.
Well, we need to talk. Are we talking about the past or not talking about the past? Our 90s matchup in San Francisco. What are we doing here? Trevon Diggs hopped on the hot noise. Micah Parsons said, yeah, I'm not playing, but I know how to get the guest that everyone's talking about because of Cowboys post game. Hop on me with Bleacher Report.
Come have an edge sesh.
And let's go over what happened with the reporter from Channel 8.
Why did you react, the way you did? And, what's your thoughts about that? Media trying to portray an image that isn't there. Because, and then before you go, I do think, he was wrong because obviously you're in man coverage and times you got to see it, kid was going upfield. So the narratives that he's trying to drive from the video was wrong, but kind of give your thoughts what led to that reaction and that outcome.
Yeah, I just felt like, it was unnecessary. I just felt like, he was trying to use my name, for clicks. And, after the game, I just happened to see it, and I clicked on it, I seen who it was. I was like, oh, he right here. Like, I just saw you. So I went up to him, and I just spoke how I felt. I felt like there was a lot of emotions, just losing, coming out the game. We fresh off the loss. I'm a competitor, so, I wanted to win. So, just a lot of emotions, and, I just kind of let my, emotions get the best of me. But, at the end of the day, it still doesn't make it right for anybody just to be saying anything or just trying to throw dirt on your name or make you, seem like you're doing bad or a bad job, because, I feel like I played my hardest game yesterday. I felt like, I did everything I could. I felt like, I was tackling, setting the edges, just doing everything to help my team win. And for him to just try to throw that on my name, it just didn't sit right with me because you were like completely wrong.
And Bobby rewatched the game in post-hut clarity every Tuesday at 7:20 during the Expressway and agreed with Trayvon's effort. What are you doing over here? What are you dancing to?
Just enjoying the vibe.
The vibe. Yeah, he played well. Like you can't talk about effort and run support and edge setting with Trevon in this game. And so it was probably an unfair criticism. It probably didn't help who it was coming from because there are a lot of players in there who I think are frustrated by questions that get asked by that reporter pretty frequently. And so I think that it was a combination of that doesn't feel like a valid criticism, and it's coming from someone who we often feel like tries to set us up.
Yeah.
And so I don't blame Trevon for getting out there and being upset. He's got to have better self-control. It's the old line Chris Rock used to use in one of his stand-ups. He said, I'm not excusing it, but I understand. Like, that's it. I'm not excusing what he did, but I understand why he had an emotional reaction. He's got to control it better, but it also probably wasn't a totally fair description or insinuation.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought the tweet was wrong. I thought it was wrong. Like, what's he doing on this play? He's probably doing what his assignment was. Now,
it wasn't the assignment though. He was trying to talk about the effort at the end.
The effort was through. I didn't notice any. I mean, now at the very end when he pushed him out of bounds, he didn't dive at his knee and try to save an extra yard.
Oh my God, Belichick last night on Monday. I'm trying to just write down all my Belichick coaching principles for next year or whoever Bill ends up. I'm trying to learn from the greatest ever. Yeah. And he said he's working with Ryan Clark, and Ryan Clark said something, and I thought it was kind of a dumb point, but a guy got pushed out of bounds, and Bill said, Ryan Clark taught me, we got the pads on for a reason. Don't push him out of bounds, hit him. Use your pads, hit him. So I thought of that right there with Trevon. Mm-hmm. The play in question is him like closing on Kittle on the sideline.
Ryan Clark making the brooch. You notice that? He's got a brooch on every day with his initials on it. You don't see that. You haven't seen that. That's like my grandmother used to wear brooches. But I can get down with that if it's your name. I'm going to get a big RJ right there on the side.
I love this is a classic example. I love Sean will set up a play and then go to RJ for reactions. He's like, did you see his hat? They're like, did you see the brooch? Like, just the different things you do notice.
So I loved and look, I call them the hot noise. They talk way too much. They're way too sensitive. Everyone has media, but like place and time, in my opinion. But I loved this answer from Diggs and Micah. This sounds to me like they have belief. And this sound measured. This sound reasonable. I thought this sounded confident. Tell me if I'm crazy. Micah and Diggs on the idea that we're in the midst of a Cowboy meltdown.
What do we say to the critics who say that we're in a meltdown? Right now, I feel like this is the best. If you were telling me, we were down all these defensive players and a few offensive players, and we'll only be down, we would be leading at half and maybe lose a game by 6 to the San Francisco 49ers, and knowing that we're going to get those starters back, I'll say you're delusional, bro. If you don't think me and D-Law, Bland, anybody like that can make a stop, make a play at any moment in that game, you're just outrageous. You're delusional. You're going to scheme differently.
We're missing legitimately key pieces. Like a lot of it is messed up right now because it's just what we're working with. Like we're trying to make the best of it. Like it's just messed up right now. We just gotta thug it out. And I feel like we're doing a good job of trying to figure it out. And it's not like we playing scrubs. It's not like our schedule is easy. Like we playing some tough teams,
playoff
really tough
contending teams. And people don't realize also, like Kittle don't usually go out for routes when I'm playing. He's chipping, he's staying in. Like people forget presence of players change game plans, change everything about what a team could potentially do. You know what I'm saying? So a couple 3rd and 5s might be different calls.
It's like chess.
I love that answer. Now, I totally disagree. I feel like we are in the midst of a meltdown. KMC yesterday when I was driving home was talking about, like, is your belief in the season gone? And I think Kevin was being a little optimistic, saying, no, my belief in the season isn't gone. Mine is gone. Out the window.
You mean playoff contending?
I'm talking about, like, winning a second-round playoff game.
Okay.
Winning a second-round playoff game, reaching the NFC championship, like any thought of a close to a contender.
Right.
That's gone. I love, though, the answer from Micah and Diggs.
Yeah, I'm pretty much with it. Now,
because they're like, yo, we're okay. It was a championship mindset. Like, we're okay. Like, we've been here before. These are things that would have been different if we're around. We had some guys, and I was like, oh, wow. I liked it.
Look,
I disagree, but I really liked it.
Remember a couple years ago, the Titans went and they beat New England and they beat Baltimore, and they get whacked by Kansas City.
Yep.
Like, they made it to the AFC Championship game, but at no point, even in that run, were they a contender.
Right.
Right. But so the Cowboys might be able to get on a lucky 2-game win, but they're not a contender. Even if they do that, they don't even get put in contender status.
I don't think they're making the playoffs.
I think right now. Now, I will say this. I do think if you look at this, we all would have thought going into the year they were going to lose to Baltimore, Detroit, and San Fran.
Yep.
So they're really only 1 game off what most of us had after 7 games.
Okay. So
no. I can't let that just slide.
But it's also the way they've looked.
Yeah, of course
So
it's
that
the way they
matters.
look. But
That
the
matters.
schedule always changes. The Commanders are now a big problem.
Yeah.
So that's a 2-game difference in adjustment. No, you can't just pick the ones that help. Like the first part of the argument, they're not just 1 game off. They're 2 or 3 off now because of the Commanders.
Right, but I don't buy that the Commanders are. I don't see. I don't look at it like where he goes in. This team's 6-2. Well, they have to be a good team. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
here's the problem.
I don't think Washington's like they're not.
Tomorrow,
a contender.
the Commanders and the Cowboys on a neutral field is what in your mind?
In terms of the spread,
Look, spread, and what you would do as well.
The spread will be, if they were to play on a neutral field, a pick 'em or 1 point.
Just like Cincy has now changed, right? Like to a weaker game.
Yeah.
And Tampa Bay, I mean, I don't know what happened to their receivers towards the end of the year, but go ahead.
There's just 2 things. One, when they talk about we've played tough teams, or when we say we thought those were 3 losses right there. Yeah, but generally what you say is if Dallas is a contending team, they'll probably steal one of those. They'll probably steal one because they're a good team. They should be competitive, and it should make a difference in one of those games. They're not. They've gotten swept. And the problem is that it's not. The issue is we're playing good teams. Right, and you're not. You're not. You're not a good team, and that's why you lose to these good teams.
I thought you were going to take it to look at our schedule, who we've been playing. Well, let's finish.
Worse.
Yeah, let's finish that sentence.
It gets worse.
What about the schedule you're about to play?
Yeah,
you better win the Atlanta game.
Have to.
Yeah. This is a must win.
At Atlanta, Philly, Houston, at the Commanders. That's a gauntlet.
I also like the insinuation of would have been different if I'm out there because Kittle is not running these routes. It's like, well, Micah, you were out there last year and Kittle scored 3 touchdowns. So I don't know what you're talking about.
And every year, they were closer to San Fran without you. They were closer to them being closer to San Fran has more Tolos saying, why should we give Micah 35? We played them closer. Mm-hmm. What about all the previous times you were there against them and they beat y'all's ass?
3 touchdowns last year. He went for 5 and 95 in the last playoff game. Kittle has played fine when you've been out there. It's not that big a deal.
Micah's the delusional one. Now, I like the confidence early on. We were all in love with the Lion training camp championship mindset. He's the one that's a little bit delusional. I love their confidence. But they better win this Falcon game.
Which they won't.
Well, I don't know. I don't know what to expect from Atlanta. That's the topic for tomorrow.
I don't know what to expect from Atlanta, but I know what to expect from this team.
Fair point. 877-881-1053 in order to hit us up on the Franco Injury Attorney text line. How disappointed is Mikey B that the World Series looks to be over? And who bought Basic's antenna to watch the Mavs win? Crosstalk with KMC after this.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has roasters?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babies.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
A 1-2 offering from Schmidt. Freddie swings and belts the ball right field, hooking toward the corner. Hello, short porch, and hello, Freddie Freeman. For a third straight game in this World Series, 5 straight World Series games overall, Freddie Freeman goes deep.
The World Series MVP starting to get the rings fitted in Los Angeles. 3-0 is the series after 4-2 last night.
He obviously hasn't watched Netflix.
That documentary, The Comeback with the Red Sox and the Yankees, is phenomenal.
I heard you talking about it the other day. I lived it. I don't need to go back and see it.
What position
Fair
did you
enough.
play?
Yeah.
Were you Dustin Pedroia? He wasn't on the team yet.
Wouldn't that be really weird if Sean was like, yes, I am Dustin Pedroia?
Mike,
pretty shocked.
Are you really disappointed that we're at 3-0?
I am for the first time in the series. I was rooting for the Yankees last night, and man.
Hey, their fans don't stand behind home plate either. I couldn't believe it. I could not
the
believe
ones down to the moat, yeah, they don't stand.
Because back in the day, like I grew up loving old Yankee Stadium with that. And everyone's standing up. That's why I'm so pissed off and disappointed when I go to Ranger games, even World Series games, and no one gets up. And then I'm watching
cushy seats.
And then I'm watching last night after that Fat Joe.
Yeah, they weren't all the way up. They were all the way down.
They were.
Mike, good job. That was impressive. Good reference. They weren't standing up. 2 strikes. First inning, I couldn't believe it.
They were outside the moat.
Yes.
The however many rows there are, 5 or 6 rows. I went. When I remember
They should make you stand up like Steve Ballmer is doing in LA with the Clippers.
Yes.
I remember
those
when
are probably $3K a seat too.
Ballmer or Yankees?
No, those Yankee seats right below. For the World Series, probably $3K a seat.
More than that. They had the
secondary market. I'm saying if you're a season ticket holder, I bet hey, Make sure you buy your package for all the playoffs. If you make it to the World Series, these are face value $3,000. You could probably sell them on the open market for $5,000 to $8,000.
Does it make a difference? How much of a difference does it make when you're up there, 2 strikes, everyone's up? How much of a difference?
You can feel the energy in the crowd.
Which always usually helps you.
Yes and no.
Except if you're Jack Leiter.
You do want it. But I think for guys that aren't strikeout guys, it gets you fired up to do something you're somewhat not capable of.
I want to get this up to 91.
So, but I do think you can, when you're the visiting team and everybody, like you give up a run and then they keep the energy going. They don't just go, well, we scored a run. We stood up and clapped for 10 seconds. Now we sit down and quietly watch the next at bat.
There's a buzz.
Like when there's that buzz and energy when you're on the mound opposing that team, you can feel a little bit more pressure in those situations. And, you know, sometimes the game quickens up on you and you're like, why did I do that? And you're just like, you weren't thinking in that pace you need to think at against those guys.
Corey Majors, good morning. What is coming up on the program?
Right out of the gate, Dak says the season's still in the Cowboys' control. When will it be out of their control, though? And then Mike asks all the football questions at 10:20 today.
Oh. Yeah, I took issue with you yesterday driving home.
What did I do?
You're like, I still have hope. I haven't lost all hope in the Cowboys season. How can that be?
What?
How can that be? No one has any hope.
I do.
I'm not
a little bit of hope.
You do? For what?
That they can make the playoffs.
Okay. That they can make the playoffs.
Did you think I was saying like hope to win the Super Bowl?
Not win, but like, you know, second round playoff win, maybe conference title. That was the reasonable. That was the ceiling that people were hoping for.
I hope they can still make the playoffs.
Okay, you do.
I think
probably about it.
I do think, as much as I'm not a Cowboys fan anymore, I think they're going to hang around Christmas time. There'll still be a small chance they make the playoffs.
They're 13th in the conference. When did you say they win their next game, Bob?
1 month from yesterday. They will win on Thanksgiving. They're going to lose their next 4.
No way.
All right, tell me what games they win in this stretch, Michael.
Sunday.
They beat the Falcons.
Yeah.
Okay. Then
I think they beat the Eagles.
All right.
I think they're going to split with the
winning
Eagles.
record now.
I'll tell you what's going to happen. They are going to get swept by the Eagles and the Commanders this year, and that's going to be even more stark because that Dan Quinn and Kellen Moore kicked your ass 4 times.
And then they lose to the Texans.
Okay.
Then I think they lose at Commanders. I'm just giving it a split against the Commanders. So I'll say
that's 2-2.
All right.
And they beat the Giants.
They beat the Giants. They beat the Bengals. They beat the Panthers.
5-2 during that stretch.
They lose to the Buccaneers. They lose to the Eagles. They lose to the Commanders.
Oh.
If the Cowboys get to even, what are they? They're 3-4 right now.
So that puts them 8 wins.
Yeah. If they get to 8 wins, I will shave my head bald like Mike.
Wait, say it again.
If they get to 8 wins, I'll shave my head bald like Mike.
They'll mark it. Don't play that before. Play that one before Jerry next week, not Mike Tirico.
That'll also make him in a great mood.
I'm betting my hair
This is
on
what they do. The Browns beat the Ravens. They're not gonna just lose every game. And Micah's coming back. It doesn't mean they're a good team.
They'll win 3 or something. But
what has gotten into you?
Mike Zimmer has a minor league defense right now.
Are you being sarcastic right now?
No, I promise you I'm not.
He was saying this yesterday.
I don't think they're going to make the playoffs. I think they're just going to miss out. But I think when Micah comes back, we saw this was one of the worst defenses in the NFL. They drafted Micah Parsons and it got above average. Micah is that good that he will take this crap defense and turn it into okay by himself.
Kevin Hagelin, I have to give you a lot of credit.
Oh, after the angry part?
Yeah.
All right.
I was sitting there just so uncomfortable. As you did this with Stephen Jones yesterday after the Trevon incident.
Are you familiar with the incident between Trevon Diggs and Mike Leslie yesterday? And if so, can you give us any feedback about that?
I'm not aware of that at all.
Okay, so...
All right, stop. I thought you were done. I thought you were moving forward.
I did too.
I thought maybe you give a quick summary.
I'm sorry, Corey. I went rogue.
In recap and say, well, they disagreed. Mike said something about Trevon. Trevon came out of the locker room. You are in depth. Play-by-play here.
Pretty accurate, though, right?
And I was watching Mike just on his cheese and smile on the damn fan cam for the rest of the way that this painfully good, but painfully, awkwardly played out.
Trevon Diggs comes out and talks to Mike Leslie while he's still in his pads about a tweet that he sent out asking what Trevon Diggs was doing, and he said to Mike Leslie, "You don't know ball. You can't do what I can do." Mike Leslie responds, specific. "I'd love to talk to you about it." And Trevon Diggs walks back into the locker room and says, "You can talk about D's nuts."
Well, I don't have anything to say because I don't know about it firsthand and not going to comment on that.
Okay, fair enough.
Is
so that not more or less what happened?
It's the Wolf Blitzer delivery of like he said D's nuts.
And after the fair enough part, Kevin looks at me and gives me the hand gesture of now your turn. And I went, thanks a lot, Steven. Have a great day.
That might have been my favorite part. Corey's like, I'm done.
That was 19 seconds. I cannot believe he did not cut it off and be like, I'm not getting into this,
Then he would
National Enquirer type crap and Mike Leslie's name being dropped and everything. And then Wolf. Hit it with
I'd
Wolf.
love to talk to you about it. And Trevon Diggs walks back into the locker room and says, "You can talk about D's nuts."
Look so good. And Bassick is dying on the fan cam.
Steven has to think that's funny. Jerry thought it was funny this morning.
did think it was funny.
He said I'm half smirking when I say this. He knew what it meant.
He knew.
You think Jerry knew?
Yes, he was.
Yeah.
I don't think he knew. He would have made a joke. Steven is above making a joke about it.
I think
Jerry's not above making a joke about it.
I think Jerry was trying to.
And what I mean is not that Steven's low. Jerry has more comedic.
Steven will let us make the joke and he'll laugh at it. He's laughed at plenty of stuff we've said.
Yeah. I think Jerry was developing the joke in his head. I think he was determining which way he wanted to go with it, and then it was the stammer. We ended up just kind of cutting it there, but it was like the same thing when you asked him about the whole like spraining. How does that happen with Jalen Tolbert?
Spraining nuts.
Yeah. Is that
which
when we
Steven
asked
thought
him
was
that,
hilarious?
Jerry talked for like 10 seconds where it was like, are we going to get an answer to this? And then at the very end of it, he went, or you can do it at midnight.
He thought of it, though, in the moment.
But that's what I'm saying. I think he was gathering his thought. And
Trying
he just,
to.
Yeah.
What type of reaction did you get from that?
There were 3 people who did not like it.
Really?
But there were a whole lot of other people who liked it quite a bit. I guess
What did they not like? They say it was disrespectful?
They were like, what kind of answer did you expect him to give? And I just told him, I was like, look, I didn't believe him when he said he had not heard of that. So
Agreed.
I was like, all right, if you've not heard of it, let me catch you up.
Yeah. All right, let's hear what happened with Jerry today. Jerry, I'll try to end this with a laugh. I'll say this then duck, but Diggs at the end of the confrontation used a line that I was wondering if you had ever heard of before. Are you familiar at all with D's nuts?
Well, there's in that context, no, I'd have to hear it said in context.
Okay. I'll send you the audio. I'm not going to say it to you, and I'm not going to rephrase it to you. My big regret.
What it looks like, I'm sitting here with a half smirk.
My big regret is not like having a follow up for when he goes, I don't know the context, and then we should have had something ready to go.
What you should have said was are you familiar with D's?
Yeah.
They would have said,
my God. Be like, all right, here's the context. Yes. Are you familiar with D's?
Yeah.
And then, but he would go no.
Answer about Des Bryant.
Yes.
Yeah. True.
It would have been
Des
funny
Bryant
though.
wants everybody fired.
I do like now that we have a clip of you saying, "Are you familiar with?" and then saying the phrase.
So that's what played out yesterday. All right, who got the Mike Bassick antenna for the Mavs win last night over the Utah Jazz? You were able to
I had
see
to move my antenna around last night. It was not the best.
TNT tonight. I can watch tonight. So did the antenna go out, or did it stay in when the leg broke?
It was like, it was buffering type deal, and I was like,
during the broken leg.
God, I saw that.
His leg was
I
buffering.
immediately flipped back to like the baseball game or the commercial of the baseball game. I'm like, I can't take that stuff. Like, I feel bad for the guy, but he was like there. It felt like forever. As the ref's looking at him, like, why doesn't he get up? One of his teammates is like, hey, we're supposed to be running a play here. And I'm like, oh, God, his leg is done. And then finally the ref blew the whistle like, yeah, his leg is snapped.
What's the worst injury you've seen in person at a game?
I saw that. There is our first baseman in Norfolk, Jorge Toca. He was covering home. It was a weird play, but he was the first baseman having to cover home, and the guy slid feet first as hard as he could. Yeah. And because he's not a catcher, and he's not, in a way, we do stupid things, but as a pitcher, we do in practice covering home plate and making sure we're supposed to be out of the way. Too many pitchers nowadays get their body way too in the way, but you can't do what you used to do back in the day. And the dude slid right into his leg and snapped his leg in half.
Enjoy your breakfast and your lunch. We're back tomorrow. It's the KMC Masterpiece next on The Fan.
Thanks to Comerica, you can listen. From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin, Corey Majors, the famous Mike Bassick, and making his return to the show. Not Giancarlo Bassick.
I've changed my name to Giancarlo Bassick. Your name's Mike. No, just kidding. His name's Giancarlo, I guess.
And the return after a one-day absence of Alec Medford. Gentlemen, welcome to the program. We're going to start with some football, or if you would call Mike Bassick Giancarlo Bassick, if he decided to change his name. Dak had a really interesting quote, and obviously, Corey, we talked about this yesterday. You brought it to my attention. I thought it was really interesting. He said, we've got to take it one game at a time. Get that. Simple as that. Been here before in 2018, and we can get back to that in just a second. We know what it takes. You can get hot, you can get rolling. That's all we're looking to do. That's my point about this. It's frustrating, but no one is shook. Everything is still in our control. We've lost 4, but we can get hot, and that's the plan. We just got to keep building. And from that perspective, he's right. If they went 13-4, I'm not saying that's going to happen by any stretch of the imagination. But if they did, they would be just fine. Same with 12-5, same with 11-6.
One seed.
Yes.
One seed still available, and they would beat Washington twice and Philadelphia twice, which then would make it right. They would hold the tiebreakers even if they won out all their other games.
That is true. But my question then for y'all is, for how much longer? So I agree that it is still in their control.
Okay.
Even if you don't agree it's going to end up where you want it, it is still technically in their control. But Corey, since you brought this up, how much longer, or what changes that, I guess?
Yeah, we asked Boach that a couple of years ago on their run to the World Series. All the players kept saying there's a lot of baseball left, right? And I was like, when at what point is there not a lot of baseball left?
Yeah.
And I think Boach told us about the last month. That's when you're like, okay, we got to turn it up or turn it around. And interestingly enough, that year in the World Series, they did not. That last month, they actually got worse.
No,
and then they turned it around
not.
when the playoffs started. So Mike just looked at the schedule, and we went through what we kind of think the Cowboys' approach is going to be here and where they might get their wins. I think because they have so many divisional games left, Dak feels that way for sure. They're like, look, man, we go 6-1, or 5-1 in the division. We're sitting in a pretty good place. Now, that's going to be difficult. Washington's very good.
Yeah.
You've already beaten the Giants once.
Washington is still not favored to win that division.
Really? Is it still the Eagles?
Yeah.
Well, that makes sense, too. They win
37-17 on the road in Cincinnati, right? I mean,
that's true.
I was surprised by
Jalen
that
Hurts
score.
has been playing better. I'll concede that.
But I think if you look at like the schedule, because the way Jason Garrett preached to Dak Prescott and the way that Mike McCarthy's gone about it is, we got to win our division. You win those games; those are important. If you do, where's your record? You got 8 wins if you win the division, and then Mike's predicting you win against the Falcons, and then maybe you pick up another win against the Bengals or the Panthers or something like that. It could put you at 10 wins, and that could be good enough in this division to win it. And then again, Jerry has said this over and over, and if you abide by it, I do. The reality is that the numbers are showing over history the best teams are the best teams for a reason. But if you abide by just getting into the tournament gives you a shot at something, then that reality exists if the Cowboys can just creep in there somehow.
Now,
do I agree with it? No. But I'm trying to figure out where Dak's coming from. I would say, Kevin, that if you lose to the Texans after losing to the Falcons and Eagles, it's out of your control. You're done. That's where I would put it.
Now, from the 6-8-2, if you lose to Atlanta, it's over. You have to go like 7-2 after that, and it's not happening. Now, believe it or not, that is not necessarily accurate. I'm going to take you to 2018. Dak made reference to 2018. So I decided I'm going to go down that path just a little bit more. The Cowboys were 3-5 that year. And then they rolled off a 7-1 record to end the season. All right?
Heck yeah.
So let's
Amari
start.
Cooper.
Exactly. But that's the difference right there. After they lost to fall to 3-4. So they lost to Washington. So to your point, divisional game. They lost to Washington, dropped them to 3-4, just like they are right now. Then they traded for Amari Cooper. So it's not difficult to see like one of the reasons they didn't just rise up and win 7 of 8 because they were like just overcame all the odds. I mean, they did to a certain extent, but Amari Cooper coming in really, really helped.
Yeah, they went on a significant tear, man.
And Jerry, I feel like, has made it very clear to us again and again and again that no such trade is in the cards. Now, that could just be part of his strategy, and they play it close to the vest and everything like that. But assuming no trade is on the horizon that was as impactful as Amari Cooper, it is really hard, at least for me at this moment, to think that another run like that is in the cards. I hope I'm wrong, and they do that, but don't forget, when Dak references 2018, they made a trade for Amari Cooper like right when they were at their lowest.
And Jerry Jones has told us.
Not going to happen.
If you he's told us, if you've seen the players do something once before, then you know they got it in them to do it again. They got it in them to do it again,
sack.
Kevin.
That means they could get 60 sacks in one game.
Or if
they just play to their full potential.
If they've won a bunch of games after a trade in 2018, they can do that again. Dak's seen it before. He knows what kind of run you can go on.
I hope that you're right.
And a lot of people, because right now you're impatient. What happened in the playoffs last year has carried over, and you're impatient with the team at 3-4. You were impatient with them at 3-4 in 2018.
Correct.
If the Joneses, because I don't think they're at that point. We talk about baseball a lot, and like, okay, when do you decide when this team doesn't have it? And what are your decisions from there? If the Cowboys were right now going, hey, look, we're going to have to deal with these young players growing, and this might put us in position to get a better draft pick this upcoming draft and still add to the youth of this program. And in a couple of years, we're planning to be better because in a couple of years, that's it. Would you be happier or more ticked off about this season? Would you be like, you know what? I have a direction. If at least I know they're going to continue drafting, they're going to have better draft picks. But right now is not the time to discuss that because you're not out of it.
I think I would be happier and see, okay.
So that's why they keep this mindset of we still have a shot.
I want to go back.
And why quit and fold things up?
Okay, let's go back to that.
Okay.
Because that's what you have to do as a competitor. Right? Like if you had players from this team come out and go, we're 3-4, it's over.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's probably not the person that you want on your team. But at the same point, don't you have to sit back in the front office and analyze everything else that's happened besides just the 3-4 record? The fact that, man, you got worked in those losses to San Francisco and Baltimore, and then you made a comeback because of, you can define that however you want. And that's probably the difference, right? Because if you define those comebacks against Baltimore and San Francisco as their defenses went easy and quit caring because the game was over, then you need to do something different. If you truly think the Cowboys made a heroic comeback and they got the ball with a chance to win the game, because that is what happened, then I can see how you would want to stay in it because you're like, man, we could have finished off those comebacks. Now we're 5-2. That didn't happen. That's not where you are. But I wonder if that's why they're like, we're still in it. Because if you're like, they let us back into those games, then you need to reevaluate your strategy.
All right, looking at this team right now, what one trade could they make that turns that around that much? See, I'm with Mike. Mike's shaking his head right now.
They need a starting running back. They need a number 2 receiver. They maybe would need a veteran offensive lineman better than what they have. That's your offense of what you need right now. 3 things to turn that offense around. And then some people would say that the play calling still wouldn't be good enough for that offense. So that's scary that you need 3. Defense, you need a starting defensive tackle. You need a backup defensive tackle. You need probably a defensive end because I don't know if DeMarcus Lawrence is coming back this year, to be honest. I know Micah Parsons is. You need another linebacker for sure because you lack depth there. You probably need a starting safety. You need too many things for this season to be right.
So, Kevin, whenever I'm looking at how I lost those games, the reality is what's going to be the difference that puts things back in my control, and it's too many things.
Okay.
Because I don't think there's just hey, if we get Cliff Lee, the whole team's going to get that shot in the arm. We get Cole Hamels, we're going to be okay, and we're going to actually go on a better run than we expected to go on.
I'm not disputing that at all. I'm just trying to look at all aspects. And here's one of the issues that I have with, and look, I understand. I see people on the Twitch, on the YouTube, in the fan text 877-881-1053 is like, dude, you know it. You know this season is over. Why not sell? I'm telling you what Jerry and Steven have said to us. And Jerry said, I think last week,
they could be 0-7 and he wouldn't sell players.
I think you're right about that, because Jerry didn't say when you're still in it, you don't start trading pieces off. He said when you make that financial commitment to CD, when you make that financial commitment to Dak, you've decided you're going for it. That's not the time that you trade off pieces. And so it's not the record that he said. He was like, we paid these two people. We're not going anywhere. The reason why I think that is a huge mistake is I think you can take a step back for the rest of the year without destroying your future. Like, let's say DeMarcus Lawrence was going to come back. I know you might not get the best draft pick in the world for him, but if you moved off of players that are all out of contract this year anyway, and you take the salary cap hit right now that you were going to experience anyway, and picked up an extra fourth, a fifth, and a fifth, does that change the fortunes of your franchise? Probably not, but it gives you more ammunition for a team that hangs their hat on. We draft great.
No, we threw out how many. I mean, you're not getting seconds and firsts and everything like that unless you're trading to Micah, which nobody. I do want to point out, I don't think anybody at this station has called for Micah to be. Have we discussed it? Yes, we have. But I don't think we said, hey, this has to happen, Jerry Jones.
Correct.
I just wanted to point that on this show. But yeah, all of them were lower tier. But you're hoping to have chips so that you can trade up, trade around, move around, get players that you really want in certain rounds. Let's say you pair a 2 with a 4 or a 2 with a 5, and you want to go up to the top of the second round. You can do that. So that's where I'm trying to figure out how to add to my team. But this team has so many things, and I agree with you. You make that initial, this is what I'm running with for the next 4 to 5 years. Dak Prescott and CeeDee Lamb. What else do I need to build around it? Do I have it? Can I get it? What's it going to take for me to get it? How long is it going to take for me to build the team around them? Because right now, what I'm looking at isn't good enough. So I agree with you that you can take a step back and still take steps forward next year.
Especially if we talk so much about, this team is badass at drafting. Look, I think they inflate some of those stats by giving second-year contracts or second contracts to players who don't necessarily deserve it. But that is just my opinion. But if the Cowboys are so sure that they're so good at drafting, why would you not want that extra fourth, fifth?
I think my opinion, I'm not saying this is the station's opinion at all, because when I do this, I think people get mad up here. You have a person pretending to be a general manager his whole life. He's not. He's never been a general manager of football. He can't do it. He's not. God gave him gifts. Being a general manager of a football team is not even close to one of them. And then Will McClay, I think, is a general manager type guy.
Yeah.
But he knows his boundaries with the Jones family. So he can't general manage this team. He can only make suggestions, and he knows boundaries he's not going to step over. He will not step over a boundary and tell the Jones family, hey, guys, this isn't the year. In fact, probably 2025 isn't going to be the year either. What we need to start doing is trading players that we don't think can really help us in 2026 through 2028. And we need to accumulate draft picks, because this is the way that you guys believe you can build a championship team. If that's the case, we need 12 draft picks a year, and we need them now. So that being the case, we need to step back for 2 years, try to get our finances right, and then have so many pick assets that we can really improve this team. He's a general manager. I think Will McClay has the ability to be a general manager. You have a dude pretending to do it for 30-something years now.
Kevin, Mike, that was great lines right there. I loved it all. The process of building a 5-year plan, does it start with your foundation, Dak and CD, or is that an addition in the middle of the 5-year plan? Because I'm not sure when their 3-5-year plan started, and if last year capped it and they said, okay, now we're starting over and we're revisiting a new 3-year, 5-year plan. Or if maybe Steven has one view of it, Jerry has a different view, and Will has another different view.
Yeah.
I don't know. They should all be on the same page, but I feel like you go, okay, I know I have this, and I know I'm going with this. I got to start adding other pieces, but it's going to take time.
Okay, I agree with that philosophy. Here's one of the issues that I run into. You can use this on whatever the hell player you want, and it doesn't only have to be Cowboys players. The Cowboys seem to get stuck sometimes in we paid at this level for this player, so that's what they need to be. Even when evidence in front of them is like, it's not the way it is, but that's what we paid for. Okay, then you made a bad deal.
He'll be different when he's a Cowboy.
Yeah, that makes no sense at all. Now, you could think this is about Dak. You could think it's about Trevon Diggs. You could think about whoever the hell you want. But I bet there's I bet every team in the NFL has this like exact same issue with at least a few players. You think because you pay them at a certain level, that's where they're going to be. And when they're not at that certain level, your expectation is, well, they'll get there because that's what I paid for. That doesn't make any sense at all.
Not at all.
And that might be a more fatal flaw for this organization than at least most. I'm not going to say all, but at least most of them.
I do. Broadus has said this, though. You do get frustrated, though, when you pay those players and they don't live up.
And I do get that. Frustrated,
or
yes.
They have that complications.
But, like, are you going to will them to get back up to that level? No, you're not. It's not going to happen.
Just believe.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Mike will ask all the football questions. Right?
Yeah. Are you sad? That's my first football question.
Whoa. Okay.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And it's time for Mike to ask all of the football questions.
Here we go.
Woo-hoo! By the way,
question number 62.
Hold on. No. If you weren't in Grand Prairie at the Buffalo Wild Wings on Friday, a spontaneous giant round of applause broke out for Mike Likes It. So much so that I thought all of you had talked about this ahead of time. We've been informed that perhaps Grapevine doesn't draw very well. Grapevine, Friday, Grapevine. Buffalo Wild Wings. Let's fill it up. And then you guys can clap for whatever the hell you want.
I'll have you take a load off. Grapevine, Buffalo Wild Wings at 12:45. Question 62, by the way, is if you're an inmate on death row, and I'll just leave it at that because it's not time for taking a load off. It's time for putting a load on. What? We're talking about football here.
Mm-hmm.
I teased by sad. This is the first question about being sad. Are you sad Dak is the quarterback for the next 4 years?
Yes.
Next question.
All right. No, I would like to expand.
Yeah, and if sad's the wrong word, you guys can go in different directions. If you're still enthused or excited about Dak leading the team for the next 4 years,
I'm interested to know yours because we might differ on why we are.
And I just want to make this very clear because I know the text, the Twitch, the YouTube's going to blow up with who are you going to get that's better?
Or, hey, yes. I mean, the other way
sure.
is definitely available.
It's, to me, the reason why I'm sad is because it's not about finding someone that's better. I think you have paid number one quarterback contract, and by the way, by $5 million per year for a quarterback that we all agree seems to be in that kind of 7 to 12 range. Maybe you have a different opinion about that, and I know he finished second for MVP last year.
Yeah, he's going to finish not close to that this year.
And I know people follow up like, this is how it always works for quarterback contracts. Just wait a couple years. It'll be seventh. Fine. It'll be at his peak as a quarterback in a couple of years. And that's why I'm sad he's our quarterback at this price tag, because I think if you tore it down and got a rookie quarterback, you could at least take a different approach to this, because the approach you're using right now, it just flat out doesn't work.
Okay, so
and that's not all Dak's fault.
Yeah,
either.
That's just a quick Dak. I was just thinking about, I just think that a lot of Cowboy fans, I know there's anger's probably the first word, but it just seems like I'm seeing a lot of Cowboy fans that are just sad because they feel resigned to, they're going to change the coach most likely at the end of the year, but Dak's still the quarterback, and he's not bad, but you just know that he's probably not good enough to overcome his deficiencies and the team's deficiencies. Next question. You're going to have to look at standings here real quick. What team has 5 or more wins you think is a fraud?
Look,
Vikings.
Ooh, that's a good one. I feel like I've been pretty consistent about this. I'm still going to go with the Steelers.
Wow.
I know the Steelers are now 6-2.
They just beat the Giants.
Yeah, they beat the Giants.
The Cowboys, they almost beat them.
Neat. Yeah, the team that lost to the Cowboys and just beat up on the Giants, fantastic. I'm going to say the Steelers. I would understand if people voted for the Broncos. Too.
Broncos are unique and interesting because they're the teams they've beaten aren't that great, but nobody expected them to have 5 wins at this point.
That is very fair.
It's very strange. And their defense is still exceptional. I'm going to continue to roll with the Vikings because I never really believed in Sam Darnold.
Right.
But that team I think could fall apart. Plus they're with the Lions. The Lions are just that much better than everybody right now.
Okay, next question.
I do have a question to add to it though. Okay.
I think the 3 likely candidates, we named the 3 likely candidates. I think it'd be interesting if somebody said, well, Washington because of rookie quarterback and they would eventually fall off, but the division is so weak when you look at Dallas and New York that they might hang in there, and maybe Washington and Philadelphia both make the playoffs. Go ahead.
Oh, I have a question in Mike Asks All the Football Questions. Do you think that the Ravens are going to regret the loss they had against the Browns?
Because I think it looked like they were getting back into the scenario where they could compete for a 1 or 2 seed.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying just that loss, but I bet when we get to week 16, 17, and 18, you're looking at that horrible loss going, oh, they could be a wild card team. They could end up being a 3 or 4 seed, and that wild card matchup isn't as beneficial as, let's say, being the 2 seed playing the 7 seed. Like, oh, you get to play the Chargers. I think the Chargers would be an easy playoff win. Like, if that was the team you were playing, or Denver. And you're like, oh, gosh, we're playing them. What if your first matchup is, and maybe there's just four heavy teams here, and it's not. What if you are playing the Steelers in your matchup? It's like, that's your first round where you're like, hey, we should beat them, but this isn't an easy game, and this is our third time to play them. Okay. The other side is this. Which team has 4 or more losses you think is good and will turn their season around?
That's not going to be my answer. I'm going to go with the team you just saw. I'm going to say the San Francisco 49ers.
Right.
Like we've talked about ad nauseum, how many injuries they have. And I think, first of all, the NFC West is very fascinating now, but I'm going to say the 49ers.
I'm with Kevin. That's the only one I have on the list that I think can really turn everything around, that has that number of losses right now.
Can I throw out one that I'm not crazy about, but I'm wondering about?
Colts?
The Rams.
Yeah.
That they got their wide receivers healthy. I don't know if they're going to stay healthy. I think Puka Nacua has a chance to stay healthy. He's very young. Does Cooper Kupp have a chance to stay healthy? I don't know. He seems to be kind of, after the Triple Crown year, he seems to be a guy that really struggles to stay on the field. But I don't know. I look at that division and I look at the Rams, and they're a half game back of the 3 teams ahead of them.
You're a huge McVay guy.
I love McVay. I think Stafford is a really good quarterback. And I just wonder, can they end up being 10-7 and make the playoffs?
Okay.
I think San Francisco's going to still win that division.
Yeah.
I'm with you.
Yeah.
But I was just thinking of the Rams at 3-4. They're below 500. Could they still make a run and end up the rest of the way going 7-3?
Okay.
With health.
Yeah.
All right. My next football question, it does go to the Colts. And I think let's dive into your thoughts here, because this is kind of a lot of questions in one deal. Would you look at Anthony Richardson and sit him the rest of the season to help his development? Do you think his development isn't going to happen and you would quit on him and draft it? You're already the general manager of the Colts, and you're like, we screwed up. He's only 22, though.
True.
So this is where I wouldn't want to quit on him, but would they look at him and go, this is probably not going to work out, and in the 2025 draft, we strongly need to look at quarterbacks?
Yes, I would look at him. No, I would not sit him. Yes, I would strongly consider the future of this team, though. And here's the reason. Here's the reason that I'm not sitting him. I want him to get the playing experience. But now what I have to do is I have to really kind of dumb down everything for him. But I feel like the Colts are like, oh, man, we actually could win with Joe Flacco. We could be in the playoffs here. If you really want Anthony Richardson to grow and develop, you got to start in the stuff that, what I'm understanding, is at the workout facility. I mean, I was tired. The big knock on him coming out of college was that he wasn't the big work ethic guy and the consistency. So I do need to. I don't know exactly who the person is that's going to capture his ear and help him develop there, but I gotta make my defense to where he's not doing all these radical things, because I know he can do the exceptional stuff. I need to rely on Jonathan Taylor more and work my offense that way instead of just saying, hey man, just go out there and fling it all around. But I also need to work on his work ethic, his quarterback ethic, and his leadership, and all those other things that it takes to lead a franchise.
The one thing I will say, and a lot of people might disagree with me on this, I'm not considering looking at another quarterback for next year.
Okay.
Whether that means you play him, you sit him, and give him more time to watch and develop, I'm not looking at another quarterback. I'm not prepared to go ahead and make that move just yet. That's actually, of all your questions, I think I feel the strongest about that. Now, you might look at that in a few years and be like, whoops, probably should have rethought that and gone Corey's direction. I'm not looking at another quarterback for next year.
Broadus has texted in on this, and he says the GM is on the hot seat right now. He can't sit him.
Because then he'll be out the door, right?
Because he's tied to him.
His job relies on that he picked the right quarterback that high in the draft.
Okay.
And, yeah, I think that's difficult. I just think of he's immature. We just saw how you just mentioned how immature he is. Like he's the quarterback, and he's like, yeah, I need a break like I'm the running back. No, you don't. You don't get a break as the quarterback.
buddy.
You don't. As the center, if you pull or a guard and you pull on a play and it ends up being a 40-yard run, you don't raise your hand up with the running back and be like, give me a breather here. I just had to run with the running back 40 yards down the field.
I think it was Steichen who came out and goes, that is unacceptable.
Yeah, no, it absolutely is.
So I just think, my opinion, this is always tough, right? Jobs are on the line. But my opinion, what would be best for Anthony Richardson is he doesn't play another snap this year. I don't think he's equipped yet at 22 years old. Mature-wise, IQ-wise, I don't think he's ready to play at this level. And maybe he will end up being good. But I almost wonder if his confidence is just going to be completely ruined by the end of this season because he keeps having bad game after bad game, mistake after mistake. And maybe in a way like a Jordan Love, I know this is a bad example because he's great and they're different quarterbacks, but maybe not making mistakes your first 2 years in the NFL because you didn't play. You don't not believe in yourself or believe in yourself, but you haven't had all of those catastrophes happen where in your head when that ball is snapped, you have negative thoughts.
Okay, I see what you're saying there.
Throwing that out there. I don't know.
There's a benefit to failure, but there is a detriment that comes along with it too.
Back to a somewhat Cowboys question / Falcons question. Bijan Robinson will blank the Cowboys. It can be a word, it can be a sentence. You can take it however you want. Bijan Robinson versus the Cowboys Sunday afternoon.
I'm going to go with Bijan Robinson will not batter the Cowboys as much as one might think. He just doesn't get... I think he's awesome. I thought he was awesome at Texas. I think he's awesome now. But he just doesn't get used, at least still not yet, to that level. I know they cranked it up against Seattle, but for the most part, he usually gets about, 15 carries? Yeah. I don't think he's going to get the ball enough to really make you pay. Now, I do think he's going to make you pay when he gets the ball. Like, I'm looking at least 15 for probably 75 or 80, and so it's going to be 5 yards a carry plus, but not enough to make you be like, that's why we lost the game.
He gets about 20 touches a game.
Okay.
15 carries and 5 receptions, which I would use him more in the receiving game than anything else. It's Algier that they go to.
Yep.
You know, they're like, when you get into short yardage, they're going to Algier. And Kirk Cousins doesn't love to throw to the running back for whatever reason. Like last year, Mariota or whoever was back there was like, I'm just dumping it off to Bijan. But I think Kirk Cousins is looking downfield at Drake London. He's looking downfield at Kyle Pitts. He's using those other options.
I know we're out of time.
But he still has a good game.
How much did the Philadelphia Eagles blowing out the Bengals change your mind on Philadelphia?
Quite a bit, because Jalen Hurts has really started to take care of the ball, and that's their biggest issue.
Yeah, they're healthy at receiver again. You know, A.J. Brown's back, Devontae Smith's back. They look fantastic. That makes Jalen Hurts look even better. And then Saquon Barkley continues to be a plus play. So, yeah, they're a good team.
All right, those are the football questions.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Now let's switch our focus back to baseball and the World Series, because it's time for Baseball Nuggets.
How much can one moment in a series change everything? Next.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
A 1-2 offering from Schmidt. Freddie swings and belts the ball right field, hooking toward the corner. Hello, short porch, and hello, Freddie Freeman. For a third straight game in this World Series, 5 straight World Series games overall, Freddie Freeman goes deep.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassett.
All right, so unfortunately, we have a 3-0 series lead for the Dodgers. Obviously, one time in the history of baseball, 04, which there's a Netflix series out on it
really
right
good.
now, which I know my son and Kevin Hagelin recommend tremendously. Now, when you have something?
Our friend Flula caught a shirt at the Dodgers game, one of those that they throw up in the stands. He caught one. We'll talk to him. At Thanksgiving time for Peace-a-thon.
And when you say unfortunately, you mean because you want a lengthy series for baseball, not because you want the Yankees to win.
I want the Dodgers to win the series, but it's not for me. If the Yankees were to win this series, it doesn't go, oh, I can't stand that they won another one, or it just. For me, I was hoping that this would be a highly competitive. We see that ESPN is talking about it on their morning shows. We see that this is something the national media, even somewhat non-sports national media, cares about because it's the Dodgers and the Yankees. And it just stinks that it feels like tonight and maybe tomorrow night, if it extends, feels now non-competitive.
So, quick question about that. And maybe we want to tackle this after the fact. Let's say the Dodgers win again tonight. Does this dramatically change people's thoughts about Dave Roberts? Because we've talked numerous times about is he about to get fired? Is he about to... Now he has 2 World Series. I know the one COVID one that people have thoughts
and
about.
been to 4.
Yeah. And
lost 1 in 17, which people felt like they got cheated on.
And then they swept the Yankees to win the other one.
Yeah, I think that this would change it tremendously. Isn't that crazy how that does happen? That a lot of people have felt like Dave Roberts has not been a very good manager for one of the best teams, talent-wise for his time there. He'd gone to 4. This is his 4th World Series. It looks like he's going to win this one. This will be... I know I hate saying this. It's real. Corey Seager really won an MVP. They really won the World Series. But 60 games and then a random, playoff situation where you're just playing it in Arlington. It does count. It counts for the Lakers. It counts for the Dodgers. They took advantage of that weird situation and won their championships. But this one would, I'm sure, for Dave Roberts and the organization just feel a lot different than the COVID World Series that they did win. But to your point, it'd kind of lock in Dave Roberts for 2 to 3 years where you don't have to worry about anything.
Absolutely.
Now, when it comes to what I'm talking about, can one moment change everything? And this is where this is all hypothetical talk. This is sports talk radio, fun stuff, and I don't know the real answer. But when Freddie Freeman hit the grand slam home run off of Nasty Nestor Cortez, now you have a 3-0 lead.
Yeah.
Does everything change if the Yankees hold on to it? Yeah, I get it. Yeah, then it'd be 2-1, Nimrod. I get it. Like, I'm not trying to be that basic.
I don't necessarily agree with that.
But I don't know how these moments in time, especially early in a series, we can go back to last year if you want to. If Corey Seager gets out against Paul Sewald and there isn't extra innings and the Diamondbacks take game 1, is game 2 different? Is the whole series different? I don't know if these one moments where it's a series, you have to win 4, but winning game 1 or the way you win game 1 or game 2, how much does that change the mental outlook of the players and coaches?
I know you just talked about it. I thought about this a lot after game 1 of this World Series, last year's game 1, because the Rangers got freaking thumped in game 2. Now, I know after that they rolled, but what if they got thumped and that put them down 0-2? And now you're going back to Arizona and you're like, oh my gosh.
Yeah, I did feel, though, that Rangers team was weird in that every day they looked at that day as the thing. Both you talked about that how many times with this, I'm trying to figure out how to win today's game.
Sure.
I'll worry about tomorrow's game tomorrow. And so, I do think, Mike, when it comes to that, it is about the mindset of your clubhouse and and how they treat things. And Bochy preaches that all season. So whenever they got to that point, they were already in that mindset. If you're in the mindset of trying to win it all at one time, you're going to be hyperventilating when the moments hit.
You can go to last year, the Stars. Obviously, losing the first 2 games to Las Vegas didn't bug them.
Yeah.
They overcame all of those mental, yes, you're down 0-2 in a series and you're going on the road against a team that had recently won a Stanley Cup, right? Vegas did.
Correct.
So I look at certain things and go, well, you can play the other side of it. I look at last year. The Mavericks replay is on from last night. If Luka doesn't step back on Rudy Gobert in Minnesota early on in that series and hit that game-winning 3-pointer, does that change young Minnesota's outlook is Karl Anthony Towns, do they push that series to 7? Do they trade Karl Anthony Towns? There's just, get game 7s. It's over. In football, I don't feel like this is comparable.
I mean, we tried our best.
It's one game.
We tried our best with the Dez caught it fallout, but that game was over and you moved on. You didn't get to go, well, we'll get them next week, like all these other games.
I'll take you to young kids. Don't remember this. In 1992, when the Cowboys won by, I think, 10 points in San Francisco, the third play of the game was a 70-yard touchdown to Jerry Rice. And they called holding. And it was a holding. I think it was on Russell, Maryland. It might have been on Tony Casillas. But, if that isn't holding, if they don't call that, and the third play of the game against a team favored by a touchdown at home scores a touchdown to their Jerry Rice to Steve Young, how much does that change the feeling of that game? Instead, they punted. So I don't know. That's football. It's tough in football because it's just one game, because you feel like, okay, the game's over, we move to the next game. But it just feels like the Yankees, Corey, they can't hit anymore.
Yeah. Well, and I go back to the Rangers World Series when they lost Game 6. That was late in the series. They couldn't recover for Game 7.
Yeah.
Like they could
and
not
that was
recover.
a crazy, right? And the Freddie
But they were trying to
Freeman-
win it. They were trying to win the night before's game or the game. They were still trying to win Game 6 in their minds.
Yeah.
And that does happen, Mike, where if you get down, you start to press.
Yeah.
You start to do things that are abnormal of what you typically do because now I'm trying to win what we already lost.
And I feel
That's
bad
where
for,
the Yankees are.
I like Aaron Judge. I think Aaron Judge, I don't know him at all, but from what I get, from what I hear, he is a great person. Yes, he's going to be a 2-time MVP, and he stinks in the World Series, and he's been bad in the playoffs. This whole playoff run, they made it to the World Series.
You're right.
He's 1 for 12 with 7 Ks in this World
But
Series.
they kept winning. The fact that they're going to lose this is going to really amp up that
He's
spotlight.
now going to be known as a choke artist when it comes playoff time because his playoff numbers coming into this year weren't very good, and they only got worse.
And it's unfortunately, it's going to be kind of like Kershaw for a while, where everyone is like, you're a great, maybe generational talent, but what happens to you in the playoffs?
And there's no excuse in this. He has Soto, who is still hitting for the most part, and Stanton, who has had a really nice playoff run. So he has 2 guys behind him where they're challenging him. They're not pitching around him. They are going at him yesterday. First pitch, right down the middle. Bueller, 96 miles an hour. Foul ball. And then I had Corey. Corey did a great job here. Corey got stats from Sandler and looked up other stats because I was like, does he just take advantage of number 3, 4, and 5 starting pitchers on average to below average teams? Does he just take advantage of middle relievers and guys that aren't closers? Is he a guy that we just don't know that if you have to face the best teams and they're good pitchers, he can't hit? But Corey, you looked into the numbers and these are good numbers for Aaron Judge.
Yeah, the numbers still show. I mean, his batting average drops by 60 points, but that's
and give the context.
So against pitchers that are under a 3 ERA, he's at 2.62 with a 9.74 OPS.
That's great.
Sub 3
You're
ERA.
facing
That's
all-star pitchers. In that situation, you're pretty much facing almost all-star pitchers, and he still has an OPS over 9.
And that's on par with the league. Like, that's where the league is with that. And with pitchers over,
You mean like good players?
Yeah, it's on par with where he should be.
Yeah.
With pitchers over, it's a 336 with a 12.
So he takes advantage, but still he has good numbers against good pitchers. He has great numbers against average to below average pitchers. So the numbers would suggest he shouldn't be this bad. Now, I will give the Dodgers pitchers credit here. They've done a good job. At the same time, they're facing a team that is ice freaking cold. It goes to like this year with the Texas Rangers. There are so many times where I was calling games, I'm like, there were 12 pitches down the middle in favorable counts that the Rangers should have hammered. Maybe they hit a line drive right to the center field, or you're just unlucky you hit it right to them. But the Yankees aren't just facing 150 quality pitches. They are missing hittable pitches in situations, or they're chasing really crappy pitches in situations. Yes, the Dodgers pitchers deserve credit. At the same time, the Yankees, for the most part, have just gone ice cold, and it has to be tough when Aaron Judge, I know there were multiple guys on the Rangers last year, right? It was a lineup of 9 that threatened, but it was Corey Seager who stayed hot throughout a lot of things, and Adolis was hot too. But I do wonder when your stud hitter, your MVP, can't get a hit to save his life, how much that affects the other guys. Like, I got to do something because I know Aaron Judge ain't doing anything. Because let's face it, I know this. Nobody would say this out loud, and nobody would say this to the media. You know what the Yankees are thinking when Aaron Judge comes up right now? The players, not the fans. The players. Oh, crap. Oh, crap.
Man.
And just like, I hate saying this. I'll change it to this. You know what Dak just did to his team with 3 minutes to go with the game on the line after going down and easily scoring 2 touchdowns? If I'm a safety, if I'm a cornerback, if I'm a defensive end, like it or not, they won't say this out loud and they'll lie to your face, and that's what they're supposed to do. They don't believe Dak's going to take them down the field and win the game. They've seen too many times how he blows it. So they're struggling. They're hoping, but they have a feeling that it's going to go bad, just like when Tom Brady was in his prime and doing his thing.
Yeah.
Those guys, whether he did it or not, they believed he was going to do it because they'd seen him do it.
I look, after the fact, I know there's some players who came out and said that about Romo. Like, they didn't say it while it was happening, but later on they were like, yeah, no, we knew he got the
We know
balls.
he stinks. Back to my last one. That's why I think even the players are sad. They know that Dak ultimately is not the guy that you want the ball in his hands with the game on the line against a pretty good team or a lot of pressure. And I think right now what stinks for the Yankees is now there's going to be doubt in their mind as a team when Aaron Judge comes up in big situations in the playoffs.
For the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Plus, do the returning defensive reinforcements give you any hope for the Cowboys? Oh, next on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Mazda of Arlington and her studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, we bring to you our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Gentlemen, what's going on?
So I don't think we talked a lot about him yesterday, and if we did, the last 24 hours have been a fog. What are you to make of the play of Donovan Wilson? I like Donovan Wilson a lot. It feels like maybe a couple of games this year have not been shining moments for him.
Well, I think that, the way they try to play their defense, they generally don't want to get him in pass coverage. He's more of a run support guy, too deep safety, not a man-to-man cover guy. And whatever the Cowboys were trying to do to create a pass rush, they were getting him in some one-on-one situations. George Kittle's pretty good, right?
That's true.
And probably does that against other teams?
No, I could absolutely see.
So he was probably a little bit in over his head, trying to man coverage. And here's the other thing. If you look at some of the routes, some of those routes were crossing routes, and Purdy had the time of day in the pocket. They just aren't getting pressure on the opposing quarterback. And when that happens, number one, you probably don't have a lot of takeaways. And then number two, you're kind of hanging out your coverage guys to dry because wide receivers and tight ends have, time of day to run their routes. So, I think when something like that happens, and he's going to be in a lot of man coverage, maybe you use a different safety to be able to play that position. Towards the end there, when Owarie got hurt, Mukwamu came in at that cornerback spot. He's played some safeties, been a backup at the nickel spot. And then Wanye Thomas runs pretty well, and I think they kind of went to that maybe in the fourth quarter or at some point in the fourth quarter.
Yes.
I don't know that it's his Wilson's inability to do that. I think that's not what he's made to do as a safety. I mean, they don't put him back in single coverage, right? When they play a single safety high, that's Hooker's responsibility, and he plays closer to the line of scrimmage.
Mickey, how do you serve a 3-game suspension when you're injured?
Oh, that's a quality question.
You don't get paid.
So that's really the punishment there.
Right. And I think it's like just more than $400,000 he would lose.
Okay.
So that's where the suspension really bites. It's not the fact that you can't play or the team doesn't get you to play. It's you get fined for missing those 3 games.
And do we know exactly what happened yet? Or is there
take your choice. He had 2 things, right?
Okay.
He had the car thing when he was speeding, I think, and got in the accident.
Yep.
And then got stopped and had, was it like paraphernalia and a
possession of a
gun?
Controlled substance and a unlawful carrying of a weapon.
Which, how do you do that in Texas? I thought it was lawful to carry a weapon anywhere you wanted.
I think it is the combination of that
that's right.
and the controlled
You're right.
substance.
I remember that came up.
But
Yes,
I
you're right.
believe so.
No, you're right. But
Interesting.
yeah, I was thinking it's lawful everywhere, and they want you to take it to the state fair too.
Yeah, with a fascinating decision.
Don't get me started.
Okay.
Politics.
But if you want, go ahead. It's up to you.
Mickey, the other thing I was kind of concerned about is they're talking about losing the turnover battle and that ratio right now. How do they flip that? This defense is designed differently than Dan Quinn's, but then the other side, your offense it doesn't have the running game that's effective enough to not turn the ball over in the air, in my opinion.
And the offensive line is not providing enough protection for the quarterback, right?
Yeah, and to help.
I mean, just
I agree.
Look at how the first interception occurred. They call a deep pattern, and he's getting pressured. I believe it was Bosa, and he tries to throw the deep ball off his back foot, and you're going to come up short, right? And he probably didn't see the interception because he was laying on the ground. So if you're not protecting the quarterback, number one, he's not going to be as accurate. He's not going to have enough time to watch routes. And then he's got to make a decision. Do I try this or do I take the sack, or do I throw the ball away, which he should have done on the second interception. He admitted that much after the game. There was nothing there, and he's trying to make something out of nothing. He knows better, but you're behind and you're trying to force stuff. You get desperate. So to me, it's a lot of the turnovers, especially the interceptions, is pressure in the pocket when you got people nipping at your feet, and the protection has not been good. I mean, think about it. They went into the Detroit game -1 in turnover differential, and then they had 5.
Yeah.
3 of them occurred after the score was 40-9, maybe, or 40-6. And 2 of them, Dak wasn't even in the game. I think it was what was the kick? Turpin had one on a fumble, and then Cooper had an interception in the end zone. And now this last game, they don't get any takeaways, and you turn the ball over twice, and you get yourself in trouble. So I don't think it's the design of the defense. It's just their inability to get pressure on quarterbacks. So what you're doing, Corey, is you're having to manufacture that pressure because you're not getting it from the front 4, right? The defensive ends just aren't getting there. Oh, surprise, because now the 5th and 6th defensive ends as you went into the season are now your starters at defensive end. And they're just not getting pressure. And, a wise man always said, and I think, Parcells was the first one to point it out, is takeaways on defense are created in the pocket. Either you get to a quarterback and he makes a bad decision, or you get strip sacks. That's where the fumbles usually occur. Now, every once in a while, we hear all about the peanut punch or whatever it's called, creating a turnover, but the majority happen in the pocket, either hitting the quarterback or roughing him up to the point that he makes a bad decision and throws an interception. So from that aspect, to me, that's been the difference between this year and the previous couple years when they actually led the league in takeaways, or I should say turnover differential.
And I do believe in the postgame, Trevon Diggs made reference to the peanut punch, did he not?
Sort of, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Depends on which postgame you want to talk about.
Yeah. Oh, so we were talking about the pressure and the pressure defensively that the Cowboys are getting on the other team. And I realized that is not up to snuff. And we talked about the reasons why. I was curious your takes on Chauncey Golston thus far, because he had some big plays, but also didn't catch the interception that looked like it could have potentially have been a pick six. What have been your thoughts about his play?
I think he's probably, as the backups playing defensive end, has probably played the best of any of them. I think that you saw him make a couple of plays.
Absolutely.
Now, it's kind of hard to criticize a defensive end for not catching the ball, right?
That's fair. And it was kind of flipping around because obviously been tipped and stuff too.
Yeah, and you would hope, right? But I don't know that they sit there on the guns machine and try to catch passes, right? But no, I think he has played the best. I think he has done a nice job in the run game, keeping things inside. And again, we're talking, your 5th best defensive end. If all the other guys got hurt or out for the season, or you're hoping they come back as soon as possible. But he is what he is, and so I think they've made the most of him out there. And I don't know if I kept it or not. I thought he played a heck of a lot of snaps in the game. He ended up playing 85% of the snaps. I bet that may be close to a career high.
I could see that
for him. 58 snaps he played. So, I think he's done a nice job. Now, if they could get somebody else to come along with him, it would certainly help. Or
just get all the injured people
healthy,
back.
Right?
Yeah.
When we keep talking and we keep talking about, well, Micah's close. Well, he's got to practice first, and he hasn't done that. And are we at, this is the 5th week or the 4th week that he...
I thought it was the 4th, but I'll go back and check on that.
Or it's the 4th game, right?
Yeah.
But I think it's the 5th week if you throw in the bye. And I would think can can he miss that much time and practice twice and say good to go? And if he does, he's probably your designated pass rusher, I would think.
Yeah.
You don't want to, create a problem getting him back too soon. So, yeah, we got to see what happens tomorrow and Wednesday with him to see if he gets back into practice. Same thing with Deron Bland. The last time he practiced, 2 days in a row, and he woke up on Friday with a sore foot. So he's rehabbing. I see him run. He's running well, but it's not playing football. So we got to see what they can do getting through practice.
Is there any chance, Mickey, that you're going to get a Simpsons character?
Oh, yes.
What am I missing?
Okay.
I didn't know, Kevin, if we were going to discuss this today.
We can talk about it as many times as you want. So Corey sent me this link from Sports Business Journal that the NFL, you know how the NFL has been doing kind of like their alternate broadcast, and they did Toy Story.
Towards the kids? Or
yeah,
whatever,
exactly.
focused. Yeah.
So for a Cowboys game, is it the Bengals
Yeah, it's against
game?
the Bengals. Simpsons Fun Day Football on December 9th. It's Monday night.
And they're going to have the alt cast with the Simpsons going on.
And Daryl
the
Strawberry
Simpsons are broadcasting the game, or they're putting people's their heads on
Yeah, they're
players.
Simpsonizing all the players, I do believe.
The field is going to look like a Simpsons setup, and then Homer and Bart are going to be
the
supporting
running backs will
each
be
team.
OJ.
No.
Oh my gosh.
But yeah, the
OJ's
game
Simpson.
it'll be a real time Simpsons world using that technology, and I just think it's kind of fun. I just think it's a blast.
It's like when they did the slime thing or whatever.
Yes. Have you ever watched The Simpsons, Mickey? Because
I've seen it, but I don't know that I've watched it.
Okay, because Mike always calls it, the Bart Simpson show, as if he hasn't heard of this cultural phenomenon. So I was just curious if you ever watched.
I must admit, I don't. It's like 30 minutes.
Yes.
I may have watched, go by in 1 minute or something by accident.
All right, sounds like a peace
well,
option.
I mean, if
Watch
you have
Simpsons with
kids,
Mickey.
you would watch that, right?
Yeah, you got
It's not
36
for kids.
seasons.
Hey,
it's not a kids cartoon.
It's great to watch.
I
with
will
your
admit,
kids.
as an adult, when my children are not around, I absolutely
do
watch
watch
that
it?
show. So
it's comedy, huh?
Yeah, comedy.
The kid rides a skateboard and gets in trouble at school, and the sister plays a flute or
She
something.
plays a saxophone, Mike.
Come on, Mike.
And then Marge has a big hair, and Homer's stupid.
so Mike, he's a fan of it.
Feels like Mike's seen the show. All right.
He's scripting it.
Thank you very much.
But I would be flattered if
Yes, that'd be awesome.
Me,
I love
right?
it.
We can work on that.
Maybe you work it out and they can do a deal of us talking to each other.
I like this.
Oh my God!
Split screen, right?
I'm so in on that. We're gonna make that happen. Thank you very much, good sir. We'll catch up with you again tomorrow.
I'll be here. See ya.
There you go, Mickey Spagnola right here. Do you know they have a baby too? Right?
Yeah,
Maggie.
she has a pacifier in her mouth all the time.
That is true. Do you know her name?
Sarah.
I just said it.
Marge.
Nope. That's
Jessica.
Sarah.
Maggie. I thought for sure then you were going to say Sue, Adrian, and just start naming spouses.
Baby Jessica.
It's not Baby Jessica.
Who listening right
I
now
don't
knows
know.
who Baby Jessica is?
Alec, do you have
there's-
any idea who Baby Jessica is?
Yeah, I know her well.
He didn't have a clue. Who
No,
Baby
did you hear what he
He got a
said?
joke, 'cause
Oh.
she
He said,
fell
I
in
know
the
her
well.
well.
That is
You
a
had to
good
drill
joke.
on the side
That's
of the well.
quality.
to get her out of
That
the
was a
well.
quality
That is
joke
quality.
right
Baby
there.
Jessica lived, and now
Went right
she's
past me.
adult Jessica.
All right. So I just wanted to update this because you talked about Sam Williams. Did you see what Mike McCarthy said about the Trevon Diggs thing? And I feel like this will probably be a wrap because Trevon Diggs also talked with Micah Parsons about it. But he said, I think we got to be better in those moments. I always talk about staying on the high road. That's part of our responsibility in this business. But I'm not ignorant or naive to the fact that this generation, that's part of the world they live in with social media. You got to manage that. That's part of being a professional athlete, and that's part of representing this organization properly.
Yeah, no, and that's definitely. I agree with him a lot on that.
Okay.
Yeah. As players, it is part of the business, man. You take a shot all the time, and you just got to go out there and probably play better so that you don't have to take those shots.
The interesting thing for Diggs is because he talked about this and said, we all thought like somebody probably told him about it when he got into the locker room. And he said, after the game, I just happened to see it. I looked, clicked on it, see who it was, and I was like, oh, he's right here. I just saw you. So I went up and explained how I felt. And then he also
looked more aggressive than that, but I understand what he's saying.
He did kind of address that, and I thought this part made a lot of sense to me. I felt like a lot of emotions just losing, coming out of the game, fresh off a loss. I'm a competitor. I wanted to win, so it's a lot of emotions. That makes a lot of sense to me. Look, I think we've all, I'll just say me for sure. Many, many times I have said or done things emotionally that I wished I had not. So that made a lot of sense to me.
I don't think you've ever done that one time. But Kevin,
you guys have definitely seen it.
The thing I was most concerned about or most upset about was they didn't discuss in that with Micah, he didn't discuss the D's nuts part of it. That's what I wanted him to laugh him about it and be like, yeah, man, D's nuts is still hilarious. Because it is. It's just funny. And it always will.
How did he not laugh going back into the locker room?
You can discuss these nuts.
Like, would you have loved it if he goes, ha ha, like when he was back in the locker room? I think that really would have pushed public sentiment all the way in his favor. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day, and yes, maybe there is crying in football. We'll talk about it next year on The Fan.
The North Texas Baseball Show of Record.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Been a fun show already. Still plenty of excellence to come. And that might include right now, because it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
The rumors of my demise were greatly exaggerated. It is time for AM on the FM. I am back. I did get a tweet yesterday asking if I, quote, already found a new job. I was like, no.
It makes sense with this show.
That's very true. That's very true. Maybe my application for that WWE writing position, cycled through. I don't know. I never filed for that, by the way. I never applied.
Oh, what?
I'm a fraud sometimes. It happens. But no, I just didn't want to show up to work hungover after a concert. So.
Who did you see in concert?
Lincoln? I saw. No, that's in 2 weeks.
Okay.
November 8th. Again, Tolos, if you won that contest from Sean and RJ, come find me. I'll be down on field level somewhere. I don't remember where exactly, but I will find you. DM me at Alec on the radio. Get you a beer or two. But no, I saw Don Tolliver on Sunday, and he's a Houston kid, Texas guy. Had a really good turnout. It was really, really fun. Really enjoyed it. I'm wearing some tour merch right now because, Reggie loves to talk about my financial decisions. And I'm sure whenever he sees a still of this on the fan cam, he's going to text me just one word: why? He loves to do that.
Yeah.
So I'm waiting for that text whenever he gets to a commercial break down on his program. But for ours right here, we start with a question of the day as always, and there is crying in football. We're going to get to that here in just a moment, but I'm looking at today's national holiday calendar, boys. As I always do, I don't know if I believe any of this. I don't know if it's actually real. But today is National Cat Day.
Gross.
National Cat Day. Okay, Kevin's very opinionated here, but I do have one of my own. She is like 1 million years old now. I don't even know how old she is, so shout out to Katie. She is still fighting, and she is still the meanest little animal I've ever been around.
What's the appeal of the cat, then, if everyone seems to think their cat is mean?
So I will say literally every other cat I've ever had, we've had probably 4 or 5 total in the family since I've been around, and all of them have been angels. They've all been great and fun. Katie is the moodiest little furball ever. Like you just walk past her and she'll swat at you for no reason. It's like, I just exist, but okay. But so my question is, what is your favorite name you have ever given a pet in your lifetime? 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney text line. Twitch and YouTube want to hear from you as well.
I'm pretty stoked right now because, and this put it over the top, my wife wanted to get a new dog. I wasn't really feeling that because we already have a dog. I wasn't sure how they would coexist, but she said I could name it what I wanted. And so we came up with Boba Fetch. And so I was pretty pleased by that. And that put that over the top for this dog.
Okay, I think you'll like mine then because it's on the Star Wars note. My dog is a French bulldog. His name is Finn. And he has like a quadruple entendre of a name.
Oh.
Finn from Star Wars.
Yes.
Finn Balor.
Yes.
In pro wrestling. Finn from Adventure Time, the cartoon.
I do like that show.
And then there's another one that I'm blanking on that I kind of threw out there for fun because I was like, how many different people can I attach this dog to and it makes sense? So there was like a celebrity or something that I said, sure, we'll throw him on there too, throw him on the list. But there's like a triple, if not quadruple entendre for his name. But it's very fitting because he's just a goofy looking dog. You know, all French bulldogs really are. You know, he's just got he's always smiling. So like Finn just really fits.
Does he have a lot of health problems?
Surprisingly not.
Okay, good. That's great. That's fantastic.
Yeah, because whenever we got him, we heard that a lot. Like you're gonna have the breathing issues, that sometimes like hips and back issues are a thing. He's had the hip issue every now and then, but it's just like a pinched nerve. They're like, hey, just put him on a pill for a week and then he's fine. And it's been true this whole time.
Gotcha.
Did you attach D's?
That's actually not what I thought he was going to say. I thought he was going to ask you what happens if you bred your bulldog with a Shih Tzu. I really thought that's what he was going to say.
Oh, man.
Trevon named his dog D.
D's nuts.
God. Oh, man.
It'll never get old.
What if it's like 6-year-old son?
Oh, man.
He goes around doing that to his like first and second grade friends. I don't know what grade.
When I was a kid, my dad had a hunting dog named Cowboy, and I loved this dog.
That's great.
And then one day I woke up and he was gone, and my parents said he went to a farm where he could run and all that stuff.
Did you think? I used to think it was a farm.
They still say that, yes, they actually, because I was allergic, they had to get rid of him. And that's what they say to this day. They don't have to lie to me. I'm 40 something now.
You wouldn't be hurt now if they're like, yeah, we shot your dog.
I know. It's shot him, yeah.
Or whatever. I don't know.
But so Cowboy was his name. So my whole life, I wanted another dog. I had a little dog. We named him Taz. It was fine. But I got my first ever dog. We named him Landry. And that's the dog we have right now. And Landry is the favorite name. And he loves his name. He loves it. It's great. So that's my favorite one so far. But cats, I had only had one cat. And it was Adrian's. It was the one that she had her whole life. And then when we moved in together, we had a cat. And it was Taffy. And she hated everybody but me. She loved me. She would bite people and claw people.
Oh, my gosh.
For me, though, she just lay around with me all the time. And I was like, I guess, I don't know, I love her because she loves me. So
Wow.
there you go. That's how I am with cats.
Okay.
I'm trying to remember all my cat names over the years. We had an Astro, not after the Astros, after the
Jetsons.
the animated character Astro. We had a Shadow. We had the dumbest cat named Terry. And that's just such a fitting name.
I love human names for
Like
animals.
Fred or
like
whatever.
like the dog Kevin from
Yes.
from Up. Is that what it was?
When I was a kid, our cat was Azrael.
Oh, from the Smurfs?
Yeah, and man, this black cat loved getting in fights. I think by the time it died, it had like 1.5 eyes, an ear was missing. I mean, it was not an inside cat. It wasn't a friendly cat, but it was our cat. We fed him.
It was a cat indeed. From the 817.
When you could hear screeching and screaming in the middle of the night, we knew Azrael was getting into it.
Okay, interesting. From the 817, Winnie the Poodle. I like that one.
Oh, that's good.
I really like that one. From the 214, my dog's name is Pudge.
I like it.
Very fitting. I like that. From another 214, my pit's name was Tank. And I'm thinking, I remember our old next door neighbor growing up. He was a retired cop, so he had a canine that was retired as well, German Shepherd, and his name was Ciroc, named after the vodka.
Nice. I like this one from the 469, Patrick Swayze.
Okay, that is top notch.
I wonder if that was a cat or a dog.
Let's see.
Okay, what are you doing?
Probably a cat then.
Yeah,
is what you're thinking.
Yeah, I am thinking that.
From the 561 Tater Tux. I'm assuming a tuxedo cat.
Yeah, no, I like that. I was thinking of the hockey dog that a Penguins fan named Bark Andre Furry, and I thought, like, man, you committed to the first and the end of the name. That's top notch.
That is top notch.
214 Mr. Leahy and Load Off.
Is this gonna be take a load off?
Mike did something good there.
Mike did do good work.
Somebody engaged me at the Buffalo Wild Wings in a conversation where I thought they were seriously asking me a question about what's the biggest lie I've ever been told. I told him, and he goes, "See, you just took a load off and started a conversation." I was
That's
like,
amazing.
I was watching it happen too. It was so good.
In fact, Alec, would you like to laugh right now?
Oh, yes, please.
Say no.
All right. Time to take a load off and relax.
No.
Question 62.
Oh, no.
I finish it up. The tease is paid off. Alec, you're an inmate on death row.
Oh, no.
What's your last request?
Please don't kill me.
Huh.
Do they have to abide by that?
That's very fair.
I don't think you're under any obligation to abide by, like, last meal either. You can do the best you can.
Oh,
That was
what would my
honestly
last
the
request
best
be?
answer you could have given if you want to live.
Yeah.
Yes.
If I'm on death row at that point, I'm assuming I deserve it. So I'm probably just gonna say a good meal or something, or maybe like listen to one of my favorite albums going out. So that's just the last thing I hear. I don't know.
While
Never
you're
really thought
in the
about that.
chair or getting the needle, would you want to be like,
Oh yeah, I'm trying to have fun before I go out. Why not?
I don't feel like question 62 is the best laughing question.
It's really not.
Yeah.
I don't have a funny spin.
Yeah,
on
way
that.
to go, 62.
I'm going to play some audio here in a second about crying in football, but we don't really get political here, but I saw something that had to be mentioned.
Oh, no.
An Idaho politician running for state Congress noticed that the state of Idaho doesn't have a state animal. So, one of the things he has promised to do if he gets elected to office is make Bigfoot the state animal of Idaho.
You lose.
I'm in. No, they're going to win because I've been to Idaho. And when we were in Idaho, me and Brandon went to the National Potato Museum, and they had a Pringle that was the size of like 62 Pringles, and it blew my freaking mind. They had these creepy animatronic things like in the basement too that I felt like I kind of felt like they come to life.
How thick was that Pringle, and hasn't it molded by now?
It was like in a glass case. They didn't say you could take a
Doesn't
bite
matter
of
the
it.
humidity.
I don't know. I didn't ask questions because I thought they might send the creepy animatronic things over.
And I think this is a fair, thing to push for if you're running for office, because Idaho does have a state amphibian, they have a state bird, they have a state fish, they have a state horse.
Is it the fish man who's their fish?
No, the state fish.
Aquaman? I couldn't think of his name. Is Aquaman their fish? They're like, he's making up people. Their bird is, I don't know, Eagle Eye?
Harvey Birdman.
They're
Iron Eagle, who does football games and changed his name to sound cooler from Ian.
I think that's Ian. The state fish is the cutthroat trout. Maybe they should get some pool holes made for that one. But I do want to run this. Maybe there is crying in football. I like listening. I like listening to the Homer radio calls sometimes in big moments to hear the real emotion from some real football people. Sometimes. And Jim Donovan of the Cleveland Browns passed away last week, and longtime voice of the Cleveland Browns. And the Browns did the unthinkable, beating the Ravens last second here this past weekend, and here is Andrew Siciliano and company on the call for that win.
Lamar Jackson has the football. Browns rushing for Lamar, flushed out. Lamar chased by Za'Darius. Lamar Jackson avoids it areas. He's got to throw it. Directing traffic. Pump fake. Now throwing. End zone. Back corner. Still good and complete. The Browns win. 29-24. You just knew it. You knew it. You felt it. So many things happened in this game that are unexplainable. And it all added up to a Browns win. This one's for you, Jim Donovan. The Browns have beaten the Ravens. It is emotional here at Huntington Bank Field. What a win. What a moment. You can't even write stories this good sometimes, folks.
I like it.
This was
that's
awesome.
delightful.
And the Browns Twitter account does have the full call where they kind of reminisce on some stuff and got real teary-eyed and whatnot. But it was cool. You could see in the corner of the screen some fans turn around and they're pointing at the radio booth, and giving them hand hearts and stuff. And it was a really cool moment and a really well-deserved win. So rest in peace, Jim Donovan.
Lovely, lovely. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy, where the AFC race is over. But the NFC West just got a lot more interesting. Let's do it next right here on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
Allen backs up, trying to create, scanning the end zone, delivers a strike along the back end line, caught for a touchdown by Dalton Kincaid.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Here we go.
Gridiron gravy.
Oh, you missed it.
Of course, brought to you by Rhino Shield. Why paint your house when you can shield your home? Visit rhinoshieldtx.com. Yeah, James did a good job with the dip. Luckily, we did not get the DAC. Here we go.
What do you mean, luckily?
I mean,
I think
you know what he means.
What's your point?
We just lost again. All right. Fair to say,
he's going to get $500 million to play quarterback for your team.
I'm not saying I don't wish I had his financial portfolio. With the Dolphins, Patriots, and Jets at a combined 6-17, and the Bills at 6-2.
It's over.
It's over.
That division is won.
By December, will it be officially clinched? Mid-December.
I think the Dolphins stand a chance of making a push at it because as long as Tua's healthy. I mean, you've seen that Mike McDaniels with a reasonable quarterback can actually do well.
True.
And I think Tua is reasonable. I don't think he's exceptional. I think he's more than reasonable. But whenever you have all the backups that they've tried to throw out there, they're just not a good team.
Now, on the flip side, the Cardinals, 49ers, Seahawks are all 4-4 in the NFC West, and the Rams are 3-4. Do you think the 49ers win this? Is it now a jumble where you're like, I'm not entirely sure?
I lean 49ers. I think still they're the best team. They've had a couple losses that you're just like, how did they lose that? They had the game in hand, and then the last 5 minutes of the game, and you know what? They almost did it to the Cowboys too, where you're like, they're way better than the Cowboys, but yet they're way better than the Rams with what the Rams had out there that one day, and they still they blew late leads.
You know, I was looking at what the Cardinals are a confusing team. They've won 2 straight, but they won those games by 1 point and 2 points, and they have another 1 point win. So they beat the 49ers, Chargers, and Dolphins by a combined 4 points, and then they beat the Rams by 31 points. So I'm not sure quite what to make with them, and I know people keep talking about there's a new map dropping soon, or maybe it just dropped for Call of Duty, and so Kyler's in trouble.
Pretty much a complete new game. It's Black Ops 6.
Oh, okay.
It's just kind of an updated
Even more
version
trouble
of Warzone.
It's weird to me. Weird's too strong of a word. I get a lot of adults play a lot of video games. It just, I don't know, at a certain age, it left me. Like, it's just like, that's more like when you're a teenager or a young adult.
To me, it's the same as I love to watch movies and stuff like that. It's just escapism, and I think it's just another form of that. And then, obviously, as we've advanced in the technological age, it probably keeps a lot of people in touch that maybe don't chat and text outside of video games.
No. Well, maybe you can become friends with people.
No, I'm saying But I'm saying, don't you have some friends right now that you probably like maybe don't talk to them except for kind of in video games or mostly only in video games?
Yes.
Okay.
And the way they respond to dying in those video games oftentimes lets me know how they feel about things.
Okay.
Because they say words that you're like, what did you just say?
Oh, no. All right. You guys ready to power rank the NFL power rankings? Your options: the NFL, ESPN, and The Athletic. Only one of them has the Chiefs number one.
I've never picked Athletic. Should I pick it this time?
Do it.
Do it.
Do it.
All right, let's pick the
They're
Athletic.
always the oddball to me on these things.
Who are the worst 3 teams in all of football?
I mean, I would list
Panthers.
Yeah,
Panthers are last.
New York's there.
Ooh.
No, they're way better. They're awesome.
New York, I'm going to need clarification.
Oh,
Giants
gosh.
or Jets?
I go with Giants as worse than Jets, but you bring up a solid point.
The Giants have rocketed up to number 25.
Nice.
By losing?
No, they were actually 23 the week before.
They don't lose as badly as other teams.
That's a good point. That's fair.
God, I saw Daniel Jones. I watched like 4 plays that whole game. A dude's wide open, and he almost killed him on the sideline by lobbing it. I'm like, it's like he punted the ball to a wide open receiver so he could get his ribs crushed by throwing it too high and too soft. I'm like, go back to Duke and learn how to make free throws or something.
Titans are 1-6.
The Tennessee Titans are 31st on the list. So now you have a plethora of 2-win teams to choose from.
That's so weird.
Who do you put at 30?
Well, you said which New York team?
That's true.
There's just no way they're the 30th, but you can go ahead and pick
What
the
about
30th.
what about Jacksonville?
They're pathetic.
Jacksonville Jaguars, number 30 in all of football.
And they lost Christian Kirk for the year.
They are the 3rd worst team in football. Now, let's go
I don't disagree.
to the top of the list.
Yeah, Kansas City's easy right now, and then I'd say Detroit's too.
But remember, I told you
Corey-
only one of these 3 has Kansas City at number 1.
I'd go Kansas City, Detroit, but they can go Detroit, Kansas City just to be Nimrods.
If you're undefeated, you shouldn't
Yeah,
not
they're-
be number 1. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
I hear what you
Well,
kind of said.
Both the NFL and the Athletic disagree with you because they
stupid.
have the Detroit Lions at number 1 in all of the football
Who
land.
could have told you that team was going to be good 2 years ago?
I know. I listened to you. It's the same thing with the Phoenix Suns. I listened to that too. Kansas City Chiefs are 2nd. Where do you go from there?
Bills?
That's a decent
Buffalo
pick.
Bills and the Athletic are 4th.
I don't have standings pulled up. I mean, Baltimore took a dump, so they lost to. I mean, Derek's took. Oh, the Browns won. Well, guess what? Celebrate 3 more times this year, Derek.
Okay. All right. There's some 6-2 teams. The Commanders, the Texans, and the Packers are all 6-2.
Ooh, I like the Packers right now.
We'll go with Packers.
Which is interesting because the Packers eked by the terrible Jaguars. But yes, they are 3rd on this list. So
They beat the Texans, right?
that is true.
Okay.
That probably helps their case much more. So you got the Lions 1, the Chiefs 2, the Packers 3, the Bills 4, and the Houston Texans round out the top 5.
Heck yeah, we get to play the Texans coming up in a few weeks.
Yeah.
Watch out, Houston. Reggie, you're in trouble.
I think we're probably
You're
in trouble
going
in that
down.
Yeah, who's their running back?
Crap, I forgot.
Joe Mixon.
That is Joe Mixon. Oh, we're in trouble. I was hoping it was worse.
He's actually been very good this year.
Yeah, I know.
Man, I was gonna say Mixon. I was like, didn't he just leave? But he just got there. All right, where do you put the Cowboys on this list then?
At this point, I think they're going to be close to
32.
20.
Okay,
So I'll say 20.
Yeah,
I think that might be too low, but it feels like they're a bottom 3rd team, and that's like right on that borderline of bottom 3rd.
they're no longer a middle of the pack team, Kevin. They're in the 20s.
it is not too low. ESPN has them at 20. NFL.com has them at 21. But you guys picked the Athletic, who has the Dallas Cowboys at number 22 on the list.
What about 23?
23 is the Cleveland Browns. So you're right next to the Cleveland Browns.
We beat them.
About 24.
Stop it. You're ahead of a whole bunch of 2-6 teams.
25's the Giants.
And then we got into the worst of the worst. Does that feel right? 20-22 is where the Cowboys sit.
Right at they're one of the best of the bottom third teams in the NFL.
And relevant.
Be optimistic.
Like that's one of the other things too. Like they're still relevant. They make themselves relevant.
They do.
The owner does. Everything makes them relevant, no matter where they are in the power rankings.
How crazy would it be? The last game is at Washington, right? We play Washington here. No, is it?
Yeah, I think
I'm
so.
sorry I forget, but can you imagine, because Washington has had such a bad fan base for multiple decades because of their ownership / losing.
It's here.
Can you imagine if somehow Washington is playing for like the division title and Dallas has nothing to play for, and this place is 50% Washington fans?
That would be crazy. But as long as the seats sell out and the number is good,
Right, the seats are sold out, so it
the
don't
Cowboys
matter,
will have won. And I guarantee you some people in that organization feel that way because they scored the highest Week 8 game on record for Sunday Night Football in the ratings. Cowboys and 49ers, 23.9 million viewers. That was up 7.2 million people from the year before. I know a lot of people are like, I don't give an F. I want us to win. I'm with you. I bet there are some who are like, that's not so bad.
Yeah, probably so.
All right, let's go from that to Trevon Diggs. We were talking about Houston. He is not expected to play versus the Jets after his non-contact knee injury per CBS.
It always terrifies me when I see a player running down the field and then just pulling up like that. Because I saw that happen live and I was like, oh my gosh. Like it is weird to me, like how it couldn't be something torn all the time.
Do you think the Jets owe Robert Saleh an apology? They're 0-3 since he got fired.
Yeah, they do.
They were favorites in 2 of those games.
Yes, I think they do. They went and made the Devontae Adams trade after they got rid of him, and I think that was poor form too. Like you're like, hold on. Now that being said, they did give him everything they possibly could all along the way. They built a great defense, a really good defense for him. They went and got offensive linemen. They traded for Aaron Rodgers. They got all these things in place, and it still wasn't there. Now that being said, they chose Aaron Rodgers over the coach.
They did. They did. And in case you missed our conversation with Mickey Spagnola, Front Office Sports reporting that Disney and ESPN, they're launching a Simpsons-themed altcast for the Bengals-Cowboys game on December 9th. Simpsons.
The cartoon.
Yes, correct. Not
like the Hall of Fame running back.
Probably we're not launching anything like that.
Simpson?
Simpsons Fun Day Football will stream live from Adams Stadium in Springfield on Disney Plus and ESPN Plus.
I can't wait.
All I want is for them to have like a pre-game montage and to have one of our shows built in as a Simpsons,
That would be
saying something.
badass.
That would be so awesome.
I'll be Marge.
You can be Mike just as a Simpsons character.
I'll be who else is on there?
You can be Mike. They'll make Mike.
The Donut Man. Don't they have a big donut on the show?
Yes, that's the Lard Lad Donut Place.
Yeah.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here.
Just real quick, do you think that if you were quizzed on anything, if it was Simpsons or Star Wars, which one would you most effectively destroy?
I think Simpsons, just because their universe is smaller. Because I'm going to get
Really?
because I'm going to get a question about like, I haven't seen The Acolyte yet.
Okay,
so I'm going to get a
gotcha,
question
gotcha,
about that,
gotcha.
and I'll be like, I haven't watched it yet.
Who's
All right.
Bart's best friend?
Millhouse.
Oh, yeah, old Millie.
Nobody's ever called him that.
Yeah. Well, when they grow up, somehow Bart Simpson stayed 12 years old for 86 years.
It's an animated show.
It's 36
Every
years.
animated show is like that.
No, I don't think so.
No animated shows ever made it 36
Babies,
years.
Guess what the babies came up to be? Kermit and Miss Piggy.
Muppets.
Yeah, they grew up.
Took the babies
All right,
out.
so the talking puppet that just lives among society, you got no issue with. But the animated characters that stay the same, that's freaking you out.
I'm going to work really hard on thinking of animated characters that grew up.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next,
Get a new haircut.
Mavs, Jazz, and bold predictions for the rest of the NBA, plus the stars in Finland. Let's talk about it all next right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Let's talk some Mavs Jazz here, but I also want to talk about the Stars and their trip to Finland and how they've really secured the, Finnish talent exchange, if you want to describe it like that.
Explain that to me.
Okay, do you want me to start with that?
Who even knows where Finland is?
Okay, you might actually have a point about that. I guess if you put a map in front of everyone, it could be difficult. But give me cut number 10 for a blast from the past.
Yuri Lettinen, the fifth Dallas shooter. No one has scored yet. Lettinen, shot it, scores!
So Yuri Lettinen, he visited Dallas in March, put in a good word with the Stars front office about R2 Hyrie, maybe Hyrie if you're fancy, in Finland's top professional league. And he's been a big part of, because obviously he's Finnish as well, and he eventually signed a 2-year entry-level contract with the Stars. They have a handful of Finnish players that Lettinen has helped out with. And so I think it's just cool because now they're in Finland. They're going to play, I believe it's the Panthers, Friday and Saturday. That game on Friday is during our show.
You know where Finland, you know what they're known for?
What's that? Finnish people?
The happiest country in the world.
Really?
Right now, the Stars are considered to be in the happiest country in the world.
So
how do they come to that conclusion?
I don't know.
That's a good question.
They must have Disney Worlds everywhere.
They play at noon our time against the Panthers on Friday, and then 10 a.m. against the Panthers on Saturday. So I just think it's really cool that how a player from your past has kept that connection going and helped the Stars, like, I don't know if you want to say like a pipeline of players from there, but it is pretty cool that the Stars have picked up a whole bunch of like young Finnish players in part because of the recommendation of Jiri Lettinen. And then you look at their team right now. Esa Lindell, Roope, and Amiro are all Finnish players and clearly big part of this team.
Wow.
You can make an argument 2 of those players are, 2 of your best 5 or 6 players?
Yeah, for sure. And was like the Mavs at one point they're the Euro connection, right?
That's true.
And now we're the Finnish connection.
Yes. And look,
even though we're not a finished product.
Oh my God.
It costs 6.8% less to live in Finland than the United States.
So you're just doing a totally different thing.
I wasn't listening. I was looking
know,
at
Mike.
Finland
I
stuff.
know.
I didn't even know the Stars were in Finland. It's in Northern Europe.
Okay.
Next to the meatballs.
Near Sweden.
You got it.
Swedish meatballs.
Oh, okay.
You ever been to IKEA, bro?
I have. But it's not immediately when somebody says it's the meatballs, I don't think Sweden.
Don't think Italy. I was there. They don't do meatballs.
Okay.
I went to Italy. They couldn't find a meatball. They're called poplets over there.
Faux pas?
Uh-huh.
They're poplets. I don't know why.
So the Stars have had a Finnish player on their roster every year since 1993. And
They weren't even the Dallas Stars then.
I'm trying my best.
They get here in 93, 94.
Would you guys, wouldn't that count then? Since 1993?
Yeah, that would.
Okay, thank you. So from Lettinen to Heiskanen to Hintz, that's all I wanted to tell you. The Stars are in Finland. They play the Panthers on Friday and Saturday. I think it's really neat that they have this Finnish connection, and it's been going on for years and years and years.
Isn't that a gym?
And that is the fitness connection, I believe.
Yeah, I like it. Hey, so when we moved from Minnesota to Dallas, the ownership and the general managers and stuff said we have to have a Finland on our team?
No, if that is how it went down, that we have to have, quote, a
because Minnesota
Finland
really screwed over the Finlands?
I don't believe that is the case. I think that is just a coincidence.
They speak Finnish there, but also English.
Okay, that is fantastic. Thank you very much.
Do you want to know about their summer times?
No, I don't. Let me guess. In the living's easy, right?
Well, it
That's
just
a Sublime
says that
song
it's
right there,
around
Mike.
68 degrees Fahrenheit, but especially in the southern and central parts of the country, it can get much warmer than that.
All right. Thank you very much, Professor Bassick, for your insights.
I didn't even
about
know where Finland was. Like, this is what I learned today. When I go home and my parents ask me what I learned today at school or work, I'm going to say I learned where Finland is, and I learned that it's considered the happiest place in the world.
Does Mike Bassick Sr. every day, like, hey, Mike, what did you learn today?
It's mandatory.
Is it? You're going to tell me you learned a lot about the court system today.
Oh, yeah, I have to go to court today. Kid. Way to go, kid.
All right. I'm going to give it a shot and transition.
Let's go Mavs.
To Mavs.
Finland?
Kevin, I appreciate
We had Michael Finley.
your efforts regarding the Stars.
Thank you. I really gave it a shot. I feel like I got shouted down pretty hard for this first half of the segment. So instead, let's go to cut number 8 and talk about the Mavericks.
And Kyrie, a little stop and go move up the baseline. Dinwiddie, an exclamation point on what he's done in the third
All right. Now, you've talked about this a couple of times in crosstalk and throughout the day, how maybe this was not the most inspired Mavericks effort. I would argue, though, the bench play was
nice.
Worlds better than you saw against the Suns. You only scored 9 bench points against the Suns.
Oh, then it was better.
Yesterday, 33.
Yeah, I did not.
I'm not saying it was a great game across the board.
I was watching more baseball than basketball, but I was flipping over there, and every time I watched, the Mavericks as a whole played like crap.
Okay.
Like, it was like they were up by 2 or up by 4 and barely holding on, and then I would be like, all right, back to baseball, and then I'd turn it back 5 minutes later or something, and they'd be up by 10 or 12 points, and then the 2 minutes I watched, they'd get it back down to 4. It was just horrible basketball, but to your point, there were some guys that had some nice numbers.
I thought defensively they played better in spurts than they had.
They were playing the Jazz, too, which helped out.
Fair. I do not think the Jazz are a good team. I wanted to throw this out there in terms of the Mavericks, let's say offensive struggles thus far. They've not been shooting the ball very well. They shot 45.
Luka only missed 17 yesterday.
Yeah, that was tough. The game before, fantastic. This game, a little tougher. But Jason Kidd threw out something that I thought made a lot of sense, and it gives me a lot of optimism. It's just been 3 games, but the Mavs have been getting a ton of open looks. And Jason Kidd said, look, we're not shooting the ball well right now, but we're getting wide open looks that just haven't gone down. It's early. If we get these shots all season, we believe that we're going to be one of the best offensive teams in the league. 3 games, small sample size. You get to see him play again tonight against the Timberwolves. But they have been getting a ton of open shots to start the season.
Yeah, I do like at times their movement off the ball. We saw this a little bit last year. I think we're seeing it a little bit more having Klay Thompson on the team. Last night, I remember at times going, Luka, like, nothing against you, man, but you stink tonight. And he still wanted to kind of one-on-one at times, and I get it because he's arguably the best in the game at it.
Sure.
But I do like at times how the Mavericks there's more movement off of the ball, and I don't know if it's just because Klay Thompson's on the team.
Yeah, that's a huge factor there. He's used to running.
If Jason Kidd is like, we have to have a little bit more movement. We do. The stand-around game really works for Luka, and it works at times for Kyrie, but does it really work for us in general? And so, yeah, I'm with them. The thing is they can get some bad shots too based on. I feel like Luka's pushing the ball at times, but man, he can still get that shot clock down to a low point where you're a little bit stuck on what you're going to do in the end.
You're lucky you have a guy in Klay that can catch and shoot.
Man, he can still do it.
Yeah, he does.
I tweeted one thing last night, and I just tweeted, he's still good at basketball. Klay is still good.
Like, he's 45% from 3 right now.
Wow. And isn't that probably the most important, potential development? I know we still need to talk about Grimes and Marshall and how they're going to fit into the system and how they can play, but this feels like the thing that everyone was waiting to see, and thus far, hooray.
Even Devin Harris late in the game, he kind of had a mid-post fadeaway shot that went in, and Devin Harris, who played against Klay Thompson, who's been in the league for a lot of Klay Thompson's years, and he hasn't the last few years, is like, I don't remember him having that in his game where he kind of had like a 15-foot kind of post situation where he just turns on a smaller guy and puts that ball in. So I've been really impressed. Offensively, it does look like you have a real third guy, and I hate doing this. I guess this is just who I am. I'm sorry. But when he's shooting the ball, I just feel 1,000 times better than when Tim Hardaway Jr. was doing it.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, I get that.
Absolutely. And I feel like when he needs one of the critical ones, he has the ability and knows how to make those too. Like, that's a big deal. And the movement part of it, you're right. That's been their offense for how many years now, where they were like, we're not moving. You go stand in the corner. When you have players that have the ability to do it, that have the ability to shoot from, like Klay can shoot from the corner, the top, he can shoot from anywhere. Yeah. And that helps a lot because you can't just go be in one place defensively against them.
I did want to shout out Spencer Dinwiddie as well.
Very good job.
And all of that happened in the third quarter. He was awesome in the third quarter. He was scoreless in the first half, 11 points in the third quarter alone. And you're going to need to win some of these games. You're going to need those scoring bursts from Dinwiddie or Washington, or like not your most primary players that you're like, hey, I need you to just kind of like go off in this quarter or this game to go ahead and pick you up the win. Wanted to ask about one other side note. We've talked a lot about like things across the NBA, and y'all have talked about the potential of the Orlando Magic moving up in the world.
Get some Paolo, huh?
Man, last night, 50 points, 13 rebounds, 9 assists, 2 blocks, and 3 3-pointers. Now, I know that's a very specific stat line, but he's the first player ever to hit that number with points, rebounds, assists, and blocks. But more importantly, he was close to a 50-point triple-double. And probably more importantly, it looks like he's ready to take that next step up that the team is going to need if they as a team are going to step up.
Yeah, that's a team I was really interested in coming into this year. And I do feel like that they have a good chance to be a top 4 team, win around in the playoffs, and then you never know if the matchup is right. Like, I won't say now they're better than Milwaukee, because Milwaukee has experience on their side and Giannis has won a championship, this and that. But I think teams like that, I don't think Boston has to worry about Orlando yet.
I think that's fair. I think Boston at a different level than everybody.
But I do think teams like Milwaukee that or Cleveland, I think Cleveland beat them last year in the playoffs, right?
I think
Knocked
that is
them out.
yes.
It's like I think those teams who have like looked at Orlando, it's like, yeah, they could every once in a while come up and make the playoffs, but we'll beat them. I think those teams are. It's only 4 games, but going, hey, this Orlando team might become a team we don't want to play in the playoffs.
And you're starting to see like all the draft picks they've made pay off, right? Like obviously,
takes time sometimes, right?
Yes, obviously Paolo, but Wagner, Suggs, Anthony Black, even Wendell Carter. Not for them, but he's found a role with the Magic where he can kind of be that old school power forward turned center that we were kind of wondering how much does that fit in the modern NBA. He seems to have found that role. So I think watching the Magic early this year has been super, super fun. And then one more thing I wanted to throw out there. The Ringer made a prediction that Luka will lead the league in points and assists. What do you think are the probabilities of that? And how long do you think it's been since that happened?
Points and assists?
And assists.
Crap, was it James Harden?
Way longer ago.
Oscar Robertson.
That is a great guess. It was actually Nate Archibald,
Nate.
I'm going to have to go look at these MVP votes because he led the league in points with 34 and assists with 11.4 per game, and he finished 3rd for MVP. Now, it is true his team, Kansas City Omaha, was not very good. They were the Kings. The NBA used to be wild.
There's Omaha and hold on, I'm confused.
Yeah,
they were the Kansas City Omaha Kings.
They just represented. Why did it be the Kansas Kings? That sounds better too.
That's a good question.
It
I'll
just represent.
look into that.
I guess
I
it's
know.
Omaha, Nebraska.
Or maybe
but-
it's Kansas City, Omaha. So would it be a street called Omaha?
I will let you guys
City?
break that down in the break.
Fine.
Coming up next.
I don't think he's going to lead the league in assists.
Okay, but
I
points.
want him to.
Yeah,
I do. Yeah, he takes 22 shots a game.
Coming up next, we go across the NFC East. Plus, Mike likes it. Plus, nobody cares about your fantasy football team, but today we do. So give us your triumphs and heartbreaks. We'll do it all next right here on The Fan.
Are you ready for some commercial-free KNC masterpiece?
Yes, of course.
It's happening next.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it? Pepper lady. Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babies.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute...
And get alerts only for people or vehicles. Visit DFWsecurity.com for smart protection today.
DFWsecurity.com.
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On-Time Experts.
They bring three. Daniels backing up. He's just going to have to let one fly. Goes to the right side. Steps away from the defenders. Gives himself some time. Now steps up, fires. Heads towards the end zone. It is...
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. That's another view. We talked about it yesterday, or I guess another call from the Commanders' Hail Mary, because it's time to go across the NFC East, but also we want to get your fantasy football heartbreak or triumph this week. All right, always choose your own adventure as we go across the NFC East. Would you like to start with the Commanders?
Heck yeah, baby. First place.
Jaden Daniels held on to the ball for 12.79 seconds during that game-winning Hail Mary to Noah Brown. It was the first TD pass with a time to throw of more than 10 seconds in the next-gen stats era, which started in 2016. So, longest someone has ever had to throw the ball on a touchdown pass.
So, something probably happened since the merger. Is what you're saying.
Since the merger, I would agree with that.
But nobody's been keeping up with that.
Exactly.
Gotcha.
The throw was in the air for 54.5 yards. It was the second longest game-winning touchdown pass by a rookie as time expired in NFL history. Behind
Aaron Rodgers.
Nope. Significantly worse. Significantly worse.
Chad Hutchinson.
Jamarcus Russell.
Drew Henson.
Maybe on that level.
Quincy Carter.
Behind a 56-yard touchdown pass from Tim Couch to Kevin Johnson in 1999.
Have some of their rookie cards if you're looking for them.
Some of the Tim Couch rookie
Kevin
cards?
Johnson. They're in the same class.
Cool.
Sucked.
Thanks, Mike. Come out to Buffalo Wild Wings and Grapevine.
I'll tell you what.
Maybe we can make that happen for you.
I think I know what box I have all those Tim Couches in. Derek Holland, I'm sure you want him.
We can get Derek to show up. All right. Let's talk about the Commanders' defense. Now, we go back about 5 weeks. Their defense had been awful. First 3 games, Commanders' defense giving up 29.3 points per game. In 4 of their last 5 games, there is the outlier against the Ravens. In 4 of their last 5 games, they've given up 15 points or fewer in 4 of those 5 games. So the Washington defense, like as much as we talk about Jaden Daniels or Terry McLaurin, their defense is getting better.
Corey, how many people after the Cowboys lost the playoff game and then Dan Quinn took the head coaching job were so excited because they thought Dan Quinn was the worst defensive coordinator in the history of football?
I mean, a lot.
I just couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe, Cowboy fans, that you guys were so out on Dan Quinn, and he was the reason that the defense was failing at the end of the year. It had nothing to do with the talent or injuries or anything like that. It was all Dan Quinn didn't know how to scheme anymore, and everybody was taking advantage of the stupid Dan Quinn.
It's interesting because they held the Cardinals to 14, which the Cardinals destroyed the Cowboys last year.
Yep.
That Cowboys defense. So that's interesting. Is the Browns, Panthers, and Bears are the other 3 teams. So quality opponents, not necessarily. The Bears, they still haven't figured themselves out yet. But Dan Quinn's pressure, the pressure that defense still puts on people, can be overwhelming. I mean, that's what you saw in the game against the Bears. Was Caleb Williams had a tough time knowing where he was most of that game. And whenever he can do that, if they don't choose to run the ball, that's what I would have done. If I was the Bears, I would have said, I'm not saying, Caleb, this is your game. I'm saying we're running the ball. We're going to keep this close, and hopefully that didn't happen. But they were just dropping back over and over and over. I thought that was a bad look. And then they run the ball more effectively in the second half. DeAndre Swift has a pretty significant game.
Man, that is true. And that's probably something to keep an eye out on is the red zone offense of the Commanders, because all the stats favor them in the first half against the Bears, but they ended up kicking field goals on 3 trips to at least the 12-yard line. Now, we talked about it with the Cowboys. It's usually opposite. They're usually like at the 30 or further away. But in this one, the Commanders, they got close 3 times and then field goal.
Yeah.
You guys want to go with the Eagles, the Cowboys, or the Giants?
Do you need me to spell it out for you?
No, I do not. You would like the Philadelphia Eagles. All right. There's some wild numbers happening with the Philadelphia Eagles right now. Jalen Hurts, in his last 3 games, 42 of 59 for 706 yards. That's all fine and well. Here's the biggest deal. 9 touchdowns and 0 interceptions. This is a player that has, in Hurts, that has been a turnover machine. But the last 3 games, he's keeping it clean. If you have a fairly turnover-free Jalen Hurts, that's a scary proposition for the Eagles.
Yeah, they've done but again, health at wide receiver has been a significant
No
deal.
doubt.
But I think the failures early in the year of those turnovers, because he had healthy players then too, those where they failed, he started to say, I do need to correct this because it's going to drastically change the outcome of the games. And so far, since he's been more like that, and also offensive line growing and developing, because replacing Kelsey's not easy. They were able to get the tush push a lot easier than I'd seen them do in the past because they were more connected and in sync on it.
Since you brought that up, let's talk about left tackle Fred Johnson. He gave up only 1 pressure on 22 pass blocking stats. That's his lowest pressure rate allowed this season. And he gave up just 1 pressure to Trey Hendrickson. Trey Hendrickson is a good player. That's the second lowest pressure rate allowed to Hendrickson by any offensive lineman this season. So I knew you were talking about the offensive line as a whole, but I just wanted to spotlight out of the left tackle. Good game there.
Good question here, too. Kellen Moore is the offensive coordinator for them, right?
Yep.
And I wonder, did it take just a little bit for Jalen to figure out what exactly they were trying to accomplish in this offense?
Now, it's ironic the way you put that, because in every single game this year, it takes them a little bit to figure it out. The Eagles are scoreless in the first quarter this year. In their 8 games, they have not scored 1 single offensive point this
and then they
season.
come on strong later throughout the game. Wow.
It is very strange because
it's very similar to when he was here. Right?
We've lamented the Cowboys in the first and third, and the start of the first and the third quarter, and now the Eagles, they haven't scored any offensive points. All right, I got a quick knot across the NFC East note for you. Remember, I told you earlier, Stefon Diggs was not going to play this week. Well, he ain't going to play the rest of the year.
Oh, no.
Stefon Diggs has a torn ACL, and Joe Flacco is starting this week per Ian Rappaport. So you guys brought up earlier the idea of what do we do with Anthony Richardson. I feel like this is probably going to be a week-by-week proposition for now, but Joe Flacco is going to start this week, and then Stefon Diggs, that is obviously a really big blow to the Texans. He has a torn ACL, will be out for the rest of the year.
Like I said, man, you see that just running out in the open, and
you just assume the worst, right?
Yeah.
It is a weird thing because I think Corey's right. Is you'd much rather see a player get up slow when they were like in a huge collision or something like that than they were just running down because you're like, oh crap.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not good either way, but you get it.
The Flacco move is very interesting because Mike just literally just brought that up earlier. That's very interesting too because I wonder how long they decide to stick with that.
Yeah.
Like, does a GM, to Broadus's point earlier, that the GM's job's on the line for that team / Anthony Richardson, do you save your job if Joe Flacco wins 10 games for you this year? You're 4-4, you end up going 10-7, you make the playoffs, but Anthony Richardson had nothing to do with it. Is that better?
Yeah, I don't know.
Playing Anthony Richardson, the guy you say is a franchise-changing quarterback, but he ends up being 7-10, but you see improvement?
That's a good question. I'm honestly not sure, but so a couple of very noteworthy things right there in case you missed it. Stefon Diggs, not Dings, torn ACL, out for the rest of the year, and Joe Flacco will start the next game for the Colts. where was I? Eagles.
You're trying to come up
Yeah.
with a Stephon Diggs.
Yeah,
these
you're
nuts
talking
joke.
about Alanis Morissette.
No, it's not ironic. I got it.
Don't you think? A little too ironic.
It feels like today outside. What does it look like, Corey?
It's gonna rain. You know, sometimes I look at the ratings and I see that this show's very popular. Other times I think, is this show for two people? And we're all fighting against the tide.
When you said ironic about the Eagles, I looked up Alanis Morissette. She's from Canada. I was hoping she's from Philadelphia.
I like how you're like, hey, I hope they're from this one place to really hammer
this
home.
really makes sense.
My joke. All right. Cowboys.
Third place.
I don't have a lot of positive stuff, but most of it revolves around CeeDee Lamb. Although, I do have a weird, I guess, good factoid for you about Ezekiel Elliott. He ran for a touchdown.
He did.
He has 70 rushing touchdowns as a
tackle
Cowboy.
him on that.
That actually, I was impressed at how easy that looked for him.
Yards.
I don't know about that,
Dude,
but
you know what? This has kind of stuck with me for a while now, and this is kind of interrupting everything.
hey, as long
here.
as it's not about Alanis Morissette, you're good.
I heard he was on with G-Bag a couple weeks ago, and it was Stink. Mark Schlereth. And they were talking about running the ball, and he said every team he's ever consulted. This is a really good interview this day. He was talking about every team that he's ever consulted with regarding running the football, because he was part of that Denver offensive line that was very good and winning Super Bowls. He said, find the thing that you're really good at, the one thing that you know you can do 1,000 times and you're going to have success at it, rather than trying to do all these other things. Know what that one play or that one thing that you're really good at and you know you can do over and over, and then you can expand from there, because whenever it comes down to it, you call that play. You know, I know we can do this. We're probably out of 10 times, we're going to win 9 times. And I just don't know exactly what the Cowboys are good at that they can, other than CeeDee Lamb, that they feel like they can go to over and over and over, that can help them. But that 1 yard run to get the touchdown, it looked very easy.
It did.
Maybe that was it.
I actually
1 yard,
really,
they can get it.
I was really impressed by that. He's just a third running back in Cowboys history to hit that mark. Tony Dorsett has 72 touchdowns. Emmitt Smith, of course, has 153 rushing touchdowns.
So he's got some work to do.
Yeah, he's got a chance.
He'll be second. He has no chance at being first.
Who's second?
Tony Dorsett.
Heck yeah.
All right. For CeeDee Lamb, most receptions in a player's first 5 seasons. He's now third on the list behind Michael Thomas and Jarvis Landry. He just passed Cooper Kupp and Justin Jefferson, and he's ahead of Larry Fitzgerald. So 440 catches in his first 5 seasons. That's third all time. Also, that touchdown pass where actually there were 2, and one of them was because 2 players ran into each other. CeeDee Lamb had 16.3 yards of separation on his 7-yard touchdown catch, which is weird. It feels like you should not have more separation than number of yards there are to go, but that's the
wide open.
Yeah, that's the 4th most separation on a pass in the end zone. And again, the next gen
49ers
stats.
had 2 pick plays that led to touchdowns.
Yes.
One for them and one for us.
Exactly. And then CeeDee Lamb has now recorded 10 or more receptions in 11 career games. That's tied with Jason Witten for the most in franchise history.
People that hate the Cowboys offense, fine. You hate it. You think Mike McCarthy's stupid. Let's just go with it. Do you give him any credit for scheming up a play that had 49ers run into each other?
Yeah, I do.
Maybe so.
I don't know. I mean, I'm just throwing it out there. I'm not saying it's good. I'm not saying his offense is good. I'm not trying to defend him too strongly.
Well, I mean,
here,
the first thing that the 682 texts in about the one thing they're good at, 7-yard curl routes. Like that's what everybody thinks is that they're good at running and turning around, which is why Jason Garrett was moved on from, because they were doing that, which is why Kellen Moore, they were doing 7-yard curl routes. They're not as creative as they once were.
Now, give me cut number 12 if you can. The Giants, part of Monday Night Football last night.
Giants bringing pressure. Wilson lofting. Wilson has a man out there. Wilson has the touchdown. It's a second touchdown for Calvin Austin.
Now, we should have known this was going to happen because the Steelers have now won 22 straight Monday night home games. That is for a team that hasn't won Super Bowl after Super Bowl as of late. That is a staggering number.
Why?
That's a good question.
I wonder what it is about Monday night.
I don't know if they keep scheduling the Giants, they're going to win 86 more.
Interesting that you say that, and you're right. But the last game they lost on Monday Night Football at home was against the Giants in 1991.
That was Lawrence Taylor.
Yeah, no, that was a much different team. I'm just saying, that's so long ago. That's amazing to me.
Barry Foster was their running back.
I will take your word for that. Now, one of the reasons
Rodney Hampton was the running back for the Giants.
Okay, I do remember him. The other one, I don't know.
Duncanville High School, Arkansas.
I'm sorry.
Stephen Jones forgot who he was. He's on his own football team.
Oh, okay. Well, that actually makes me feel a little bit better. One of the people who was causing problems for the Giants last night, Alex Highsmith. Now, he was just picked up off the 49ers practice squad 10 days ago. Generated a career-high 12 pressures and 2 sacks on 38 pass rushes. Now, you would like to think...
And that dude was out there?
Yeah, he was out there.
To be picked up?
Yes.
By any team?
Yes.
Okay.
Who would put him on the roster. And we were like, pass. The Steelers said, we'll take him. Already paying early dividends. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Now you're caught up across the NFC East. It's time for Mike Likes It, but be prepared, Mike. We might sprinkle in some fantasy football stuff along the way.
All right, fine. Okay.
Because you would never do that in another segment.
So, gosh, interrupting segments. So I get these PDFs or whatever you want to call them, these documents from Major League Baseball every day. And I found these very interesting for Game 4 tonight. I get it. The World Series, the first game was unbelievable. Second game was solid, but the Dodgers took a 2-0 lead. And last night, it felt like the Dodgers were in control the whole time. Yes, there was a late home run by the Yankees to make it 4-2, but they never got the tying run up. But how about this? These are some stats. They say stats we like. The team scoring first has won all 8 World Series games over the last 2 years. So obviously this includes the Rangers. So right now, whoever scores first is 8-0 in the last 8 World Series games.
Oh,
all right.
I know that.
History was made last night in New York City. For the first time in the history of sports, your MLB team, your MLS team, your NBA team, and your NFL team lost on the same day.
Oh.
Never happened in sports. Because most likely you're not going to have MLB, MLS, NBA, NFL. Heck, a lot of teams don't have all of those.
Yeah.
And they all played last night, and they all
lost?
Now, you do have the help of, I guess, I'm going to say that Brooklyn doesn't count anymore.
Okay.
Because they're New Jersey / Brooklyn. I don't know if they count. Obviously, MLB and then NFL, you have two NBA teams, or one NBA team, 2 MLB teams, 2 NFL teams, which kind of help out. All right. The Yankees have led or held a lead for just 2 complete innings in the World Series. So this has been maybe a bit more dominant than we think. I know it hasn't been like blowouts, but the Yankees are not playing with the lead much. Obviously, we know that they got the lead in the 10th inning, but because that inning hadn't been completed yet, they weren't considered to have a lead after that inning was done.
I mean, Mike, on Friday we were talking about 10 runs. Last week we were like, this could be a high scoring one, but LA's been pitching so exceptional against the Yankees.
Now, how about this? When was the last time the Yankees had a home run from their starting first baseman this year?
Ooh, I feel like the way he said that, it's going to be a long time, right?
1935.
Yeah, I think Lou Gehrig hit one back then. They're in good shape then. Don Mattingly probably hit a home run.
1988.
They hit a home run. Their first basemen did hit home runs this year.
I'm going to say June.
July 31st. Okay. That is 257 consecutive homerless plate appearances by a Yankee playing first base. That is amazing. To think about this, all of August, all of September, and here we are almost at the end of October.
And they're still in the World Series.
Yeah. DJ LeMahieu went deep in Philadelphia on July 31st. That's the last time the Yankees have had a home run by their first baseman.
Oof.
So I don't know if you're expecting Anthony Rizzo to go deep, but it doesn't seem like he will.
I mean, Corey's definitely not. He's like, it's been almost 100 years since this happened.
Well, he said it by the way he's asking the question, and I was like, let's go back real far.
Yeah.
Then.
Okay.
All right, how about this? Will Smith right now, our
Getting
Will
jiggy with
Smith,
it, yep.
who's Kansas City's Will Smith, that ended. The streak ended.
Yeah.
He has 3 World Series championships. Did you know he leads all active players in World Series championships?
What?
Nobody has more than 3. In fact, nobody else has 3 in Major League Baseball.
Seager has 2.
Yeah, and like Bochy doesn't count because he's a manager. He's not a player.
Yeah.
Will Smith is the only player active right now who is considered a 3-time World Series champion. If the Dodgers win tonight, Mookie Betts and Joe Kelly. Joe Kelly's on the injured list, but those 2 guys, Joe Kelly's our guy from Arizona.
That's right, yeah.
Super Bowl. Those 2 guys would join reliever Will Smith as the only active players with 3 World Series rings.
Freeman only has 1 right now. This would be his second, right?
Yep.
Wow, that's interesting. Marcus Semien has 1.
It's crazy how a reliever hasn't, I know Will Smith, but how somebody hasn't popped around and has more than 3, or there's multiple guys with 3. But right now, Will Smith, the only guy, and most likely will be joined by that. Now, how about this? 3-0 World Series lead all time. 24 teams have gotten off to the 3-0 series lead. How many times has it ended in a sweep, if you were guessing, out of the 24 times?
Since 1930.
So this was the 20, I guess
Let's say
this will be
10.
Okay.
11.
This looks like it's going to end tonight. 21 times it's ended in a 4-0
Really?
sweep.
Holy crap.
Do you know how many times it's gone to a game 6 or a game 7?
I'm going to guess 1 or none.
0.
0.
The other 3 ended in 5. So for this thing to
So
go
we're not
back
going
to,
back to LA.
If it goes back to LA, this will be the first time ever anybody has been down 3-0 in the World Series and pushed it to a game 6.
Wow.
All right. We were talking earlier about Aaron Judge and how bad of a kind of streak he's on and how bad he has hit in the postseason. There are 2 players and only 2 players in the history of baseball who have a larger postseason OPS than their regular season OPS in their career. And they have to have a minimum of, it says 150 plate appearances in the postseason. So obviously there could be people that are worse, but if they're like Mike Trout doesn't qualify, he probably has like 10 at-bats or whatever.
And you said the OPS is better in the playoffs or
were obviously Aaron Judge. I'll give you Aaron Judge is minus 277 on his OPS from regular season to postseason in his career. There's 2 people who are worse. I will give you 2 hints. One of them is a former Ranger. And to help you out, also a former Brewer.
Okay.
If that
Prince Fielder.
Prince Fielder, minus 301 for his career. He has a 587 OPS in his career. It's interesting because it goes to power hitters. This is now arguably the ultimate power hitter with not much else.
Mark McGwire.
Mark McGwire, minus 313. He had a 669 OPS in the playoffs. He had a 982 in the regular season. So he had a major difference too. So the person who is just behind Aaron Judge at minus 269, former Texas Ranger in the World Series and was really out of place in 2010.
Nelson Cruz.
Nope.
Oh,
2010. Vladimir Guerrero. Because he had to play in the
Sorry, you're out of place thing kind of threw me off.
I will say this about Aaron Judge. This is pretty high praise. Now, Aaron Judge is probably going to be a Hall of Famer. Vladimir Guerrero is. Prince Fielder, no. Mark McGwire, you could consider a maybe, but would never get in because of the steroid situation. So I find all those numbers very interesting going into tonight. Now, How much money has Walker Buehler made off of this postseason run?
So I keep thinking about a couple of months ago when somebody was like, "Oh, is it weighing on your mind at all? Contract extension?" He's like, "I'm trying to prove I should stay in the league. I'm not getting a contract."
Mike was asking, is he even a major league pitcher? Still, and we've seen over this playoff run, he's made it look like he is.
I thought I said this at the end of the regular season. I said, I don't know how much money the Rangers have to spend. I don't think it's much. I think it's almost like they actually have to cut a little bit to keep type of deal. I don't know how it all works out. I don't have everybody's contract in front of me, and then the number that they can't hit, their budget that they have is, I thought, boy, if you're a little bit short on starting pitching, do you feel like you could fix Walker Buehler? Because he does not throw as hard as he used to. When he was one of the best pitchers in the game, along with Jacob deGrom and a couple other guys, he used to throw the ball close to 100. He was 98-ish on his fastball. Now we see it's still hard. It's 95, 96. But I thought 1 year, $10 million, like that would probably be his market, where somebody's like, hey, we think, and maybe you put incentives in there to get up to 15. If he has a heck of a year for you, you're happy to pay the extra $5 million because he started close to 30 games and had an ERA under 3. But I think what he's done in the playoffs, I know this is very different. It reminds me of Calvin Booth and Sagana Diop for the Mavericks.
Okay.
Like, you're like, they're not that good, but because of a little bit of a playoff run, Calvin Booth makes a layup and was an okay player in 2001. The Seattle Supersonics give him like a 5-year, $30 million deal because Sagana Diop at like a backup center making $1 million was pretty good. All of a sudden gets $30 million from the Mavericks. You're like, this is not going to end up well. You love him at $1 million. You hate him at $30 million. I'm not saying whoever gets Walker Buehler, if he stays with the Dodgers, you're going to hate him. But he's now turned himself, I think, into a guy that people will be willing to give a 3-year deal to in the offseason.
I think
at a number
right.
elevated more than $10 million per year on what he's done.
I would be interested in that pickup for sure.
I would too, but I do think this. I think the Rangers look at it and they go, we want to keep Nathan Eovaldi. That's the guy we want to keep in our rotation. Obviously, they want to keep some other guys, but they're not free agents.
And Evan Grant, I think, did tweet out that they will be operating under the tax threshold.
100%. I do know that they will not hit it.
Yeah.
So I think that probably Walker Buehler pitched himself out of the 1-year deal.
Yeah.
Good for him.
Yeah, that's awesome. Especially watching him pitch. He's been a blast to watch, dude.
Yeah. And he's found it, like the curveball, cutter, fastball situation.
All looking like they're coming out of the exact same area, and hitters just look clueless.
Yeah. And so tonight, I guess I'll be watching, thinking of the 2004 ALCS. I remember being at my grandparents' house and going, whatever, I'll watch it, but I don't care anymore. And that's how I feel about tonight. I'll watch it. I don't care anymore. I know the Dodgers are the world champs. It's just a matter, are they celebrating tonight? Which we found out that they have a great chance of celebrating tonight.
Unbelievable.
As 21 out of 24 times this ends in a sweep, and then 3 other times it ends in Game 5. So maybe they have to play tomorrow night. I hope they do. I hope this becomes a series and we go back to LA, but it looks like it's over. So it'll be on television, but I don't feel good about it.
For the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, some of your fantasy football notes from the 214 Fantasy Loser here. I started Dak over Jaden Daniels this week. From the 214, I needed 14.2 points yesterday. Had flex open with Harris or Pickens. I chose Pickens, lost by 3. Harris would have won it. From the 469, I'm having a Jason Garrett year in fantasy football. I'm in 2 leagues. I'm 4-4 in both of them.
That stinks,
man.
But you're still in it. You know what I mean? Like, you have a chance. You're around the rim, as
that
they
is
say.
true. From the 903, lost by 1 point due to Jordan Mason getting injured in the first half. We're the KNC Masterpiece. I just said that. Next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
What is the best tough love advice you've ever been given? This is based on Sean Payton saying, just be better. Next on The Fan.
Everybody.
Before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and her studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan from the 469. At one of my leagues, someone lost by .06. That's less than 2 yards passing. Ouch. And then I am going to work on my reading comprehension. Alex Highsmith, all the statistics I told you were true. However, what I should have said, what I meant to say, well, or I just read it wrong, was he did all this against Chris Hubbard, who was signed off the 49ers practice squad just 10 days ago. So I mistakenly said Alex Highsmith was it was actually Chris Hubbard.
Okay.
The player that he was going up against, the left tackle, who came off of the 49ers practice squad. Sorry about that. Now it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate that, Kevin. Thanks for that lead in as well. I got 3 things I want to talk about here. Number 1, what's the best tough love advice you've ever been given? Because Sean Payton, after beating the snot out of the Panthers, J.C. Horn was like, hey, man, I didn't like how you guys were trying to run the score up on us. And Sean Payton said, play better. That was his reply back. And honestly, if you're the Panthers, play better, right? Like if you're better, you won't get scored on. But Sean Payton was basically like, look, we're trying to finish the game the right way. We're not trying to run the score up. We're just trying to finish the right way. And, honestly, the Broncos still trying to become a good team. Like they have a good record right now, but are they a good team? They probably need more reps being a good team. So they're out there doing their thing, trying to be good. The Lions ran the score up on the Cowboys. They wanted to. They scored a lot of points last week because they had no other choice because everything was that open for them. But in this situation, Panthers, bad football team, not happy that somebody ran the score up on them because they want the participation trophy. So, what is the best tough love advice that you've ever gotten in your life?
Man, I don't think this got said directly to me, but I envision being on a team with Mike. So I'm still thinking about this. I envision being on a team with Mike and he says my name wrong and he's like, oh, play better and I'll learn your name. And that didn't even actually happen, but you could see how that would be the case, right?
Oh, yeah. I'd say that.
You've said that about other players that I don't know his name. Was it number 29 on the Cowboys special teams?
Yeah, he's like, hey, learn how to play better, and
I don't even know his name.
I'll learn your name.
Hurt guy.
He
got hurt on the run play to the right.
when I went to junior college, I'd left the IT stuff to come pursue this career. And I was like, I wanted to write newspaper stuff and all that stuff. And my instructor, Kevin, I actually talked about this with her at our celebration of life for our friend Zach because she was there. One of the greatest women I've ever met, man. She's phenomenal. Marjorie Lewis. She's the first woman to ever cover the Cowboys.
Oh, wow.
And I had a newspaper design that I thought was awesome, and I turned it in. I was like, it's ready to go for this week. She turned that thing back to me, and it was dripping red. Just dripping red. And she went and pointed out everything that she wouldn't do on there, all the things that she would change.
I thought we were talking about blood.
And then she it felt that way, Mike. It really did. And then she looked at me and she said, I just think you're capable of better.
That's nice.
And I was like, oh, crap. Like, you just complimented me, for one, while also making me feel like I'm not good enough. So I did. I went back and I fixed it, and she was like, this is what I'm talking about. So, yeah. And since then, I always kind of had that standard of, can I do a little better than what I'm doing right now? And so I think that was always great advice there. And that's what I say with my kids a lot of times, too. I'm like, I know you're smart. I've watched you your whole life. I know you're capable of these things.
Yeah.
So what's the reason? What's keeping you from it? Is it laziness? Because that's not acceptable.
I guess for me, I mean, there's plenty of it, but the one that really helped me out was in 2000, I'd been sent down to A-ball, and my manager at the time was Brad Kaminsky, and I was having a bad year with a bad attitude, ticked off at how I was getting treated, and he said, you're getting effed. You're right. You are. You're getting completely effed. But what am I supposed to do now? You have a 6 ERA. How am I supposed to call up Neil Huntington at the time was our farm director, ended up being general manager of the Pirates a little bit later in his career. But it's like, what am I supposed to do? I can't recommend you to go back to Double-A. You're horrible. And he's like, I don't know what to do with you. You're going to still get the ball right now, but I can't send you to Double-A. I can't recommend you to Double-A. Yes. And he said, everybody gets effed in this game unless you're Roger Clemens or Ken Griffey Jr. So...
And they kind of
he's like, you're going to have to pretty much deal with it and figure out how to pitch well enough that I can actually make a phone call and say you're ready to go back to Double-A.
And then you did.
And I did. And then I went to Triple-A that year.
There you go. That's what I'm
then
talking
the next
about.
year, I became the Bob Feller Minor League Pitcher of the Year and won 10 whole games in the Major League.
Hell yeah!
For a whole career. I only lost 13 and had an ERA in the mid-5.
You had more than one.
Oh.
You had one at least. That's badass.
Yeah.
That's like Jesse Ollie. I'm always like, dude, that one catch.
And people
was
looked at my
almost a
stuff
touchdown.
and said, how in the world did you win one? Let alone 10.
Oh,
You trick effed him.
I know. I didn't like when Jim Bowden would say that either.
Alec, do you have?
He never treated me nice.
Do you have a word of advice that you got?
Yeah, it was when I took journalism class in high school, I think sophomore year. I was dedicated to being a writer. I really thought I was going to be a writer. My neighbor across the street was Brandon George. He was with the Dallas Morning News forever.
Yeah.
So I wanted to be like him when I was growing up. And my teacher, Miss Schultz, one day, she pulled
Was
me
it
aside.
Nate Wood?
This is what led to me meeting Nate Wood.
Oh,
And she pulls me aside and she was like, I know you're a good writer. I think you're a lot better at talking about these things than you are writing about these things. So I'm going to link you up with a guy named Nate Wood, and I think you should take his classes at Ben Barber.
Did she say Nate Wood or Mr. Wood?
I think it was Nate Wood because I needed the right name to find, in the directory and everything. I ended up getting approved to get into his class, and now I'm here.
And I met you.
Yes.
You had a haircut and everything.
Yeah, I actually cut my hair back then. I met Mike at a remote at a place that doesn't exist in Mansfield anymore.
Oh.
Yeah. Shout out
Right.
Smokey Mays. Rest in peace.
Oh, now he's a hippie.
because of just because he has long hair.
I think so.
Okay,
Yeah,
because of what Alex said, that has reminded me of the advice that hurt.
Oh, the one that hurt?
And they were trying to help, and they told me a lesson that I probably should have learned a little bit earlier. We were doing youth and government and mock trial in high school because I knew how to party. And so we got to try these cases in front of like actual Metroplex judges. And so our team, we had 3 lawyers on each team. Our team lost one of the rounds, and I was, of course, super mad about that. And one of the judges pulled me to the side and said, "Hey, if this is really what you want to do with your life, I really think you could do it. Just, you need to become a prosecuting attorney. Do not be a defense attorney. You are not very empathetic, and like it's probably hard for people to like feel bad for you. And I was like, oh, okay, great.
That brings up a point, because I just finished Suits, 9 seasons, fantastic show. And to the idiot out there that keeps saying that we didn't correct it, we just corrected it, you dumbass. They did 4 mock trials on the show. The mock trials, and the prosecutor guy had to go in on people. And I mean, he made every one of them just melt on this. Because when you're doing a mock trial, you got to prepare people for the worst.
Yes, absolutely.
And so like that part of it was just like, oh, I loved it. Kevin suggested a mock trial for this station because there was a situation outside of these facilities that happened with one Zach Wolchuk and Sean Sharif. And I think, should it be on this show that we do run the mock
because
trial?
We're unbiased. Because otherwise, there's a party
on each show.
Yeah.
He just calmly dropped in the dumb A.
Oh yeah, sorry.
That guy was
it's
being
irritating.
a nice
Really?
It's one guy, yeah.
What's his phone number?
I'm not going to read his entire phone number.
Just read 8 out of the 9 numbers.
I will not.
It's all right. He can be easily ignored.
Yes.
But
I want to know who it is.
I really do want to pursue this and do it during the express, the lunch rush.
Yeah.
The expressway, because I think 40 minutes of that would be fantastic content.
Look, I'm here for it, but I'm not one of
I got to figure out who's going to be the
parties
judge, though.
involved.
We got to figure out the judge situation.
Who is the fairest
prosecutor,
person at the station?
The fairest person at the station. Alec has
I
fair
guess we're
skin.
supposed to ask the mirror?
This is true.
Yeah. It can't be Carter. Carter has
we should all go to the bathroom
allegiances.
together.
And it can't be Mike, because he'll be like, I'm sorry, I zoned out for like the last 8 minutes. I didn't really hear
That's
anything
the
that
best.
you said.
I think that you have to really be good at your job.
Yeah, I think this could be a very fun thing that we could put together, though.
Hey, Zach
if you bore
Wolchuk,
me-
if you can hear me, come on in here.
Nah.
All right, he can't hear you apparently. The other thing, last night my son asked if I would get tickets to March 12th's Tyler the Creator concert with him.
Okay.
And he's 13.
Okay.
And I was like, 12. I'm sorry. He's 12, and I was like, well, first off, somebody's got to go with you, and obviously use the Game Time app because then the fees aren't hidden and everything.
You don't want to go with him?
I was like, I'll go, but I asked his older brother, hey, do you want to go? And he was like, no. He used to love Tyler the Creator, and I don't know. Should I go, or is that weird for me to be at a concert with my kid like that?
No, because you're the parent. Like, I don't think people are going to go, who the hell is this guy? They're like, he's probably brought his kid. Now, let me ask you this.
CA for judge.
That's a
He's
good
the perfect
answer.
judge.
That is a very good answer.
He was connected to G-Bag for a while, so there's allegiance there.
Does your older son pretend like he never liked Tyler the Creator? Because, man, my son Brandon used to freaking love 21 Pilots. And now, like, him and his friends are like, whatever, that music's dumb. And I was like, my ass.
Didn't you also walk in on him and his whole basketball team singing a Justin Bieber song?
Yeah, that was a Justin Bieber song, and I was like, guys, the game's about to start. And they were throwing their jerseys in the air. And
a lot of A's in this segment.
But yeah, he loved 21 Pilots, and now they're like, the music's so dumb, I never liked it. And I was like, oh, please.
From the 469, if you're going to go, take your son. You need to go in with a very open mind. I've seen some performances, and I've listened to them. I mean, like I said, my oldest was listening to him for a while, so I'm just trying to figure out, would my son think it's cool that I'm there with him, that Dad showed up? And
If that's
my dad's cool. He
maybe
took me to
not.
the show.
But if that's the only way he can get there, then I bet he'll be
Probably
fine
so.
with it.
Also, somebody texted in earlier. This was an actual constructive text. And they said that they think 70 rushing touchdowns is a Hall of Fame.
Oh my!
And so I went to the list.
Okay, that's a good question.
All right, so
Just
I went to
that
the
number.
list. Emmitt Smith, 164. Do you think he's a Hall of Famer?
Yes.
LaDainian Tomlinson, Marcus Allen.
Yes.
Adrian Peterson's at 120.
I think he's a Hall.
He's a Hall of Famer. Walter Payton, Jim Brown, John Riggins. Sean Alexander has 100 rushing touchdowns.
Because
Is
I
he
guess
in?
my initial thought is not really.
He is not a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, he's like borderline at best to me.
Yeah.
Marshall Faulk also has 100.
For sure.
But
He
it just
is a Hall
feels
of Famer.
He was a
different
great
with Marshall
receiver,
Faulk.
too.
Yeah.
Derrick Henry is at 99.
He's going to make the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
Barry Sanders, Jerome Bettis, Franco Harris, Eric Dickerson, Curtis Martin. All right, so that's the top 15 right there.
Yeah.
At 16, Priest Holmes has 86 and is not a Hall of Famer.
And I don't look at him as being a Hall of Famer. I actually might be kind of iffy on Curtis Martin too. I mean, I know he made it, so good for him. But so I don't think Zeke will sniff the Hall of Fame.
He dominated the NFL for 2 years.
2 years and
2
doesn't have
years.
doesn't have a championship.
Yeah,
doesn't have any
that's
championship
not
games
good
yet. Marshawn Lynch is at 85. That dude is famous. That is a famous running back.
He is.
He is one of those that when you talk about the NFL, you're like, oh yeah, dude, that's a personality. In addition to, he had some tough runs.
If it really was Hall of Fame for just like big personalities, I think he would be a first ballot no-brainer.
So here are some other ones that have 70 and are not in: Corey Dillon, Otis Anderson, Frank Gore deserves it, Ricky Waters, Pete Johnson. Cam Newton has 75.
Pete Johnson?
Clinton Portis.
I think he did our board yesterday.
That looks like a Peter to me. Terry Allen, LaShawn McCoy, and Chuck Muncie, all not in the Hall of Fame.
And don't those all
along with
sound like
Ezekiel Elliott.
not Hall of Famers, really?
I feel like if you want that number to matter and just that number, and we don't look at your dominance at all, then it has to get to 100.
Yeah.
Like if Zeke got to 100 rushing touchdowns.
Or Sean Alexander is. But
Yeah.
he also was at a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
But I think that's like, it kind of sounds, there's different circumstances for all of these, but
Yeah.
it sounds like 100 might be close to the number where.
Like that's like
your rubber
3,000
stamp-
hits. Like deal with
Yeah.
it, Craig Biggio haters. Like he got to
I am one
3,000
of,
hits.
I'm
like
one of those people.
Like if you got to 3,000 hits and you're not really, in that like major steroid era where they're like, yeah, his whole career changed because of steroids, then it's like I'll give that. If that person wants to give 100 is like the magic number and you're in no matter what, then I can kind of get down with that. But I don't think Zeke would make. He maybe gets into the top 50 as they cut down, and his career is going to be over either at the end of this year or next year. Like he might get lucky enough for somebody to give him a job next year, and that's it.
And for that person specifically, at 70, the cutoff at 69, nice, Steven Jackson, Gerald Riggs, and yes, Kevin, Steve Van Buren, just like you always knew. Yeah.
Steve Van Buren used to be awesome.
Yeah, he did.
We're the KNC
For
masterpiece. Some team that probably doesn't exist anymore. Coming up next.
Feels like a giant with Otto
Graham
Schmato.
or what was that last name you used?
Schmato.
Otto Schmato.
Okay. We're the KNC masterpiece. Coming up next, the Tuesday tailgate. Do you take any of these teams seriously? And how the hell did SMU win that game? Let's talk about it all next, right here on The Fan.
If you're laughing, we're happy.
Thank you. Thank you.
Get master.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Boss, Cars for Kids, donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Guys who love to play. Leonard, deep ball, has a receiver open. Bo Collins, touchdown Irish.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. It is time for the Tuesday tailgate. As always, to help us out with this, we bring in learned college football expert Carter Freeman.
That's me.
Who may or may not have struggled on some college football picks this weekend.
Yeah, I almost texted you about that. Kevin texted me about 4 games, and I told him to switch those 4 to the other team, and one of them was right. So I didn't go over.
If it helps, I did not take your advice on the Texas Tech game, even though that game was
I was so close.
Crazy.
I was so mad I got that one wrong. But to TCU's credit, to come back on an 80-plus yard touchdown in the final couple minutes, that was incredible.
Okay, which game was more, let's just say, fun and entertaining? So is it TCU, Texas Tech, or let's go to cut number 14. Was it Duke and SMU?
3 to the right, Pankow to the boundary at the left. Here's Murphy, buying time to his right, throws, and incomplete. No flags. SMU wins.
SMU became the first team since Marshall in 2011 to have a -6 turnover margin and win.
Wow.
Their head coach said, we should have lost that game 5 different times. We should have. If we played it 100 times, we'd probably lose it 99 times the way the game unfolded. It just happened to be this one time. So, first off, which game was more entertaining? And then secondly, how the hell did SMU win?
I'll go with the Tech TCU game is more entertaining, but because it depends on how you look at entertaining. If you like turnovers, then, sick football, then yes, the SMU Duke game was absolutely entertaining. But the other thing about them SMU turning the ball over so much, they had a 14-point lead in that game too. Yep. While they were turning the ball over and over and over. And Duke came back and was, had the chance to win there at the very end of the game. SMU, if you haven't seen the highlight, the SMU defender cleanly jumps over the Duke center to block that kick. It's an incredible highlight. Definitely go watch it. But what was funny to me is earlier in the day, Notre Dame beats Navy. Navy turns the ball over 6 times. I'm writing my article for 105throughthefan.com. I say it's really hard to win a game when you turn the ball over 6 times. Lo and behold, later this evening, SMU does exactly that, and they win.
It is.
That's
quite
college football.
amazing.
That's magic.
Now, for SMU, Corey, as you predicted before the season, a top 20 clash between a combined 14-0 Pittsburgh and SMU team. There is still discussion about whether or not Pittsburgh will have their regular starting quarterback back. How shocked are we that both of these 14-1. How shocked are we that both of these teams are in the top 20 going into this game?
I guess I should be, but Carter, you were in Friday, right?
Yes.
We were just out, so did you hear the segment we did on college football and the 1-year turnarounds and how that's all kind of happening?
I don't think I did.
Okay, it was during the C block last week, and we discussed that a little bit, Kevin. I guess maybe we shouldn't be shocked by this anymore. It feels like these things are going to start happening more more often because schools that have been waiting for an opportunity like this, they have money available and they're ready to make something like this happen.
And we talked about it ever since SMU announced they're moving to the ACC, is that they have the money. They've wanted to make this move for a long time. And SMU was a good team last year. They won the American in their last year in that conference. So I don't think it's as surprising. With Pitt, it's absolutely shocking. They were 3-9 last year. And you talk about these one-year turnarounds, it's mostly like a Miami or like a school that you would expect to have a lot of money. Pitt, I do not look at as this perennial football powerhouse. So to see them just completely flip the script and kind of beat the crap out of a lot of teams on their schedule too, that's the most shocking thing.
Although on the flip side, the Cincinnati game, West Virginia game, and Cal game, I could have all seen go either way. So props to them for winning those games. But they have bounced between like throttling and barely eking by people.
And their last game, they didn't win that game so much as Kyle McCord and Syracuse lost it.
Yeah.
3 pick sixes in the first half. So they've had some results like that go their way, but they're from year to year, Pitt is playing like I don't think they're a top 20 team. Like they're undefeated. They're much better than they were last year. But I don't think just because they're undefeated, that means they are one of the 20 best teams in the country.
Yeah, because I think we're all understanding that Vanderbilt is becoming one of the best teams in the country.
I mean, they put up a heck of a fight. That is a good
I'm just surprised they're 5-3, I think, is what I'm like, hold on, when did that happen?
They held Texas to 6 points in the second half of that game. Like they had a very good shot to win.
Okay, so let's talk about that game then. So Quinn Ewers starts out that game unbelievable, 18 for 19. And then as you watch the game go along, he has multiple turnovers. I know there is concern that sometimes you will see him turnover happy. But Sarkisian came out and was like, that's a hell of an effort, gritty effort. I'm proud of him for sticking it in there. What are we to make of Quinn Ewers, who's gone from Heisman favorite to top draft pick to should he be benched and everywhere in between this year?
It's probably due to the injury that he suffered too.
Fair.
I think that definitely has something to do with it because in every game that since he's come back from that injury, starting with the OU game, he's had at least one turnover, if not two, multiple. The other thing with Texas, I feel at times Sark will get in his own way with his play calling. I think in the second half, it's just the way he can manage the clock, the way he just doesn't approach it in a way that I think makes it as easy for his players as it could be. This was a lot more relevant when the talent on Texas was a lot worse. Like in his first year, they would have leads early in these games, and then the way Sark would call his plays combined with the talent would cause them to lose those games. Now Texas is much more talented. They have the dogs on there to win these close kind of games, but there's still times where I look at it as you're working with a quarterback who may still be dealing with an injury, and you're not calling the game in a way that allows you to put it away against. I mean, let's be real. Vanderbilt's a lot better this year than we thought.
Sure.
Texas should have beaten them by 20 if you look at the talent between both teams.
Now, Corey, I know this is what you've really wanted to talk about, the Sunflower Showdown. How invested were you in the Sunflower Showdown, and do you think Carter knows what that is?
I think Carter absolutely knows what that is.
Carter? What is the Sunflower Showdown and how did it play out?
That would have happened in Little Manhattan this weekend in Kansas, Kansas State and Kansas State beat their in-state rivals KU for the 16th straight year.
Correct.
16 years in a row. That's domination.
They thwarted a Kansas field goal with a minute 42 left to go, 51-yarder. All right. I want to get back to Pitt and maybe BYU and Indiana in just a second. Here's a team that everybody takes seriously, but how serious should they? Ohio State. Is Ohio State overrated? Ohio State beat Nebraska in a very competitive game. This is the same Nebraska game that just got its butt handed to them last week against Indiana. Is Ohio State overrated?
I think that kind of doesn't that help though Nebraska in that they just got their rear ends taken care of
for sure,
and they knew this is an opportunity to they were up for that game.
They put up a fight.
Yeah,
I thought they were going to win, honestly.
Yeah, they had the ball late with a chance to go ahead. It took a final interception from Dylan Raiola, the Nebraska quarterback, who he didn't even have a good game, and Nebraska was still in that game the entire time. Ohio State could not run the ball versus Nebraska, and they have 2 running backs I think will be, at the very least, day 2 picks in Quinshon Judkins and Trayvon Henderson. Those are good players. Ohio State has 4 and 5 stars littered across their offensive line, and you can't run against Nebraska. Like you said, a week after they lost by 49 to Indiana.
Yeah.
That is super concerning.
Now, Indiana, BYU, and Pittsburgh. I know we mentioned Pittsburgh just a minute ago, but we're 8 games into the season. Indiana still hasn't trailed. That's the first time a team's done that in at least 20 years.
Indiana, of all teams, has not trailed.
Of those 3 teams, who do you take seriously? Who do y'all not take seriously?
I mean, I have to take Indiana seriously.
I think you're right.
Because their coach told me to Google him, and then I did, and he wins. So he's right about
What a
that.
season to back that up, too.
Oh, my gosh. Yeah, dude.
They're 8-0, and he's like, told you.
Yeah.
Google me.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and that was the confidence he had in A, the players he brought with him that he knew, and B, the players that he knew he was going to be able to acquire with the money that Indiana was able to give him to, what was it, 400% up was the number I think I threw out there of the money that they were able to use NIL wise. So yeah, I think he had that much confidence.
I absolutely believe in Indiana, and I believe in 3 weeks Indiana plays at Ohio State. So they could both be undefeated going into that game.
Indiana game in
the history of the school.
Yeah, I could see that for football at least.
They've never won 10 games in their history. They've won 9 games like twice. If they're 10-0 going into that game, there is no way that is not the biggest game in Hoosiers football history. I'm also 100% buying BYU because listen to the rest of their schedule. They're off this weekend.
That's the only team that beat SMU, right?
Yes, and which looks like now that's a great loss for SMU. We thought earlier in the season BYU wasn't going to be anything, but BYU's remaining schedule is at Utah, so it's a rivalry game. You never know what's going to happen in that, but the way Utah's looked, they've lost 4 in a row now. BYU looks like the much better team. Home against Kansas, at Arizona State, home against Houston. You're playing the bottom half of the Big 12 for the rest of the year. I don't see any reason with how good they've looked against the other teams they've played that they shouldn't be 12-0 going into the Big 12 championship game in December.
Is Miami going to have a big ding on them because they don't have anybody ranked on their schedule? I'm looking at their schedule right now. I don't see anybody they've beaten. They're undefeated. Well, they don't have anybody on the schedule right now that has a number next to them.
So you're worried it could like cost them a bye or something?
I'm kind of curious about that. Like, will people look at it that way? If they're an undefeated 8-0 or they're 8-0 right now,
they would still match up with Clemson.
So yeah,
right in the ACC championship,
or potentially SMU if Clemson
that's a good
slips
point.
up.
That's a good point.
There's a scenario where Miami, Clemson, and SMU are all undefeated, or Pitt are all undefeated in ACC play, and one of them would get left out of the championship game and potentially left out of the playoff. But that's a story for another time. With Miami, I believe when they beat Cal was ranked because that was game day. I think Cal was ranked at that point. So they beat teams who were ranked at the time. So you can go to wins like that.
Yeah.
But if you want to go by the end of the season, they might not have a ranked win. You could look at Texas the same way.
Oh yeah,
Michigan, OU, they were ranked when they beat them. They look like crap now. So that argument I don't look at so much as just the way they've looked on the field. And they took an admittedly really bad Florida State team to the woodshed this weekend, but they've just looked good enough in most of their games. There's enough to look at with their team that, if you look at the ranked wins, maybe not, but the way the team plays, they're absolutely deserving of a playoff spot now.
I know we talked about this game some yesterday, but I want to fire off cut number 16. Is this gentleman right here about to shake up college football?
Got Le'Veon Moss to his left. You'd figure they would feed him down here. They do. Keeper. He pulled it and scores. One play touchdown drive, and the Aggies claim momentum and cut into this lead. Happened in a hurry.
Marcel Reed comes in, and make no mistake about it, LSU's defense was dominating that game. Reed comes in. I know they got turnovers too, but totally turns the game around, puts A&M or keeps A&M in a position to matter in the SEC. How big of a deal was this win, and is Marcel Reed?
I think it's huge. I think what A&M showed me in the second half was everything that they expected to be with Jimbo, because you look, a lot of the talent that Jimbo brought in is still there. Some of the bigger names might have left, but a lot of those really, really good defensive players still on the roster. Then you bring in Mike Elko, who actually has discipline, accountability.
He's not a politician.
He's not a politician. I also kind of thought that might have been a shot at Brian Kelly, the coach who was playing as well. I thought it could have gone either way, but Marcel Reed comes in. He has more passing yards on his one long pass than Connor Wegman did in the entire game that he'd played up to that point. It was incredible to watch A&M basically do the same thing over and over and over and just find a way to just mow LSU down. And like you said, LSU's dominating. If LSU has a kicker, this game's completely different. Their kicker misses 3 kicks, and the third one that he missed, it snapped early, goes straight into the placeholder's face. A&M recovers, drives right down the field and scores. So I think this is huge. I think A&M is absolutely for real. They jumped into the top 10, like around 10 or 9. I would have vaulted them up even higher. I think that's how talented, how good this roster is. I thought this back when they lost to Notre Dame, that they may have lost that game, but there was a lot of really good stuff they showed in that game. Now they got a shot at another ranked team, and they showed out.
Oregon and Dylan Gabriel, obviously they've been playing very well. That is the one team that took down Ohio State by 1 point. How confident are you, not only they continue, but that they're going to be a bye and they're going to get a bye and be a major player in the playoff?
I picked them as my national champion before the season, so I totally bought into them. I was definitely scared away early in the year when they barely beat FCS Idaho and then nearly lost to Boise State.
Yeah.
A good group of 5 team, but a team Oregon should still be way more talented than and beat. They've definitely come into their own. And I mean, after the Ohio State game, they shut out Purdue. They just look like they're on a completely different level than a ranked Illinois team that they played this last weekend. The speed difference was incredible watching the Oregon players fly around the field. Illinois looked like they were playing in the era of the uniforms they wore last weekend. Right? Like they just look so much slower. So Oregon's got Michigan at Michigan this weekend, and then a pretty, some of the lesser teams in the Big Ten to end the season. I'm rebought into them. If I ever lost any faith in them, I'm absolutely rebought into them.
Anything else in the college football front you think we need to know?
Do you guys know what the battle for the golden screwdriver is? You quizzing me on rivalry names earlier?
I think it's
there's no chance I know.
It's Pitt and Penn State.
You're on the completely wrong side of the country.
Right.
It is Hawaii and Fresno State. And I found out about this today. They're playing this weekend. I saw that name. I was like, why did this name get this rivalry? In like the early 2000s, a Fresno State fan threw a screwdriver at head coach June Jones for Hawaii.
Dangerous.
So then they made a golden screwdriver as like an unofficial trophy to give out to the winner of that rivalry. I didn't know, like, Hawaii is kind of one of those, fun teams you stay up late and watch because they're sicko like me. Fresno State's actually the team they've played the most. So there's a lot of history. I'm like, Hawaii, Fresno State, what is that? They've actually played 80-something times. So I just thought that was a fun nugget.
Excellent insight from Carter Freeman. By the way, on the NFL front, Deontay Johnson, along with a 6th-round pick, getting sent to the Ravens for a 5th-round pick. So if it makes it simpler for you, they swap down from a 5th-round pick to a 6th-round pick to pick up Deontay Johnson. The Ravens did.
Cowboys could make a play for a
because
player,
that's the kind of deal you're like, hold on, we drop 1 round from 5 to 6 and you get that player.
They can make a play for somebody, right?
Michael Irvin says they need to do something. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here. Whoops. On 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up Wednesday morning on Sean and RJ.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations, 2023.
Snap to Prescott. They will throw it on first down. Deep ball down the left side. Double coverage. And it's intercepted at the 8-yard line. Jumped by Jair Brown. Stepped in front of Turpin. And the Cowboys have turned it over on their second possession of the game.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where we got a lot to get to in crosstalk here. Thank you very much to D&M Leasing for making it happen. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Terrific, Hagee. I am fired up for Flagtober's final day, which is tomorrow.
Hell yeah. And where
Whataburger in Grand Prairie, 2630 State Highway 161. I'm reading your mind, Hagee.
And thank you very much. Grand Prairie was great to us last week. I did learn a fun fact that somebody in this room, if they choose to reveal themselves, perhaps said that some of our fans are smelly. And I had never realized that before. Corey,
we're going to be at Buffalo Wild Wings in Grapevine on Friday. So
if you
bring
smell
your best smells.
or don't.
We're
Bring your
gonna
best
smell you-
smells, yeah.
We're
Come
going
on out.
to smell you live on air. Is what we're going to do. So come on up and we to Buffalo Wild Wings. off of 114 in Grapevine, and we'll smell you.
Is that a deterrent for people? They're like, I want to go see the show, but I don't want Corey to come smell
Well,
me.
what if they?
Hopefully,
what if
it's a
they're like,
deodorant for some people.
Yeah, put on your best smell, for that.
Okay.
day,
Put on your
you know?
Sunday best. Come
Yeah,
see
exactly.
you. Yeah, come see you.
Come on.
Okay.
If you don't wear deodorant, you could smell. If you have urinated in your clothes that you're currently wearing, you could smell. If you just hotboxed your vehicle, it does not go away in between the time you walk from your vehicle to the front door.
Okay.
That I'm sorry.
Just three.
Wait a second. I thought it did.
No.
Oh, damn it.
I have no idea how
It's
you
gonna
would know
take a
about that
while.
either
Spell
way.
me the whole time?
Now, that was
I
the
think you're
voice.
part of it.
That was the voice of Zach Wolchuk, who may or may not be the plaintiff in our proposed 105.3 The Fan mock trial.
That's true.
Now, we have pitched this a lot off air. Zach, do you you probably said this yesterday. Do you care to tell us about the incident at the potential defendant, Mr. Sharif's house?
Yeah, I was just hanging out on what I thought was a lovely swing in the backyard with my daughter. And we were hanging out, having a good time. We were talking with Eric and Marion and everybody else that was at the party. Wife was out there. Next thing I know, things become a little uneven, and the chair tilts back. We fall right into the water. Baby submerged. I'm submerged. I ended up getting battle wounds from this as well.
Just disappointed Sean's negligence nearly got my co-host injured. His baby injured, which could have caused additional psychological trauma. We might have had a concussion on board yesterday. I feel like Wolchuk had a solid 9.5 out of 10. Cowboys Monday could have been a full 10.
Mm-hmm.
So there's significant damages here.
We would like to volunteer
Punitive
as
damages.
the forum for this mock trial, as you are in G-Bag. Sean Sharif is in the morning show. We are in the middle. We are unbiased.
Judge
part of
and jury.
this.
Yeah.
Yes. We would like to facilitate your mock trial.
I, for one, would trust these guys with my life.
Yeah, I'm in on this. I might need you as a witness since you were right there, saw the whole thing. I'm less worried about myself, guys. I'm mainly worried about the trauma that I think my daughter's now gone.
And
through.
how old is your little sweet baby?
You can't put a
now?
price on that.
She's only 8 months old.
Eight
Or can you?
And last
months
night,
old.
the poor thing is asleep, and she's crying in her sleep. She's having a nightmare.
I think we need to call her to the stand.
And what do you think she was having a nightmare about, boys?
Being
Crashing.
submerged.
Nearly
Yeah.
drowning.
Yes.
Her first
Something to do with
New
water.
fear unlocked.
Yeah.
And the dad guilt that I'm now dealing with for something that was out of my control.
Man.
Well, I'm glad you didn't take
Are
it
you
into your own
predisposed to
hands.
high levels of guilt already?
Not at all. This is the first time he's ever dealt with this. What do you mean?
I'm Jewish. Jewish guilt's a real thing.
Oh, is that right?
You'll filter fish.
The real Jay Jeezy.
Yeah, I think this is a wonderful idea. So, would you like to press station charges at the moment?
This is a terrible idea.
If you press it with your other hand, because that one's hurt bad.
USOBs.
Consider it pressed.
You all hate. You all hate me.
Wow.
None of you
I love
guys.
it.
None of you guys like me.
We have to get some character witnesses. I'm all in on this, man.
Hopefully,
I'm
if you
for
could
real
plan a
all in.
surprise witness too, that would be amazing.
Yeah.
Like to call to the stand. What?
Oh my gosh!
All right.
I can't believe that person was there for
we
this.
will work on the potential 105.3 The Fan mock trial. Now, on a more serious note, I know Michael Irvin. He is very passionate about a lot of things.
He's quit now, hasn't he?
And about Cowboys football, he said, you have to make a trade deadline deal. That's the only way. And when Dak was talking about, we've been here in 2018, that was when they traded for Amari Cooper, and that helped turn the season around. I don't think it's going to happen, but do you think the Cowboys are to the point where only a trade can turn the season around?
I'm at the point where there isn't one single trade that can do anything.
That's
to
a
help
fair
you.
point.
And I think you feel. I don't want them to do some Hail Mary thing. You've spent the entire semester doing nothing, and now you just want to, at the midway point, you want to try and take an exam to try and help your grade. It's too far gone, dude.
Yeah.
You didn't do anything player acquisition-wise throughout the entire offseason to give you any reason to believe that you're one player away, or two players away, or three players away. You would be the Jets with Devontae Adams.
That's what I was saying.
Just
I'd say
useless.
the Jets are your example of they're trying to make something happen, and it's
You got to
not-
earn the right to be a buyer at the deadline.
Yeah.
You haven't come anywhere close to that.
That team was a wide receiver away. You know, it had nothing on the outside, and it had a massive hole in the team, and it was obvious that there are a lot of other good stuff going on with the team, but. this thing would require probably 2 or 3 trades, but I am up for making a trade that can help 2025 and 2026 and maybe make you better now and make you less of an embarrassment now. And that is a 2 for Cooper Kupp, who the Rams are willing to throw in even more money on to offset your salary cap hit. You need bargains against the cap and good players. And Cooper Kupp's going to help you a lot more than whatever high-risk second-rounder they take in April.
All right.
Look what Dawson just did there. Yeah.
Yeah, I do too. What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold, as always. Heggie, thanks so much for asking. We got stuff. We do. It's a triple guest Tuesday. Ted Wynn at 4, Stink at 4:40, and Golick Jr. there at 6.
All right. Yeah. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. I want that to be your new slogan. We got stuff. We've been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say mock trial, Kevin.
Mock trial with Jay Reinhold. It was a hell of an effort, gritty effort. I'm proud of him for sticking it in there.
You've made us O'Reilly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. Hour 1, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. General at your service. Salute to you. There's Brian Bras, former Cowboy Scout, NFL executive. Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup over there at Master Control here at 75 and Fitzhugh. He'll attempt to keep the Gators down best he can. Go 5 hours flawless. G-Bag of the Day is coming up at 2:30, LA Live 540. Got your Nosebleed Brothers, Wolchuk and Chiafalo. And Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. And along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Good afternoon, gentlemen. How the heck are you?
Sore.
From what?
Not a bum wrist, guys.
That's right. Yes.
That hand is still.
No, we're fantastic. I mean, it's a TD Tuesday.
It is a TD Tuesday.
You want me to cut these lights off? I know you were talking about how it's, potential concussion symptoms.
Yeah, last night was rough. But I think we're okay right now. I've gotten used to it.
Right on.
We're all good.
You think it's something you're going to have to live with the rest of your life?
I don't think I'm ever going to heal fully.
Yeah.
Well, that TD Tuesday should nourish you, as I believe Chiafalo was going to say before I cut him off.
Nectar of the gods.
A nice Tuesday afternoon, a Mavericks victory Tuesday. Looking to go 2 in a row there versus Anthony Edwards, even though they got like 3 days worth of rest and you're on a back-to-back. It's all good stuff here. Luka's not going to go 2 for $1 million again. It's impossible.
Yeah, why not? Phoenix was on the second of a back-to-back on Saturday.
Yep.
It's time for the Mavs to get one. Okay, so it's official now. Trevon Diggs out for the season with the torn ACL amid the Texans' 6-2 start. They're also dealing with the absence of wide receiver Nico Collins. So your local Houston Texans fan, if you have one in your life, they need some fortification.
Man, I like
get him a cold beer.
I like what. Amen to that. I like what Wolchuk was saying off air. Like, man, Texans should have been in on Deontay Johnson.
Man, that would have been fun.
The Ravens barely give up anything, dude.
I know. It was
pick swaps.
Maybe that's just because he's an expiring contract, so it's like you're really just getting him for a half-season rental.
Exactly. Easy money. Okay, let's do it. You're a win-now team. Texans should be.
I'd have loved it.
As well. I think Deontay
today, and it continues to be today, the reactions from former players, are pretty damning, and they're going to start Joe Flacco against the Vikings on Sunday. I think if it was just that, it would be one thing, but I feel like, the guy's pretty immature based on all the coverage that I've seen and some of his antics, and it's hard. Like, you got to be dialed and kind of buttoned up, tucked in kind of guy, and I think this is part of the figuring out process of what it takes. There's a lot of pressure to be a pro in every way in the NFL. I don't know. I guess if you go back and do it again, you just fake a cramp right there. Or you're like, oh, I got my bell rung, boss. If you're super tired, just figure out a different way to do it.
You got to be a little careful though, because there was a guy in high school that said that he got his bell rung, and then we went and he was like, he took himself out and he was done, and then when you go back to watch the tape, there was no bell ringing done.
Okay,
so that was a bad look. So you got to at least make it seem like maybe you got tackled in the gut area. You could say you had the wind knocked out of you. You could always just go to at any moment when you're in emergency. Bubble guts.
Oh yeah,
everybody can relate to that.
Yeah. Coach. You do a little clinching walk. That high tiptoe type of clinching walk.
Yep.
You come off the field. Everybody's gonna know.
We've all done it.
Yeah.
And everybody's going, oh my gosh. Now you're a sympathetic figure walking off. Now we're all talking to ourselves. Yeah. Why don't we have a Porta-John right here, ready to go for our guy? Maybe he wouldn't even have to miss a snap. Maybe he would. Okay, but I think that would have probably been his best move. And it's a little bit funny at that point, but it's only 10 starts for him.
Yeah.
This is his 10th start.
Still a rook.
But he was also like the poster boy for dude who wasn't ready coming out and probably could use a year off, if not more.
Yeah.
And they kind of threw him in there.
Yeah, he had 13 college starts. I mean, he was a big-time question mark when we were watching him coming out. The physical gifts that he has.
Undeniable.
Absolutely. And as a runner, he's extremely gifted. But it was very Jekyll and Hyde at Florida, too. I mean, there would be an amazing game, and then it was what's going on here. It was just very erratic. But, I mean, I wonder, they probably didn't want to make this move. But I think this is something where my guess would be enough of the players in that locker room were like, we believe that Joe Flacco gives us the best chance to win here.
Yeah.
And we're kind of out after. You're taking yourself out of the game, 3rd and goal at the quarterback position. It sucks that you were honest, and this is now going to come back to hurt you, and you're losing your starting job, because I don't think you should be punished for being honest, but that's kind of what we're looking at here. As a quarterback, you can't do that, and you're going to lose people by doing that. You're not a leader.
Yeah, this is, if you look at the Colts, they're 2 games back in that division now, and you see what Joe Flacco did last year for Cleveland when he stepped in, got him to the playoffs. Colts are about to go on a run right here where their season will be on the line. The second, if you look at after the bye, they've got Denver, the Titans, the Giants, and the Jaguars. If they're still hanging around with a chance for a playoff spot,
Got to win those games.
They got to win those games. But right now they're looking at Minnesota. They got Buffalo at home. They got the Jets away. They got the Lions and then the Patriots.
Okay.
They're going to try and find a way to navigate those games with Joe Flacco and see if they can get this thing into, because the last part of their season after the bye gives them the best chance to maybe get one of those last playoff spots. But that's what we know about Joe Flacco. He could kind of play well enough on offense to get you into the playoffs. And I think that Chris Ballard, the general manager there, I know I chimed in with the midday guys about this. Chris's job's on the line. It is on the line. I mean, they made this choice. I mean, Jim Irsay has kind of been patient with him about some of the moves that he's made, and they go out and they try and get a quarterback. Here's an organization that forever it seemed like they'd hit it right on quarterback. When you go from, when you look at who all's played quarterback, the history of them, since, but they look like this one might be wrong for them, and they've got to find a way. Chris has got to find a way to get this thing in the playoffs, and maybe Joe Flacco gives him the best chance to save his job.
Yeah, I think it makes sense to play the guy as long as you're a rebuilding team and you're willing to be patient with stuff. But then you're like, hey, we're actually kind of good if he's not in there. And, oh, by the way, this happened. Might have lost the locker room, not a great leader. Maybe this is a perfect time to give him a break, give him a chance to reevaluate and kind of reset everything that it takes to be a quarterback in this league. So those are your biggest stories outside of the Cowboys. Jerry Jones was back on the Fan this morning, talked about a variety of things, including the running quarterback, which I think that's why Anthony Richardson was taken so high, even though he'd only played 13 starts and didn't have a great command of the passing game. It's because running the ball is more important than it's ever been. And if you can get a guy who's a weapon like that and can be sufficient in the pass game, you can win very quickly. But on Dak running, Jerry said you really don't want to see him take off with the ball. These quarterbacks that run, they're going to get injured, and that happens. It happens to the youngest. It happens to the best. It happened to Dak. And I wouldn't say it's up there in red letters at the practice facility, don't run, but I would say that we want him to be smart about it, and he is being smart about it. However, when will we when he sees the opportunity, pull down and run it? He will run the ball. So I think Jerry is, for the most part, right on about that. I don't know if Dak should be running right now. I don't think he should be, because you're not close to the Super Bowl. The closer you get to a Super Bowl, the more you're willing to run. Right now, this is a rebuilding team. And in a couple of years, you're going to come out of that rebuild. You don't want Dak recovering from another significant surgery from trying to run you to 9-8 instead of 7-10. You guys with me on that?
I do get what you're saying there, but I don't know that that's the context of it. I think even in a make or break it sort of regular season game, Dak wouldn't even run. It seems like he's completely out on it, and it's not to say that you have to run. You don't have to be Jalen Hurts running 10 times in a game like he did over the weekend. Not asking you to be Jaden Daniels or Lamar Jackson, but Mahomes and Purdy are scrambling nicely. Can we get 2 or 3? Can you just steal a first down or 2? Yeah. You don't have to take a hit. I'm not asking you to go Cam Newton and just bully people Josh Allen style. Like, just when it's obvious to take off and go get 7 or 8 yards, go do it. Slide, get down. Like, we don't need huge plays. It's just, if you want to win games, I think at this point you can't be super stationary guy. Not when your pocket is giving you little opportunity to succeed and you're making terrible decisions with your eyes and all that stuff when it comes to the turnovers. Yeah. It's like, what are you providing at this point? You have to be able to scramble for a first down from time to time.
100%. Yeah, I think that, and that's what I would say back to Jerry. Like, I'll stand on what I said. I don't want Dak running this year. I just don't think the reward is worth the risk.
And I get that.
But, Jerry, you have to acknowledge that Pat Mahomes is out here winning the Super Bowl by running for, 45 or 50 yards?
Yeah.
In these big games, the quarterbacks have a decision. Do I want to throw into coverage? Do I want to throw it away, or do I want to run? And right now, Dak doesn't throw it away, and he doesn't run.
No.
So it's just throwing into coverage in these moments. I would say the situation pretty desperately calls for a guy willing to take a first down with his legs.
I wonder what they see in Trey Lance then.
You got to start it with good enough in the passing game and then go to the running. You can't start with the runner
I think what people want is, can you get a Trey Lance package in? Like they did with Taysom Hill. That dude can run. If you don't want to run Dak, you don't know anything to Trey Lance. Throw Trey Lance in there for a play. Give it to him. Let him run.
The problem with Richardson, you're right. He just, the 7 interceptions is a problem. You have to be able to throw it well enough. And if you're going to make mistakes and you're not going to be accurate, and running doesn't matter. It really, really doesn't. But you just kind of wonder, because Trey Lance's game is about his mobility, and I personally, I feel like he throws the ball better than Anthony Richardson right now, just what I've seen so far. But to me, I just kind of wonder, if you don't want your quarterback to run, I just don't see Trey Lance as a drop back, throw it a bunch guy. I kind of see a guy that can kind of run around and, I trust me, I watched Texas A&M make a quarterback change the other day, and it just completely killed LSU's game plan to stop a guy that can run, and also read the way he was able to run and throw the ball. If Texas A&M starts anybody other than him, that's coaching malpractice. But running quarterbacks are a huge, huge problem for teams to deal with. You saw what it did to what Brock Purdy did to you the other night.
Yes.
That supplement of 50 yards, extra yards, and a running, those are hidden yards right there for your quarterback.
He had just as many rushing yards as your entire team did.
Yeah.
Last year in the playoffs, Dak did run for 45 yards, but that was part of a year where he's running about 2.5 times more last year than he has so far this year. You kind of do have to wonder what was up with that boot, and was there an injury that came along with that has made him significantly less athletic, or maybe compromised to a point that he's like, man, I really don't want to be even trying to explode in that way right now.
Yep.
So yes, that one is interesting, and at the start of a brand new contract with him, it's like, is this going to be how it is? And can you theoretically win like this? Jerry, on faith in the players, I have a lot. I have a lot of faith in the coaching staff as well. We'll have some players coming back from injury that will play critical roles for us. We ought to get better. 17-game season. Let's get this thing turned around and have a storybook ending to a rough start. He's still selling the hope. At what point do you acknowledge, hey, we're just not that good, and actually talking about this just continues to put pressure on a bad football team? You wouldn't take a team full of young players that had no shot, no experience, and that's a lot of what the foundation of your team is made of right now, and say, guys, we got to win. This should be about, and Mike says that. When Mike's talking, he says it accurately, but
he knows it's a growth kind of year.
Yeah.
But Jerry doesn't.
Okay, Mavs at T-Wolves tonight after hammering the Jazz with great defense last night. I called for it. They delivered, didn't they? They were closing out so hard. Utah ends up shooting 29 free throws. And, Mavs could have held them easily in the 90s, but Spencer Dinwiddie hit some big shots. It was great to see him.
It was.
Kyrie was great with 23 and 9. Klay Thompson, I don't think he made more than half of his shots, but he made some big ones. And he makes shooting look so easy. He had another 18 points. Luka, really tough shooting night. I think he was 1 of 9 from 3, 15 points, 9 rebounds, 8 assists. So he filled out the box score pretty good. But, hopefully he's got it going tonight against a kind of a rebuilt T-Wolves team, right? Out is Karl Anthony Towns, and in is Julius Randle.
Yeah, and Anthony Edwards is becoming just a three-point guy. He's jacking them up from three. He's not the mid-range dude. He's not getting to the rim the same way. He's not efficient there. It's super early, but he's taken a lot more threes so far. Maybe trying to conserve that body a little bit.
Yeah. Could have learned something with that run last year, possibly.
Yeah, I would say, if you can figure out how not to expend so much energy and still get your 30, save some of that for defense, it'd be a great plan to try to figure that out between now and the postseason, because it was evident he was gassed, and it's not easy. But
no, it's not. I mean, when you're carrying a team, I mean, honestly, it's funny that we're talking about this because last night with the Mavericks, I'm thinking, holy crap, the Luka usage rate now. You look at everybody else that's capable of scoring. This is going to be super beneficial for him. I mean, the fact that they've got all their starters in double figures, Lively and Dinwiddie doing what they do coming off the bench. You just needed 15 from Luka last night. You got Kyrie, who's able to kind of run things, Dinwiddie off the bench, Hardy if you need to spell Luka for a little bit. They're going to be able to keep him a lot more fresh the longevity of the season with how deep they are.
They overwhelmed Utah. Utah had no answers for what they were bringing, and that's a great point. Their depth should allow them to win games and hopefully reduce Luka's usage significantly. The Dodgers have taken a commanding 3-0 series lead against the Yankees. I love it. New York being denied. This is actually starting to be a pretty lengthy run for them without being able to get the job done. I think we're at 14 or 15 years. And obviously the Rangers had a big say in that back in the day, getting that streak underway. All righty. It is the G-Bag Nation. Have the G-Bag of the day coming up at 2:30. And coming up next, gentlemen, where are we going?
Let's mix in a little quick pucking around the bases. We got to shout out this Dallas Star. And oh my goodness, could the Rangers be about to take their first L of the offseason? That's next.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Hey, buddies, welcome back. G-Bag of the Day coming up in about 8 minutes. Segment of the Nation brought to you by Window Nation. Go to windownation.com/Cowboys. Call 866-90-NATION. Segments brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. And, of course, it's brought to you by the Frankels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or loved ones injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels. Get a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Hit frankelfirm.com. Last Flagtober stop is tomorrow. Whataburger in Grand Prairie off 161 by the Walmart. Here's Wolchuk from Quick Puck.
Stars are in Finland. They're getting ready for the NHL Global Series, and they are the best team in the NHL to be participating in this in Finland because they have dominated NHL scouting when it comes to getting Finnish players. Over the past 30 years, the Dallas Stars have become the NHL's prime destination for Finnish players. According to the Dallas Morning News, they've hosted 24 Finns in their history, more than any other franchise. They've got 3 active Finnish players, Miro, Roope Hintz, Esa Lindell, and they got 3 more in the farm system. So they're crushing it. They have had at least one Finnish player on their roster every year since they moved to Dallas in '93. Yeah. That is wild. Always having a player from Finland. So right now they're hanging out. They went to a sauna as a team last night, right after they got off the plane.
Team sauna sesh,
Team sauna.
dude. That's bonding.
And, of course, with 3 guys that are from the area,
they knew the best sauna in town.
They know exactly where to go. So Esa Lindell said sauna is a huge part of life in Finland. It is very important. For me, it's a way to relax and put behind what happened in the day, your work or whatever. You can relax and just sweat it out a bit.
Beautiful, man.
Just get a good sweat out.
Well said.
So I'm excited to just get all the content from the Stars in Finland. Now, Matt Duchene, after a fantastic week, he was named the NHL's 3rd star of the week. He had 6 points, 3 goals, 3 assists over 3 games this past week. So he earned those honors. Of course, the Stars knocked off the Blackhawks over the weekend 4-2.
Like the way you slowed that one down.
Well, I know that you like to kind of come in.
You just got to be careful.
Just,
got to be careful.
Make sure that the right words were said there. So Friday, they'll have their first game. It'll be against Florida. I mean, heck, that could be a Stanley Cup final preview. Panthers, your defending Stanley Cup champion. They've been to the Stanley Cup final 2 years in a row. The Stars trying to finally break through. Looking to go to their 3rd straight Western Conference final and then finally make it back to the Cup final since the Bubble Cup. They're in Edmonton.
Right. Well, to be the man, you got to beat the man.
Sure do. So this is going to be a fun game in Finland on Friday. Now, moving over around the bases, as Dawson mentioned, Dodgers have a chance to sweep this thing tonight. And history tells you this thing's not going past 5 games. In fact, I think only 4 times in the history of Major League Baseball when a team's gotten up 3-0, there's even been a Game 5 where the team's won Game 4 to force it.
21 series that have been?
Yes.
Yeah, so crazy.
It's unbelievable.
I think it's a bullpen game for the Dodgers tonight.
For the Dodgers.
So maybe we can go ahead and get this thing back to NYC.
Maybe we'll be able to hear like, Yankees win, the Yankees win.
Yeah.
Hopefully not.
That's a pretty good John Sterling right there.
I don't think that was a good bit when he was a younger broadcaster.
You didn't think it was good?
There's just a little bit too much elderly shake voice going on in there right now. Yeah, Dodgers are totally dominating. Yankees are all falling flat at the worst possible time.
Judge has been really bad.
Doing their best. Alex Rodriguez, I guess you would call that. They're all going full A-Rod. Mookie Betts is dominating, as you would expect.
He's
him to.
dominating. The pitching's been fantastic. I mean, Walker Buehler, what he was able to do last night was fantastic.
Yeah.
I mean, he was brilliant. He's earned himself some money. But this is the scary thing. So Juan Soto, prized free agent to be, is he going to go back to the Yankees? Maybe. But the reports are that came out yesterday. Yeah, the Dodgers are expected to join in on the free agency sweepstakes for Juan Soto. It's like, are you kidding me? You've got Mookie Betts. You already have Freddie Freeman, who's now hit a home run in 6 straight World Series games, dating back to this series with Atlanta when they won. That's unreal. Like, he comes in with a gimpy ankle. What does he do? Walk-off grand slam game 1, lead-off home run. His first at bat, Ohtani's on. He comes up, boom, there you go. Gets him a great start.
That's how you do it, Ray.
It's unbelievable what the Dodgers are doing here. You had Juan Soto. This thing gets scary.
Ray's like, can't go paying luxury tax. They'll take draft picks away from us. Dodgers are like, we're luxury tax.
Them picks.
We don't have draft picks, so we better sign like one superstar every year. This will be just fine. That's how you get a TV deal, Ray. Sitting around here, where's our TV money? Buy some dang good players. Make the playoffs 2 years in a row, Ray. Maybe, the TV dollars will come flying your way.
Yeah, it's like we're worried about signing Nathan Eovaldi. That would be an afterthought for the Dodgers. They're like, yeah, of course we got the money.
Do you
for a
think
fault.
you can run faster than what Stanton ran last night? That play at the plate,
Dude,
no.
that was.
That-
that
I mean,
was
do you feel like you might have scored on that?
We got to
play?
have a next gen. What's the next gen speed on that? We got to have that.
14 or so.
That was.
I don't see a lot of next gen speed when it comes to MLB. Sometimes they have with like
the
bag speed.
I'll tell you what, it's because they keep those chips in the shoulder pads. So we'd have to find a place where you put them on a belt, someone's belt or
Stanton's
something.
got big enough shoulders. You could put a chip in there.
No, but the other day we didn't have stats for Chase at Cincinnati because he must have changed shoulder pads at halftime.
Oh, really?
So yeah, when they change pads, we don't get the numbers. Yeah,
is that a frequent occurrence? The changing of the shoulder pads. I know the pants.
I would think maybe
pads, I figured you'd keep the
something
same
busts
pad.
something busts in the pad and
Yeah.
we lost data on him because of the game because of he changed shoulder pads. during
Stan's
the
just
game.
a walking false advertisement because he looks just physically.
He does.
It's amazing how slow he ran.
Well,
though.
he's had a great postseason until the World Series, which is what a lot of these
Seriously.
Yankees offensive players are saying.
Well,
But
he can't move. It's like he can just
Well,
he
the
can
muscles,
swing a
they're
baseball
slowing him
bat.
down.
He looks physically as impressive as it gets, and then watching him run was like, it was eye-opening.
Popcorn muscles.
I felt for him.
Yeah,
like is he hurt?
You're yelling like run,
Yeah.
and and he's just not.
Why aren't
he's
you
not
running?
going in? He's not going anywhere.
That was not good effort.
No.
Will Venables. He is drawing interest from other teams to be their manager. Now, we've kind of been hearing the whispers, maybe he's the Rangers'
Manager in waiting. Yeah.
Whenever Boch decides to go ahead and retire. And I think this might be the last year of Boch's deal. He's the assistant coach, and Venable last year had some opportunities, but according to a White Sox reporter, Chicago's managerial search has been narrowed down to 4 names. Venable is one of them, along with Grady Sizemore, Phil Nevin, and Craig Albernaz of the Guardians. So he's also possibly a finalist for the Marlins job. So you look at the White Sox and the Marlins might be coming here to poach your manager of the future, and Will Venable. Be interesting. Could be a big L already this offseason for the Rangers if they were to lose him.
Yeah, that'd be tough. I don't want to come back to Ray again, but my thought would be if I'm a hot managerial candidate and I see how we followed up the World Series by turning over our belly and worrying about profits. A guy in his mid-80s wanting to take the most possibly he can with him. You're not going to be able to spend it afterwards, Ray. Go ahead and build a legacy, build a brand for crying out loud. I wouldn't want to come back if I was Boch. I see CY wants to come back. He's got a family here, right? So I'm gonna lock in for the next 10 years, try to get us some more championships, and we'll see how committed we are when my kids graduate in high school.
Is it worth moving on from Boch if you don't want to lose this guy?
No, it's not.
If Boch is only going to manage one more year,
no, it's not worth it.
It's a fair question.
Good question, though. Yeah, but I just think Boch is special.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Will Venable, I've heard great things about, but he might not end up being a good manager. I don't know.
It's time now for the G-Bag of the day. Into the Pimp Cup we go. Here's Lucius.
Something new, something there. Hey.
Hey, buddy.
Woolchuck said he heard the whispers. Boy, as soon as you said that, I said, hey, in my head. That's what happened in my head. As soon as you said the whispers, I was like, oh, yeah. They big old mustaches. Oh, man. Shout out to them boys.
The Walking LA soundtrack.
Yeah, it's a gift and a curse, I'll tell you what. All right, let me get back to this. Okay, let me get back to that. Get to the other vibe. Okay, our winner so far is a depressed Cowboys fan. He thinks this team sucks, the Cowboys. So he is just berating the team with a whole lot of diss tracks. A whole lot. I think this is maybe 3 or 4 or 5. I don't know, man. This is right after they lost to the 49ers.
In the game. Mike McCarthy on the beat, hope we won't win another game any week, bro. We won't beat a playoff team cause we stink, bro. Got me putting on my shoulder pads, got me walking around like Tizo. Why running game so bad? Got me really thinking, who the fuck we got for GM? Cause he really stinks. Shit, our GM used to coach Abe Lincoln. The window for that Super Bowl is steady shrinking. The family matter and the truth of the matter. It was guys playing to show y'all we sorry ass team, we a Super Bowl fraud. Sorry ass team, we a Super Bowl fraud. Hey, big another team. Hey, big another team. Sorry ass team, we a Super Bowl fraud. Sorry ass team, we a Super Bowl fraud. Hey, 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 pick another team. Hey, 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 pick another team. Are we locked in? Hell no. Are we going to win? Hell no. Now lose this game. What? Lose that game. Now lose this game. What? Lose that game. What? Damn, this team sucks.
Damn, this team sucks.
Damn, this team sucks, son. Now, yesterday, you boys called that a banger. I'm not going to disagree with you because, you know, music it could be anything. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. It was kind of mid-pack to me. I think we all talked about how it sounded like he had it in the tuck already.
He might have.
Waiting for it to drop.
Might have. The tuck. I like that.
He dropped something else.
Yeah. Oh.
And this one's fire.
Here we go.
Yeah, this is not a mid-pack. I don't know if I'm going to play it yet because it's like two, songs back to back by the same guy on G back in the day. So I don't know what I'm doing with it. I just don't know what I'm doing with it yet.
Can't glaze him too hard.
Let's vote on it, man.
Maybe dunk on his other song.
Yeah.
Would this be a first?
Yeah, we can't glaze him too. It would be. That's why I haven't done it yet. I just don't know what to do about that. And it won't be a combo pack either. You know what I'm saying? Those have to be separate.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. Let's go to this one then. They were scrapping at the end of the Michigan State game.
Again, yeah.
They were scrapping
after it.
That tight end, and Michigan's tight end, was it Colston Loveland or something like that?
Loveland, yeah.
Loveland, big boy, talking big after that.
What happened here at the end? I know you were kind of a part of it. Can you just take me through, from your vantage point, what you saw there?
Yeah, I mean, little bro stay doing little bro things, So MSU the little bro, they can do whatever they want. We knew it was going to get chippy, but everything within the confines of the game we do right. And then after they want to get busy, we'll get busy.
Was it a fair fight this time? Remember last year?
It wasn't in the tunnel like
Yeah,
last time.
it was in the tunnel last time. That was.
I was just thinking about that guy the other day.
That was bad.
Yeah.
How terrified he must have been. They wouldn't let him go.
They would not let him go. Yeah.
That's real hatred they got.
This one was
they
on
gotta
the
use
field.
the buddy system from now on.
This was on the field. Yeah.
Nice.
So if you want to go, we can go, bro.
After they kneeled down, they went
little
after
brother
it.
syndrome.
Let's go to the KMC Masterpiece. Yesterday they had Cowboys COO Stephen Jones. This is Brass, big Brass. Okay. And he's asking this man about Trevon Diggs and the nuts.
Are you familiar with the incident between Trevon Diggs and Mike Leslie yesterday? And if so, can you give us any feedback about that?
I'm not aware of that at all.
Okay, so Trevon Diggs comes out and talks to Mike Leslie while he's still in his pads about a tweet that he sent out asking what Trevon Diggs was doing. And he said to Mike Leslie, "You don't know ball. You can't do what I can do." Mike Leslie responds, "I'd love to talk to you about it." And Trevon Diggs walks back into the locker room and says, "You can talk about D's nuts."
Yeah. Well, I don't have anything to say because I don't know about it firsthand and not going to comment on that.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay. All right, Stephen, thank you very much for your time, man. We will get back with you next week.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Go get Cowboys.
Go get Cowboys.
Go get Cowboys.
What an incredible ending to that interaction, man.
Okay.
Oh, that's so good. That is so good.
I got to hear him just
Yes.
when he realizes what's being asked to him.
And says, "You can talk about D's nuts."
Yeah. Well,
Yeah. Well, what the hell are we doing here?
Disappointed dad.
I know he was looking up at the clock like,
Yeah. That's another thing I got to worry about today.
I can't get enough of that, dude. That is phenomenal.
cut these interviews to 10 minutes, please.
I liked it on Friday because we got to have fun. There was levity in the air, right?
Man.
You guys don't got to be so serious.
Right.
I mean, if you really care that much about winning, then go do something about it. Don't be a pain in the butt on a Monday. You know, let's cut up. D's nuts is a legendary line. We can't get a response from the co-owner.
You can't get a response from the co-owner about these nuts.
About these nuts.
Oh, now you're worried about losing.
And
Yeah,
says
the
you can
champion
talk
too.
about D's nuts.
Just, oh, God.
Yeah, man.
How about how dejected he sounded when he was initially asked about it? He's like, I haven't heard anything.
Yeah.
But like he just sounded so down and out for the camera.
Yeah. Had a long flight, guys.
Well, yeah, and his sister's just got a broken rib.
That's
and
right.
Brother's
Yeah.
got a concussion, and you just lost again. I mean, it was a rough weekend.
I mean, Jerry talking about that this morning sounded like the car got just crushed.
It sounded terrible.
Yeah,
I'm
it
glad-
was like
I'm glad
a
everyone's
huge
okay.
collision. Yeah.
So did they pay for it? Did somebody else pay for that?
I think it was driver's fault. I think ran into one of those heavy barriers that comes down the VIP lots.
Yeah.
Trying to keep the riffraff out of there with a 2-ton.
Ooh, I would be a good driver. Like a chauffeur type driver vibe. I'm so good
Did you
at
miss all the
driving, dog.
potholes?
Yeah, man, I'm so good at driving, dog.
You know, Lucy, you go to school and learn how to drive for
Rich people?
for government people. Yeah, rich people. So you learn how to go backwards about 120 miles an hour and
make that-
spin it around. Yeah, yeah, and then keep it going forward. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I can
so
do
you
that.
drive up on the curb and kind of pop it over. You know,
Transporter style.
Yeah, I think I can do that.
Yeah.
All right, let's go to the depressed Cowboys fan. He's back with another one. Just
Here we go.
berating the Cowboys with diss tracks. This right here is in the key of Meet the Grahams. Meet the Cowboys.
Damn. CTE Records. Damn. Dear Jerry, the team is really starting to look bad and it's getting scary. Like why we ain't call up Derrick Henry to get some carries? Like why every week we going out there and getting buried? Like why every week we go out and take belt to ass? The only time we win is if the other team is trash. And that just got me mad and make me wanna go and crash. And I don't really mean to bash how long your tenure's gonna last. Throw the whole team in the trash. Dear Dak, I know that you wish you could get your hairline back. I know you wish them corners would come back in all black. I know you wish them in and outs were sharper than the tag, but they not, and that's a fact. So please stop throwing them picks. Who you throwing to, bro? Do you need your vision fixed? Is your makeup visor dirty? Do you need to make a switch? Is your makeup cleat slipping?
Strong, dude.
Passion. That is better.
They're good.
Just
I think
dissecting these boys.
Yeah, a little better. Yeah.
Lyricism. I'd like to get a record of his. I don't think they do those anymore, but back in the day as a radio station, you'd mint a bunch of those up, go hand them out to your listeners.
You got to go to the DSPs and see if he's got a list of things.
Yeah.
Yeah. Digital streaming platforms.
Digital streaming. Okay. All right. We'll look up Depressed Cowboys fan right there. You get all your cuts. Is it Depressed Cowboy fan the champion with the Kendrick Lamar remix? Is it Michigan tight end Loveland talking trash to Lil Bro over there at Michigan State? Hagee and Stephen Jones go get Cowboys, the capper there for Majors. Depressed Cowboys fan. Meet the Cowboys. I'm going to go with Hagee and Steve here. Chief, how about you?
Same here, man.
Lucian?
I think I will too.
Wolchuk?
Yeah, I could very well be G-Bag of the Year.
Brian?
I'm going to throw a vote for Depressed Cowboy, the second version.
All righty. By a score of 4-1. And your new G-Bag of the Day champion, it's Hagee's question to Stephen Jones with the super disappointed dad response. Okay, coming up next here, little afternoon rim, Chief?
Yeah, we got Klay Thompson history and no reason to fear this Western Conference contender next in the nation.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Silverados and anyone else, go see them today and visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference.
Yes, sir. Life is good. G-Bag Nation, we want to see you tomorrow. Last Flagtober stop of the year. Whataburger off 161 in Grand Prairie there, right next to Walmart there. 2630 161. Hope to see you there. Pick up a G-Bag Nation flag. Have a Whataburger and some fellowship. Here's Chief with some basketball discussion.
Josh, we have the ESPN NBA channel up right now. They just showed the Dwayne Wade statue face again, and it is as jarring the 12th time to seeing it as it was the first time. Just a minute, did you guys see the quotes he had on that?
Yeah, he was okay with it.
I can't wait to read these quotes. But let's go ahead.
The artistry behind it, right?
Let's cut the lights out. We'll put the kids down for that afternoon snoozer, and the G-Bag Nation's going all 56 inches around that rim.
Let it rain! Rain dance!
Rain dance!
I got a joint here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
It's always a special occasion when the Mavs get the victory, and Klay Thompson makes history with 15 three-pointers in the first 3 games with a franchise. That is what he has now done with the Mavericks. So
That's pretty cool. That's the thing that we desperately needed and wanted to see for sure, and you felt good about. There's some good reasoning behind it. He's a monster, and he's being set up beautifully, but almost 20 points a game right now, 5 threes per game, and doing it at a almost 46% clip. Amazing.
Yeah, I'm going to say he's going to have a bigger impact than I expected. He's bringing something to the team, a sense of urgency, a basketball IQ, a quickness in decision-making that I think this offense is going to benefit tremendously from. His defensive awareness is such that he does not have to be a great on-the-ball defender to help your team defensively. So I'm ecstatic about what Klay Thompson. I understand he's hot, and I'm ready for massive downturns and horrible shooting months.
Yeah,
but this is a great addition.
Yeah, I mean, offensively right now, it just fits so beautifully. Like him in this offense right now, the attention he draws. I mean, you're seeing moments where P.J. Washington, who is struggling from three or whatever, but he's getting wide open looks because two guys are attached to Klay Thompson behind the line.
Yeah.
And Klay Thompson is just getting open look after open look. 88% of his threes are considered open or wide open.
Yeah.
So and he's hitting 46% of his threes right now. So he's getting fantastic looks. I think the defensive stuff you want to be able to see a little bit more Marshall and Quentin Grimes in the Phoenix game versus Booker. Booker got the best of him pretty good.
Yeah.
Klay, what he had like 4 fouls, and it's like shooting foul Devin Booker. He can't. But that's a lot to ask.
Yeah.
And so you need to see Marshall and Grimes have some of those opportunities there, but obviously it's early and it's still a feeling out process.
Yeah, really deep team. You're going to need Marshall and Grimes. But, I think Klay Thompson's shooting ability, the quick release, it's such a weapon. I don't want to take it off the court. Yeah.
You keep seeing it's like half a second.
Yeah, with perfect
catch
form.
and shoot. Yeah, just money.
Yeah.
Love to see it.
Well, the thing that makes him so special for you is the fact that he can get his shot from anywhere.
Yeah.
He doesn't have to go stand in the corner and take those shots. He can get the ball out top in the corner. Doesn't matter. He can make it from anywhere.
And a defense like Utah that's not paying great attention, it's just like, oh, there's another shot right in your face.
Yeah.
You didn't even realize was coming.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was good. Now, man, it was disgusting last night with old.
They called it an ugly game, I know. Talking to some dudes over there.
Well, the injury.
Oh, well, it was an ugly game. I mean,
Yeah.
Luka was not himself. The overall 3-point shooting was not good, but you did have to continue playing basketball after seeing as disgusting of an injury as you'll ever
brutal.
see. And especially with just how innocuous it was. Like there was no, wasn't like he was coming down off the rim. It wasn't like a Paul George running into something weird.
Tripping on yourself, and then the leg just gets caught and bent backwards. Oh my gosh.
Just brutal, man. Totally brutal. So hated to see that last night. That's for sure.
We've seen way too much of that in the NFL last couple of weeks. And
yeah. Oh, yeah. With old Hutchinson. That's true. We're like kind of 2 for 2
it's
on
like a
these right
hospital
now.
TV show where they're getting rolled into the ER with the most gruesome injuries.
It's the worst
imaginable.
one. It's the worst one. I can't stand it. Now, don't tell that to Joe Mazzulla because he's here for all the physicality and all the injuries. Head coach of the Celtics. He says, quote, the biggest thing that we rob people of these days from an entertainment standpoint is you can't fight anymore. This is a real quote. He was on with Zoe and Beetle there in New England. I wish you could bring back fighting.
Wow.
I just don't get why some sports are allowed to clear the benches. I mean, we just have a ball. The other sport has one of the hardest surfaces and playing instrument in pucks and sticks, and we're not allowed to throw down a little bit? That was his rhetorical question on the air.
Okay.
I mean, Mad Dog is cheering on top of the tallest mountain right now. Havlicek and company.
Yeah.
Bill Lambier, just pitched a tent somewhere. He's having to sit down. And
I think in a lot of ways it would be more entertaining. I think they're worried about, what happened in the 70s where there was so much fighting. It had a difficult time becoming mainstream. It was too tough.
Yeah.
But I think now that it's broken through that and established itself, a little fight every now and then would be great for eyeballs.
If you but if you went back, Dawson, Chief, you ever seen the Rudy Tomjanovich clip?
Yes, you guys actually pointed me in that direction at some point. It was
that's
bad.
why the NBA doesn't want you fighting.
Real bad.
That's what they don't want.
That guy.
Yeah, because you're giant and you are on a solid punching surface that's just perfect for planting and delivering. In hockey, you got to like hold the guy and you're trying not to slip. So you're like trying to get really good foundation for punching. I read the book, The Punch, and
ruined a lot of lives that way.
So, it's really incredible that he survived it. It nearly killed him. It nearly took the cap right off of his head. Yeah,
it was nuts.
It was brutal.
But that's a pretty legendary quote there from Joe Mazzulla.
And they would just break you up. You wouldn't even get a foul or nothing like that. They just break you fools up.
Yeah.
Well,
jump ball.
Yeah,
you'll have a 50-yard ball.
Just go sit down.
I think I saw Kareem Abdul-Jabbar punch Kent Benson one time.
He was a good fighter.
Yeah,
Kareem
like
Abdul-
Benson elbows him, and then Jabbar's like, I've had enough.
Yeah.
And he just swings right, and then Benson gets hit, and
he showed up at the arena ornery.
Yeah.
Like Kareem did not want to play around with anybody's foolishness, and he could fight, but it was a matter of like your game. There were fights in the finals. Like, there's a fight. And, we'll get them separated and get this game back underway here soon.
Quickly.
I'm down for that, dude. I'm down for that. I like me some Joe Mazzulla. I've come around on him in a big way. We have Pat Riley. Speaking of a guy who would fight, it's Pat Riley and Udonis Haslem of the Miami Heat. He might get a statue now.
Haslam?
Somebody says they should just name the bench after him. And I actually think that would be a pretty awesome deal.
I know he was around forever. He's the longest tenured Miami Heat player.
Yeah, but you're using that term very loosely to describe the last 6 years of his career.
He didn't actually play.
Yeah. But he was an enforcer guy, locker room guy, end of the bench guy for half his career. it was amazing. Some guys do that for the final year or two of their career. That's pretty much 50% of his resume. And I hope he never hears this because I do fear him.
Yeah,
for real. But
you don't mean that.
The Dwayne Wade statue continues to be hilarious. We find out that Dwayne Wade was actively involved in the making of the sculpture. He completely signed off on everything. His quote is that it don't need to look like me. It's an artistic version of me. And if that was the standard, then I would say you absolutely nailed it. Because
very artistic.
It looks like a lot of other people than you, but the fact that he was directly involved with it was when it unveiled, he was one of 3 people that had totally knew exactly what to expect. Everybody else was surprised. The Heat organization, everybody. I'm like, dude, couldn't you do a statue swap in the middle of the night at some point and just fix that face? Could you cut the face off and put a new statue face on
3D printed. We can get around this. I'm disappointed. I thought it was a perfect opportunity to finally get some accountability here for the statue makers who are off doing their own thing, just ruining it. I mean, in this case, it's D Wade, so it's kind of funny.
It's hilarious.
But usually it's somebody we admire and respect.
I see the statue maker's vision, though.
Yeah?
He made a 65-year-old D Wade, so when he comes back and sees it, it's like, look, it does look like him now.
You haven't aged a day.
It's just like the fool.
He's playing the long game.
I'm still blown away at that, man. My goodness. But he's cool with it. He loves it. So statues of people don't have to look like the people, idiots. I mean, come on.
Yeah, I was wrong all along. Thank you, Chief. NFL News of the Day coming up next. Woolchuck, what's in store?
We got trades, loopholes, and is this doable? That's next in the nation.
you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Here we go. It's hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up at 3:20, Sports Hodgepodge. Oh, yeah. And then we're going to roll off, and starting in 1 hour, 3 guests in 4 segments. You'll have Ted Wynn, you'll have Stink, and you'll have Mike Golick Jr. join us for a football fest here starting in about an hour. And speaking of football, Wolchuk has your NFL news today. Look at that.
Let's do it. There's a ton going on. We'll start with a sad Cowboy stat. It's from R.J. Ochoa. Since 1970, there are only 3 instances of a Cowboys running back with at least 45 carries and 150 or fewer rushing yards in the first 7 games of the season.
Yeah.
Wasn't he in the early 2000s?
Yeah.
So what's your point? What's your point?
No.
What's your point?
What's your point? Well, settle down there, damn it. Ezekiel Elliott this year, 149 yards. He's just missing it. 48 carries. Joseph Randle, 2013.
No.
45 carries, 111 yards.
So much meat on that Joseph
left
Randle
a lot.
bone.
How about this one? 1994, which is a surprise. Lincoln Coleman, 46 carries and 134 yards.
Pathetic.
Huh.
You know it's sad,
Wow,
but true.
not good. That's a sad one. That's a sad one. We can carry over.
crazy,
Instead of being Cowboys sad, let's get celebrate
Cowboys
the Giants'
horny?
misery. Okay?
Oh,
Let's just celebrate in their catastrophe. Because Daniel Jones continues to just be terrible on primetime games. I mean, did you guys see that 2-point conversion they tried to run last night?
That was as bad of a football play that's ever been executed
ever of all time
at any level.
Wait a minute.
Any grade level.
Zeke had the snap that time. Was that a good football play?
Well,
absolutely not. We talked about that play, I think, for 5 hours straight today after that game. And it was warranted, and we should revisit it because that was as disgusting as it gets. But last night,
that was gross.
In a 2-point conversion, you have your 2-point conversion plays. You probably have a couple of them in your back pocket.
You work on them,
right? You work on them. You would never know that they work on them.
They didn't work.
You would think they made something up in that moment. They had 5 guys out there blocking one, except none of the 5 blocked the one. And before Malik Neighbors even has a chance to catch the ball, he's being tackled because the 5 guys that were there to protect him could not stop the one guy that was going at. No one knew. It was hilarious, dude.
It was so bad. It was really, really bad. Now, Daniel Jones is now 1-15, also very bad. Worst primetime record in the history of the NFL.
You know what's funny about everything there is right as they're doing the play, the disgusting 2-point conversion play, the Giants, there's the Giants graphic that Monday Night Football ESPN puts up, and this is right before the disgusting play, and it says that was the Giants' first touchdown in their last 24 drives.
Yes, I saw that. Ooh.
And it snapped, which of course was the longest active streak going in the sport.
Okay. Most wins for a Giant or a Jets quarterback since the start of last season, because both teams are 2-6 and they're really gross. And it's not getting better because the Yankees could very well get swept tonight by the Dodgers in the World Series. But which quarterback between those two franchises since the start of last season do you think has the most wins?
Giants.
Yeah, but which Giants quarterback?
Is it our guy? It's the pizza guy.
It's Cutlets.
He's
got 3. He's got the second most. Zach Wilson with 4. That's the most.
Oh, no.
Zach Wilson has 4 wins. Dude, Aaron Rodgers has 3 wins as a Jet. Now, granted, right, he missed all last year. But yeah, Tommy DeVito has 3.
Yeah, Tommy DeVito.
He's got the most Giants wins, tied with Daniel Jones at 3, Zach Wilson at 4. It's just been terrible football there in the Meadowlands. Now, Brian Dable did have one smart moment.
Didn't our ladies win the basketball there, though, the other day?
They did.
The Liberty.
Yeah, the Liberty did win.
Yeah, we're happy about that.
I'm trying
the refs gave it to them, to be honest.
I'm trying to come up with...
The refs gave the Giants their one primetime win under Daniel Jones, too. That was that Commanders debacle where, was there a penalty in the end zone at the end of the game?
Oh, that's right. Tried to block that out.
Yeah.
What an awful game. I'm trying to piece together now the worst plays in football history after what the 2-point conversion looked like for the Giants last night. Because someone said, what about the Colts-Patriots play? There was an awful fake. It was a fake punt thing that was really bad.
I'll try and get a top 10.
Did they try and snap?
You mentioned the Zeke thing. That's really good.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about any Will Levis play. I mean, didn't Will Levis do a surrender cobra in the middle of after throwing an interception earlier this season? The butt fumble.
The butt fumble is the first one that comes to mind. But I might be able to break a top 10 out today of that. We could have some fun looking down terrible football history. Dable did have one shining moment, even though the broadcast was not aware of this. Troy and Joe had no idea.
Put 12 men on the field, didn't he?
Yes, and the Manning cast had Bill Cowher on, and they were calling this immediately. So the Giants had 2 timeouts remaining and the 2-minute warning, which allowed them to stop the clock after 3 straight plays, force a punt. So Dayball ends up penalty on purpose. So they go first timeout with 2:47 left. There's the penalty on the Giants. That gives the Steelers an automatic first down. So if they did not take the intentional penalty, Pittsburgh could have then iced the game with a first down. Instead, because the NFL has a unique loophole here, the Giants get the ball back with 1 minute and 53 seconds left in the fourth quarter. And they don't do anything with it, but regardless, Dayball at least put them in position to have a chance. You had the T.J. Watt strip, sack, fumble of Daniel Jones. That's very apropos of what Daniel Jones does, but still, smart move there for Brian Daboll. As we like coaching loopholes here, we had our college football guy do it, Dan Lanning, there with Oregon. Now Daboll's finding a way to do it in the NFL.
Yeah, I dig this. He gets the Belichick loophole award of the week, and it's well earned.
Brian Burns is saying the team just needs to grow up after the game. Dexter Lawrence said, I think we have to show more passion as a team. It's just bad right now with the Giants. Things are just not going well.
They found a running back, though. I mean, who is this guy?
Oh, Tyrone Tracy Jr.?
Yeah, Tyrone Tracy Jr.
Yeah. He's
didn't they draft that guy in the first round? I think they had to draft that guy in the top 10 to get a talent like that.
Yeah, I heard he was the next Barry Sanders.
I heard he was just a surefire, no-brainer kind of selection.
started off his career at Iowa, right, as a running back, and then went to Purdue.
Well, he was a wide receiver, and then at Purdue they converted him to running back.
Converted wide receiver.
So he spent 1 year
for
last year
7.3
running back. He was an exciting player. I mean, if you watch the draft show, we were all over this kid.
All over.
I mean, and they had to pay, I think, 12 or 15 mil for Devin Singletary, right? Their free agent signing.
Yeah, that was double.
So no
digit
wonder
millions.
they got two guys that can go for over 5.5 a pop.
Yeah, well,
you know,
2 and 6 guys.
Singletary, I think, got the.
How are the Steelers 6? How'd the Cowboys beat the Steelers?
It's a gutsy win.
Justin
NFL
Fields.
matchups.
And Justin Fields.
Alex Highsmith didn't play. That
Nick Herbig got hurt.
Yeah, all
you
that.
know, and Jalen Tolbert stepped up and had a hell of a game.
Yeah.
All right, we got trades that are happening in the National Football League. Yesterday, Josh Uche got traded to the Chiefs. Chiefs continue to just make moves quietly that are awesome. They get him. They give up a 2026 sixth-round pick. So they add to their pass rush. Patriots are selling parts here. Then earlier, we talked about it, but Deontay Johnson gets moved from the Panthers to the Ravens. They really don't give up much at all to acquire his services. Now, it is a rental. I get that. But still, a good move for Lamar
you
Jackson.
need to win big.
Yeah, they're in win now mode. There's no question. But it's just another bad look for the Panthers. Panthers traded Dante Jackson in a sixth rounder to the Steelers to get Deontay Johnson in March, thinking, okay, maybe this is our wide receiver one for Bryce Young. Jackson started every game for the Steelers. He's got 3 interceptions. He's having a really good year opposite Joey Porter Jr. Now Johnson gets traded just like 8 games into his career with the Panthers. That might be the worst organization going right now. Again, at least you're not the Carolina Panthers. True. You could be the Carolina Panthers. And then bad news for Trevon Diggs, and this is 2 years in a row now. We had a chance to get the brothers, Diggs versus Diggs, Monday Night Football, Cowboys-Texans. Last year, Buffalo, you go there. Trevon wasn't able to play. He had the injury now. Trevon Diggs, unfortunately, suffering a season-ending injury. He tore his ACL, and he won't be getting to play against his brother either. So we'll see how that impacts Houston. They should, of course, get Nico Collins back, hopefully. But right now, that's the Tank Dell show.
Tough week for the Diggs family. You know, Stephon injured rest of the season. Trevon, was that a crash out?
I don't think it was a crash out. You think it was a crash out?
A little straightening.
It was
straightening.
It's the emotional straightening, though. It's almost a crash out.
It was close.
If he would have kept on going back and forth with him, it would have crashed on out.
He doesn't turn around. And if he does something after the D's nuts comment, then we're going full crash out.
Yeah, if he really starts to scream, and like get crazy with the tone, but he kept
Somebody's got to grab him or something like that.
Hold me back. Hold me back, bro. The Colts have changed quarterback. And we'll get more to maybe during the Expressway. We'll get more to back to the Diggs and Parsons audio. They talked about that yesterday.
Okay.
Quarterback change for the Colts. Indianapolis benching former first-rounder Anthony Richardson. They're turning to veteran Joe Flacco. The coaches met this morning. They made the decision to move on from Anthony Richardson, at least for right now. I think it's the right decision. I wouldn't have gone back to him either. Joe Flacco, I do think, gives them a better chance to win. You mentioned it. I heard you texted into KNC earlier that GM needs to win.
He needs to win.
And they might just know they've already made a mistake with Anthony Richardson. He can't stay healthy. Obviously, the stats throwing the football are atrocious, but it's really, you've just never seen a quarterback ever do what he did. And it sucks that he was honest at the mic, and this is now going to come back to hurt him by saying, like, I was just tired. But as a professional NFL quarterback, you don't tap the helmet and say, I need to come out of the football game right now, especially 3rd and goal situation. Game's still winnable right now. It's just a really, really bad look for the young man. Hopefully he grows from it and it's not his last chance. But I think the Colts, personally, they're doing the right thing here.
It's just a sign, he's not doing everything that it takes to do his job. He doesn't know what he doesn't know. The fact that he didn't know that he couldn't do that's just, strange. But I think you've seen enough football from him. That if you put Joe Flacco in, like the Browns ignored this very clear sign last year and are having another atrociously embarrassing season until Jameis Winston comes in and saves you. If Joe Flacco comes in and is significantly better than your starting quarterback, it's just time to move on. Save yourself the embarrassment. Eat the major cap hit now. We have clarity.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I guess you have to be a little bit more. You have to be a little bit more small picture thinking if you're trying to save your job as the general manager or the head coach or whatever. So I get that, but ultimately, like, Joe Flacco's leading you nowhere. It's not like you're doing any type of contending with him. Why wouldn't you keep sticking it out with your quarterback that you drafted in the top 10 and he's only that was his 10th start?
Yeah, you might be getting pressure from ownership there. Go with Irsay. You might.
Yeah.
be
So
getting-
all that.
Like, listen, you either make this switch or you're gone at the end of the year.
Well, then you definitely make the switch.
And the rest of the players on that team might have just lost respect for him.
Joe Flacco.
Yeah, that's true.
Joe Flacco playing these games, playing for the Colts, 7 touchdowns, 1 interception. The other guy's 4 touchdowns, 7 interceptions. You know,
They can be a playoff team.
That's what I'm saying.
Clear who's better right now.
They're banking on. They're trying to salvage a 4-4 is what they're trying. I mean, that's what they are right now.
Yeah.
But they're trying to find a way. You know, that was a bad loss for them the other day against Houston. Now they're 2 games back. And they've got a pretty tough schedule. It's what I was talking about the end of November into December. They've got a bunch of winnable games. They can't just afford to put Richardson out there and all of a sudden lose all these games and then think, oh, wow, well, maybe we should have done this earlier. You know, I think that's why. I bet you Irsay had something to do with this one.
Probably. I mean, he definitely seems like he would meddle here and there. There's no doubt about that. Let's get to the Bengals and Joe Burrow. They lost to the Eagles, and right now they're sitting at 3-5. Look for a second, maybe things were turning around. They went 1-4. They win a couple of games. Thought they'd have a chance to beat the Eagles at home. They didn't. Joe Burrow not losing hope. Do you think this is doable? Here's Joe.
That's a team.
I think 10 wins usually gets you in. So we got to win 7 out of 9. That's doable. It's doable. So we'll go from there.
They got the Vegas Raiders next. I think that's winnable. At Baltimore, tough divisional game. Chargers, they could win that one. They got the Steelers twice. They got the Cowboys, the Titans, the Browns, the Broncos. Think they can go 7 out of 9 here?
It's going to be super tough with their defense is so bad, dude.
Yeah.
I mean, the Eagles just had their way with them.
Yeah.
The Eagles have had their fair share of issues offensively this year, and they were just able to do whatever they wanted. They were able to work on stuff. It was like the first time all year you saw Jalen Hurts throwing in the middle of the field. Like, it's the Bengals. We can do it. They don't have any pass rush. I think he was pressured on 3 dropbacks.
Yeah.
They have nothing.
I mean, they've got Trey Hendrickson, and that's it. I mean, they're really lacking pass rush help. But it's the Eagles are undefeated this year when A.J. Brown plays.
Well, he's an absolute monster.
I mean, he's clearly a big difference for them.
Huge
when he's playing and he's not playing. It's basically been wins or losses for them. But I don't know. I mean, you guys know my I believe in Joe Burrow. I do. I wouldn't put it past him to do this, but I don't think it's likely.
It kind of looked like when he was first in the league first couple of years that he would be good enough to carry a team that didn't have all the answers, but they paid him. It's been a decline. And now, I think it's clear Joe needs a lot of help, just like every other quarterback, and they have gone back to being the Bengals. As far as their ability to acquire talent, they probably spend less cash than the Cowboys when it comes to free agency. So I wouldn't be surprised if we've already seen the best of Joe Burrow's postseason career, Wolchuk. Sorry to say that. I believe in the guy, but if I was in Joe's family right now, I would be like so many Cowboys family members trying to get him traded.
Well, he'd be looking to make history. I mean, I still don't think we have a quarterback that's ever lost their first Super Bowl appearance and come back to win it. So he's trying to do something that nobody's ever done, which is a crazy stat. But, I mean, happened to Dan Marino. Goes to a Super Bowl, never able to get back.
Never got back.
Right.
Yeah.
So Jalen Hurts could be one of those guys with the Eagles. Brock Purdy.
I mean, the advanced metrics have them in the top 10 offensively.
Their offense is still good.
But their defense is, it's only the Cowboys, the Jags, the Panthers.
Ouch.
That's all that's worse.
Tough to see. Thank you, Wolchuk.
Thank you.
Okay, Krusty's Corner's right around the corner, coming up at 3:40. Of course, tomorrow he'll be previewing the opponent offenses. We'll start to get a look at Atlanta, and then on Thursday, the defense. A sports hodgepodge is next, though, Chief. What's in store?
Yes, we LOL at the NYC, and we have your college football clip of the day next here in the nation.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. Krusty's Corner's coming up here in about 15 minutes. You'll hear Broadus stand and deliver his football thoughts. Right now, it's a sports hodgepodge reminder. Tomorrow, the last Flagtober stop, Whataburger off 161 in Grand Prairie, the one next to the Walmart Super Center, if you're wondering. I know there's two on 161. Service road, basically. Segment here, though, brought to you by Window Nation. Go to windownation.com. It's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. And it's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one has been injured due to somebody's negligence, call the Frankels and get a free consultation. 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to frankelfirm.com. Here's the chief of the Sports Hodgepodge.
Okay, I don't know if you guys have heard the Bears radio call of the sad Hail Mary play, but we will have to play that for you here in just a minute. Last night in the Mavs game, there were a couple of Klay Thompson moments that we didn't get to in the rim. Late in the fourth quarter, he has a nice kind of Dirk turnaround fade there on the Dirk logo, which was kind of a cool moment there in the fourth quarter. But did you guys also see him digging in his nose in a way that you almost never see an athlete doing because they know there are cameras around? He is at the senior citizen stage in his professional career
where you just give no bleeps anymore. Just like your 75-year-old, just like, what do I care? I'll do whatever, wherever, say whatever. He's at that point in his basketball career where he's like, I don't care. I will be knuckle deep with my index finger into, like, he's basically touching his brain a little bit, and he has no care in the world. I don't know if you guys saw that.
He must have been almost there. It's like right there.
Almost got
right.
Teasing him.
Little snot rocket.
Always get you the Kleenex, man. Just go for the Kleenex.
Is that the move there for you?
Yeah, just go to the Kleenex. If you know, just figure
When
it
you
out.
just blow your nose in that towel that you have around your neck and then throw it to the towel boy. Hey, watch that inside, dog.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if you learned anything from Mark Mangino yesterday,
you were surprised by that, weren't you?
Yeah, and I still am. I haven't even brought myself to really go dig into those particular trenches.
Thought you just spent all last night going down that rabbit hole.
I was very close to it, but I was like, I'm just gonna I'm gonna wait on this. But I will. I promise you, I will, and we will.
That was
do a
something we all
it.
knew in the scouting world of the Big 12.
I was thinking maybe Throwback Thursday. I was also thinking about asking all of our guests that are on today. We have 3 guests today, football guys.
Mm-hmm.
How many of them have the same Mark Mangino size blind spot that I have? Or are they just all, is Ted Wynn, is Mark Schlereth stink, apropos, and of course Gojo at 6 o'clock? Are those 3 football gentlemen are they going to go 3 for 3 going, yes, of course, we all know about the Mangino booty towels?
I think for sure Schlereth and Gojo, 100%, because I think this is like a sports radio type of legend. You know, Jim Rome used to talk about this incessantly about 15 years or so ago. That's how I was so familiar with it.
Oh, okay. Well, kudos to Rome then. He was playing the hits.
I think Wynn's a film guy.
He is.
He's a film
He is.
junkie.
Tendencies. He might be the one that doesn't know, but Gojo would have been my guess. It's like leader in the clubhouse. He's going to know that.
He's going to know.
He's an encyclopedia.
Okay, so do you guys want to hear from the funny Aggie player, or do you guys want to hear the sad radio call for the Bears?
Radio call.
All right, we take you to the Chicago Bears radio network.
By the way, this Klay Thompson clip is hilarious, and I love Spencer Dinwiddie in the background. Like, is this real life right now?
Yeah, that's a good point about Dinwiddie.
He's going to act like I don't see this over here.
Here is the sad Bears radio call. You'll hear right out of the gates a mispronunciation on the Commanders wide receiver Terry McLaurin's name. You'll hear a couple of hiccups along the way, because they are shocked and sad all at the same time. Take it away, Bears.
To the left, McLaurin, and that's where Jaden Daniels is eyeballing. Jaden Daniels sifting back, being pressured. Jaden Daniels hemmed into the pocket, looking for blockers, looking for something. He's got plenty of time. Launches, deep pass into the area of the end zone, tipped, and it's caught by Noah Brown. He was the tip man, and this place is now gone into bedlam mode. Washington with the miracle finish. The breakup pass into the waiting arms of Noah Brown. Nobody back there. Crushing loss. 18-15 Washington. Hail Mary, 2 seconds left. Or as they like to say here, Hail Washington. That is the gut punch of gut punches.
Gut punch.
4 plays, 76 yards, and 25 stinking seconds.
Unreal. 25 stinking seconds.
Man, that sounds incredibly uncomfortable to get pinched and punched at the same time. That's a gut pinch and a gut punch. Tragic. I feel like as a poker player, I know that feeling well when it's like, okay, just don't be a 3. Just don't be a 3. I'm good. I'm doubling up. What? There's freaking 13 cards in the deck. I saw 2 3s get mucked into the pile from this guy down here 2 hands ago, and
they got mucked so hard.
Wow.
And for that to end that way, yeah, you just witnessed the 1 in a million kind of feeling.
Yeah,
and it went against you.
That's runner. That's like, okay, just don't have a 3 on the turn and a 4 on the river to make this guy straight with his pathetic ace. I flopped the set. We're good to go, boys. Aussie. Freaking Chris Moneymaker in the house. Nope.
Chris Money loser. How about this for another 1 in a million deal? This is my favorite stat of the day. It's your sports equinox stat of the day. Did you see this? The New York City, first metro city to lose a game in Major League Baseball, the NBA, the MLS, and the NFL on the same day in the regular or postseason.
So they did worse than even Philadelphia did a few years back when they lost everything on the same day.
Oh, that's
yes.
This is magical.
I mean, you had every one of your team, and it's high stakes, of course, in your World Series game.
And then every game in NFL feels like it's high stakes, but the Giants were doomed from the jump. But yeah, the Knicks lose last night, and then whatever their MLS team is, they all took that L last night.
Is that the Red Bull? New York, the Red Bull?
Yeah, I think they are. I think they're the
New York Red Bulls, yeah.
The Red Bulls. Well, congratulations to them. They made history last night. All right, here is the defensive back for Texas A&M. This guy's great. B.J. Mays. He intercepted Garrett Nussmeier of LSU not once but twice on Saturday at Kyle Field.
Second half.
And he relived both of those interceptions after the game.
First interception, I seen the scramble drill, so I knew scramble drill applies to your man. I ran, then I seen the quarterback, he looked at us. Then he caught back. I'm like, ain't no way he finna throw this. You see me right here. Like, ain't no way he finna throw that. But shit, he threw it, and you know the rest is history, you feel me? The second one, I seen Lacey in the slot. We was in the coverage. I wanted to bang him, make sure I got a real bang on him because I know he had a slot fade. So I ain't want to let him get in his route too much. Banged him, ran to the flat. Another thing, I'm looking like, ain't no way he finna throw this ball. He threw it. The rest was history. That's what it was.
Yeah. It's a pretty awesome play-by-play there.
He's not throwing it to me.
My apologies for letting that one slip through the cracks.
Nearly got us fined and thrown off the air, sir.
That was
Thanks a
tough.
lot, dude.
I've had a pretty good run there of
Yeah, it was a good
things
run.
clean.
Start a new one.
I didn't know that college players were cussing at the presser mic now.
Oh, yeah.
I thought that was just the NFL guys.
No.
The
What's
NBA
the
guys.
They see
money
what's
cut in.
They see what's going on here with with ESPN and all that stuff.
That's disappointing.
With our
I think the
guy,
last time
Pat
this
McAfee.
happened was when crosstalk with CA got really spicy.
Yeah.
I think that was the Dis-a-Freaking Period.
That's right.
Night. Had multiple F-bombs, one show.
I feel like there were a couple of F-bombs thrown in the Brady household yesterday when he got the TMZ news the same way we all did about Giselle having a child.
He probably said yes.
With the jiu-jitsu instructor.
Supposedly.
You think so? You think this was a good day for Tom?
Yeah.
Did you see the social media?
What'd he do?
I feel for him, man. He was down yesterday.
Mac song? Did he
I feel
play
like the
some
karate
song?
guy's probably disappointed.
Yeah, he put the Fleetwood Mac cover.
This is supposed to be a side girl. Now we got a baby together.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Supposed to get her husband's money. We supposed to chill.
Yeah.
Take vacations. Now I gotta watch kids.
Yeah, but now, I mean, because she's the breadwinner.
She is the breadwinner.
So isn't he going to get a piece of that if things fall apart?
Maybe, but look, if she was getting
Maybe.
extra money, she'll give some money away.
Yeah.
Now she's got to watch it, make sure you don't come and try to get the money when it's time for divorcing.
Well, Tom,
Like Halle Berry's old boys, every one of them.
See, Tom
all of
ain't,
those guys.
Tom ain't bringing food for his kid.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Just mine.
You know what I'm saying?
Just my two.
Yeah, a lot of these videos, these are hilarious. These TikTok videos, like this, the women always complaining about, man, you got to bring food for all the kids. It ain't my kid.
No.
I ain't bringing food for
I got
that
a number
kid.
7 for my son.
Yeah. Here it is.
You boys,
But it ain't
call
fair.
your daddies.
It ain't, yeah. Seriously, like, well, that ain't fair. Well, it's my kid.
Dad's here. No, that's my dad.
Yeah. Wasn't fair.
Daddy bought me some shoes.
Yeah,
Dang.
that's exactly the way it's working, man. That's exactly what's working.
He had a sad sunset photo with 3 hearts, and the caption read, "Can the child within my heart rise above?" ?
What?
And the song that was playing was "Landslide," but it was the
Fleetwood Mac, wasn't it?
But it was the cover from the Dixie Chicks, I believe.
Oh,
He had some time supposedly to think about what he wanted to put. Like, I guess Giselle told him before the report
The
came
news
out.
broke.
That's allegedly what happened.
Doesn't this probably make it that she fell in love and left him?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Like she's out. She was probably sitting at home. While
And
he
then
was
she
trying-
blamed him. Remember? She
Yeah.
blamed him because that's how it's the game.
I just don't feel appreciated. No, you got a story in your head about going off on some romantic journey that you could no longer do with your husband, so you had to find somebody else.
Yeah.
Okay. We all
Here's
know
your
what it is.
ultimatum: family or football. Meanwhile, I've been getting with the jiu-jitsu coach here for years.
Here you have both family and football.
He needs to be paid this week too, by the way.
yeah.
He's quite the grappler. I imagine that Tom Brady was up well into the night having like moments like this relived in his brain.
Oh shoot, is that me?
That's Kevin.
Oh, okay, hold on.
Hey, Kevin.
Kevy.
You left Bill Belichick high and dry, man. You left him, and then you went to Tampa and you won a championship. Holy shit.
Nice
Holy
break, man.
shit.
Thank you.
You left Bill Belichick with Mac Jones. Damn. Oh, you f***ed him. You f***ed him good. You did. You did, Tom. You f***ed your coach. But let me tell you something, people. Let me tell you something. That's what you got to do to maintain your happiness. You understand? You sometimes got to f*** your coach. You know who else f***ed their coach? Giselle. She f***ed that karate man. No. Listen. What?
Karate man.
I mean, Tom, one of the smartest quarterbacks ever played a game. How did you not see this coming? 8 f***ing karate classes a day.
Yeah.
8 karate classes a day. 8 karate classes a day. And she's still a white belt. She's still a white belt. Tom?
Oh, that's good.
Couldn't go to sleep last night.
Yeah, no wonder she was so mad about that.
Tom will be broadcasting with a heavy heart this Sunday.
No doubt about it. Thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
Krusty's Corner brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Brian, what's in the corner today?
Yeah, I've got some questions for my guys I need answered. We'll do that next.
If you have questions...
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Yes, sir. Welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation. Time now for Krusty's Corner with Brian Broaddus. It's brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here's the king of the Krusties himself, Brian.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that. Thank you very much to Reliant as well. A little behind the scenes, we're all talking about having a weight loss contest here.
Yeah, you want in on this, Lucius? Thinking about starting Friday until the Monday before Thanksgiving, about a 3.5-week run.
See how much who can lose the most or whatever?
Yeah. Thinking about a weigh-in Friday.
Okay. Who works out the most?
You do.
Yeah, you do, Lucius.
Okay, who works out? I should have asked. That's the wrong question. who doesn't work out at all?
The least, me.
The least, probably me.
I walk.
I walk, yeah.
That's all
it.
I do is walk. I don't
Maybe
lift any
me.
weights.
You don't lift any? Do you watch what you eat and everything?
I will now because I'm in a weight contest.
He's going to
starting
lose the
Friday.
most.
Yeah.
This is guys that shock the body that get the most results.
See, that means I can't.
I've done this before.
Yeah.
I kind of know how this goes.
Yeah.
So
Chuck loves getting shocked.
Yeah. I like the idea, though.
Yeah, I'm in.
Okay.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's good.
I got 6 to drop, so it'll give me some motivation.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
It'd be fun.
I got to shake that fear off of me.
Yeah, it's no Friday.
Yeah.
So no Friday chili dogs and stuff like that. Are we done with that?
It's not to say that you can't still pick your spots.
Yeah, you always get a cheat day.
Okay. I'll still bring food on Fridays then.
Yeah, you should.
Well, this
make it-
Friday I'm out.
Sabotage. He's going to sabotage.
Exactly. Go ahead and sabotage.
That's sabotage.
He's going to fatten him up.
Get Chia
Hey,
Fallow's
put some extra
mom to
gravy
make
on there,
those.
boys. And I cooked it in some little bacon grease and put some butter on there for you, boys. Tell me how you like it.
No, I ate some at home. I'm good. I don't
Cholesterol
need
just
to eat
screaming.
I already had mine. Extra butter.
Yeah, don't worry about me. I've already eaten already. Yeah. Lucy, that's actually really good. Good job. All right, Chief.
Yes, sir.
Got the questions for you here today. Tuesdays, I like to ask some questions. Wednesdays and Thursdays, we talk about the opponent. But today, I'm going to ask you these questions. Do you expect changes at safety this week after the 49ers game?
Yes, I do expect changes. I'm still blown away at the Mike Zimmer plan of having Donovan Wilson be the guy that you want covering George Kittle on National Tight Ends Day. I thought that was ridiculous, and they just kept going back to it. It was way late in the game before they started to change things up. But yeah, I don't know how you can watch that game and not feel that way. I think you're playing with basically the two worst safeties according to Pro Football Focus. I think you Malik Hooker and Donovan Wilson are considered basically the two worst safeties in the league, and you have younger Wanye Thomas, younger Marquise Bell, guys that like they're good enough to not be the worst in the league like your two guys are right now.
Wooly?
Yeah, I'm hopeful. I mean, that's what we'd heard about Zim, right? If you're not getting it done, then he's going to put somebody else in there. So I don't expect Malik Hooker to not be out there, but I think you could see a change with Donovan Wilson.
100%. I think Malik Hooker isn't great either, but he's smarter. He's been kind of tough in the running game, and I just think Donovan Wilson is the exact kind of player that if you bring in Mike Zimmer has to go. And it was only because of his contract situation that they aren't moving on from him sooner. But this seals his fate. He'll be elsewhere next year.
Yeah, the way they flipped it into the game is they brought Wanye Thomas in over Bell, is what they did. And I wonder if they did it just because of the coverage aspect, that they think that maybe that they're not totally comfortable with Bell being a cover guy, comfortable with him playing down. We saw how well he plays in the box.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
How many tackles he can make. That's a positive. But I think they put Wanye Thomas in this mix now because, and I guarantee I'm going to watch this Atlanta film, and Atlanta and Kirk Cousins, they're going to attack. They attack the middle of the field with their tight end with Pitts and these other receivers. I think London on the outside is more of a vertical player
guy,
down the field type guy. But I guarantee that we'll probably see some type of switch this week at that safety spot. Wooly.
Mm-hmm.
Give me something you'd absolutely do to help this team that they most likely wouldn't do.
Ooh, I'd be trying to trade for defensive linemen, and I don't think that they're going to make any trades.
That's what I'm saying. They're not probably not going to do this. But something you would do that they absolutely will not do.
I mean, I could say just make a trade in general, because for me, they have at least done some trades when it comes to Brandon Cooks, Stephon Gilmore. You can go back to Jonathan Hankins. They don't really do anything in free agency. So if I'm able to make a trade and I've got a bunch of comp picks that I'm about to get in here, it's just unrealistic to expect that the draft every single year is going to be enough. You've got to replenish your roster in some other form. So if you get a guy that's under control for more than just, say, this year, I would love to still add somebody. Even if you don't think this team's going anywhere, that's totally fine. I've still got him for the foreseeable future.
A lot of ways you could go this on the micro level, individual examples. I would just say overarching the thing that they need would be to get a new GM in here, So that would be my thing. A real GM, preferably that knows the Shanahan family well.
Yeah, I mean, you can't really beat that. I was gonna say, could you find a way to snap your fingers and change the playbook the same way you did last year? But I don't see that happening either. Yeah. But I guess I'm at the point now where it's just play all your younger guys.
You're already playing young guys, though, because of all the injuries, right? You're already doing that, right?
Yeah, I guess for the most part, but like Rico Dowdle probably should be your running back, or even Deuce Vaughn over just running out Dalvin Cook and Ezekiel Elliott.
Yeah.
But it's tough, man. There's so many issues. How would you answer that question?
I would trade out Mike McCarthy as a play caller.
Yeah.
That's something I would do. I would give Brian Schottenheimer a chance.
Yeah.
And where Brian Schottenheimer's been before, they've been been able to run the ball, and maybe that's been because of some scheme, or maybe the way he kind of gets in and out of his plays. I'm sorry, I don't trust this play caller anymore. I really don't. He's too inconsistent for me when it comes to how you look terrible, and then you feel like you made a couple adjustments, you look good, and then you look terrible again. There's no rhyme or reason really with his play calling. I just don't see it, and it's something I know they won't do, but I'd absolutely love just to see Brian Schottenheimer call plays and see if that can make a difference. If not, they're all going to be gone anyway.
Mm-hmm. They should absolutely be trying different things.
Yeah.
You have to know how big of an issue is Mike McCarthy. How big of an issue is Anthony Richardson if you're the Colts, and it's trial by error.
Yeah. Dawson.
Yeah.
This offense needs Brandon Cooks back in the worst way.
I would say no. I think Brandon Cooks is washed, and he joined the other below average wide receivers in this room outside of CeeDee Lamb.
How about you there, Chieftain?
Yeah. Brandon Cooks isn't fixing much here. They don't really know how to get the most out of him anyways. The thing that they need, how did you describe that?
In the worst way.
In the worst way,
yeah.
They need a new offense.
Okay.
I think they do need him back. I still think he's a good receiver. Now, he might have been hampered because of the injury a little bit, but the big thing is, how are they going to utilize him? And they're, to me, just not being utilized really well. But you need him because, you just saw against the Niners. How many other threats do you have? Maybe that ball's going to Brandon Cooks. It's not going to Kevontae Turpin. That'll help you.
Chieftain.
Mm-hmm.
Was this just a one-off for Dalvin Cook?
I could see that being the case for sure, because they're not going to sit Zeke, and I think they just saw that Rico. You should have already been seeing this, but Rico's clearly your best back. So I could see maybe one more opportunity for Cook, but I don't expect to see him much more.
How about you there, Wooly? Is this a one-off for Dalvin Cook?
I'm kind of scared and think it is, but I'm going to say no. I think they're still going to give him another chance. The problem is, what they're going to end up needing to do is probably make Ezekiel Elliott inactive at some point, and I don't believe that they want to do that, in which case they would sacrifice Dalvin Cook.
Yeah, I think it makes no sense. I think Dalvin Cook showed enough in the game, not maybe in his stat line. What was it, 6 carries for 12 yards? It was a bad stat line, but watching him run the ball, he seems like a more credible threat than everybody in that running back room except for Rico Dowdle. But I think unless you have an injury or an illness, I think the decision makers over there favor the other guys a lot more. And I hate to say it, but again, it's sometimes it's more about who you're friends with over there for getting contracts, for getting, snaps, than how good you are. And it's unbelievable. I can't believe how normalized it is. That's just like, yeah, of course, that's going to happen. That has room for no margin of error on a championship team with championship culture. Anybody sees that, and it's such an eyesore. It's like, oh my God, that happened on this team. We're not committed to winning. I don't have to see anything else. I don't have to look up the 30 years of history. This is happening. Everybody on that team gets less competitive as a result of seeing just how that whole process happens. And then once you realize it's normalized and it's happening in other places, no wonder you don't have a good culture. You have no morale. How could you possibly look any decision maker in the eye and respect them? You don't respect the Joneses because they don't know football well enough. You don't respect the coaches because they won't stand up to the horrible leadership above them. They just capitulate and get cucked right there in their own press conferences.
Because one of the worst places to have that happen.
Yeah, it is, dude.
Cameras, reporters.
Yeah, Jerry's
that's
the daddy.
Viral.
Yeah, that's on film.
Yeah. Viral cucking is the worst kind of cucking.
Can't even run the team the way you want to as a head coach in the NFL. And Mike, he turned yellow about what halfway into his first season. After he was like, oh wow, it really is like this. I better go back to being cool so I can keep this job for 5 years.
Yeah, I think the intention was before, like Saturday night, I think the idea was to play Dalvin Cook and have others inactive. I could say there's a lot of questions about really if Rico Dowdle was sick or not. I think the intent was that they were going to play Dalvin Cook. I think they're going to give Dalvin Cook another chance. I don't think this is a one-off thing at all. I think they're going to give him another chance. Okay, my final question for you guys real quick, if I can. Were you encouraged by what you saw from Tyler Guyton at all?
Yeah, I was. Yeah, I thought Tyler Guyton actually played pretty well for the most part. I mean, I think that he's growing. I thought it was much better than the previous outing that he had.
Sure.
So, I mean, that's something that's really what I care about. How are Cooper Beebe and Tyler Guyton developing along that offensive line? I thought Beebe was good again.
Mm-hmm.
Keep it going with Tyler Guyton. I think he was taking steps in the right direction.
Chief?
Yeah, agreed. There's still some issue. I feel like he gets beat inside plenty.
Sure. Just not strong enough there right now.
Yeah, he needs that strength.
But there's a competitive spirit to him that I appreciate. And he was like the 10th best tackle of the week according to Pro Football Focus.
Yeah.
So he was not the glaring issue that other dudes were, especially Terrence Steele on the offensive line.
Yeah, this is pretty cool. He needed a game like that to get momentum heading in the right direction, and hopefully he builds on this.
Yeah, I think so too. That they helped him with some double team stuff and kind of that's what you got to do. But his footwork, his hands, body position far better than it's been in the previous week. So thank you guys, appreciate that.
Thank you, Brian. Mark Schlereth in 1 hour. Ted Wind from The Athletic joins us next right here in the G-Bag Nation. We'll be talking football with you here on 105.3 The Fan.
Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and her studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, buddy, it's hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. Thanks for making us part of it. Joining us now, Ted Wynn from The Athletic, talking NFL, coming out of Week 8, going to Week 9 now, Ted. Good afternoon. Thanks for joining us here on your home of the Cowboys. How you doing?
No problem. Thanks for having me on.
Man, when you watched the Cowboys Sunday night, did you see a team that can still get it together, like Jerry Jones is selling, or did you see an inexperienced developing team like what Mike McCarthy's saying?
I think I see a team that is lacking talent. I mean, like they need somebody to throw to outside of CeeDee Lamb, and they're trying to find that guy. I mean, Turpin got way more targets than he would on any other team in that game, and defensively, they're just kind of handcuffed because of how weak they are against the run. And I think Mike Zimmer, he tried to play a lot of man coverage against the Niners. The Niners are a team that struggled against man coming into the game, but they had a good game plan for all the man coverage that the Cowboys tried to play. They played man on 50% of snaps. But the looks were just too static and just too easy to beat. I mean, in the first Niners drive, I think it was 3rd and 6, they had no receivers on the field. They had Deebo Samuel line up at running back, and the Cowboys had their nickel personnel, which meant a linebacker would be covering Deebo man-to-man, and it's just like things like that you just can't have happen.
So it's a team short on talent, and the coaches aren't helping them. That sounds great.
Exactly. Not a great situation right now.
Well, we have a tremendous amount of respect for Mike Zimmer here, as a lot of people do. But one of the thoughts that has been presented is he old? Has the game passed him by, or do you think he just doesn't have the tools to implement what he can do?
I mean, I was pretty excited about Mike Zimmer coming back in the NFL. I was always a big fan of all the pressure schemes, the things he did with Minnesota, and right now, all the simulated pressures, creepers, and those things are kind of like the hot scheme in NFL. So I thought he would come in and fit right in. But I think right now, because they're so weak against the run, they can't run what he likes to do. He likes to run a lot too high. He likes to play a lot of quarters coverage and rotate safeties and that sort of deal. But right now, they have to keep an 8th man in the box, or else they're going to get gashed in the run. They still get gashed in the run with 8 man sometimes. But it just really limits the menu for what Mike Zimmer wants to do. And I don't think this is a defense that he wants to run. And he just, again, the toolbox with what they're hamstrung to do, it's very limited. But at the same time, there are things that they can do to help the players. And I just don't think it's happening on the field right now.
So the injuries certainly a big reason for that. You pointed that out. But are the bigger overarching problems, do you think, on the offensive side or the defensive side?
I think both. I mean, offensively, Jake Ferguson's supposed to be the Robin to CeeDee Lamb if he's Batman, and they just haven't been able to get the ball to Jake Ferguson downfield. A lot of his targets are just kind of into flats, and he does a good job of running after the catch. But last year, when they were at the best, Jake Ferguson was the guy you could trust running down the seam. And when you look at the play design, like sometimes CeeDee Lamb and Jake Ferguson are just kind of in the same spot, and then they're kind of easy to double. I think they have to find a way to take advantage of both their talents. Like if CeeDee's going deep, Jake Ferguson has to be working a one-on-one on a choice route or something on the other side. And I think they really need another deep threat right now. And like I mentioned, Turpin, I think they're trying to get Turpin to be that guy, to be the deep threat opposite of CeeDee, but they just haven't found that other guy that could take the top off the defense when the safety's shading towards CeeDee Lamb right now. So, I mean, I think if you look at the offseason, some of these problems are predictable. Like, I think most people would agree that the Cowboys should have went to look for another threat opposite of CeeDee, and it's kind of predictable what's happening on offense right now. And most people thought the Cowboys should have got stronger against the run up front, and they didn't. And right now they're kind of paying for it.
Ted, I'm fascinated by these teams now when you look at all the metrics and stuff. And one of them is about the condensed offenses and the ones that play with width. And the Cowboys play with the most width of any other team in the National Football League. Is that something that is hurting them, playing that wide, as opposed to the teams that we see that have success that have been playing more condensed?
Yeah, I think if you're playing more wide, then you need guys to really win outside. And CeeDee Lamb is the guy that can win outside, but they don't have another guy that can do that. And, again, that's why you're seeing Turpin and Tolbert get these fade routes on opposite side. You need those outside guys if you're going to play this spread style Because when you're playing condensed, you're helping them out with the shorter splits. You're helping out receivers with traffic. You're helping them out with those type of plays. But when you're outside, you're isolating these guys and saying you got to win. But they don't have those guys that could win right now.
We're talking with Ted Wynn of The Athletic, and Ted, you watch all the film, you study all these teams. When you, whoever you consider to be the best play caller or play callers in the league, how big of a gap is there from Mike McCarthy and what you're seeing him deploy offensively for the Cowboys and the teams that are doing it the best?
I mean, I was pretty encouraged with what Mike McCarthy was doing last season when Dak was putting all those efficiency numbers up. But this season, like you said, I feel like offensively and defensively, they've just been sort of static. So, I mean, I would say Mike McCarthy is probably, if I had to rank all the play callers in tiers, he'd probably be kind of in the middle tier. You know, I don't think he's helping this offense as much as he can with scheme, but at the same time, like, there's still sound concepts, and you know, I don't know if he's doing anything necessary to hurt the players. Like I mentioned, they're kind of just limited by what they have roster-wise.
Ted Wynn of The Athletic with us. What if you could replace Mike and Brian Schottenheimer with the best possible coaches, with an optimized game plan? How much better could the results be?
I think, you know, to me, Ben Johnson's probably the top play caller in the league right now. So and I don't think the run game has ever been Mike McCarthy's strength. He's always been a West Coast, very high pass rate type of guy. And obviously having a run game in this modern era right now to help this team, especially with the limited pass catching talent, could help immensely. I know that the running backs aren't amazing, but I think if you have a coach that's really good at scheming up the run game, it at least gives them something that they could hang their hat on. And right now it's just too much on Dak's shoulders. So I don't know how high the ceiling could be, but I would think they'd be a above average team at least, because you do have a superstar in CD, and I think Jake Ferguson's a good second target. So yeah, I think there's ways around, you know, that you could scheme that kind of takes advantage of both these guys' talents. I don't know if the ceiling's a top 10 of offense, but maybe they could get in that 12th, 13th range hypothetically.
Hey, Ted, you know, it's kind of looking at the division, the Commanders, and it looks like Cliff Kingsbury has kind of found himself with his play calling. What has been the biggest difference with him? Is it simply that he's found somewhat of a running game now to be paired with his concepts, or is it something different that you're noticing on tape that's given him an advantage?
I think with Cliff Kingsbury, he's always had a very good run game. Even in Arizona, he's always been very good at scheming up the quarterback run game. But the problem is his offense is kind of sputter out the second half of the season. What he does is pretty simple because they play with a ton of tempo, and when you play with a ton of tempo, you're not going to, you know, have a ton of motion, shift, and a ton of different concepts. So what they're doing is relatively simple. They're not asking a ton from Jaden Daniels, but what they're doing, they're executing at a very high level, and obviously Jaden is playing at a very high level as well. So I'm interested to see if this kind of tapers off, because Kingsbury has put up similar numbers with Arizona early in the year, and then later in the year, for whatever reason, maybe teams just start kind of catching up to the simplicity of the offense. Maybe they start catching up to the hand signals and everything that they use with tempo, but they start tapering off the second half of the season. So there are definitely things that he's doing better this time around, but I'm interested to see if he can continue evolving and kind of avoid that second half taper off that we've seen from him in the past.
One of the big offensive coordinator names from last year, Bobby Slowick, have teams caught up to him and what he wants to do there with C.J. Stroud in Houston?
Yeah, I mean, I think last year he made a name for himself because the Texans offense was so bad the year before that, you know, raising that level of play to a certain level got him some notoriety. A lot of that had to do with C.J. Stroud and just how lights out. I mean, he had one of the best rookie seasons of all time, but there was still some criticism of his offense. Like, he would, you know, be in love with that run pass sequence, even though the Texans were just such a bad team running the ball, and then C.J. Stroud would kind of get them out of the bad situation on third down, and that's kind of happening this year too. But it's becoming harder because the Texans' offensive line might be even worse than they were last year. They just lost Trevon Diggs, and Nico Collins has missed games. So I think last year he did get a little bit of hype just because of the big improvement and C.J. Stroud playing so well. But this year we're seeing some of those problems that he had last year, and they're being magnified because the expectations are higher.
What are you seeing from the Eagles offense? They're off maybe their best performance. It was the Bengals defense, though, so you have to kind of have the asterisk on it a little bit. But what are you seeing from Hurts, Kellen Moore, and this Eagles offense?
Yeah, I think Kellen Moore is making some smart adjustments, and he is adding some creativity that they desperately needed last season. And I think the big adjustment he's made is Jalen Hurts just doesn't look as explosive as he once was. And the league has kind of cracked down on these RPO rules and illegal man downfield, and that was such a big part of the Eagles' offense during their Super Bowl year. So I think he's adjusted by going away from the quarterback option game. They're running Saquon Barkley from under center more, and when you add Saquon Barkley and the Eagles' offensive line, which is one of the best in the league, and you're running him downhill, you're gonna get some production. And when they do run Jalen Hurts, they're running him more on like quarterback draws, or they're just having him just run the ball directly from just taking the snap and running without an option. And what that allows him to do is it gives him a bit of a runway. So instead of standing still and reading the defense and then pulling the ball and having to build up your speed from just a standstill, he's able to kind of build his speed towards the line of scrimmage and run. I think that's a really smart adjustment. So what they've done is they're kind of separating their quarterback and running back run game, and it's paying dividends.
How about the Falcons? They're next on deck here for the Cowboys. What have you seen from Kirk Cousins in that offense?
Yeah, I think Kirk's playing at a very high level. I think his mobility is getting a little bit better. It's never going to be, he's not going to be a Jaden Daniels or anything, but he's at least being able to, get out there in the stretch plays and then, run a little bit of a boot or move a little bit in the pocket. And he's just getting more comfortable in his offense. And some of the top tier talent that we've seen on this Atlanta team that is getting wasted, now they're all of a sudden getting the ball. Drake London looks like a very good receiver. Kyle Pitts is starting to fulfill his fantasy promise that fantasy drafters been hoping for years. And Bijan Robinson's making plays. This is a very talented offense. They just needed competent play from the quarterback, and I think Kirk wasn't quite ready at the beginning of the season, but he's starting to look healthier, and he's looking very comfortable in this offense.
It's Ted Wynn of The Athletic. All right, Ted, we're out of here. Thank you so much. Enjoy Week 9.
No problem. Thanks for having me on.
Absolute. A must read. I think a must follow. Ted Wynn, great journalist, great film guy, knows all the answers to your football questions, and that's why we wanted to get him on the show. The last Flagtober stop of the year is tomorrow. Whataburger off 161 in Grand Prairie. That's 2630 161 right in front of the Walmart Supercenter. Stinks coming up at 440. We'll talk with Mark Schlereth. But top 10 at 420 is next. Wooly Bully, what's in store?
Let's do it. The top 10 worst plays in the history of the National Football League. That's next.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Freaker?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
DFWsecurity.com.
Hey, buddies, welcome back. It's time for Wolchuk's Top 10 at 420. Is anybody else getting like strong Milli Vanilli nostalgia watching Trevon Diggs outside the locker room with the hair? Could you just see him up there in the suits doing the sideways shuffle dance, blame it on the rain? Brian, you know what I'm talking about. Milli Vanilli?
Yeah, absolutely.
Taller gentleman?
Oh, no, yeah. I see what you're talking. Was it? Yeah, it was.
Yeah,
that
guy was
I
awesome.
used to remember their names. What are the...
one was Millie,
Rob,
one was...
Rob and somebody else, wasn't it?
Yeah, Rob and...
Fab.
I'm Rob. He's Fab. Yeah, we're Milli Vanilli. Yeah.
Rob and Fab. Lucius, did you ever see the episode, and maybe you did, Dawson, Behind the Music?
I sure did.
Remember they had all those... I used to love... I can't believe they got rid of those... They were kind of little documentaries.
Yeah, they're good.
But they were called... It was called...
If you got it behind the music, it's going to be sad, though, at some point.
Yeah, but it was... But
then the record label started calling.
Yeah. And then their own manager let them down. Yeah, it was... But that Behind the Music was actually really, really entertaining.
They pulled it off.
They did. They won a Grammy. I think 1989.
Yeah.
I think is when they won it. Yeah.
Did the tape stick or something like that?
They were performing. They were performing live on a television show.
Was it Saturday Night Live?
No, that was Simpson's sister.
Yeah.
Milli Vanilli.
Yeah, that was Jessica Simpson's sister. Did it on Saturday Night Live. She started doing a little boot scooting.
Yeah.
When the thing started messing up.
Was it Letterman?
An MTV concert.
Was it an MTV concert? And it hung.
Blame it on the rain.
Yeah. Yeah. And they ran off. They just ran off.
That's not good.
And man, like everybody basically, if their managing team and all that, like they just turned their back on him.
The skipping CD got him.
Yeah.
Should have stayed with the cassette, but it was 89. CD, then hot new tech.
Yeah.
Well, thank
they
you
would have
for
won a
that.
tape. They would have had that hiss on their voice.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah. But if you don't know what we're talking about, Milli Vanilli, an incredible story.
They
from
were
the late 80s,
they were
early
big on
90s.
MTV.
They owned the summer of 88 or 89 or something. They were massive, and then they were gone and embarrassment. And that's what I thought of when I saw Trevon Diggs there outside of the locker room just a few moments ago. Is ESPN still reliving it?
Maybe that'll be his Halloween get up.
Yeah.
Maybe he's ready to bust that out.
Be a good look.
Yeah. You just get the suit. I think it's a purple suit there with the shoulder pads from the 80s. You'll be good to go.
You got the white button-up shirt, and then with the big, with the shoulder pads. Yeah.
Segment here brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one is injured due to somebody's negligence, call the Frankels and get a free consultation. 214 or 817-333-3333. Hit frankelfirm.com. Here's Zach with an H. You're Wooly Lolly.
Thank you very much. The top 10 worst plays in NFL history. I did find this like a pretty interesting topic. Matt Miller just put this out in regards to Anthony Richardson getting benched. Scouts and agents are telling college quarterbacks to not leave school until they've started 2 or more years. The NFL doesn't truly develop quarterbacks anymore outside of rare exceptions. And we have talked in recent years about
stay in there and get that NIL money.
You can get plenty of cash.
Yeah.
And you want to pile up as much college money as you can before you get that guaranteed rookie deal, because that might be your last NFL bag if you're bad.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Stay around, transfer a bunch of times, try to get 5-10 mil a year to be a college quarterback, and then go.
Yeah, it worked out for Jaden Daniels in a big way, and it's
about to work out for Cam Ward.
I'm about to say for Cam Ward, it seems like it's about to work out that way for sure. And then
Michael Penix.
Yeah,
Penix.
Yeah, Penix. Great call. So
anybody in recent years.
Anybody that's gone to Oregon?
Yeah, Dylan Gabriel.
they're lining up. Bo Nix. Bo Nix was terrible at Auburn.
Yeah,
he
you're
went
right.
to Oregon.
Well, and he's still terrible.
He did have a good game, but
they're finding ways to win games, man.
They won 5 games, haven't they?
They have. They're 5-3.
5, yeah.
They're 5-3. And he did play well against Carolina, but it is Carolina.
They're win games in spite of their offense. It's pretty incredible.
They are good on defense.
Oh, fantastic. All right, let's get to the top 10 worst plays in NFL history. We do have the 972 worst plays. Definitely Cowboys. Zeke at center. Goes to Dak. Gets flattened.
That was
an embarrassing moment.
Very, very embarrassing. I think we're all glad that wasn't the final play of Zeke's career in a Cowboys uniform.
No. Yeah. I'm really happy that wasn't.
What they call that, a comedy of errors?
Yes.
Yeah. It was a bad play.
Do you have forever football folly? But we're doing this because last night the Giants gave us one of the worst plays in football history where nobody blocked the one person.
Wait, what was crazy?
2-point conversion.
They just let him run right through. It's like the blockers out there weren't even ready.
It's terrible.
It was like snap, and then they just were standing around.
It was like they were doing a bit.
Yeah.
Like if this was like a football comedy movie or whatever, that you would see that like a scene in the Replacements.
Awful play.
Terrible when things start to go bad for a team and you need to fire the coach and you don't, that's the kind of crap that happens. It's coming for the Cowboys if it hasn't already.
Well, yeah, that's true. We do have some other texts that came in. Certainly last night was one, but fumble.
How about Romo's drop snap?
Yeah, that might be one that makes an appearance here.
The Cowboys?
That might be one that makes an appearance.
Gosh.
Honorable mention already is the taunting from Tyreek Stevenson that resulted in the Hail Mary. That was not a good move. That was a bad play.
From the weekend.
Yeah.
It was incidental, Wolchuk.
What about...
well, it's funny because Eberflus came out and said, like, the guy who caught the touchdown, Noah Brown, that was Stevenson's guy.
Yeah. But Stevenson made a play on the ball.
Right.
He was still in position. He hit the ball.
I think maybe
so
you're
if
right.
He's there, he stays home and shields the guy.
Exactly.
Yeah,
you put a body on a body.
Covering Noah Brown. It's
like
not a touchdown.
my guy's not going to get the ball. There's 5 different hands that are flying up in this pile here. I think the coaching point is you don't play the ball there and you just play the man.
What happened is, if you watch it, and we had it on earlier, he comes from he's late to the play as it's kind of everybody's
Welcome
trying
to the party, pal.
Everybody's trying to mark guys. And what happens is he comes flying from the left side.
Yeah.
So he gets in front of everybody that's going up.
Oh.
So he's the first guy to tip the ball. And maybe if the ball gets to the masses, they're going to knock that thing down.
Odds are that's probably what happened.
He scrambles from the far left and knifes in there, and now he's first guy in, and then gets the ball tipped up instead of to the pack, which is everybody's taught to knock it down.
Brown's just left uncovered.
Yeah.
Because that was his responsibilities. Yeah. Now he's just there. And the ball, it was perfect. Just the way it happened.
He ran to try and make a play, and in fact, by being late there, he probably messed it up even more.
The more you describe it, the more I feel like this should be in the top 10. And
it might end up being
not
in the top 10
outside looking
over the time.
They said the cover-up is worse than the crime.
Yeah.
It was really bad. Yeah, Leon Lett. Oh, my gosh. Thanksgiving.
Leon
the Thanksgiving
Lett.
play. That was rough. I mean, you go with 2, the fumble as well.
Well,
Don
the Super Bowl one was Hay was in the barn.
It didn't actually matter. But that's the one I think of first.
Most
Dolphins
points in a Super Bowl ever.
Yeah.
I would take that record.
Yeah.
Miracle at the Meadowlands comes in at number 10.
That would hurt. That's Herm Edwards, right?
Edwards.
Yeah, Joe Pisarcik is quarterback, and he fumbles. Yeah.
Man, he juggled. He fumbles the snap. Next thing you know, here's Herman Edwards. I'm going to catch it in midair, runs for a touchdown. Eagles beat the Giants when it looked like that game was over.
He played to win the game.
Number 9, this is hilarious. Remember the lateral that I think it was...
was it the Dolphins, New England?
Saints had against Jacksonville.
Oh.
In Jacksonville.
Yes.
Saints score on it. It's the last play of the game. They're lateraling back and forth. They score.
Right.
And then they miss
the extra point.
Yeah.
Brutal.
I mean, can you believe that? You never see that happen, and then they finally get a touchdown, and then your damn kicker comes out and misses the extra point.
Is that John Carney or something like that? Was it John Carney miss?
Sounds like a Carney thing.
Yeah, John Carney maybe.
8 was the Malcolm Butler interception. I think this is more so like on the Patriots.
Super Bowl, right?
Yeah, or on the Seahawks for just not running the damn ball.
Right.
Brett Maher missing 4 extra points in a row should be on this list.
Yeah, that was brutal.
Jeez, yeah, that was an all-time yip.
7 is Deshaun Jackson's drop Monday Night Football against the Cowboys, where he's got a touchdown.
Oh, and before he goes across the end zone,
flings it at the 1 yard line, and it ends up not being a touchdown. Cowboys
I thought he would be on this for the punt return he had against the Giants. Tom Coughlin said,
"Yeah, the walk off."
The Coughlin said, "Don't punt it. Don't kick it to him." And the guy punted it right.
That's
to
another
him.
good one.
Was that Fiegels?
It might have been.
Yeah,
it might have been
right.
Jeff Fiegels. That might have been.
8 is the Romo failed extra point.
Okay, Seattle playoffs.
It was a waxy ball.
It was a slick ball, and we got screwed.
Yeah.
They needed a K ball.
That was the end of Bill Parcells.
That was unbelievable.
Parcells should have gone on a JJ Redick
too
rant
bad,
about
Bill.
the ball.
He should have. Like, what are we doing using slick balls here?
Yeah.
Unbelievable. 5 is the Blair Walsh miss field goal, 27
Seattle,
yarder.
Minnesota.
Yeah, he misses the 27-yarder to advance them.
It was like 0 degrees though.
It's freezing. That was played at the Gopher Stadium.
It was the Minnesota Golden Gopher Stadium.
Yes, GP.
4, the Gopher Bowl. 4 is Dan Orlovsky running out of bounds for his safety.
Yes.
Hold that L, Dan.
Oh my gosh, that's brutal.
Yeah, 972 is like, who's the quarterback who's only famous for stepping out of the back of the end zone in the 972? Yeah, that'd be Orlovsky.
bad
Having bad Dak takes, caping for Aaron Rodgers. He's a disaster.
Carson Wentz, that's on his resume too. Top 3 worst plays in NFL history.
It's kind of a cut, dude. Hit hard if you had a little bit of bass in the late 80s.
Number 3, Jim Marshall.
We were clubbing in this stuff.
Jim Marshall running.
Jim Marshall ran the wrong way against the 49ers.
Bro. Yes, he did.
That could be one, but the top 2 are pretty funny, but this is brutal. Just goes the opposite way runs in the end zone.
He's a Hall of Fame player.
He is.
Yeah, Jim Marshall, yeah.
2 is the Colts fake punt.
Oh,
yes.
yeah.
Like they line against New England, they line up and it's just the punter under the center. No other offensive lineman. They're trying to spread them out wide. It
wasn't McAfee, was it?
No, it wasn't.
Yeah,
McAfee.
McAfee described this play. He had a whole segment on his show before his show was maybe at ESPN or whatever.
McAfee might have been the guy that snapped.
I think McAfee was a part of this play because he has a whole breakdown of it. Yeah, he's the punter on the play. And
well, they have an actual player under center here, but I think the punter McAfee might be the center, which is even.
You're number 1.
I think I see him as the punter on the play.
That's crazy.
But yeah, that one was. It just nothing worked. The Patriots were.
They immediately just
laughing,
tackled him. They jumped over and it was over.
It was similar to what the 2-point conversion attempt was for last night.
What are we doing here?
The play ended as soon as it started.
As soon as it snapped, it was over.
Number 1, though.
No wonder this
Back
dude
to you.
can't tackle. Thinking about love.
The butt fumble.
That's number 1?
Yeah. Fumble.
Butt
Most
fumble number
embarrassing.
1.
Most
It
shameful.
is. And it's a play that forever, if you're down in the dumps, you can turn on the butt fumble and you can get yourself a happy chuckle.
Yeah, because he runs into not only his own offensive lineman's rear end, but his offensive lineman is in a stalemate with Vince Wilfork. So he's basically running into 800 pounds worth of offensive linemen. Yeah. And so, of course, his body does what any normal human being's body would do, which is immediately go to the ground and lose the ball.
Slides.
Repulsed.
He goes, it's bizarre how he ends up being on his backwards here, too.
Yeah. How did he not have a concussion? Seriously, if this is Tua, this is a KO.
Yeah.
Because it was the Mark Sanchez face right into the rear end of his own offensive lineman, who was again in a stalemate with Vince Wilfork. That's 800 pounds, and then his head is what hits first.
Yeah, it's like a convertible running into the back of an 18-wheeler.
Yeah, it's an incredible play. 817, though, last year, the Khalil Mack Raiders deal where they go ahead and against New England, they run the reverse. Khalil Mack, I think, intercepts it, returns it for a touchdown. That was a crazy play, too. Absolutely.
Yes, you know it's true. Thank you, Wolchuk. How was it not obvious? These German dudes showed up and then they started singing and they were rapping and everything.
We have really good singing voices. Just wait, close your eyes.
We were just
play,
we were just looking, man. We were looking for something. We were just looking. We were tired of one-hit wonders.
Yes,
we were looking
and hair
for
metal.
Yeah,
we needed something else.
We needed something else.
Okay, we'll coming up next. Mark Schlereth will join us. Stink will be in the house with you next. We're talking football, brought to you by Mayonnaise. Next here in the G-Bag Nation, I want to chat deep.
you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Tolos, join me and your favorite fan hosts at the 8th annual Swingin' for a Cause, Sunday, December 8th, on the field at Globe Life Field. It's a VIP experience with food, drinks, activities, and celebrities, all while raising money for kids with physical and intellectual disabilities. More information at 1053thefan.com/Sandlot.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. We're joined now by Odyssey NFL insider Mark Schlereth, host of the Stinkin' Truth podcast. Insider calls are brought to you by Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. May your game day be delicious. And a good afternoon to you, Mark. How you doing?
I'm doing great.
Yeah.
How are you guys?
Well, we're doing all right as well. I mean, I think better than some of the Cowboys players. Third week in a row, they're getting frustrated. I mean, I guess one was the owner, one was the coach, and then Trevon Diggs Sunday night. What do you think about a team lashing out at reporters here after losses?
Well, it goes to show you, one, it goes to show you the frustration within the complex, within the team. And two, the lack of maturity. I mean, it's one of those things where I understand frustration. I get frustration, but the point is that ultimately you got to go out and perform. You got to go out and work. And if you're not performing and you're not winning, you're open to criticism. So, I mean, here's my theory was always this as a player. There is nothing you can say about me. There is nothing you can talk about in regards to my game that I'm not going to be 10 times harder. I'm not going to be a way bigger critic of myself than you could ever be. And the only time that you get, your panties in a wad is when people say things about you and it's true and you don't like it. So that's been my experience playing, 12 years in the league. That was just kind of how I felt about it. By the way, I've got Tennessee this weekend, and I don't know if you guys know this, but they've got a good little back named Pollard. You probably have never heard of him.
Yeah, he's not bad.
He's actually playing, on a bad team, but he's playing pretty well. He's a good little run blocker, good little running back, really explosive. You guys, obviously you guys couldn't afford getting backs this year because, Jerry Jones has said so, but I just keep looking at going, boy, he'd look good in a Dallas Cowboy uniform, but,
Well, yeah, and then when he was here 4 out of the 5 years, couldn't get him on the field because, you had the great Ezekiel Elliott who needed the majority of the carries, and I guess we're still dealing with that.
Yeah, right, exactly. Anyhow, I don't mean to poke fun, but I was like, damn, how'd this guy end up not being part of that team. So anyhow, whatever. I digress.
It is frustrating, and I thought there for a minute, Mark, when the Cowboys came out with just over 3 minutes to go, they'd figured something out, and we were about to see the game-winning drive. What were you thinking right before those 4 straight incompletions that tragically ended the game?
Yeah, same thing. And the other thing I always look at is like, what are you doing? Like, obviously, what's working and stuff, but like, I get so many teams to just get into this panic. We got to throw it every down. And a lot of the times when you're in those situations, I know they don't run it well, but when you're in those situations, the best fronts, the lightest boxes, and the best matchup you're going to get to pop a run is in those situations where everybody and their brother's uncle knows you're going to throw it. And again, that comes down to coaching. And, it's funny because I've got Tennessee, as I mentioned, so I'm watching the Detroit film. And the amount of times they get teams in second and long and third and long, and they'll run a trap, they'll just run a standard zone, just a standard tight zone or whatever. Or they'll run a inside trap or a wham, and they'll split that crease, that defense, and it's amazing how many times they'll get 15 yards on a second down and 7 when everybody's opening their hips to bail to get to their drop spots. And, it's just one of those things where, we get so we've normalized, we've got to do this on this down, we've got to do this on this down. And sometimes, from a play calling standpoint, a little change up in the way you do things, where you're going to get the most favorable look as an offense. And, I was also thinking about that. Do you have anything, that you go to that would get people off of what you're doing?
Stink, you had it was Cardinals and Dolphins this past weekend, I believe, and you talk about the rushing attack, like Mike McDaniel and what he does. He's one of our favorite coaches when it comes to just the interview aspect of it. How is it getting to pick his brain during the week, and what did you think of that game?
Well, it was great to pick his brain, and he was my ball boy when I played in Denver.
Oh,
so,
that's right.
Yeah, so I've known that guy since he was 14 or whatever, but. Yeah, it's fun to have a conversation with him because of the way, he was brought up in this league and the way he learned in this league, through Mike Shanahan and that system and, and some of the things that they do to attack the edge and use their speed to their advantage. But it was a really, really cool experience, to sit down with Tua and see Tua in his first game back and, to see kind of just the way he processed coming back and then how well he played. And he played exceptionally well. And I thought there may be rust, and there was no rust in his passing game. The only place that there was a little bit of rust is taking the snap, both in shotgun and under center. He had a fumble. He had one fumble that led to a safety, which ended up costing him the game. So it was really interesting. Ball security, because you haven't been in the pocket, because you haven't been operating that way. The throws and the operation from the throwing standpoint and getting the ball on receivers with an opportunity to run, none of that suffered at all. He looked like a well-oiled machine. It was just, some of the other things that ended up costing Miami that game, but a great comeback and a great play, just a really good game, really fun game to call.
Insider Calls here with Mark Schlereth, brought to you by Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. You can purchase Hellman's at your local Walmart, Kroger, or grocery store to add extra deliciousness and creamy flavor to your game day dishes this football season. Mark, what's the most tired you ever were in a game, and did you ever get close to asking out?
Yeah, no. I never got close to asking out. We had a couple of 18, 19-play drives over the course of my career where it's exhausting. As a matter of fact, I had an 18-play drive. I think it was an 18, might have been 19-play game or drive against the Giants in 1991. And in the midst of that drive, somewhere in the middle of that drive, I broke the end of my thumb. So not only did I have to go 18 plays, but I had to do it with a broken thumb, and did not ask out of that drive or any play of that game. So that is That is the craziest thing I have ever heard. Like, you're a quarterback, dude. I don't care how tired you are. You don't opt out of a game. You can't. Unless you're hurt, you don't get to come out. Now, I understand receivers rotate. They run 160 yards or whatever, and they come off the sideline and somebody else rotates in for them, and I get that. But you don't opt out as a quarterback. It's the lie. That dude needs it. Like, we all want our athletes to tell us the truth until they actually tell us the truth. Then we'd like them to lie. That's one where I'd like to get a lie, because that was the most ridiculous thing. I would just off that answer alone, I'd had to bench him. Just like, yeah, you're not bright enough to play the quarterback right at this particular juncture of your career. You right now, we're gonna have to sit you down. You're gonna have to learn how to speak the language before we actually let you go back out and play.
Was that more offensive than the Tyreek Stevenson Bears defender there on the Hail Mary, taunting the crowd mid-play and then being the one that causes the ball to deflect into the arms of the receiver?
Right, when you're supposed to be playing backstop there and you're supposed to body up that guy like a rebounder. Yeah, that was egregious. And as egregious as that was, it was not nearly as egregious as giving the ball to a guard on the goal line. Like, seriously. So I sit there and think, one, his hands are all taped up. He's got gloves. Like, I had the number of rolls of tape I had on my hands and my fingers while I was a player, and then the wrist guards, my hands were like in casts. They were freaking weapons. They shouldn't have been illegal. Like, they should have been illegal. They shouldn't have been legal to play with my hands that taped up. And I'm like, you can't be serious. You cannot give, like, at some point you practiced that and said, yeah, that's a good idea. Like, it's not, like, how can you be that dumb? Like, even Anthony Richardson looked at that and go, wow, those guys are really stupid. So, like, that was mind-boggling. That's a fireable offense, too, as far as I'm concerned. You can't be that stupid.
Mark, thank you so much for your time and your insights, buddy. Enjoy Week 9. We'll catch up with you next Tuesday.
Sounds good, guys. Take care.
Cheers. Odyssey NFL insider Mark Schlereth, host of the Stinkin' Truth podcast. Insider calls brought to you by Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. May your game day be delicious.
That was great, man. That was great.
That ball did immediately come out.
Oh yeah.
As soon as he just Williams handed, that ball just went right into the line.
It's the perfect transition, because I think in football's finest we'll address Bears fans, and I think that's no one is sadder. Even the Giants fans aren't as sad as what the Bears fans are today, and I'll explain why next.
All righty, that's coming up next here in the nation. Last Flagtober.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, buddy. C-Note's coming up at 5:20. We're into hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation right here. It's time for an edition of the finest, but, you know, Zach was telling us yesterday, Micah Parsons had Trevon Diggs on. We have highlights of that coming up for you here inside the Expressway. We'll go commercial-free to the top. LA Live 540. Gojo in 1 hour. It's a TD Tuesday, Shock-a-Lock at 6:20, so just keep it locked in right here. Of course, Fan After Dark is coming up at 7 o'clock. It's time now for an edition of the finest. Here's Eric Chiafala.
Well, Chuck, am I seeing this correctly about Lions wide receiver Jameson Williams, who's already under suspension for some type of performance enhancer with the league? Did he just get arrested as well?
Yeah, he was nearly arrested over a gun found in a vehicle. He said, I got the gun for protection. You guys know where I live, Detroit. So the gun was registered to Jameson Williams. He did not have a concealed pistol license, though. So he didn't actually get arrested. It was close.
Cool. Much
we'll
to do
see
about
what the NFL
nada.
wants to do. So that's going to kick off the 5 o'clock football hour presented by Buffalo Wild Wings for Beat-Ups' football, baby.
Love it. Love it. Okay, we talked about the Bears there. And how about Stink? Just once again, 10 out of 10 in his bag, calling it like it is.
Stinky.
And he calls out Matt Eberflus and the Bears coaching staff, Shane Waldron, and for late in that game handing the ball off to an offensive lineman. And the quarterback and the lineman can't even get the exchange right, and it's a fumble and it's a disaster. And that is just one of the many coaching mistakes that Matt Eberflus has made now in his 2+ years as the head man of the Bears. And I think many of us were recommending for the Bears to just go ahead and start anew in the offseason. You have the number 1 overall pick. You're going to draft your quarterback of the future, new face of the franchise. Just clean house and start with the new head coach as well. Maybe go get an offensive guy to pair with your new number 1 overall pick and get the job done. But, of course, the Bears decided to go status quo, hang on to defensive-minded Matt Eberflus, and take a cast-off offensive coordinator who everybody hated in Seattle last year, Shane Waldron, and they said, here you go, Caleb Williams, do this thing. Well, I'd like to take you to ESPN 1000 in Chicago, where Albert Breer today was asked about Chicago and coaching, and listen to what he says about Ben Johnson, the best play caller in the sport, according to Ted Wynn from just a little bit ago. And we saw him firsthand with the Lions the other day here at AT&T Stadium. Pretty good. Listen to Albert Breer, NFL Insider.
Would other coaches' availability be factored into that decision, you think? Like if Ben Johnson legitimately is looking for a head coaching job, he said he didn't want one last year, but if you've got some of these big...
I mean, he was definitely connected to the Chicago job last year, so, I mean, there was definitely there were some people who thought that was the one he wanted, and obviously it didn't come open, but I think that stuff always plays in.
Okay, so some people... Imagine being a Bears fan right now and
I could have
Albert
had Ben
Breer
Johnson
saying that Ben Johnson, who keeps turning down jobs, the one that he actually would have been really interested in,
dream job,
was the Bears job, but you didn't even give him that opportunity because you wanted to run it back with Matt Eberflus. If you're a Bears fan right now, you're just sick to yourself. You just watched your offense not complete their fourth pass of the day until basically the fourth quarter of the football game. And Caleb Williams is running for his life.
He is.
And Matt Eberflus is signing off on handing the ball off to a guard in a big moment at the goal line. So that would just be such a nightmare thing to have to deal with right now if you're a Bears fan. Maybe you could just fast forward to this upcoming offseason and make the same switch if Ben Johnson is still
Yes.
like if he really wants to be, you guess he just loves Caleb Williams maybe?
That's possible. I would think if you are the Bears, it's been a tortured existence, and I would hope that Ben Johnson would consider you. But I don't think if you're one of the most coveted coaches in the NFL, you're going to one of the most dysfunctional mom and pop shops in all of pro sport, which is the Chicago Bears. I mean, storied program, history, tradition on your side, great brand, great fan base, and you sit there spinning your wheels year in and year out.
I love the 9-4-0. Won't matter who the coach is if the offensive line can't block.
It's family-run business in Chicago?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
Family-run business here?
Yep. Yeah, you don't want that,
Oh,
but
no.
I think the Bears are even worse at it than the Joneses.
See, the McCaskies and stuff. I agree with you.
Well, I mean, in there, I think infighting. Like, we don't really know who's the decision maker with the Bears.
Oh, no, the McCaskies are,
like very dysfunctional.
Very dysfunctional, no question. I still think he could get his dream job with the Bears. I think that thing could open up for him.
Oh, it definitely could.
Oh, it's going to open up.
And I think that if Dallas is interested in Ben Johnson, you better put your best foot forward. Because if his dream job, according to Albert Breer, is the Chicago Bears, that thing could open wide open for him. And he could, in the division, he understands how to beat the division.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, what a disaster there for the Lions. Crap, our guy's now going down with Bears.
They're going to lose likely him, and they could very well lose Aaron Glenn. You look at how Dan Campbell, what he's done putting that staff together. Man, they got some good coaches on that staff.
Yeah, and that's the challenge to stay consistent as a good team.
And that could be a team that very well could be in the Super Bowl this year.
You can have family in Chicago. You could love the area and just decide to move there. But I think right now you have an opportunity to go get a good job with an organization that has a better chance of winning. If you go to Chicago and fail, I don't know if you're getting another look. You can go from hot coordinator to nothing.
It happened to that dude. It's I'm sorry. You guys are with Andy Reid now at Kansas City. He's the OC.
Nagy?
Yeah. Nagy.
Yeah.
Nagy.
Took Trubisky.
Yeah.
They looked genius his rookie year.
Yeah. Made the playoffs his very first year and then completely fell apart after that. I see your point there. But you could be in a situation. Ben Johnson's a North Carolina guy. And I'm not saying he had an opportunity to get Carolina's job, and he looked at that situation and said, whoa, no. And now there were some questions that he was asking for a ton of money, too. That he was looking for somewhere between 12
I'm going to
and
come
15.
here and rebuild, and in 2 or 3 years, you're going to decide I didn't do a good enough job before you ever give me a chance to win and fire me, right? He made the right decision there. Why couldn't he make the right decision about Chicago as well? Maybe he thinks Caleb Williams is that good, to your point, Chief.
Yeah. I mean, that would be it. That's a quarterback that I believe in, and they've got some talent. If he can just rework that offensive line, they're 4-3 right now. That team, I don't think on paper roster-wise is that far away, but the dysfunction of the ownership, if I'm trying to look for a job and I've got options, that could very well say, I'm good, man. No thank you on that.
Well, it would also suck to be a Giants fan today watching your team, and there's no way they're going to keep it status quo there. But the idea that they paid Daniel Jones when you knew who he was, and now, and someone made a good point on Twitter, like, we'll never see a quarterback like this again. And on the same day where we're benching Anthony Richardson after 10 starts, like Daniel Jones he's gotten so many opportunities, 70-plus games. He's 24, 42, and 1.
Yeah. But that's the Giants' way of operating. We talk about John Mara and the Mara family and the way the Tisch Mara family, the way they run that organization. I wouldn't be surprised if they look at their coach again and John Mara talk about running that thing back again. With
they want
Brian
to keep
Dable.
the continuity.
Yeah, they are so. They had a general manager, George Young, in the late 70s, and what happened was Mara's dad ran the organization, and they had some success. I mean, he was a president and all that, And then he realized that they have to have a general manager. But man, I'll tell you what, they are all about wanting to keep things status quo. They are like, let's give, full, and I'll tell you why they do this. They're tied with the Rooney family in Pittsburgh. Their sons are married to Rooney daughters and stuff. So they try and have similar type of, no other organization has more continuity. They had 3 coaches. Yeah. They had 3 coaches since 1969 there.
There's been more popes.
Yeah. So there's this belief, right or wrong, that like, no, let's keep on task here. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. And I see
they've been turning and burning with some coaches and the GM.
Yeah, they've got like two.
But the Daniel Jones stuff, like the doubling down on Daniel Jones, is just crazy. He started 2-6 or worse in 5 of the 6 seasons that he's been there.
And that very much
their record has been 2-6.
That seems very Mara-like.
He's had one season with 20 or more touchdown passes.
They really did the same thing with Eli. Like if it weren't for those Super Bowls, Eli's a 500 quarterback.
Exactly.
So I mean, the Super Bowls is what you look at Eli and you say, oh damn. Otherwise, that guy would be thought of as very average.
Well, right when they were getting ready to get rid of him, they go out and have a somewhat successful season at 9-7. He throws 3-to-1 touchdown to interception ratio and ends up with a plus 90 passer rating. I think it was a little bit of bad luck. Like they thought, oh, wow, right at the end of his rookie deal, he's getting it figured out. But what they didn't realize is that was just his best lucky year. And it actually got worse than his rookie year immediately after that. So I do think that organization's a little bit snake bit. I don't know what I would do because he can run. He was avoiding turnovers. He had a completion percentage in the low 60s. Like there were a lot of indicators that were there. And that's the terrifying downside, of that second contract with a quarterback that's not capable.
This is an organization that's had Hall of Fame coaches throughout its throughout its history. They've had Hall of Fame coaches. That hasn't been the case here the last, Tom Coughlin. Since Tom Coughlin's left, I mean, that thing has been a disaster. And Tom Coughlin and I don't get along at all. But I'm going to give the man credit for going there.
Yeah, he's a winner.
And doing a great job there. Absolutely did a great job there. And they haven't, ever since, I mean, they've had bad coaches along the way, and whereas this organization for a long, long time had Hall of Fame coaches at every decade.
I hope it stays that way, selfishly. Keep Daniel Jones as long as possible.
Me too. All right, let's go ahead and let's get to Jameis Winston, a man who deserves all the love right now. He's on Good Morning Football today, and he had another bar for America.
Every single day, I'm approaching it to be a man of increase and imitate Christ. So as I continue to do that, dog, the sky is the limit. And if the sky's the limit, they can't say the sky's the limit when people have been on the moon. So I'm going to keep on going up. Right. I'm going to keep on inspiring people, and hopefully, somebody grow from that.
You can't say the sky's the limit when people have been to the moon.
Who was that that said, that's right? That's right. God, mind blown back there.
Whoa, Good Morning America. What was he on?
Good Morning Football.
Oh, Good Morning Football.
On NFL Network, yeah. I don't know. Probably Schrags.
That's right. Dude.
just an eye-opening line there from Jameis Winston. He continues to be the gift that keeps on giving, dominant on the field and at the microphone. His future is bright. Should the Jets go ahead and trade Davante Adams?
Can they?
Can you do the rare
I know
double
you're not
trade?
allowed to.
No trade back?
I don't think
no tradesies?
There's a rule against that.
A recently traded player can't be traded again? The NBA looks at the NFL and says,
watch this.
Yeah, seriously. I can't flip Davante Adams right now if I'm the Jets.
We learned something.
I don't even know if I want Davante Adams if I'm another team, honestly.
Son Reddick.
It's been an omen.
The Eagles couldn't trade back for him,
right?
So I know for sure, you couldn't just give him back to the Raiders. But I do wonder if there's in a certain amount of time here.
I think you can do the double trade.
I don't think you give him back to the Raiders.
No, definitely not the Raiders.
Not back to the Raiders.
You could give him to somewhere else. So.
No trade backs, but you could flip them.
Yes, this is happening. This has been happening. You think you're making the playoffs a couple of weeks later. You've lost both games trying to move them.
I would trade him if I could. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I think the NFL has been fairly hands-off when it comes to overly regulating such deals.
It's funny to consider, but that's where things are with the Jets right now. There's teams that need receiver help. Maybe the Chiefs, that's how the Chiefs end up getting them. It's like the Raiders won't do business with them, but what do the Jets care?
Not much.
They find a way to still be able to land him. I don't know. We did see Deontay Johnson, wide receiver from the Panthers, get traded today to the Ravens. I think that's a great move for the Ravens. We'll see how much it helps them in the postseason, and I think most of that just comes down to Lamar Jackson and his health. But I thought that was a really, really nice move. I was thinking maybe the Chiefs would be interested in doing something like that, but of course they went and got DeAndre Hopkins. Pat McAfee, and he knows plenty of people with the Chiefs. He's like, they're not done. They're not done. They, of course, make the trade for Uche, the pass rusher from the Patriots, but maybe they have another move up their sleeve. But I love the idea of Devontae Adams being flipped once again.
Yeah.
Now that the
that would be
Jets
awesome.
dumpster fire is what it is. Just acknowledge it and move on, and maybe he can go be a losing omen for another team.
Maybe, man, make it 3 in a row. That's another organization that it's like, hey, this team wants to trade for you or draft you or hire you as a coach. I would just say no, thank you if I had any other option.
Any other option, please.
Yes. Other than Cleveland, I at
Cleveland's
least like
bad.
to be in New York.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. All right, thank you, Chief. In addition to the finest most afternoons, 5 o'clock here on The Fan. Expressways coming up next. We'll give you what Micah and Trevon were talking about and go commercial-free to the top. LA Live's coming up at 5:40 here on The Fan. I have to chat with you about D&M Leasing because here you are on your ride home. You're stuck in traffic. You're looking around at the awesome sports car, SUV, maybe a new truck.
Ojo, Mike Golick Jr., NFL and college football at 6 o'clock, TD Tuesday as well. So we're rocking and rolling here, commercial free. And we salute Gavin Dawson, who's about to be in for one hell of a night, it seems. He's coaching against a gauntlet local team led by a head coach, Tolo, who apparently his team is just top to bottom, super, super like Detroit Lions style, might embarrass him tonight. So Dawson's about to get that belt to ass like our Cowboys depressed fan.
Louis to ass.
Sounded like it could be rough. So I Godspeed to the Dallas Surf.
He didn't have the usual eye of the tiger when he has to leave early for a big game. He was kind of limping out, leaking confidence already. So Godspeed to him, and maybe he can shock the world, any given Tuesday.
Hey, believe.
We always say that. All right, let's first address a question here from the 803, or just a comment, but it's exhausting being a Cowboys fan. Okay, we can. So far, so good.
Agreed.
But then he says, YTF didn't we go get Deontay Johnson? Our roster management has just been bleep. That's Tolo Average Chris chiming in. Did that one bother you guys today when Deontay Johnson was traded? I mean, it wasn't for much. You give up a 5th-round pick for a clear wide receiver 1. I think it's a good move for the Ravens, but I don't think you're in the same position as the Ravens to feel like, oh, this guy is going to be like a world of difference for you.
Right. So it didn't bother me. I get it was for limited compensation. I'm definitely into making a move, but Deontay Johnson is a free agent after the season.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, hey, unless that means like maybe that's their way of if I actually trade for a guy, now he's mine, so I'm going to re-sign my own. That falls under the re-sign my own category.
Or get a compensatory pick, maybe.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe.
But that, not for this draft, but the following draft.
This would be one where if he wasn't a free agent, if you still had another year on him, I'd have been upset.
Let me ask you this. Does Johnson, and I'm not going to act like I watched a bunch of Carolina games, but does Johnson make that much of a difference?
In terms of the overall trajectory of the season, I would say no.
I think for the Ravens, he makes a legitimate difference.
To me, the Ravens are always hunting receivers. They look like they've got it right.
Ravens? Yeah.
They've always got it right with Zay Flowers.
Zay Flowers.
Yeah.
Bateman seems like he's kind of coming on a little bit this year.
As he's losing the ball in the sun.
He did get lost in the sun.
But he's been disappointing.
Looked like me playing beach volleyball out there.
Seems like every week he's making a play for him at least.
Yeah.
Part of the offense.
But Mark Andrews is not quite the same. Like I get why they would want some more weapons.
No other team, am I wrong about this, hunts wide receivers
No,
more than that.
You're absolutely right. And they don't end up usually working out for them. I mean, they've taken Zay Flowers in the first round, Rashad Bateman in the first round. They bring him Odell Beckham Jr. They tried it out with Marquise Hollywood Brown. Deontay Johnson might very well be in that list of this one didn't work either, but they do need to play him.
I mean, they're throwing in Nelson Aguilar and stuff, right?
Yeah.
Isn't that some of the stuff they're doing right now?
And he had one catch against you for 56 yards. Yeah, in the game here, he had 1 catch, 56 yards.
There you go. Yeah, I think Zay Flowers and Deontay Johnson is pretty nice, but I don't think for the Cowboys at all. I'm not really concerned about them. I think you have to earn the right to be a buyer at the trade deadline. You don't just get to the trade deadline having done nothing from a player acquisition standpoint for the last 6 months and expect to be able to make a move and it really do much for your football team. Cowboys are in a bad way right now, and they're just going to have to bite this season as the bullet that it is. And hopefully you draft your rear end off and maybe you change some free agent philosophies and you bring in a couple more players in the offseason. And hopefully you also land nail the coaching hire that you're inevitably going to have to make. But otherwise, no trade is fixing you right now.
True or false for the Dallas Cowboys?
Is that how we play it?
No, just true or false. You don't have to say fart. Just say true or false.
All right, we won't.
I won't take
we don't
your
have to say fart, Wolchuk.
No, just true or false.
Okay.
Cowboys could draft any position in the first round.
All right, let's move to the red zone as far as the running.
Oh, there we go.
No. Oh, come on, Robert.
Damn, Rob.
But I didn't want to take the segment. I just, but true or false, Dallas could draft any position in the first round, and it will help this team.
I think that's true. That is true. They have so many holes that you could conceivably make the argument for anything.
They can use a lineman, but offensively or defensively, linebacker, safety, corner, receiver.
That's what I'm saying.
Running back.
They end up with
quarterback.
Say they end up with a top 10 pick.
I like that quarterback idea there, Wolchuk.
If they end up with a top 10 pick, how are you going to be on board of keeping this thing wide open, or are you going to focus in on a position to get?
I'd be wide open. Lineman, either side of the ball, corner, if there's one there for you, I'm all in. Whatever the best player is at that point.
I want to be open-minded, but by the time I get to draft night, I'm sure there's going to be like 2 guys. And I'm going to be like, please, God, get one of these 2 guys.
But it's not like, oh gosh, we've got to get a corner, or oh gosh, we've got to get a center, which it seemed like this year was like you knew that at some point they're drafting a center.
I will be, oh my gosh, you can't take a running back if you're in the top 10.
So in the top 10, I would lean and agree with you. I don't think there will be one that goes top 10 this year, though. I think you'll be safe.
It sounds like to me this thing is really deep with running backs.
It's really deep.
Just listen to Jim Nagy, the Senior Bowl committee talk.
Pretty much, generally, that's par for the course. You can find some guys there. Okay, let's get to the Micah Parsons podcast.
Yeah, let's do this. Okay, so he had Trevon Diggs on yesterday. We'll start with just the media member deal. Here was Micah asking Trevon about the post game in San Francisco. Let me go up to said media member and let him know I didn't like what he said about me.
I'm gonna just let you, take it away. Like, what's your thoughts? Why did you react, the way you did, and what's your thoughts about that? Media trying to portray an image that isn't there. Because, and then before you go, I do think, he was wrong. Because obviously you're in man coverage and times you got to see it, kid was going upfield. So the narratives that he's trying to drive from the video was wrong, but kind of give your thoughts what led to that reaction and that outcome.
Yeah, I just felt like, it was unnecessary. I just felt like, he was trying to use my name, for clicks. And, after the game, I just happened to see it, and I clicked on it, I seen who it was. I was like, oh, he right here. I just saw you. So I went up to him, and I just spoke how I felt. I felt like there was a lot of emotions, just losing, coming out the game. We fresh off the loss. I'm a competitor, so, I wanted to win. So, just a lot of emotions, and, I just kind of let my emotions get the best of me, but, at the end of the day, it still doesn't make it right for anybody just to be saying anything or just trying to throw dirt on your name or make you, seem like you're doing bad or a bad job, because, I felt like I played my hardest game yesterday. I felt like, I did everything I could. I felt like, I was tackling, setting the edges, just doing everything to help my team win. And for him to just try to throw that on my name, it just didn't sit right with me because you were like completely wrong.
What'd you say?
Yeah, I mean, for him to acknowledge that he's right, but he's also acknowledging that there are games where I don't play my hardest. It's not like I am a one-speed player.
Yeah.
He has to acknowledge he has to voice that he's a competitor.
Well, he definitely heard the chatter of it leading up to this game. And so he finally went ahead and...
physically, that was one of his best games.
It was.
If you go back, like he played a game against Cincinnati at home, and I keep talking, there was a third down stop he made, a fourth down stop he made. He's had some selective moments where he hasn't always been as forceful as he needs to be. That game wasn't one of them. That game, he got his nose bloodied a little bit. And he played with some physicality when he needed to. And
when he needed to, there's no question. He's never going to go out of his way to get in the mix there. And that was the Kittle play that Leslie was doing.
And he did. And he's looking at it as, okay, yeah, I get it, one play. But what about the other 45 coverage snaps I had? What about the other opportunities I have? Mm-hmm. I think that's where he felt it was unfair. That part of it. And Mike was wrong. If Mike is just saying the one play, then I could see where the player looks at it a little bit as a cheap shot. Like, okay, well,
100%.
I couldn't
clout chasey.
Yeah, I couldn't get over there. My effort. Yeah, maybe my effort was bad here. Maybe I was loafing on this play. But can we watch the other 4 run tackles I had? Can we watch some of the things in coverage I was able to do?
Yeah, if you want to point out last week, go for it.
Yeah, there's
a full highlight reel worth of clips that you could do for last week's or the Detroit game for Diggs.
All you do is he took it personally there, and I can understand it because if you're talking about that particular game, he was a lot better. I've seen him play far worse with the physicality or lack of in games that Leslie could have called out. That would have made a whole hell of a lot of sense, and you might not have got the reaction that you got.
Yeah. I wish Parsons would have given a little bit more follow-up to just like, okay, walk me through, you get to the locker room, and then what's the play? Are you usually going right to your phone?
Yeah.
Yes, but how did you see it? Did somebody text it to you? Just some of those details.
My own experience of being in an NFL locker room is that these players keep their phones on top of their lockers, and they walk in, and they immediately go to them and look. That's the era that we now live in, the age we now live in. And he had his uniform on, and I guarantee you, a family member agent, somebody that's following all these media members. They all follow us. Families follow us. That's why stuff gets clipped and put out there and things like that, And then you get called out for it because of, now I listen, I have no problem saying stuff about players and them coming after me or whatever. But the thing that I have a problem with is when people tag you and stuff like, hey, Diggs, you see this? That kind of thing. I'm like,
yeah, when you were subtweeting it.
Yeah.
Oh, come on, man.
Well, yeah, they're stirring it
Snitches,
up.
man.
They're stirring it up.
That's what I'm saying. I don't mind if you want to come after me about stuff.
Yeah, because you're a man. You're 40.
Well, you can take
it. Yeah, that's the whole thing. The way that I don't think Mike Leslie was right.
60,
I thought the tweet was silly, but the way that Diggs handled it also wrong. We've seen players over the weekend, they quote tweeted and clapped back at other reporters. Some 49er player did it after the game, talking about something. You can handle it that way, or you can go up to Mike and talk.
D's nuts him.
Handle it a different way. But right after a game, you don't want your players doing that, especially when the mantra or the head coach is trying to say, "Oh, we're keeping it in house, guys. We don't hear that stuff." There's a lot of distractions, right? You got to stay focused. Well, clearly you're getting distracted by that.
Pretty dramatic there, Nick.
Amen, Coach. Amen. All right, let's get to Coach here because actually we have Trevon Diggs. What is it?
So this is a coaching
subtweeting McCarthy on this one?
Yeah, this is interesting. Trevon Diggs and the 49ers coach is making adjustments.
What happened in the first half that kind of shifted in the second half, that kind of third quarter to separate the game? What was the differences out there?
I think we went into the game like with the right mindset as far as like the wanting to win and everybody doing their part, doing their job. I feel like we had a good first half. Like our calls was good. We were stopping the run. We was flying to the ball. We was just doing everything that we can, making sure they wasn't punching it in. And then halftime came, and I feel like they made some adjustments. They made some adjustments that we didn't adjust to, and they started calling stuff that, was beating our coverages, and, we just didn't make the proper adjustments. And, I feel like the second half, they jumped out on us fast.
Yeah, that Shanahan offense, what just makes it so challenging? Obviously missing McCaffrey, Ayuk, Debo was able to play a little bit, and, obviously the running back situation, both teams facing injuries, but what makes the offense able to adjust and make it so unique?
I feel like it was their coach. They had great coaching, just adjusting to the things that we were running. Like it felt like, everything that they called was just a counter to what we were in, and it was just like we was SOL. So, they got good players. Debo had a great game. Kittle, Hall of Fame wide receiver. Purdy's over here doing this thing as well. So, they got pieces. They got the right pieces. So they was executing.
Everything they called was just a step or two ahead of where we were. And it looked like it.
Oh,
it looked like it.
Well, I was waiting for him to go. Like, remember when Jerry was telling Sean and RJ the other day that the concepts and the designs are bad? Yeah, that kind of played out the same way. I know we had the bye week and everything, and it was potentially going to fix everything, but of course it didn't. And so it's basically just what Jerry said the other day. We have our coaches aren't very good.
Yeah, I think they got in a situation where they had some bad matchups. They
defensively there was only so much they could do.
They have a lot of faith in Donovan Wilson. They have a lot of faith in him. But Donovan Wilson playing from depth and coverage and allowing George Kittle can make a lot of people look bad if you play him that way. Kansas City, teams like that have a little bit better safety play. Guys that are a little bit more comfortable playing in coverage, safeties that way. That's why Wanye Thomas came on the field, because Wanye Thomas is a little bit more comfortable playing in coverage. But it was too late,
Right, the idea that you didn't know that going into the game.
Yeah, exactly. You had to go into that game believing, like, listen, let's not let George Kittle beat us in this game. They're down, Debo Samuel's coming out of the hospital. They don't have Brandon Ayuk. Who else is going to beat us? It's Kittle. Kittle's going to beat. My total focus in that game would have been, I am not going to let Kittle, I'm going to play him in coverage. I'll bracket him. I'll do whatever I have to do. But if somebody else beats me in this game, good for them. But I was not going to let him. The Dallas, it was far, far too late. The second half adjustment didn't happen quick enough of getting Wilson off Kittle.
Totally.
Didn't happen.
Yeah, biggest indictment on Zimmer.
Once they did it,
since he's been here.
Once they changed that, they were able to get some stops at the end.
Yeah,
they got a couple of stops.
Well, it's amazing how that stuff works. Like when you dial it up appropriately, how your guys can have some success. You saw it offensively as well.
Yeah.
You mix in a little motion and some crossing patterns, and you find CeeDee Lamb wide open for 2 touchdowns. But you only want to do that for basically 2 out of your 60 tries offensively.
It's very head scratching and it's puzzling. Now they also did throw out, should we bring a media member onto the podcast?
Oh yeah, they did do that. I think Clarence Hill raised his hand and said he really wanted to volunteer for that.
So did Mike. I think several people did.
I think we'd all be open to it.
Mike did kind of like dunk on Leslie a little bit though. He did quote tweet and say, "I think I'd go with Clarence Hill. He's kind of got more of that funny TV vibe."
That was the quote.
Mike is a TV guy.
That's awesome. Well, that's a pretty good interaction right there.
Probably don't like him.
No. Well, who's the media member that's going to ask McCarthy about these Diggs quotes? Because these are the doors that you open up here when you do podcasts and stuff. You say the thing like Diggs just said, complimenting the Niners coaching staff.
Well, then
somebody's going to turn those quotes around and ask McCarthy about it tomorrow, and he's going to be like,
"Yeah." And then Mike needs to say,
just like anything.
Well, Mike will say, "Then we need to practice a little bit better.
We need to practice harder.
Need to practice harder.
Well, they're practicing hard. They just need to practice better.
Practice better. Need to be a little bit more attentive in meetings. He could turn it around and start talking about players without naming players.
There you go.
You got to say the execution. We got to execute.
Oh, no.
Yeah, that's how you call it.
Burning the players for sure.
It's a Toxic Tuesday. Let's get toxic, baby. And let's throw things over to LA Live.
All right, let me get it together. Y'all don't think Mike Leslie is a cloud chaser, do you?
I could see that.
No, Mike Leslie, no. He's in town right now, dog. I like how you standing on business, though, Chuck. I can see how.
I'm honest like Anthony Edwards.
I can see it.
I might lose my job, too.
Kind of a cloud chaser to me a little bit. I follow him on Twitter. All right, let's see here. Let's get into a Toxic Tuesday right after the great Rick James. Sorry, Mike. Oh, damn. Oh, damn. Hold on. Watch this.
M. Gatus.
All right, you squares.
These computers.
All right, you squares.
It's time to smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a
Got to bring reel back.
It'll make you dance on everything.
Play it on the CD.
Everybody get high.
World Series.
And there's the New York Yankees and the level. No. You and the Yankees. Oh, good. Root for the Yankees. Yeah. Yeah, root for. Why don't you, and while you're at it, root for Exxon to raise the price of gas. They're obnoxious. They've always been obnoxious. They had a great stadium, a really great stadium. And then they said, no, we can't make enough money at our great stadium. We're going to make a greater stadium where you can go, and if you pay a ton of money, you can get even a better seat, and you go in and eat sushi at a ballpark. So you're better off with the Padres. They suck, but at least you're not rooting for fascism. God, we got a billion things about that, too. How can you equate the Yankees to fascism? Because I'm an Orioles fan.
Yeah.
There you go.
Because I'm an Orioles. Oh, Lewis Black, boy, I had fun cutting that up.
Yeah.
This is LA Live for Tuesday, October 29th, 2024. Damn, 29th?
Yeah,
it's flying by, man.
Yeah. So that means that mortgage right around the corner again, dog.
Right there.
Come on, bro. Give it
Keep working, man. Just keep working.
Give your boy a break out here. It is a Toxic Tuesday here in LA Live. I can promise you it will be toxic, folks. Happy birthday to the homie and sports reporter, Terrence Johnson. You guys know Terrence Johnson?
Yeah, Terrence.
Yeah.
Oklahoma Sooner alum.
There you go. The right call.
Yeah,
shout out to him. I didn't know it was his birthday until I looked on Facebook and I seen it there. So give you a shout out, homeboy.
That's the good thing about Facebook. It'll tell you whose birthday it is. If they don't lie about it, you'll be the right. Have you ever, like Lucius, told somebody happy birthday and it really wasn't their birthday?
Yes.
I've done. That's embarrassing.
Yes. Yeah, it really is embarrassing.
It's really. Oh no, it's tomorrow.
Yeah.
And you're like, well, why? No.
Why the hell did you?
Why is it on Facebook?
Today?
It's today.
Yeah. I sent the text. I was kissing butt too, and I had the wrong date. Felt real bad. It just didn't work. I was kissing butt too. Hey man, it's your birthday. Like, no, my birthday's in April.
Yeah.
Damn. Yeah, McDonald's says the quarter pounders are good out here, folks. If you're looking for that quarter pounder.
Oh, no more E. coli?
Yeah, they searched all the meat. They looked through all the meat. They said it was not the beef patties. It was the onions.
Oh, it was
The onions.
The onions.
Okay.
Wow, so
that's it. Blame the farmers.
Oh, damn. Yeah, they sure
It's not
did.
us. It's the onions, folks. I'm just telling you. Yeah.
What else I got? Oh, speaking of burgers, Bob's Burgers. The guy that played on Bob's Burgers, the actor sentenced to 1 year in prison for his role in the January 6th insurrection.
Oh, is that right? Uh-oh.
Yeah, they got him. Jay Johnston, an actor with the reoccurring roles in Bob's Burgers. Mr. Show. Mr. Show's good. It's kind of quirky, but it's good.
I haven't seen it.
Yeah. He's got that guy who's always wearing those sandals.
Oh.
He's from Arrested Development. Oh, God, I can't remember his name right now. But he was on Mr. Show, Arrested Development. He was sentenced to 12 months and 1 day in federal prison. So, I'll say a prayer to that guy.
Got him.
Yeah, yeah, they got him.
I'm from Knoxville, Tennessee. We're storming the Capitol. It's a revolution.
David Cross.
The revolution.
Hey, speaking of that, the man that set the Arizona ballot boxes on fire has been arrested.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, they got him. He basically told on himself. And he had a warrant for his arrest. They got him on the warrant.
Yeah.
That's it, Eric.
This is the guy?
Go back.
Yeah, David Cross.
Yeah, David Cross. He's hilarious. I love David Cross.
Guy.
Yeah, I love David
Yeah,
Cross.
I'm familiar with. I did not know he was a Capitol
No,
stormer.
not him.
Oh,
he's on a show with the guy, Jay Johnston.
That's not the guy.
I'm like, damn, this is a pretty big name to be out here storming like
lacing
that.
up his sandals and run out there.
Lace up his sandals.
Gosh, that would have been incredible.
Lacing up his damn sandals. Yeah, man, that man was arrested. He had a warrant for his arrest. He ended up confessing to the police officers, I'm the one that set the ballot boxes on fire. Not for a political reason, he says. It's because he wanted to be arrested.
What?
Yeah.
Wow.
And
You
that's
already
the
had a
route.
warrant. All you had to do was just show up.
Yeah.
So I call cap.
I hope they restore the ballots
The
or
box.
whatever.
Yeah. How do you gonna know?
How do you know?
How do you know it's
How do you know?
yours?
Yeah.
Exactly.
That's
Yeah, how do
wild
you know?
stuff right there. Speaking of ballot boxes and all that other stuff, U.S. citizens, I know you probably heard the commercial here on The Fan. U.S. citizens can now bet on the election via Robinhood.
Oh, that's good news.
Yeah, I tried last night. You have to update your Robinhood app to like the options trading side of the game.
Okay, you got to level up a little bit.
Yeah, Robinhood now has event contracts. Event contracts will allow you to speculate on outcomes of a specific event in the future. So there'll be more events. They're just kicking it off with the election.
Kick it off.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, the value of each contract can equal up to $1 when it's all said and done. I don't know what they are right now, but it's basically like buying options.
All right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, hey.
So did you get some good odds last night?
I didn't. I'm going to try. I didn't get to that part. It said, fill this out and let's send you an email. And click. I was like, I got to go to bed, bro.
I can't stand that.
Okay, stuff like that. How many steps do you go through before you quit?
I'm usually.
Are you a
maybe
2 or
get
3 step
You
quit?
might get 2 out of me.
If it's not something I need, then yeah, maybe 3. Then I'm out.
If you're asking me to do more than 2 steps, I'm probably out on a quit. I'm a quit.
I think 2's fair.
Yeah.
I'm gonna give up.
I'll punt on 3rd down.
Yeah,
for
I'm
sure.
gonna give up.
Yeah, they were asking a
Little
lot.
Canadian football. Yeah, I'm out.
But I'm gonna definitely hedge my bets and see what's going on. Shout out to that dude that's I was like betted. He's like always predicted the elections.
Yes.
So many elections he's got right.
Really? He's got, I think it goes back to the Johnson administration.
Yeah.
We got a guy with the sports almanac.
What?
So
Back to the Future?
has he put his prediction in for this year?
He has, and I'm going to hedge my bets on that. He's going for Kamala.
Okay.
He's thinking Kamala's going to take
Yeah.
it.
And this dude is on a heater
He's on
for
a
the
heater.
last like.
It's amazing. It's crazy.
He's like Peter Schrager with the Super Bowl predictions.
Yeah, he's good, bro.
Yeah, Peter Schrager.
No question.
He's good. Hold on.
But we're close to World War II because we have people in the White House that World War III.
Yeah, 3.